Chapter 4290, Universe Furnace Open Heaven Pills. Spirit pills with pill clouds were extremely difficult to refine. Many alchemists might never even refine a single spirit pill that formed pill clouds in their entire lifetime. Yang Kai had refined countless spirit pills since he first started cultivating, but the number which formed pill clouds could be counted on one hand. There were no spirit pills with pill clouds in this place, but there were quite a few with pill veins. Moreover, there was quite a wide variety of them. Some were used to facilitate cultivation, and some were for healing purposes. There were also some Yang Kai did not recognize. Nevertheless, he swept all of them into his space ring without exception. When he picked up one of the jade bottles to investigate the content, he couldn't help but frown as it only had a single open heaven pill. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So why would he place a bottle with a single open heaven pill here with such solemnity? What surprised Yang Kai even more was that this open heaven pill still retained its medical efficacies. He casually tossed the bottle into his space ring, but just as he was about to continue with his search, he froze in surprise. That can't be right. If that really was an open heaven pill, then it should have lost all its medical efficacies over the years. It's impossible for them to be preserved so perfectly. Besides, that open heaven pill seemed a little different from the other open heaven pills that I've seen before. Yang Kai quickly took the jade bottle out again, and opened it, and poured out the single open heaven pill. At a glance, there was no doubt that it was an open heaven pill. Both the size and color of the spirit pill were almost identical to that of a common open heaven pill. But even so, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this spirit pill contained an energy that was countless times stronger than ordinary. There was also a faint hint of the world force leaking out of this open heaven pill. Yang Kai's divine sense surged as he immersed it into the spirit pill to investigate. Hong! A wave of dizziness swept over him as it felt as though he had tried to sweep his divine sense over an entire small world. His soul shaken under the oppression of the world force. That was not all. A distinct kind of grand Tao aura emanated from this open heaven pill, making him feel enlightened all of a sudden. Sucking in a breath of cold air, Yang Kai focused his mind and studied the spirit pill in his hand intently. It was not until this moment that he noticed that there were countless fine and delicate patterns on this open heaven pill. These patterns intertwined with each other and covered the entire surface of the spirit pill, seeming to contain 10,000 grand Taos within them. These patterns made a person subconsciously yearn to investigate them further. These were neither pill veins nor pill clouds. More importantly, this spirit pill was definitely not an ordinary open heaven pill. Yang Kai suddenly thought of a possibility that excited him so much that his hands trembled. When he set off from the star boundary, Zhang Ruoxi had once explained to him about the use of open heaven pills. Open heaven pills were generally used by open heaven realm masters to increase their strength. They were also the hard currency used throughout the 3,000 worlds. It was just that there were limits to consuming open heaven pills for advancement. Generally, one could only increase their order twice by consuming open heaven pills, and they became completely useless after that. The cultivators who had reached this point had also reached the limits of their strength. However, those who were lucky enough to find innate open heaven pills could go a step further. The heavens never sealed off all hope, so there was always a path forward, no matter how narrow and dangerous. There was a mysterious supreme treasure in this vast universe, known as the Universe Furnace. Most of the time, the Universe Furnace was hidden in the void, and it was something most people would never have the chance to encounter. The Universe Furnace drew upon the very essence of the universe to produce innate open heaven pills. These innate open heaven pills not only had incredibly potent medical efficacies, but also carried no side effects for cultivators. It was rumored that the cultivation and order of a cultivator could be improved continuously without any risk or hidden dangers as long as one had enough innate open heaven pills. Be that as it may, these innate open heaven pills were extraordinarily rare, and a reign of terror would be unleashed every time the Universe Furnace appeared. Even the cave heavens and paradises would do everything in their power to snatch these naturally formed open heaven pills. That was why they were considered treasures that ordinary cultivators would never even lay eyes on. Not many people even knew what these innate open heaven pills looked like. The open heaven pills circulating in the 3,000 worlds today were actually imitations of the innate ones refined by alchemists in the ancient past. There was a large difference between imitations and the genuine product, be it in terms of medicinal efficacies or effects. Young Kai gulped nervously. He was almost certain that this spirit pill in his hand was a legendary universe furnace open heaven pill. Thinking about it carefully though, it was not that surprising. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it would not be impossible for him to obtain such a treasure. This bottle contained only one spirit pill, but although this one pill did not seem significant or useful, its value was practically immeasurable. Just imagine, a cultivator who had initially broken through to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, then spent countless years and energy to finally advance to the peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Unfortunately, this was the pinnacle of his or her life and the limit of their martial Tao. At this point, they could not increase their strength again no matter how many open heaven pills they consumed, or how many cultivation resources they refined. However, this innate open heaven pill gave a glimmer of hope in that desperate situation. If that were the case, they would probably agree to any condition just to obtain it. This spirit pill was simply priceless. Young Kai's heart pounded with excitement. Regardless of whatever else he gained, this trip to the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would be worthwhile just with this pill alone. Young Kai took a moment to compose himself. Although he was almost certain that what he received was the legendary item, he would still need the proprietress to verify whether it was genuine. After all, she had far more experience and a better eye than him, and would definitely be able to tell whether they were real or fake. Placing this bottle into the small sealed world, Young Kai continued to look around. The results made him very excited. He actually found 5 bottles with innate open heaven pills. In other words, he now had 5 of these spirit pills. Young Kai did not know how many innate open heaven pills an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would need to consume to advance into the 9th Order, but since these 5 pills were stored so carefully here, they would definitely be of at least some use. Compared to these 5 spirit pills, all the other gains he obtained up until now could only be regarded as bonuses. Young Kai quickly stored them away and looted the rest of the spirit pills that could still be used. He didn't even spare the furnace. Voidland would surely need to refine their own open heaven pills in the future, and this alchemy furnace belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch, so it would definitely be of great quality. It would be perfect if he brought this back for Wondrous Pill Great Emperor to use. Young Kai exited the pill room and continued his search. It was just that he seemed to have used up all his good luck now, and had no gains for a while after that. All of a sudden, he heard a loud rumbling sound coming from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. This phenomenon made his expression change drastically. At this moment, the only one who could move about freely inside the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from him was Black Crow Divine Monarch. Seeing as he was not the one creating this sound, then it had to be the doing of Black Crow Divine Monarch. Such a large commotion could only mean that Black Crow Divine Monarch had already begun to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace. Young Kai became desperate. He hurriedly followed the source of the sound, but could not find Black Crow Divine Monarch no matter where he searched. On the other hand, the rumbling sounds could occasionally be heard from a certain direction in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These sounds were extremely upsetting. He searched for another hour only to find no clues, causing him to grind his teeth hard. If Black Crow Divine Monarch succeeded at refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then he would be able to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, everybody's life or death would be his to control. Moreover, Young Kai had greatly offended Black Crow Divine Monarch, so the first person to die would undoubtedly be him. It was impossible to retreat now, not unless the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened again, and ejected them all. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, Young Kai suddenly had a tingling feeling in his heart, and he turned to look in a certain direction while shouting, "Who?" What he saw made his expression freeze in surprise. There was a bright figure floating in midair, and staring at him expressionlessly. This figure looked like a 7 or 8-year-old boy. He seemed to exist between the lines of ethereal and corporeal. Moreover, he wore a child's traditional outfit. His hair was tied into a braid, making him look very soft and adorable. It was just that his expression was so cold that it was terrifying. Even his gaze gave off an air of indifference. Yang Kai frowned. This child was clearly not a living creature, as he could not sense the slightest hint of vitality coming from the other party. The boy was not a dead creature or an soul either, because he did not give off a gloomy feeling. Rather, he gave Yang Kai a vague sense of familiarity. It felt as though they had met somewhere before. But Yang Kai could not recall where at the moment. "Child, who are you?" Yang Kai asked, watching the other party warily. The child swept his eyes over Yang Kai and said, "I can offer you a fateful encounter. Do you want it?" It was a child's voice, but it spoke in an old-fashioned manner, so it sounded extremely strange to the ears. "What do you mean by fateful encounter?" Yang Kai remained unmoved. The child replied, "This world." Yang Kai immediately sneered in response. "Such a small child, but what arrogance! What gives you the right to offer this world to me in the name of a fateful encounter?" The child calmly said, "You only need to swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future. Then I can give you this world." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and pursed his lips. Such a small child spouting such nonsense. "Aren't you afraid that the wind might slice off your tongue? I can't believe you want me to swear a Tao oath." While speaking, Yang Kai seemed to recall something. He looked the young boy up and down, then he exclaimed in astonishment, "Are you the artifact spirit of this place?" He finally recalled why this small child gave him such a familiar feeling. This was clearly the aura of an artifact spirit, similar to how Lu Yin used to be. Combined with the child's seemingly shameless boasting, how could Yang Kai not realize the truth? The child nodded. "That's right. I am the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "Isn't there somebody refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now?" "Yes." The child nodded. Yang Kai became greatly anxious. If somebody is refining the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then why are you still wasting time here with me? Why aren't you stopping him? The child shook his head. "I am just an artifact spirit. I can't stop anybody from refining me, no matter who comes to do so." Yang Kai frowned at those words. "Didn't you just say you can give me this world? Doesn't that mean you want me to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace?" "That's right." "Why?" Yang Kai was truly puzzled. The one who is trying to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace right now is a great enemy of my master. I don't want him to inherit the Blood Monster Divine Palace. So, I came to you. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at those words. This artifact spirit was the artifact spirit of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so he definitely inherited a part of Blood Monster Divine Monarch's will. It made sense that he would instinctively hate Black Crow Divine Monarch. And at this moment, the only one who could move around in the Blood Monster Divine Palace aside from Black Crow Divine Monarch was Yang Kai. That meant that he basically had no other choice. Chapter 4291 Competition. Yang Kai excitedly said, "Sounds good. Hurry up and tell me how to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace." The artifact spirit said, "You must first swear a Tao oath to obey me in the future." Yang Kai snarled furiously. "How dare a trivial artifact spirit speak so arrogantly? You truly don't know your place." Sure enough, this place is a den of rats and snakes. Blood Monster Divine Monarch was not a good thing during his lifetime. So it makes sense that the artifact spirit born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace wouldn't be good either. I can't believe he wants to control me. Don't you want the Blood Monster Divine Palace? Don't you want the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? The artifact spirit looked at Yang Kai curiously, seeming not to understand why Yang Kai would refuse him. Yang Kai coldly snorted. What is there in this vast world that can compare to my freedom? The artifact spirit said, if you can refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, then everything in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven will be under your control. You will have endless resources at your fingertips. With enough time, you might even grow to rival the heights of my master. What is losing a little bit of your freedom in comparison? Besides, I won't make you do anything that will trouble you even if you swear the Tao oath. I just want to protect myself. Yang Kai looked at the artifact spirit in surprise. You even understand the art of temptation. It looks like your sentience is not that low. Shaking his head, he continued. But you don't need to waste your efforts on me. I cannot agree with your condition. There was no guarantee that he would die even if Black Crow Divine Monarch refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace. On the contrary, his life would be forfeited the moment he agreed to this artifact spirit's condition. The artifact spirit scowled deeply. Young Kai said, Black Crow Divine Monarch was a great enemy of your master. If he is allowed to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, do you think he will tolerate your existence? It's a given that he will immediately wipe out your sentience. If not for that, you would not have come to me on your own. Since you need my help, then don't bother trying to force such nonsensical conditions on me. Why don't we cooperate instead? The artifact spirit asked, How do we cooperate? Young Kai relaxed slightly when he saw the artifact spirit's attitude. This artifact spirit might have some measure of sentience, but he was not a living creature. Seeing as he could ask this question though, then there was room for negotiation. Take me to Heya. I will help you to stop him from refining. I'm afraid you won't be able to stop him. The artifact spirit shook his head disbelieving. If I don't try, how will you know? Young Kai looked at the artifact spirit. Compared to standing here waiting for your death, why don't you take a gamble instead? The artifact spirit fell silent for a while, and only after a long time passed did he respond, Come with me. While saying that, he drifted in a certain direction at an extremely high speed. Young Kai did not hesitate and quickly followed. The artifact spirit was born from the Blood Monster Divine Palace, so it was only natural that he knew this place better than anybody else. Young Kai followed closely behind him, twisting and turning inside the various halls and corridors. After traveling for a whole quarter hour, Young Kai suddenly found himself inside a grand hall. The grand hall was completely empty, with only a grand array glowing faintly on the ground. At this moment, a figure was sitting cross-legged at one corner of the grand array. Who else could it be but Black Crow Divine Monarch, who had taken possession of Zhou Yi's body? Blood mist was spreading out from Black Crow Divine Monarch's body. The crimson-red blood chi frantically expanded outward, trying to fill the patterns of the grand array. Following his unrelenting actions, the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace rumbled in response. With a single glance, Young Kai knew that he could not allow Black Crow Divine Monarch to finish refining the grand array in this place. Once Black Crow Divine Monarch finished, then control of the Blood Monster Divine Palace would fall into his hands. It was obvious that Black Crow Divine Monarch had been refining the grand array for some time now. At this moment, approximately 10% of the grand array had been taken over by him. The places where he refined were filled with blood mist while the rest of the area was still dull. Nevertheless, Young Kai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this situation. He was not too late yet. Even if he rushed over, there was nothing he could do to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch if too much progress had already been made in the refinement process. Artifact Spirit, how dare you disrupt this monarch's plans? The first thing I'm going to do when I finish refining this Blood Monster Divine Palace is to extinguish your soul. Black Crow Divine Monarch immediately snapped hatefully when he looked up to see Young Kai and the artifact spirit. After saying that, he turned to Young Kai and snarled through gritted teeth. Boy, you're such a persistent little bastard. Why do you keep getting in this monarch's way? Damn you. Enough nonsense, Heya. Hand over your life. Young Kai shouted. Lifting a hand, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. A black hole the size of a fist swirled above the tip of the spear, containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. When the spear thrust out, everything around it collapsed. Rupture. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression changed slightly, and the layer of blood mist surrounding his body immediately became denser. At the same time, the area around him turned into a blood sea. Young Kai plunged into the blood sea and fervently attacked with everything he had. However, he could not tell north from south or even up from down inside the blood sea. He was unable to determine Black Crow Divine Monarch's location, much less kill him. In the end, he rushed out of the blood sea with an extremely ugly expression after attacking fruitlessly for some time. Black Crow Divine Monarch's mocking voice came out from within the blood sea. Junior, You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You overestimate yourself just because you're a little capable. Your little tricks are nothing more than pitiful tricks in this monarch's eyes. If you want to play so much, then this monarch will play with you. You better play to your heart's content. The blood sea squirmed and a large number of blood crows charged out from it, clawing loudly. The noise they made was extremely distracting as they swooped down on Yang Kai in an overwhelming manner. Yang Kai quickly raised his spear and thrust out rapidly. Blood crow after blood crow exploded into blood mist, but they could not be killed completely. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch did not stop refining the Grand Array during the battle with Yang Kai. In fact, his blood mist continued to spread towards the middle of the Grand Array at even greater speed. What you're doing is not working. The artifact spirit spoke up from the side. Nobody can stop him anymore once he finishes refining the Grand Array. How could Yang Kai not know that forceful methods were ineffective? It was just that he was currently riding a tiger and had no other solutions to the problem at hand. Quickly enter the Grand Array to compete with him for the right of control over the Grand Array, the artifact spirit added. Yang Kai grimly replied, "It looks like that's the only way." With a flicker of his body, Yang Kai swept out his spear and turned countless blood crows into mere splattered blood. Then he arrived at the opposite corner of the Grand Array in a flash. His divine sense surged and burrowed into the Grand Array as he frantically began refining it. Upon seeing Yang Kai's actions, how could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow this situation to continue? He controlled the countless blood crows to madly swarm Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai was as steady as a rock. Separating his consciousness, he continued refining the Grand Array, while simultaneously dealing with the blood crows. Yang Kai's divine sense was immensely powerful. Moreover, he also had the support of a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus. Hence, it was not difficult for him to do two things at once. It was just that he could not move once he started refining the Grand Array, so he could only stand there and become a target for the blood crows. This enraged him greatly. On opposite sides of the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch and Yang Kai sat. They were both competing for the right of control over the Grand Array. The person who succeeded in completely refining the Grand Array would have total control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, controlling the Blood Monster Divine Palace was equivalent to controlling the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It could be said that the lives of the natives and monster beasts, as well as all the people who entered the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, were resting on Yang Kai's shoulders alone. However, Yang Kai's expression soon turned ugly. That was because he discovered that Black Crow Divine Monarch was much faster at refining the Grand Array compared to him. The blood mist had already occupied 20% of the Grand Array in such a short amount of time. It would not take more than a few more hours for Black Crow Divine Monarch to completely refine it. In the first place, he had begun refining before Yang Kai. This increase in speed clearly indicated that Heyu was also working hard to move faster. Thus, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to catch up to him at this rate. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and yelled, "Artifact Spirit, help me!" The Artifact Spirit shook his head and said, "There's nothing I can do. Although I was born from this place, my master has restricted what I can do." Yang Kai was so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Then, why were you shamelessly boasting that you can give me this world earlier?" He thought that he could easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace if he cooperated with the Artifact Spirit. Only now did he realize that he was greatly mistaken. The Artifact Spirit said, "Although I cannot help you, I can explain the mysteries of the Grand Array to you. Whether or not you can comprehend these mysteries will depend entirely on you." "Explain them then." The Artifact Spirit immediately began teaching, while Yang Kai listened attentively. By combining the information with the situation in front of him, there was no doubt that his refining speed improved greatly. Even so, it was still difficult for him to catch up to Black Crow Divine Monarch's progress. As time passed, the Grand Array was gradually flooded with two different colors. One was Black Crow Divine Monarch's crimson while the other was Yang Kai's black. Nevertheless, it was very obvious that the area occupied by Black Crow Divine Monarch was much larger than Yang Kai's. In this huge Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch occupied a little more than 60% of the territory, while Yongkai only occupied some 30% or so. In the beginning, things had remained somewhat peaceful when they were both refining separately, but once all the parts of the Grand Array had been filled with their respective energies, a clash between them would become inevitable. Looking down from above, the Grand Array that controlled the Blood Monster Divine Palace was like a large plate. Black Crow Divine Monarch currently held some 65% of the plate while Yongkai held the rest. If they wanted to occupy the entire plate, then they would first have to drive out their opponent's power. When their powers bordered on each other, Yongkai's body stiffened. He could feel an immense force rumbling towards him from the opposite side, giving him the feeling that the opposing force was unstoppable. Be that as it may, he had no choice but to defend even if it was futile. He hurriedly urged the part of the Grand Array that he controlled and viciously slammed his energy forward. Pooh! Yongkai spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. On the other hand, Black Crow Divine Monarch just swayed slightly in response. In this collision, who was stronger was abundantly clear. Black Crow Divine Monarch had obviously occupied the absolute advantage. This was not something that could be helped. The two of them were currently fighting with their respective control over the Grand Array. It had nothing to do with their personal strength. For that reason, Black Crow Divine Monarch was going all out. Even the blood crows that had been pestering Yongkai all this while vanished without a trace. It could be seen that he had no time to care about anything else. During their first clash, Yongkai clearly felt that a part of his territory had been lost. Black Crow Divine Monarch's energy continuously crept in his direction, and gradually occupied the territory that he controlled previously. Seeing this, Black Crow Divine Monarch laughed wildly. "Junior, stop being stubborn. Obediently accept your death. It will save you some pain." Yongkai gritted his teeth and ignored the other party. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted, "Stubborn fool." While speaking, he controlled the power of the Grand Array he controlled, and it slammed towards Yongkai once more. Even though Yongkai had prepared himself in advance and used all his strength to defend, he was still overwhelmed. At the same time, he lost another part of the Grand Array that he controlled. It gave Black Crow Divine Monarch a chance to take further control of the Grand Array, allowing his progress to reach 70%. "I can't let this continue any longer. Although I still control 30% of the Grand Array, it will only be a matter of time before I am completely overtaken by this old dog. If that happens, there will be no hope left." Chapter 4292, Fierce Counterattack. Artifact Spirit, is there any other way to stop him? Yongkai asked through gritted teeth while struggling to defend. The Artifact Spirit remained silent. Looking at the Artifact Spirit, Yongkai knew that the other party was powerless to help. Thus, he couldn't help feeling desperate. Under normal circumstances, the Artifact Spirit would have absolute control over the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he had said that Blood Monster Divine Monarch had limited his abilities, so he was utterly powerless to help at this time. Otherwise, he would not have gone to Yongkai for help in the first place. Hong! Black Crow Divine Monarch guided the power of the Grand Array to slam towards Yongkai once more. Even though Yongkai struggled desperately to defend, he was once again driven back, allowing the territory controlled by Black Crow Divine Monarch to expand a little bit more. The situation was extremely precarious and Yongkai had almost fallen into a desperate situation. Black Crow Divine Monarch let out a wicked cackle. "Boy, let's see how long you can resist. The moment this monarch completely refines this Grand Array will be the moment you die." Then he turned to look at the Artifact Spirit. "And you, it was not easy for you to be born and gain sentience. If you acknowledge and repent for your mistakes, this monarch is not opposed to forgiving you and sparing your life." The Blood Monster Divine Palace was not a living creature, so it was indeed extremely difficult for an Artifact Spirit to be born out of it. Besides, his current strength was not that great. If Black Crow Divine Monarch could obtain the support of the Artifact Spirit, then it would be easier for him to control the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If that were not the case, why would he bother wasting his time on a mere Artifact Spirit? The Artifact Spirit remained silent and glanced in Yongkai's direction. Seeming to notice the artifact spirit's gaze, Yong-kai jerked in surprise and quickly said, "Artifact spirit, don't listen to his nonsense. Even if you join him now, things will not end well for you in the future." However, the artifact spirit drifted over and landed behind Black Crow Divine Monarch and bowed deeply. "This artifact spirit greets Master." Black Crow Divine Monarch burst into laughter. "Good, good, good. Obediently stand to the side. This monarch will speak to you once I deal with this annoying ant." "Yes." The artifact spirit immediately stood to the side. Yong-kai coldly snorted at the sight. This artifact spirit is completely unreliable after all. A two-faced coward. Earlier he came to me in hopes that I could defeat Black Crow Divine Monarch. I can't believe how eagerly he submitted himself to Black Crow Divine Monarch after seeing that I am having trouble defeating the opponent. Nevertheless, it didn't matter who the artifact spirit recognized as his master. It did little to change the current situation since he had no power to interfere with the Grand Array in the first place. For that reason, Yong-kai ignored the artifact spirit even though he scorned his actions. Meanwhile, the attacks from Black Crow Divine Monarch were getting stronger and stronger with each passing moment. The portion of the Grand Array that Yong-kai refined had always been smaller compared to Black Crow Divine Monarch's. Moreover, their repeated collisions caused Yong-kai to lose large tracts of his territory. On the contrary, Black Crow Divine Monarch's territory grew larger and larger with each clash. This situation created a vicious cycle that quickly exhausted Yong-kai to the bone. It didn't take more than an hour before the territory that Yong-kai controlled in the Grand Array was reduced to a mere 20%. At this point, it could be said that he was suffering from a crushing defeat. Although they were both holding the right of control over the Grand Array, Black Crow Divine Monarch was using 80% of its power against Yong-kai's 20%. It was practically impossible for Yong-kai to resist. "Have I reached my limits?" Yong-kai grimly asked himself. "If I fail to stop him here, then he will take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Leaving aside whether or not I can escape if that happens, Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, chef accountant Lang Qingshan, and the others will surely become his prisoners. Knowing Black Crow Divine Monarch's personality, everybody will be better off dead by then." "Chef!" Yong-kai abruptly recalled something and his eyes suddenly lit up with hope. Hurriedly activating his divine sense, he released Chef, whom he previously placed into the small sealed world. Earlier, Chef had used a powerful secret technique against the star turtle, one that consumed a massive amount of his strength, leaving him almost completely drained. As such, Yong-kai later placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. He had almost forgotten about him. At this moment, Yong-kai was facing off against Black Crow Divine Monarch, and neither side could afford to be distracted, so whoever had an extra helper would surely gain a huge advantage over the other. As soon as Chef appeared, he took in his surroundings warily. What entered his eyes left him stunned, and he exclaimed in amazement, "What's going on?" Black Crow Divine Monarch was just as taken aback. Even though he wanted to ask the same question, it didn't matter how this fatty appeared in this place, as it was incredibly disadvantageous for him. The only thing that reassured him slightly was that this newcomer did not seem to be in a good state. Even though Chef had recovered some of his strength, his complexion was still very pale, and his aura was quite weak. Yong-kai explained the current situation to Chef in the briefest manner possible. When Chef finished listening to the explanation, he understood the severity of the matter. Thus he gritted his teeth and glared at Black Crow Divine Monarch. "In other words, everything will be fine as long as I can take this opportunity to kill this guy, right?" "You can say that, but..." Before Yong-kai could finish his sentence, Chef summoned his kitchen knife. His chubby figure moved with indescribable agility as he rushed towards Black Crow Divine Monarch and roared, "Old dog die!" Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression was incredibly gloomy. Things had reached a critical juncture where he was about to take full control over the Grand Array. He initially thought that this matter would be settled soon, but how could he have predicted that a disturbance would pop up at the last moment? While Black Crow Divine Monarch was not afraid of Chef, he was forced to split his attention in order to defend against him. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a massive blood cloud that wrapped around Chef tightly. Young Kai glanced in that direction and saw that Chef could no longer be seen. All that could be seen were the wriggling and squirming movements coming from within the blood cloud. In addition, violent bursts of energy would occasionally erupt from within the blood cloud. It was obvious that Chef was struggling fiercely. Young Kai ground his teeth. There was no time for him to be concerned about Chef's safety though. Taking this opportunity, he quickly drew upon the power of the Grand Array to counterattack. Black Crow Divine Monarch had anticipated this move though and pretended that he was being pushed back, retreating slightly before suddenly surging forward with a counterattack. Young Kai was caught off guard. Not only did he fail to turn the situation around, but he made the situation worse instead. This outcome nearly depressed him to the point of spitting blood. Chef, who had been enveloped in the crimson blood cloud, finally broke out at that moment. His eyes were widened with rage and the kitchen knife in his hand glinted with a cold light. He was about to charge forward once more when Young Kai hurriedly sent a divine sense transmission to him. Attack the Grand Array. At this moment, it was unrealistic to try and wrestle control of the Grand Array from Black Crow Divine Monarch. The latter held the absolute advantage in this situation. If things were to continue, nobody would be able to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch once he completely assimilated Young Kai's territory. Since competing for control was no longer viable, then they could only choose to destroy the Grand Array. In the worst case, it would be ruined for good and nobody could try to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace again. Chef's eyes brightened and he nodded at those words. Good idea. Following that, he brought his knife slashing down on the patterns of the Grand Array that covered the ground. Black Crow Divine Monarch paled in shock at the sight and roared, "Junior, you dare?" Chef just sneered, "Watch me." His attack did not falter in the slightest and the blade light sliced down hard. At the same time, Young Kai took the opportunity to counterattack. He needed to distract Black Crow Divine Monarch, so that the latter could not interfere with Chef. A series of clanging noises rang out and sparks flew in all directions. Both Young Kai and Chef were a little dumbfounded by the situation. Chef's attack was incredibly fierce, but even so, it did no damage to the Grand Array at all. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing at this sight. Ignorant child. This control array was arranged personally by that old dog Shui Yao. It cost him a massive fortune to even just refine its base. How could it be something you pitiful weaklings could destroy? Stop making me laugh. Young Kai's expression darkened. Don't listen to his nonsense. Just keep attacking. Chef gritted his teeth and grunted in reply. Leaping onto the Grand Array, he used all his strength to launch a barrage of attacks down on it. Black Crow Divine Monarch's expression remained calm though. When he saw that Chef could not damage the Grand Array in any way, he stopped trying to interfere and simply watched coldly from the sidelines. After attacking for some time, Chef panted for breath and called out, "Brat, this isn't working. My strength isn't high enough. I'm afraid this method will not work." Young Kai's expression was extremely ugly. At this moment, he only retained control over some 10% of the Grand Array. It could be said that he was being pushed into a corner, literally. Black Crow Divine Monarch only needed to attack a few more times to completely remove his energy from the Grand Array. If that happened, Black Crow Divine Monarch would easily refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace and take control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The situation is desperate. Young Kai sighed. It looks like I will have to use the divine ability bead given to me by Proprietress in this place. He was very reluctant to use this divine ability bead unless he really had no other choice. Besides, he did not know whether the divine ability bead could destroy the Grand Array. Proprietress might be powerful, but she was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. How much power her divine ability bead could unleash remained unknown, so it would be a waste if it had no effect on the current situation. It had been extremely difficult for the Proprietress to refine this divine ability bead, so how could he willingly let it go to waste? But Young Kai had no choice now that things had come to this. He had to use it even if he was reluctant. Aside from the divine ability bead, he had no other means to stop Black Crow Divine Monarch. Young Kai glared coldly in the direction of Black Crow Divine Monarch, but just as he was about to bring out the divine ability bead, his gaze landed on the artifact spirit. A light flashed through his eyes at that moment, and a bold conjecture emerged from the depths of his heart in the next moment. Then he secretly sent a divine sense transmission to Chef. Chef was still gasping for breath, but he raised his brow at those words and nodded almost imperceptibly. Swinging his kitchen knife, he slashed several dozen sword lights towards Black Crow Divine Monarch. Black Crow Divine Monarch coldly snorted. How dare a mere ant act so impudent? The blood mist around his body boiled and countless blood crows flew out to meet the sword lights. They cawed noisily when they were cut down but still easily blocked the assault. Taking this opportunity, Chef raised his hand and summoned his chopping block. He casually tossed the block out and it rapidly enlarged, radiating a strange aura as it quickly slid under its target. At the same time, Chef's figure abruptly swelled up and became massive. He looked extremely ferocious. The apron around his waist was covered in grease stains and the butcher character stretching across his chest was absolutely horrifying. He grinned savagely as he roared. I am the knife and chopping block, you are the fish. The artifact's spirit jerked in surprise. He was astonished to discover that he was standing on top of the chopping block without him noticing. Furthermore, he was being restrained by a strange force. He couldn't help feeling the situation was all rather absurd. At this moment he felt like a pig waiting to be slaughtered. How could Black Crow Divine Monarch not realize Chef's intentions after seeing this situation? He did not know what effects would come from killing the artifact spirit, but he did not dare to take this gamble. Hence he roared, "Don't you dare!" Raising his arm, he shot a blood arrow in Chef's direction. Yongkai flashed forward. At this moment he completely gave up on the territory he had been guarding. If Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted, he could have taken this opportunity to finish refining the Grand Array. It was just that he was distracted in his efforts to stop Chef and failed to notice this point. By the time he realized Yongkai was attacking, the spear was already rapidly enlarging in his vision. The pitch-black golden crow's true fire lingered at the tip of the spear, and its power was too great for him to simply ignore. Chapter 4293 This is bad. The spear shadows shrouded the sky, looming over Black Crow Divine Monarch. It was accompanied by crackling sounds that rang out endlessly. Heya gave a furious roar. Under normal circumstances, it would have been easy for him to block this attack from Yongkai. In the worst case, he could simply dodge. However, he was currently in the last stages of refining the Grand Array, so not only was he unable to move, but most of his attention was also focused on the array itself. There was no way for him to avoid this attack, much less defend himself. His entire body was instantly riddled with holes by Yongkai's spear and countless large and bloody holes appeared on his body, gushing with fresh blood. Any other person would have died from such injuries, but he had cultivated the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture. He even resurrected on the spot after being split in two by the protective divine ability from Pei Wenxian's identity token. Hence, Black Crow Divine Monarch's injuries would only cause him to expend his chi and did not threaten his life in any way. At the same time, Chef made several consecutive chopping motions with his kitchen knife all while shouting, "Chop chop chop." A chilling blade light loomed down upon the artifact spirit. 3 breaths later, Chef gave a muffled groan. His enlarged body deflated rapidly, and the chopping block flew back into his hands. His complexion as pale as a sheet, he muttered weakly, "It's up to you now." When he last used this secret technique, he had exhausted all his energy in an instant. Thus, Yongkai had placed him into the small sealed world for his safety. Performing this secret technique again after such a short time made his condition worsen, even more than the first time. Yongkai quickly appeared beside Chef at that moment, lifted a hand to grab him, and tossed him into the small sealed world. On the other hand, the flesh around Black Crow Divine Monarch's wounds squirmed vigorously, and his injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Yongkai was no longer opposing him in the Grand Array, and it could be said that there was nothing stopping him now. As long as he willed it, he would be able to refine the Grand Array to completion. Even so, he seemed numb to this fact and was simply staring in the artifact spirit's direction with an ugly expression. Similarly, Yongkai was watching the artifact spirit closely. His spear was held loosely by his side, and his expression was a mixture of nervousness and vigilance. His other hand was holding the proprietress divine ability bead. Moreover, his strength was circulating wildly, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The artifact spirit looked perfectly fine, standing there motionlessly as though Chef's secret technique had been completely ineffective on him. Black Crow Divine Monarch burst out laughing, cackling so hard that he nearly cried. However, his expression began to stiffen in the middle of his laughter. The artifact spirit lowered his head to look down at his body. All of a sudden, he gave a soft sigh and murmured to himself, "This is fine too." While speaking, his body shattered without warning and turned into wisps of light that soon faded into nothing. He was just an artifact spirit without any real defensive strength, so how could he withstand the ferocious attacks of Chef's secret technique, when he could not mobilize the power of the Blood Monster Divine Palace? The artifact spirit was annihilated. Both the gazes of Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch turned to look at the Grand Array in unison. Yang Kai's gaze was cold while Black Crow Divine Monarch's entire face twitched. Gotcha! A soft sound suddenly came from the Grand Array, and they both looked over to see that a crack had appeared in one of its corners. Yang Kai was overjoyed. How could he not realize that his conjecture had been correct? The artifact spirit might have seemed useless, but his very existence was closely tied to the Grand Array. Chef might have been powerless to destroy the Grand Array, but killing the artifact spirit was well within his means. As soon as the artifact spirit was destroyed, the Grand Array was deeply affected too. There was no reason to hesitate, so Yang Kai thrust his spear at the crack. "Don't even think about it." Black Crow Divine Monarch roared furiously, and a blood arrow shot directly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai used his dragon shields to protect himself while focusing all his strength into his spear thrust. Hong! A violent force burst forth and the crack in the Grand Array immediately spread outward like a spiderweb. At the same time, the dragon shields protecting Yang Kai shattered to pieces and his body was sent flying out. Gotcha! A series of cracking sounds came from various spots of the Grand Array. Black Crow Divine Monarch hurriedly activated his power to try to stabilize the situation, but unfortunately for him, the damage had already been done. There was nothing he could do to reverse it with his current strength. It didn't take longer than 10 breaths before the Grand Array completely lost all spirituality and broke apart. Damn you, Junior! Black Crow Divine Monarch felt as though his eyes were going to explode at the sight. The raging flames of fury in him threatened to burn him alive. There was only a little bit left to refine. If he finished refining that remaining bit, then he would have gained complete control over the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. At that time, recovering to his full strength would have been a breeze. However, that little bit was now as wide and deep as a mountain valley. He had fallen short at the very last moment. There had never been a time where the murderous intent he felt towards Yang Kai had been so intense. Although Yang Kai had ruined his plans back at the Blood Lake, it had not affected the overall situation. He had managed to possess Zhou Yi's body and came back to life in the end. Unlike that time though, there was no way to recover from this loss. A deep sense of regret filled Black Crow Divine Monarch's heart. If he had known this would happen earlier, he would have slaughtered Yang Kai back at the Blood Lake. If he had known earlier, he would never have allowed Yang Kai to enter the Blood Monster Divine Palace. But it was too late for regrets now. Yang Kai stood up and wiped at the trickle of blood at the corner of his lips before letting out a wild loud laugh. "Heya, let's see how you refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace now." Black Crow Divine Monarch's voice was low, but his entire body gave off a bone-chilling coldness. "Since I can't refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace, this monarch will refine you instead." Yang Kai's heart clenched. He knew that he had truly enraged Black Crow Divine Monarch by ruining his plans. "It looks like this guy is determined to kill me now." Before Black Crow Divine Monarch could do anything though, a huge change suddenly occurred. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the Blood Monster Divine Palace, like distant thunder. Both Yang Kai and Black Crow Divine Monarch looked surprised. Releasing their divine senses, they examined their surroundings, and it didn't take long for their expressions to change drastically. That was because the Blood Monster Divine Palace was showing signs of collapse. The surrounding walls came crumbling down one after another, turning the structure into ruins. Similarly, the bedrooms and grand halls also came crashing down with a loud rumble. Yang Kai never imagined that destroying the artifact's spirit would trigger a chain reaction of this scale. First, the Grand Array had broken apart, and now, even the Blood Monster Divine Palace would soon cease to exist. Regardless, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. His friends had been trapped inside that strange nothingness array, and were unable to extricate themselves, so if the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, then they would regain their freedom. With that thought in mind, Yang Kai's figure flashed away as his voice lingered in the air. "Heya, I'll spare your life today. I'll definitely kill you when we meet again." How could Black Crow Divine Monarch allow Yang Kai to escape though? He roared. "Don't even dream about escaping." His entire body shuddered for a moment, and a blood cloud that blocked out the whole sky appeared. However, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so if he was determined to flee, there was no way for Black Crow Divine Monarch to stop him without sealing the world in advance. Yang Kai vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving behind Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood in response. The reason Yang Kai fled was not that he was afraid of Black Crow Divine Monarch. The old dog might be powerful, but he was not yet an open heaven realm master. If it came down to a fight, neither of them would come out unscathed. On the contrary, Yang Kai was thinking that the Blood Monster Divine Palace contained many treasures. Now that it was on the verge of collapse, he was anxious to do one last search to see if he could find anything else of value. He barely had any time to search though when the entire Blood Monster Divine Palace fell apart completely. One after another, numerous silhouettes suddenly appeared in the initial mountain valley, every one of them in a miserable state. All of these people had entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, but their situation was different from Yang Kai's. They had been trapped inside the world of white from the moment they entered the Blood Monster Divine Palace, unable to tell north from south or find an exit. Yang Kai had relied on the power of his Golden Crow's true fire, and the guidance of a remnant soul he helped to break free of that array. But the others had neither the strength or the luck to do so. It was not until this moment when the Blood Monster Divine Palace collapsed completely that they were freed. Looking around, there was no trace of the Blood Monster Divine Palace. All that remained in front of them was a huge ruin. Therefore, they couldn't help feeling shocked. Nobody knew what had happened earlier, but before they could recover from their shock, they heard a gloomy roar. Immediately after that, an overwhelming aura enveloped them. Somebody shouted in horror, "It's the Star Turtle!" The Seventh Order monster beast was still guarding the mountain valley. Having lost all his targets when all the cultivators fled into the Blood Monster Divine Palace previously, how could it hold back when it saw these people reappear? Countless rays of yellow light shot out like a storm of arrows, raining down on the cultivators. Many of the cultivators were caught off guard, and nearly lost their lives as a result. The Star Turtle had previously been restrained thanks to the efforts of Yang Kai and his allies, not to mention that they had prepared themselves in advance. The current events had happened so abruptly though that none of them could stop the might of this Seventh Order monster beast. It didn't matter whether it was the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, or the cultivators from weaker forces. All of them quickly fled for their lives. Yang Kai was also flying away at the time when he spotted Chu Huashang and Gu Pan. Each of them was fleeing in different directions. Zhang Ruoxi was following closely beside Gu Pan. It was likely that Gu Pan had located Zhang Ruoxi as soon as they were freed from the spirit array. Yang Kai was about to join up with them when a blood cloud appeared in front of him. The blood cloud morphed into Black Crow Divine Monarch's furious face, and his eyes searched the surroundings as his howls rang out endlessly. "Boy, show yourself!" Persistent bastard. Yang Kai was a little annoyed. He knew that Black Crow Divine Monarch was not going to let him go this time, so he stopped trying to chase after Gu Pan and the others. Instead, he summoned the Shadowless Veil and covered himself, concealing himself in an instant. The Shadowless Veil was an absolutely invincible artifact in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was impossible to trace by anybody below the mid-rank Open Heaven realm, much less Black Crow Divine Monarch, who was just a remnant soul that did not have such a powerful divine sense. Just as Yang Kai was considering if he should take the chance to launch a sneak attack on Black Crow Divine Monarch, the world rumbled. It was followed by a deafening sound. Large fissures suddenly appeared throughout the sky like ferocious and terrifying wounds. That was not all. Continuous rumbling sounds also came from the deep underground. Countless large ravines suddenly emerged, turning many places into canyons that were thousands of meters deep. The world split apart and rumbled violently. Cracks and ravines continued to extend outward while at the same time, more scars appeared in the sky. Yang Kai was dumbfounded for a moment. It took a long while for him to realize what was happening, but once he did, a bitter taste filled his mouth as he muttered, "This is bad." He never imagined that the chain reaction from killing the artifact's spirit was not over yet. It was not until this moment that the true extent of the consequences appeared. The entire blood monster cave heaven was about to collapse. Thinking about it again, this was not too surprising. Black Crow Divine Monarch wanted to refine the Blood Monster Divine Palace in order to seize control of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That meant that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the core of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now that the Blood Monster Divine Palace was destroyed, it made sense that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would also be affected. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been completely stable, it might not have been affected so badly. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was already showing signs of collapsing in recent years. The destruction of the Blood Monster Divine Palace was simply the last straw that broke the camel's back. Chapter 4294. Do you want to live? When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven first appeared, there was only one entrance. That entrance had been firmly controlled by the major cave heavens and paradises. Only disciples of the cave heavens and paradises had the right to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to train, gain experience, and search for treasures. With the passage of time, though, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven became more and more unstable. There were signs that it was gradually merging with the Blood Monster territory. The most obvious sign was that more and more entrances were appearing. This was the result of both worlds colliding and coming into contact with each other. Consequently, it became difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to maintain control over the entrances. Things gradually evolved into a situation similar to what happened when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven most recently opened. Everybody would each occupy a spot in the Blood Monster territory and wait for entrances to appear to enter the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven's opening evolved into a huge event throughout the entire 3,000 worlds, drawing countless cultivators to this place. In any case, it was undeniable that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had become unstable. This was something Mo May and the others from Abundant City had also mentioned. One day, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would eventually merge with the Blood Monster territory and dissipate into it. When that happened, the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be completely exposed to the outside world. The collapse of the Blood Monster Divine Palace had simply hastened the timeline. With the collapse of the world, a scene of the apocalypse approaching spread to all corners of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The world hummed continuously, as though crying. Countless monster beasts hiding in the depths of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven fled for their lives in a panic. The native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven looked up at the sky, ashen-faced with despair filling their souls. Their ancestors had been captured by Blood Monster Divine Monarch, who then planted a blood principles restriction in them, so that they could only live and breed inside his small universe. If not for the blood principles restriction, they would have been the happiest about the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. That was because they could finally be free of the restrictions of this world and head out into the vast 3,000 worlds instead. Unfortunately, they were trapped in this world and unable to leave because of the blood principles restriction in their bodies. Once they stopped receiving nourishment from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura, they would all die. In the mountain valley where the Blood Monster Divine Palace used to stand, Black Crow Divine Monarch rampaged around as a blood cloud to search for Yang Kai. Everywhere he went, he left a reign of terror in his wake. Countless cultivators had the vital essence of their bodies devoured by him and died on the spot. Yang Kai remained hidden for some time before he suddenly thought of something and couldn't help cursing aloud. Damn it! He originally wanted to remain hidden until the end, as once the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed completely, he would be able to escape from here and return to the Blood Monster territory. Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be able to continue to do as he pleased in the Blood Monster territory. He was cruel and ruthless. Moreover, he was an old monster from the distant past that came back to life through possession. The cave heavens and paradises would never let him walk free. It was not that they were allies of justice and wished to purge evil out of kindness. Rather, it was that an old monster like Black Crow Divine Monarch would surely have many valuable secrets on him. His strength was still rather low at the moment, so if they could capture him, then they could interrogate him for information and receive some benefits. At the very least, he knew the grand evolution immortal bloodlight. Such a heaven-defying secret art would surely tempt some people. However, Yang Kai suddenly recalled Mo Mei and the others in Abundance City. It was very safe for him to hide there, as with the shadowless veil concealing his body and his aura, Black Crow Divine Monarch would never be able to find him amidst all the surrounding chaos. However, wouldn't the people in Abundance City die if the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed completely? Earlier, Yang Kai even went out of his way to ask Black Crow Divine Monarch for the secret technique to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. Didn't he do that so that he could help the people in Abundance City? Not only were they related to the proprietress, but Yang Kai also had his eye on their potential. It was almost certain that Mo Mei and the other great elders were existences who could advance into the open heaven realm, as long as he could save them. They had lived their entire lives in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so they had no place to go even if they left this place. Therefore, it should not be a problem to take them into Voidland if he could save them. Voidland was currently in urgent need of open heaven realm masters, so Yang Kai could not let such a good opportunity pass him by. When that thought crossed his mind, he couldn't afford to be so cautious anymore. Doing his best to conceal his figure and his aura, Yang Kai hurried in the direction of Abundance City, while secretly praying fervently in his heart. I hope the Blood Monster Cave Heaven doesn't collapse too quickly. At the very least, please wait until I finish removing the Blood Principle's restriction from the people in Abundance City. After flying for some time, he finally stepped out of Black Crow Divine Monarch's detection range. Thus, he was no longer held back by any scruples and increased his speed to a whole other level. Manipulating space principles, his figure flickered again and again to reach Abundance City at a high speed. Humongous void cracks would appear in front of him from time to time. These were the signs the world was collapsing. Large tracts of land in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven vanished, flowing into these void cracks and disappearing. Under these circumstances, most people would have a hard time moving forward as they would be swallowed into the void cracks if they were not careful. Yang Kai could feel the aura of the Blood Monster territory coming from these void cracks. In other words, there was no danger even if a person was swallowed into them. The most likely scenario would simply be finding themselves back in the Blood Monster territory. After understanding this point, he felt slightly more at ease. It shouldn't be a problem for Accountant, Lang Qingshan, Zhang Ruoxi, and the others to return to the Blood Monster territory safely. Thanks to his mastery of space principles, Yang Kai could detect the existence of these void cracks in advance. Hence he was not greatly delayed in his travels. While moving forward, Yang Kai separated a thread of his consciousness and immersed his mind into the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch. He had glanced through the contents of the jade slip earlier, and based on his foundation in the Bloodlight scripture thanks to the few chapters that he comprehended previously, he could basically confirm that the contents of the jade slip were real, and this information could indeed remove the Blood Principle's restriction. It was just that he had never used this secret technique before. Even though he was confident he could reach Abundance City in time, time would still be very tight. He needed to practice what he learned from the jade slip in advance. That was the only way he could rescue all the people in Abundance City in the shortest time possible. The collapse in the world was becoming more and more obvious, so there was a possibility that it would fall apart at any moment. Therefore, Yang Kai became anxious and desperately rushed towards Abundance City. It was just that there was still some distance to go. It would still take at least half a day before he could arrive, so all he could do was fervently pray that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would last for a little longer. 4 or 5 hours later, Yang Kai had already gone over the contents of the jade slip 100 times. He was very skillful in theory, so now he just needed practical experience to pull it off. At this moment, a panicked figure suddenly rushed in Yang Kai's direction like a headless fly. His figure floated about erratically and his complexion was extremely pale. He was a young man in the half-step open heaven realm. It was just that the energy fluctuation coming from his body indicated that the order of the open heaven elements that he condensed was not very high. Yang Kai initially planned to ignore this person, but a sudden idea came to mind. With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai arrived next to that person and captured him. At the same time, he did not stop moving and continued to head towards Abundance City. The young man instinctively fought back after being caught so suddenly. However, the power that leaked out of Yang Kai's hand shocked him. He could tell that he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he wisely gave up struggling and simply looked at Yang Kai in puzzlement. "Who are you? Why did you capture me?" Yang Kai asked. "Are you a cultivator born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven?" "So what if I am?" The young man gritted his teeth. As expected, he is a native after all. Yang Kai did not waste any time and got straight to the point. "Do you want to live?" The young man was stunned as he thought to himself, "Isn't that a stupid question?" Still, he bitterly replied, "Who would want to die if they can live?" Yang Kai nodded. "Good. I want to perform an experiment on you. If it works, you'll survive. If it doesn't..." The young man sighed and gloomily said, "I don't know what you want to do, but you don't need to waste your energy. You're an outer world visitor, right? I'm afraid you don't know, but those who live in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven have a restriction placed on our bloodline. As long as this restriction exists, we can never leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. We will immediately explode and die without the nourishment of this world's aura. Now that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to collapse, we can only wait for our deaths to come to us. I know about the Blood Principle's restriction. What I want to do is remove it." The young man was dumbfounded, but immediately after, his eyes lit up. "Do you have a way to remove the Blood Principle's restriction?" He originally thought that his only option was to wait for death. All the cultivators who lived in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had heard from their elders that they would die alongside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven once this land ceased to exist. That was because the Blood Principle's restriction would immediately activate without the nourishment of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura. When the changes in the world occurred and the apocalypse arrived, all the native cultivators living in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven suddenly realized that what their elders mentioned was about to come true. Unfortunately, all they could do was prolong their dying breath. When he had fled from his residence, he never imagined that he would encounter a person with the ability to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. It was only natural that he became overjoyed. "Yes. But I have no idea whether it will work." Yang Kai replied truthfully. He had never experimented with the secret technique in the Jade Slip after all. Only the heavens knew whether Black Crow Divine Monarch had done anything to the secret technique, although the possibility was small. "Go ahead and try. In the worst case, I'll just die if it doesn't work," the young man quickly said. He originally thought that there was no way to escape death. But now, a chance for survival had appeared in front of him. It was only natural that he firmly grasped this opportunity. Yang Kai gently nodded. "In that case, cooperate with me and don't resist." While speaking, Yang Kai cut his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He flicked his wrist, turning the drop of blood into blood mist. After that, he used one hand to guide the blood mist, so that it formed into a mysterious seal. "Go." Yang Kai raised his hand and slapped the seal against the young man's forehead. The seal sank into the young man's body and disappeared. The young man's body shuddered slightly. Then, an inexplicable look appeared in his eyes. "How is it?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. The young man smacked his lips. "I can't say for sure, but I feel a little more relaxed for some reason." Yang Kai's eyes brightened. "A little more relaxed? If he can feel something, then it can only mean that the secret technique is working." Chapter 4295, Collapse of the Universe Cave Heaven. The young man said, "I can't confirm whether the Blood Principle's restriction has been removed or not. I will only know when this place collapses completely." If he was not dead when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, then that would mean he no longer needed the nourishment of this world's aura. It would also mean that Yang Kai's methods had worked. "There's no need to go to such trouble. I'll send you somewhere." How could Yongkai possibly wait until the blood monster cave heaven collapsed? It would be too late by then. He tossed the young man in his grasp into the small sealed world while speaking. At the same time, he paid close attention to the young man's condition. It was not as if he had never thought of hiding the people from Abundance City in the small sealed world, to bring them out of the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that the limitations of the blood principle's restriction had ruined his plans. The small sealed world was an independent world, so without removing the blood principle's restriction, rashly sending Mo Mei and the others into the small sealed world was tantamount to sending them to their deaths. At this moment, the success of the secret technique recorded in the jade slip obtained from Black Crow Divine Monarch depended entirely on the young man's survival. Under Yongkai's careful watch, the young man entered the small sealed world and looked around his surroundings in confusion, not feeling uncomfortable in any way. After a while, he seemed to realize what had happened and threw his head back to release something that seemed to be a mixture of a roar and laughter. The excitement and joy in his heart could not be expressed. He initially thought that he had no other option aside from death. Unexpectedly, he encountered a person who helped him remove the blood principle's restriction and sent him to an unfamiliar world. Although he had no idea what kind of world this was, at least he no longer needed to worry about dying. The feeling of waiting helplessly for his death was not something he ever wanted to experience again. Yongkai let out a small breath of relief. It would now seem that the jade slip given to him by Black Crow Divine Monarch was real. The secret technique recorded inside had not been falsified. Thinking about it again, it made sense. The situation had been very urgent at the time, so Black Crow Divine Monarch had no time to do anything after he came up with his request. It was one thing if he was completely clueless about the Bloodlight scripture. However, Yongkai had comprehended several chapters of the Bloodlight scripture. If Black Crow Divine Monarch had falsified the information, there was a chance Yongkai might have noticed something. Besides, this secret technique was unrelated to the core secret art of the Bloodlight scripture. So Black Crow Divine Monarch was more than happy to oblige. Now that it had been proven that the secret technique worked, all that was left was whether or not Yongkai could arrive at Abundance City before the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. In addition to his joy though, Yongkai couldn't help feeling troubled. The residents in Abundance City were neither too many nor too few, somewhere between 3,000 and 4,000 in total. It would take a lot of time for him to remove the blood principle's restriction from so many people. Clearly, he would not be able to rescue everybody. Still, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Space principles fluctuated and Yongkai's figure flashed erratically. The shaking in the world had gotten worse, and the world principles in the blood monster cave heaven were showing signs of shattering. He became extremely anxious. Even though he was traveling very quickly, it had taken him half a day's time before he could see the lake where Abundance City was located in the distance. At this moment, the spirit array outside Abundance City had been destroyed due to the changes in the blood monster cave heaven. In the first place, the lake was a product formed from an illusion array, not a real existence. At this moment, it had become heavily distorted and Yongkai could vaguely see the cultivators of Abundance City fleeing in a panic through the spirit array's disguise. Just before he arrived at Abundance City, an incomparably large ravine suddenly appeared outside Abundance City. It was immediately followed by the appearance of another void crack in the sky, as though the sky had been torn apart. Abundance City, along with several hundred kilometers of land in the surrounding areas, were swallowed up by the void crack and vanished in an instant. Screams rang out from all over Abundance City, and many of the cultivators turned pale with fear as they stood absolutely petrified. Yongkai's heart sank at the sight. Despite his rush, he was still one step too late. Nevertheless, he did not slow his pace. His figure shifted and he rushed straight into the void crack. A wave of dizziness washed over him, but he ignored it. His divine sense was fixed firmly upon the land where Abundance City was located as he hurriedly gave chase. The blood monster territory was a vast and desolate void. It was one of the few great territories without any great forces, or even living creatures. The blood monster territory was originally no different from other great territories with several great forces and many universe worlds. However, things changed because of the entrances of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that would appear at random all over the Blood Monster territory. These entrances eventually resulted in the instability and collapse of the universe worlds, as well as the destruction of the spirit provinces. Thus, this great territory became dead and silent over time. Only when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened would it become extremely lively once more. At present, countless cultivators were gathered on top of a large platform in the middle of the Blood Monster territory. There were as many open heaven realm masters here as the hairs on an ox, including many in the mid-rank. It was unknown which senior expert had brought out the platform, but it had become the base of many cultivators. These open heaven realm masters had led their disciples here to participate in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and after their disciples had entered, there was no reason for them to wait around doing nothing. Hence they gathered here, and this place became a kind of shopping district. With so many open heaven realm masters gathered together, meeting up with friends or holding an exchange meeting was a great way to pass the time. They might even obtain some unexpected benefits in this place. At this moment, all the cultivators in the shopping district were staring at the void around them in shock. Half a day ago, some unusual changes seemed to have taken place in the Blood Monster territory. It started out with frequent space fluctuations, followed by the emergence of large void cracks. Many people could even see the situation inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven through these void cracks. "Proprietress, what's going on?" Bai Qi asked with a frown while looking at the void crack located 1,000 kilometers away. The proprietress' expression was unbelievably solemn as she observed the situation for a while before shaking her head. "I'm not sure, but something seems to have happened in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Yuhi suddenly became nervous. Something happened in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? What will happen to the young master? The proprietress remained silent. Yang Kai, chef, accountant, and the others were all in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even so, nobody knew what the situation was like inside. Judging by the situation in front of them though, something major had happened. After pondering in silence for some time, the proprietress took out several communication beads and sent out various messages to inquire about the situation. A figure suddenly flew over from not far away and landed beside her. It was the man with a crown on his head from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, Guanu. He asked, "Junior Sister Lan, do you know what happened?" She glanced sidelong at him and sneered. "How would I know when even Xianyuan Cave Heaven doesn't know?" Still, he shook his head. First Inn is renowned for its intelligence-gathering abilities. Did you not hear anything about this? The proprietress might be annoyed with him, but she was in no mood to argue at the moment. Hence, she simply shook her head in response. "This happened too suddenly. I have not received any news." "What's wrong? Are you worried about your treasured apprentice?" "That kid might have good aptitude, but he does not have much experience with worldly affairs. It's inevitable that I will worry about him." Guanu sighed. In this field, it was not easy to find a disciple suitable to inherit his mantle. It was only natural that he regarded his disciple like a treasure. Bai Qi asked, "Proprietress, could it be that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is about to close?" Guanu shook his head. The closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would not have created such a huge commotion. The current situation seems a bit more like... "Like what?" Bai Qi asked. Guanu said nothing. He simply glanced at the proprietress who solemnly spoke. "It looks like the Blood Monster Cave Heaven is collapsing." Bai Qi jumped in fright and exclaimed in shock. "The Blood Monster Cave Heaven is collapsing? Why so suddenly?" Although everybody knew that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would collapse and merge completely with the Blood Monster territory one day, that was something far in the future. Anybody would be surprised to be faced with this situation so suddenly. "Something is coming out." Yuhi suddenly pointed at one of the void cracks in front. The words had only just left her mouth when they saw numerous figures rushing out of the void crack. Upon a closer look, it turned out to be monster beasts. Guanu reached out a hand and grabbed at the void. Even though it didn't look like he had moved, a monster beast suddenly appeared in his grip. He gave a slight shake, and the monster beast exploded into a cloud of blood mist. All that remained was a monster core in his hand, a fifth-order water element monster core. This monster beast came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even the monster beasts had come rushing out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, which was a clear indication that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to collapse. Not far behind these monster beasts, a huge mountain came floating out of the void crack. Monster beasts fled from the mountain peak, leaving several trembling people behind. Inside the shopping district, a certain master turned into a giant and rushed into the mountain peak to bring those cultivators back to the shopping district. What happened inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? Somebody asked. Those cultivators were only in the Emperor realm, with the strongest among them being just half-step Open Heaven realm juniors. Therefore, they were so frightened that they couldn't speak when they suddenly found themselves surrounded by a huge group of Open Heaven realm masters. At this moment, a fourth-order Open Heaven realm master squeezed out of the crowd and cupped his fists in all directions. Sirs, please wait a moment. These are the disciples of my heavenly crane palace. The Open Heaven realm master who brought them back said, "Don't worry. We don't want to cause trouble. We just want to ask a few questions." The fourth-order Open Heaven realm master wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead and spoke to those young cultivators. "Answer any questions that these seniors may ask. Don't hide anything." Heavenly Crane Palace was just a second-class great force. Furthermore, it was somewhat weak even among the second class. How could this man dare to be impolite in front of these masters from the various cave heavens and paradises? The disciples calmed down upon seeing an elder from their sect. Thus, the leading disciple took a breath and said, "This disciple has no idea what happened either. We were hunting a fifth-order monster beast when the world suddenly began breaking apart without warning. Then we found ourselves here for some reason." Another disciple added, "Countless void cracks appeared in the sky of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Numerous ravines also split the ground open. It was like the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was about to be destroyed." Many of the Open Heaven realm masters turned solemn at those words. How could they not know that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was truly about to fall apart? Judging from the current situation, the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would not mean its exile to the void, but rather its dispersion into the Blood Monster territory. Chapter 4296, Time Waits for No One. Many Open Heaven realm masters stood on the platform with different expressions on their faces. Some were worried while others were excited. They were worried about the safety of their disciples. Judging by the current situation, the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was inevitable. The vast Blood Monster Cave Heaven was bound to break apart and become countless pieces scattered across the Blood Monster territory. It was an unknown factor as to whether their disciples could return safely. After all, they would be lost forever if they got trapped inside the void cracks. On the other hand, some were excited that Open Heaven realm masters like themselves would finally have the qualifications to participate. Throughout the ages, whenever the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened, the responsibilities of the Open Heaven realm masters had always been to escort their respective disciples to the Blood Monster territory, quietly wait for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to close, and bring their disciples back to the sect. There were many valuable treasures inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven that made their eyes turn green with envy. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. With restrictions in place, there was no way for them to enter. If the Blood Monster Cave Heaven really were to collapse and countless parts were to merge with the Blood Monster territory, then they could go around searching for the various treasures that came from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If nothing else, even obtaining a high-order monster beast core would earn them a fortune. After recovering from their shock, many of the Open Heaven realm masters immediately flew off, heading straight for the depths of the Blood Monster territory to search for opportunities. In this short span of time, countless humongous void cracks had appeared throughout the entire Blood Monster territory. Moreover, enormous spirit peaks and vast spirit provinces had appeared out of the void cracks. They quietly floated in the void of the Blood Monster territory, adding some life to this dead and silent space. Soon, there were Open Heaven realm masters swarming all over every spirit peak and spirit province in search of treasure. Those who found anything valuable were few and far between. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven had been opened so many times before after all, so most of the valuable treasures had already been taken away. Of course, there were also some lucky enough to find invaluable treasures as soon as they arrived. Be that as it may, those open heaven realm masters who landed on the spirit provinces also revealed looks of great jubilation despite not finding anything valuable. Somebody exclaimed in amazement, "Such dense world force." The Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was only natural that the world force it contained was extraordinary. The most basic method for cultivators in the Open Heaven Realm to strengthen their power was to enhance the world force of their small universe. Therefore, any Open Heaven Realm Master would benefit greatly if they could refine the world force from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was just that cultivators would need to have great compatibility between their own small universes and the world force in order for them to refine a world force that did not belong to them. Take Old Ancestor Mou for example. The reason he had his eyes on the demon realm and tried to conquer it was that the demon realm's aura was highly compatible with his small universe. Not only would he not suffer major drawbacks after refining the demon realm, but he would also recover from his injuries and improve his cultivation in a very short time. On the other hand, if their compatibility was low, there were heavy repercussions that could result in one's own world force becoming unstable, or even damage being done to the foundation of their small universe. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a great event that swept across the entire 3,000 worlds, so there was no shortage of cultivators who came here. As such, there were bound to be some people who met the refining conditions. These people were absolutely overjoyed. Landing on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces, they quickly used various means to collect them into their respective small universes to slowly refine at a later date. Even though most people did not meet the refining conditions, there was no reason for them to pass up on the spirit peaks and spirit provinces from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven either. If they brought these spirit peaks and spirit provinces back to their sex, the world force contained within could greatly enhance the heritage of their respective sex. For that reason, many battles over the spirit peaks and spirit provinces broke out across the Blood Monster territory in a very short period of time. The Open Heaven Realm Masters fought viciously among themselves, and some of them would die from time to time. Even the proprietress and the others joined in the fight. They collected several spirit provinces into their respective small universes and placed a seal on them for later use. The small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters would only turn from ethereal to corporeal when they advance into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. At that point, their small universes would be no different from actual universe worlds and could even accommodate living creatures in them. Even so, the small universes of mid-rank and low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were not mere decorations either. Back when Yang Kai first entered the outer universe, he had been lured into Duan Hai's small universe. Duan Hai was the fire spirit land protector venerable of Seven Wonders Land, but he was only in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. It could be seen that even the small universes of mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could accommodate living creatures as long as certain conditions were met and techniques were used. The only difference was that their heritage was not as majestic as a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's small universe. The proprietress and the others had spread out to search for the traces of Yang Kai and the others as at present. The Blood Monster territory was in chaos. Yang Kai and the others were not yet in the Open Heaven Realm, so they had no means to protect themselves if they encountered danger. Unfortunately, the Blood Monster territory was a great territory, so it was incredibly vast. Even if they split up their forces to search, it was difficult for them to obtain results in short order. As such, they could only spread the news around in hopes of contacting Yang Kai and the others. Meanwhile, Yang Kai burst out of the void crack in pursuit of the spirit province. When he abruptly found himself in a vast and dead environment, he immediately realized that he had returned to the Blood Monster territory. Not far away, a large spirit province floated in the void. All the cultivators in Abundance City stood on the spirit province, looking very uneasy. They might not know what had happened, but they had witnessed the sudden collapse of the world around Abundance City. Looking around, they found that they were currently in a completely unfamiliar environment. Numerous spirit provinces not inferior to the one Abundance City sat on floated about in the void. The world force was beginning to dissipate, and the aura of the blood monster cave heaven gradually weakened as a result. When the aura of the blood monster cave heaven completely dissipated, the blood principles restriction in their bodies would immediately burst out. At that time, the only thing waiting for them was death. Inside the city lord's mansion, Mo and the great elders stood side by side. They looked out at the chaotic abundant city and gave a small sigh. Despite having always known that such a day would eventually come, it was not until that day actually arrived that they realized how weak and powerless they were. Everyone, do you have any last wishes? Mo was slightly ashen-faced, but her tone was calm. She could be considered a person who had weathered many storms in her life, so her mentality was stronger than most. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a woman to take up the city lord's position. Although what was happening before her was literally a world-ending disaster, it was not enough to cause her to panic. Thanks to her influence, the great elders also became much calmer as a result. Peng Duo spoke after some thought. I still want to go and see what the world outside looks like. Unfortunately, we will never get this chance. Gong Yang, she stroked his beard and smiled. This old master has lived a long time. I don't really have any regrets. Jin Yuanlang said. I kind of want to know what the open heaven realm is like. It's a pity we could not advance any further in the blood monster cave heaven. Mu Qianxian laughed softly. Big brother Yuanlang, do you want to try advancing into the open heaven realm right now? His expression changed upon hearing those words. What she mentioned was correct. They had already finished condensing their yin, yang, and 5-element powers. It was just that they had always been stuck inside the blood monster cave heaven, so they could not advance into the open heaven realm. Now that they had broken free of the blood monster cave heaven's limitations, they could advance into the open heaven realm as long as they were willing. However, he soon shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's too late. Even though he had never tried to break through before, he knew that advancing into the open heaven realm was not such an easy matter. He would almost certainly explode and die from the activation of the blood principle's restriction before he could finish preparing himself for the advancement. Mo suddenly bowed elegantly. This mistress is honored to have received your help all these years. Many thanks for all your hard work. Everybody quickly turned towards her while Peng Duo spoke. You are far too polite, City Lord. We were only performing our duties. Rather, it is your dedication to Abundant City that I highly admire, City Lord. Mo smiled. It's not that bad to have your company on the road to the Yellow Springs. He laughed loudly. Let us build another Abundant City when we arrive in the next world. We will behead anybody who dares to look down on us. The others roared their agreement. What are you talking about so happily? A voice entered their ears suddenly, and in the next moment, their vision blurred slightly as a figure abruptly appeared in front of them. They jumped in fright and Peng Duo even took a few steps back without realizing. After taking a good look at the newcomer though, he exclaimed in astonishment, Yang Kai? Why did you come back? Yang Kai smiled. Of course, it's to fulfill my promise. Mo was puzzled. Promise? Seeming to recall something all of a sudden, she exclaimed in a mixture of surprise and joy. Did you find a way to remove the blood principle's restriction? When Yang Kai left earlier, he had mentioned that there was somebody who could remove the blood principle's restriction in their bodies. He also promised that he would do his best to obtain that method. Even so, it had not been long since he left. Despite asking that question, Mo had only asked out of a small sliver of hope. She did not actually believe that he had succeeded. Contrary to her expectations, Yang Kai nodded in affirmation. I obtained the necessary secret technique. I can help you remove the blood principle's restriction in your bodies, so that you will never be bound by the blood monster cave heaven again. Gong Yang she accidentally tore out his beard hairs as his eyes widened when he heard those words and shouted, Are you serious? Likewise, Mu Qianxian's eyes gleamed. Yang Kai, you better not be lying to us. Yang Kai replied seriously, Of course I wouldn't lie to you. I've already experimented on the way here. The secret technique works. Peng Duo was taken aback for a moment, before he burst out laughing. There's always a way out. The heavens have eyes after all. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt. Don't get so happy just yet. There's still a difficult problem to solve first. Emome seriously asked. What is it? Can we help? If so, then please speak freely. Yang Kai swept his gaze over them, and answered in a troubled voice. There are too many people in Abundance City. Using the secret technique depletes my strength. If I do this one at a time, I'm worried that the world force here will dissipate completely before I can remove the blood principle's restriction from everybody. There were some 4,000 or so people in the city, so Yang Kai estimated it would take him at least 1 month to finish lifting the restriction from all of them. However, the cultivators in Abundance City would lose the nourishment of the blood monster Cave Heaven's aura when the world force in this place fully dispersed. The only reason they were safe and sound at the moment was that Abundance City was located on a rather large spirit province. Hence, some of the blood monster Cave Heaven's aura still remained. Chapter 4297, Collecting a Spirit Province. Yang Kai's meaning could not be any clearer. Time waited for no man. When Emome heard those words, her expression became grim. If that were the case, she would be stuck with the extremely unenviable problem of choosing who to save and who not to save. Having served as the city lord for so many years, she knew every single person in the city personally, from the oldest man to the youngest child. All these faces floated in front of her eyes. It would be extremely cruel if she had to choose a person's death in exchange for another person's survival at a time like this. Fortunately, Yang Kai continued, there is another possibility, but it will be a gamble. If it works, then everybody in Abundance City will be saved. If it fails, well, we'll discuss that when that happens. Emome immediately asked, what's the gamble? Yang Kai explained, I have an independent world. I can collect this piece of land into that independent world, and use certain means to lock the world force in place. It's just that I'm not certain whether I can maintain and preserve the unique world force in this land for long. If he could preserve the world force for an extended period of time, then the aura of the blood monster Cave Heaven would not dissipate so quickly, and the blood principle's restriction in their bodies would not be triggered. In that way, he could slowly set everyone free. On the other hand, this method would be useless if he could not preserve the world force for long enough. Emome's eyes lit up at those words and she immediately agreed. If you have a method like that, then please perform it as quickly as possible, Sir Yang. Nodding, Yang Kai requested, please wait for a moment. I also need you to tell everyone in the city not to resist what happens next. He was quite certain that it would not be difficult for him to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. After all, his current spiritual energy was extraordinary. The main issue was that there were so many strong cultivators in the city as well. If anybody were to resist, it would add great strain to the load, especially at a time like this where all the cultivators in Abundance City were already on edge. The slightest disturbance could send them into a panic, so it was crucial that they cooperated with him. Emome and the other great elders quickly relayed orders to the people. While comforting and reassuring everyone, they explained the current situation and told them not to resist under any circumstances. The cultivators in Abundance City slowly calmed down, and soon there was not a single sound in the entire city. Only their uneven breathing and the sound of pounding hearts remained. Floating in the void above the spirit province where Abundance City was located, Yang Kai spread his divine sense into the surroundings to cover every corner of the floating piece of land. Even though he had already mentally prepared himself in advance, it was not until he actually attempted it that he discovered his initial assumption was far too naive. Even if his divine sense was incredibly powerful, his spiritual energy was gushing out like a waterfall at this moment. It didn't take long before his knowledge sea was almost drained dry. If not for the soul-warming lotus continuous nourishment, he would probably be a dry oil lamp before he could even take action. At times like this, Yang Kai couldn't help missing the aspect of the sealed world bead that could transform into Gun Gun. After all, Gun Gun had even devoured the entire demon realm. Everybody watched Yang Kai nervously only to see that his complexion was pale, and his body was trembling slightly. Nevertheless, they could sense his overwhelming divine sense that was madly spreading out into the surroundings like a tidal wave. Mo Mei and the others were shocked by the sight. Restrained by the limitations in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, they could only linger in the Emperor realm for their entire lives. For that reason, their accumulation and precipitation in this realm were by no means comparable to most other cultivators, be it in terms of the purity and density of their Emperor Qi or their mastery of their spiritual energy. It was rare for outer world cultivators to match up to them. However, it was not until they compared themselves with Yang Kai that they understood their ignorance. Just in terms of spiritual energy alone, comparing themselves to him was like comparing a creek to the vast ocean. A whole incense stick later, Yang Kai finally felt his divine sense wrapping around the spirit province without leaving out a single gap. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, jerked open abruptly and he roared, "Receive!" The boundary of the small sealed world opened and space principles fluctuated violently, and the spirit province became distorted. A series of ripples spread across the surface. Then the spirit province suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai exhaled softly in relief. Taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth and flashed into the small sealed world at the same time. A large spirit province suddenly appeared in the small sealed world, its world force clashing with the ambient world force, causing the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura to dissipate rapidly. There was no time to rest as Yang Kai hurriedly communicated with the sealed world bead to seal the space around the new spirit province, preventing its world force and the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura from dissipating. After working so hard, Yang Kai was so tired that he could see stars dancing in his vision. Nevertheless, the results were gratifying despite the huge effort required. The world force of the spirit province that Abundance City was located on finally stopped dissipating. The preservation of the world force meant that the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's aura would not disappear. Hence, the Abundance City cultivators had no need to fear or worry about the Blood Principle's restriction being activated. It would seem that Yang Kai's idea was feasible. A wave of relief washed over him after confirming this fact. Then he informed Mo Mei and the others about the results. Likewise, they also let out a deep sigh of relief. City Lord Mo, now is not the time for me to perform the secret technique. I'll come to help you remove the Blood Principle's restriction in your bodies when I've settled down in a safe place, Yang Kai said. The Blood Monster territory was in chaos at the moment, so even if he wanted to help them, it was impossible for him to do so immediately. Mo Mei bowed. Please take care of your matters first, Sir Yang. This mistress will manage Abundance City. Abundance City is greatly indebted to you for your life-saving grace, sir. Pang Duo and the others solemnly cupped their fists. Many thanks, sir. Yang Kai returned the gesture, and slipped out of the small sealed world. Even so, he was in no hurry to leave. He stayed there and took a short rest. All of a sudden his eyes flickered. He had just noticed something rather interesting. When he was collecting the spirit province where Abundance City was located into the small sealed world, the small sealed world had absorbed the world force that dissipated from the spirit province. Upon further consideration, he realized that it was nothing to be surprised about. Back when he killed some mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland, the small universes in their bodies had collapsed upon their deaths. Accordingly, a portion of the world force that dissipated and filled Voidland had been absorbed by Voidland to enhance its heritage. It was said that the masters of various cave heavens and paradises would choose to return to their respective sects when their predestined time of death was approaching. When the small universe in their bodies collapsed, their world force would enhance their sect's heritage. In that way, the world force of those cave heavens and paradises became incredibly dense and rich with the accumulation of many years. That was also how they grew to their current scale and power. Being an independent world, it was only natural that the small sealed world could devour and absorb world force from external sources to strengthen itself. Yang Kai suddenly regretted it a bit. If I had known earlier, I would have tossed the corpses of those open heaven realm masters I killed into the small sealed world. That way, the small sealed world could have absorbed the world force from their small universes. Nevertheless, it was not too late to understand this now. He might not be able to kill any open heaven realm masters at the moment, but there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the Blood Monster territory. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed to form countless spirit provinces scattered across the blood monster territory. These were all unowned property. If Yang Kai could collect some of them into the small sealed world, the small sealed world would surely be greatly enhanced as a result. In the past, a bold idea had unintentionally formed in his heart. This idea was closely related to the small sealed world. If the small sealed world could become stronger, then it would only benefit him even more when his idea came to fruition. All of a sudden, Yang Kai felt that the destruction of the blood monster cave heaven might not be such a bad thing for him after all. How else could he have obtained an opportunity like this? After a short rest, Yang Kai immediately rushed in the direction of a nearby spirit province. At present, there was no shortage of spirit provinces in all shapes and sizes in the blood monster territory. They practically filled the entire blood monster territory, so he could easily find one or two without putting in much effort. It was just that this particular spirit province did not contain any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. It didn't even contain the slightest hint of life. Not to mention, it seemed significantly smaller than the spirit province with Abundance City. Yang Kai spent a lot of effort to collect this spirit province into the small sealed world. But fortunately, there was no need to preserve the world force of this place, so he simply allowed it to freely dissipate and add to the small sealed world's heritage. After 2 previous experiences, Yang Kai was becoming more and more skillful. He collected spirit province after spirit province into the small sealed world. Around half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was not the only one doing this. Many other open heaven realm masters were also doing this. It would seem that he was not the only one to realize that these spirit provinces contained great benefits. Thinking about it again, it was not that strange. The open heaven realm masters here were not stupid, so how could they ignore the benefits in front of them? This was the world force of a universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master after all. As things stand, I have to move faster. The blood monster cave heaven was vast, so it broke into countless spirit provinces after its collapse. Even so, these spirit provinces could not last long with so many people gathering them. It was conceivable that the entire blood monster cave heaven would be divided up among the open heaven realm masters, and cease to exist before long. Unwilling to compete with the open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai found a relatively remote area and rushed in that direction. The truth was that he still held a glimmer of hope that he would come across a city similar to Abundance City. There should be many native cultivators within the blood monster cave heaven. If he could rescue them at a time like this, they would surely bring great benefits to Voidland in the future. Unfortunately, he collected some spirit provinces along the way, but did not encounter any native cultivators from the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai couldn't help sighing slightly, knowing that these native cultivators would not meet a good end. The other open heaven realm masters had no way to remove the blood principle's restriction, even if they collected the spirit provinces that had native cultivators inhabiting them. All that awaited these native cultivators was death. With the passing of time, Yang Kai noticed that the world force contained in the spirit provinces that he collected into the small sealed world was getting weaker and weaker. It was understandable. After all, the world force contained in the spirit provinces would slowly dissipate as they drifted about in the void. In the end, these spirit provinces would all turn into dead land. At one point, Yang Kai was floating in the sky above a certain spirit province located several hundred meters away, opening the boundaries of the small sealed world. His divine sense surged as he made a move to collect the spirit province. However, a violent aura erupted from the depths of the spirit province at that moment, and smashed his divine sense to pieces in an instant. Not only did Yang Kai fail in his endeavor, but he also received some backlash from this encounter. For a moment, he was so dizzy that stars danced in his vision. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He had checked the spirit province just now and found no traces of life, so where did this violent burst of aura come from? Chapter 4298, A Gently Pointing Finger. This aura was clearly hidden somewhere in the spirit province. It was only exposed because Yang Kai's actions had disturbed it. Not to mention, this aura gave him a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had encountered it before. Before he could figure out the answer, An enormous figure emanating a sharp and overwhelming monster chi burst out of the spirit province. In addition, the figure was covered in dazzling golden light. Yang Kai took a good look and exclaimed in surprise, "Golden Wolf King. No wonder I found the aura familiar. I've actually met this fellow before." When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were being hunted down by Yin Xi and Zhao, he had accidentally stumbled upon a battle between two peak 6th order monster beasts. One of them was Golden Gorilla King while the other was a Golden Wolf King. Those two monster beasts were very powerful. At the time, the fight was evenly matched and both parties ended up wounded as a result. It was with the borrowed strength of these two monster beasts that Yang Kai had escaped the pursuit of Yin Xi and Zhao and the others. He later arrived at Abundance City. During Yang Kai's stay in Abundance City, Golden Gorilla King had taken advantage of the time when the barrier over the city had been torn open by Tan Luoxing to enter and wreak great havoc. In the end, Yang Kai fought him and managed to force him back. According to the explanation from Mo Mei and the others, Golden Gorilla King was a 6th order monster beast that they supported. He also helped Abundance City out of trouble several times in the past. For that reason, Mo Mei pleaded on his behalf after Yang Kai severely injured him. Thus, Yang Kai allowed him to go free. Yang Kai never expected to meet the Golden Wolf King in this broken spirit province, after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He gnashed his teeth wondering just how unlucky he could be. It was clear that the intense battle between the Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King had left both parties heavily injured. Therefore, they had both been treating their wounds in hiding. Yang Kai's actions just now must have disturbed the Golden Wolf King. The Golden Wolf King and Golden Gorilla King were both peak 6th order monster beasts, and the grudge between them was not something that was just 1 or 2 days old. They were both metal element monster beasts, so both of them were coveting each other's monster core. When Yang Kai and Chu Huashang encountered these two monster beasts during their escape, both had been covered in serious wounds. Some of these injuries were fresh while others were fully healed. It could be seen that they had fought each other numerous times. It was just that they were so evenly matched that neither could finish the other. Upon meeting the Golden Wolf King again, Yang Kai discovered that the other party's wounds from earlier had not healed. Furthermore, new wounds had been added into the mix. The flesh around those bloody wounds squirmed, looking extremely disturbing. In other words, the Golden Wolf King was currently in extremely poor condition. Yang Kai was capable of pushing back the heavily injured Golden Gorilla King, even when he himself was not fully healed. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Golden Wolf King in the slightest. As such, he immediately raised the spear in his hand. A furious roar reverberated through the air, and the golden light around the Golden Wolf King's body shone out brightly. He swiftly moved about on all fours and arrived within several dozen meters of Yang Kai in an instant, opening his large and bloody mouth as he bit at him. An overwhelming aura loomed over Yang Kai from above. He could even smell the nauseating stench coming from the Golden Wolf King's mouth. Just as he was about to engage in battle against the Golden Wolf King, he suddenly became shocked and hastily retreated with a kick of his foot. That was because he discovered that the Golden Wolf King was not in the 6th order anymore. The entire body of the Golden Wolf King was radiating with the aura of a 7th order monster beast. If Yang Kai had not encountered the Star Turtle previously, he might not have been able to judge this accurately. Fortunately, he had fought a great battle against the Star Turtle not long ago. The ferocity of a 7th order monster beast was still fresh in his mind. That was why the realization struck him immediately the moment the Golden Wolf King attacked. This was not the 6th order monster beast that he knew. It was a 7th order monster beast. Is it a different Golden Wolf King? That can't be. This is the same monster beast I met previously. The wounds on his body look very familiar. But, I'm certain it was only at the peak of the 6th order when I last saw it. How did it advance into the 7th order? Looking at the wounds on the Golden Wolf King, Yang Kai immediately understood. This guy probably killed Golden Gorilla King and devoured the latter's monster core. That's why he advanced into the 7th order. Both the monster beasts had been at the peak of the 6th order, so no matter who killed whom, the surviving party would definitely be able to break through because they were only one step away from the 7th order. It was impossible for them to remain stagnant at their previous level after devouring the monster core of another monster beast at the peak of the 6th order. Under normal circumstances, these two monster beasts would have been evenly matched. However, Golden Gorilla King had been badly beaten by Yongkai in Abundance City, causing his already serious injuries to worsen. The Golden Wolf King must have taken that opportunity to kill his longtime enemy. Yongkai could almost imagine the scenario. The Golden Wolf King had been silently stalking Golden Gorilla King and waiting for a chance to finish him off after he invaded Abundance City. After Golden Gorilla King was driven away by Yongkai and went into hiding to quietly lick his wounds, the Golden Wolf King finally made his move and dealt the finishing blow. The Golden Wolf King managed to kill Golden Gorilla King, devour his opponent's monster core, and advance into the 7th order. Even so, he had paid a heavy price for his success. That much was evident from the fresh injuries all over his body. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Yongkai's mind. Although he could not prove his conjectures, he was certain that his guesses were not too far from the truth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help feeling a mixture of fear and joy upon learning that the Golden Wolf King was now a 7th order monster beast. He was apprehensive towards the terrifying might of a 7th order monster beast. After all, he had a previous experience with the power of the star turtle. Even though so many people had joined forces, they failed to harm the star turtle in any meaningful way. The defenses of an earth attribute monster beast were already extraordinary, so nothing need be said about one that was in the 7th order. On the other hand, Yongkai was happy because the Golden Wolf King's body currently contained a 7th order metal element monster core. Why did he enter the blood monster cave heaven in the first place? Wasn't it because he was searching for metal and yin element cultivation resources? Out of all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yongkai only needed 2 more. Once he gathered all of them, he would be able to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Only then would he finally have the qualifications to face all sorts of dangers and create a place for himself in the vast 3,000 worlds for himself. Do I fight or flee? Yongkai only hesitated for a moment before he reached a decision. The Golden Wolf King might be a 7th order monster beast, but it had not been long since it broke through. Besides, its injuries had yet to heal. Why else would it be hiding here instead of leaving when such a huge disaster had befallen the blood monster cave heaven? In other words, it was hard to say whether it could fully exert the strength of a 7th order monster beast. More importantly, Yongkai had no idea when he might come across another 7th order metal element treasure if he passed up on this opportunity. Kill. Yongkai held his spear horizontally by his side. His gaze was fixed on the Golden Wolf King who was charging at him fiercely. While drifting backwards continuously, he gripped the divine ability bead that the proprietress had given to him in his other hand. He had always been reluctant to use this divine ability bead. Even when facing Black Crow Divine Monarch or the Star Turtle, Yongkai had reserved the use of this divine ability bead. However, this was related to a 7th order metal element monster core. He could not afford to hold back or delay. After Yongkai poured his strength into the divine ability bead without restraint, the proprietress' familiar aura permeated from the inconspicuous divine ability bead. The Golden Wolf King was charging straight at Yongkai when it seemed to detect a great crisis. Its enormous figure halted abruptly in the void, and its strangely humanized eyes revealed uncertainty. In the next moment, it turned and fled. It was also at this moment that the divine ability bead in Yongkai's hand shone brightly. A slender jade finger suddenly appeared and gently pointed forward. That movement was absolutely gentle, and did not carry the slightest hint of aggression. It was almost as if it was a flirtatious act between lovers, stirring up faint ripples in one's heart. However, this gentle movement contained an extremely horrifying power. In an instant, the world was turned upside down. It seemed as though even a universe world would shatter to pieces if it stood before that finger. The slender jade finger pressed down in the direction that the Golden Wolf King was fleeing. The Golden Wolf King clearly noticed that it was in a dangerous situation. Thus, its figure moved about erratically in an effort to dodge. A short while later, the jade finger vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the Golden Wolf King had already fled several hundreds of kilometers away. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood frozen on the spot in shock. He was feeling slightly dumbfounded. Is that all? Nothing dramatic had happened. The divine ability didn't seem to have done anything to the Golden Wolf King either. When he first felt the power contained within that finger, Yang Kai wondered whether it could even kill a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Contrary to his expectations, the results were completely unexpected. That can't be right. Proprietress spent so much energy to refine that divine ability bead. It's impossible for it to be useless. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai quickly chased after the Golden Wolf King. At this moment, the Golden Wolf King who had fled forward suddenly howled in agony. It stumbled and collapsed in the void, blood mist violently gushing out of all the pores on its body. Even the golden light around it dimmed in an instant. The damage caused by that gentle finger might not be apparent from the outside, but it was clearly effective on the inside. Before the Golden Wolf King could get up once more, Yang Kai swooped in and fiercely thrust his spear out. Blood splattered everywhere. Although the Golden Wolf King tried hard to avoid the blow, this spear stabbed straight into its eye socket and caused it to burst. If the Golden Wolf King had not shifted his head away at the last moment, Yang Kai was certain he could have killed his opponent in one move. The pain made the Golden Wolf King howl again. The golden light around its body fluctuated, and a beam of light aggressively shot out from its mouth, aiming directly at Yang Kai. The destructive power was extremely high. Yang Kai did not dare to underestimate this attack and dodged aside. Surging his space principles, his figure floated about erratically as he rained down spear attacks on the Golden Wolf King like a storm. An endless wave of stabbing sound sliced through the air as the Azure Dragon spear pierced again and again. Although Yang Kai had experienced some setbacks in his battle against the Star Turtle, that was mainly because the Star Turtle's defenses were beyond terrifying. The Golden Wolf King might also be a 7th-order monster beast, but it had only just finished its advancement, and was also heavily injured. More importantly, the metal element was specialized in attacking, not defending. Therefore, countless new wounds were added to the Golden Wolf King's body in the blink of an eye, constantly drawing blood. Yang Kai swung his spear with the speed of lightning. There were no tricks to his attacks. They were simply a barrage he unleashed without restraint. In spite of his calm exterior, Yang Kai's emotions were incredibly excited. I can kill him. I can kill this 7th-order Golden Wolf King. As long as I kill the Golden Wolf King, I will obtain a 7th-order metal element monster core. Then, I will only be missing the Yin element. It was impossible for the Golden Wolf King to do nothing and wait for death under the endless rain of spears. It endured the pain and injuries on its body and fought back with all its strength. Its battle against Yang Kai was fierce. Although it was not an evenly matched situation, it was not a landslide victory either. The heritage of a 7th-order monster beast was truly extraordinary. Even if it was just a newly advanced 7th-order monster beast, it was absolutely incomparable to a 6th-order monster beast. The same logic applied for Open Heaven Realm Masters. A 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master might only have a difference of 1 order between them, but it was the difference between a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master and a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Even 10 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters working together might not win against a single 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Chapter 4299, a 7th-order Monster Core. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai was thankful that he had not tried to hold back, and had used the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress from the start. Otherwise he would not have been a match for the Golden Wolf King. Thanks to the gentle finger within the divine ability bead, the Golden Wolf King had been considerably weakened. It was conceivable how powerful it would have been if Yang Kai had not heavily injured it from the start. A vicious battle ensued. Although Yang Kai inflicted wounds all over the Golden Wolf King's body, actually killing the opponent would take much more effort. It would take at least an hour or more for him to succeed. Of course, the longer the battle went on, the more advantageous it would become for Yang Kai. That was because the Golden Wolf King's injuries would only worsen with time, and the strength it could exert would also weaken. At some point, it would become easy for Yang Kai to kill it. However, Yang Kai could not afford to drag things out. He had to end the battle as soon as possible, as this place was the blood monster territory. There were open heaven realm masters everywhere, and there was no shortage of mid-rank ones among them. It would definitely attract unwanted attention if somebody detected the commotion here. A 7th order monster beast's monster core was extremely valuable, so it would inevitably arouse the greed in others and incite their killing intent. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai raised his spear and surged the power in his Dao seal. Golden Crow's true fire spread out, distorting the void. A great sun suddenly leaped out from behind his back, and the sound of the Golden Crow's cry rang out. Inside the great sun, a 3-legged golden crow danced happily. The moment the divine manifestation appeared, Yang Kai's aura increased madly. A look of shock and fear flashed through the Golden Wolf King's humanized eyes, and it hesitated for a moment before turning around and fleeing. How could Yang Kai allow the Golden Wolf King to escape, though? His expression was calm as he manipulated space principles to turn the void into a prison, instantly slowing the Golden Wolf King's movements. Meanwhile, with the great sun perched atop the tip of his spear, Yang Kai thrust forward fiercely. At the critical juncture of life and death, the Golden Wolf King turned around angrily and shot out a beam of golden light from its mouth to meet the dazzling great sunday. A violent collision erupted. Beams of light spread out everywhere and brutal energy ran rampant. When the golden light finally went out, the great sun enveloped the Golden Wolf King completely. A short while later, the dazzling light dissipated. Yang Kai's complexion was slightly pale as he held his spear and breathed heavily. Not far from Yang Kai, the Golden Wolf King's head had been blasted to pieces. The headless carcass twitched slightly as its vitality rapidly faded. This battle began abruptly and ended swiftly. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was extremely lucky to have killed the 7th order monster beast. If the Golden Wolf King had not been heavily injured in the first place, and he did not have the proprietress divine ability bead, the only thing Yang Kai could have done upon encountering a 7th order monster beast with his current strength would be to flee. It was only because of multiple coincidences overlapping with each other that led to the death of the Golden Wolf King. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yang Kai flashed over to the Golden Wolf King's carcass. He swept his divine sense over the carcass and quickly found something in the chest area. Thrusting his arm into the carcass, Yang Kai grasped something and pulled his hand out, holding a bloody monster core that emitted a golden radiance. The monster core was about the size of his fist. 7th order. It really is a 7th order metal element monster core. The urge to throw back his head and laugh wildly consumed Yang Kai. He originally thought that he would not obtain what he desired from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time around, but who could have known that he would gain a 7th order metal element monster core after the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven? It truly was a blessing from the heavens. Great efforts will be rewarded indeed. I'm glad the proprietress divine ability bead was well used. Before he could put away the monster core, though, a figure appeared suddenly and landed not far away from him. Yang Kai's heart sank at the sight. He knew that he would attract the attention of others if he did not finish the fight quickly. Unfortunately, he was still too slow. Both the proprietress divine ability bead and his own divine manifestation were incredibly powerful after all, so it would be more difficult for people not to notice if they were nearby. The person who came was an elderly man. Yang Kai glanced at the man briefly, and was surprised to realize that he could recognize this person. He did not know the name of this elderly man, and only knew that other people called him Old Hong. If he remembered correctly, this elderly man came from a great force known as Heaven's Border. Back when Yang Kai snatched the carcass of the Golden Crow in the Golden Crow Divine Palace, Old Hong and several other open heaven realm masters had chased after him. Afterwards, Yang Kai escaped into First Inn. When the matter in the Golden Crow Divine Palace was exposed, 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Old Hong lost the qualifications to participate, and so Old Hong backed down quickly. As soon as Old Hong arrived, he glanced at the Golden Wolf King's carcass with a gloomy expression. His eyelids twitched at the sight, a 7th Order monster beast. The Golden Wolf King might be dead, but the aura of a 7th Order monster beast coming from his body had yet to dissipate completely. Being rather knowledgeable, it only took one glance for Old Hong to understand this. He then turned to look at Yang Kai and his gaze immediately became fierce. "Brat, it's you." It was obvious that he recognized Yang Kai. His memory of this boy was still fresh in his mind. There were few who could survive the pursuit of several mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters after all. It had been his first time meeting such a person. Yang Kai ignored the other party. Quietly taking out some spirit pills, he stuffed them into his mouth. Following that, he waved his large hand and kept the Golden Wolf King's carcass into his space ring. "Brat, hand over the monster beast's monster core, and this old master will spare your life." Old Hong's expression was a mixture of excitement and greed. It was a 7th order monster beast's monster core after all. He had never seen one in his life. As a 4th order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was vastly superior to Yang Kai in terms of identity, strength, and status. However, he had less than 1/100th of Yang Kai's wealth. How many cultivation resources can I receive in exchange for a 7th order monster core? It could be said that Old Hong would never have to worry about money again. How could he not be moved by such huge benefits in front of his eyes? Recalling how Yang Kai escaped in the past, he secretly drew upon the world force in his small universe to seal this surrounding space while he was speaking. As long as he could seal this place, Yang Kai would never be able to escape from the palm of his hands no matter what kind of method he employed. He was not clear as to how Yang Kai managed to slaughter a 7th order monster beast with his trivial Emperor realm strength. In any case, it was obvious that Yang Kai had a great stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could a little brat who was not even in the Open Heaven realm kill such a powerful existence? The might of a 7th order monster beast was such that even he did not dare to face it lightly. Yang Kai immediately noticed the moment Old Hong made a move. Raising a hand, he tossed a brilliant golden monster core at Old Hong and shouted, "Here." Old Hong instinctively reached out and grabbed the monster core in his hand, but after looking down at it, he nearly exploded with rage. "How dare you deceive me, boy?" It was indeed a metal element monster core, but it was a 3rd order monster core that was only worth 10 or 20,000 Open Heaven pills at most. By the time he looked up again, Yang Kai was already a black dot in the distance. Yang Kai had taken advantage of his momentary distraction to use space principles to escape. Old Hong felt as though his teeth were about to crack from rage. Having learned from his past experience where this brat had escaped his clutches, how could he give chase only to be left behind again? He knew that it was unrealistic to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. Even so, the temptation of the 7th order monster core made him unable to give up so easily. Burning his blood essence, he struggled to catch up. At the same time, he took out communication bead after communication bead, and sent various messages out. Old Hong would never have informed others if he could enjoy the benefits alone. However, he wouldn't even be able to catch up to Yang Kai with his abilities alone. He could only rely on others to help. Besides, the value of a 7th order monster core was so great that he would still receive quite a lot even if he had to divide his gains with others. Old Hong's cultivation and identity might not be particularly outstanding, but he still had some friends. Not to mention, several Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heaven's Border also came here with him. Be that as it may, he was cautious and did not inform the others about the specific details. He only asked them to help intercept Yang Kai and promised to reward them greatly afterwards. Somebody soon responded to his message. Overjoyed, Old Hong desperately chased in that direction. An incense stick later, Yang Kai had only just planted his feet in the void when he sensed world force surge and lock him in place, creating a sealed space. Yang Kai was shocked as he never imagined that somebody would block the path in front of him. Looking at this situation, it seemed to be targeting his space principles. Why else would somebody purposely seal off space around him? Did Old Hong call for help? The moment that thought flashed through his mind, he heard a loud voice entering his ears. "Junior, obediently surrender without a fight." Yang Kai desperately pushed his space principles again and moonblades slashed out in all directions, but could not tear apart the opponent's world force that was holding him in place. When he looked up again, he saw a middle-aged man approaching him and cutting off his escape. The middle-aged man studied Yang Kai curiously. He did not know the reason why Old Hong had sent him a message asking him to stop this young man. It was just that he happened to be nearby and Old Hong promised great benefits, so he simply acted in passing. Young Kai's thoughts flashed through his head like lightning before he immediately shouted, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The middle-aged man asked, "And who are you? Does this guy not know who I am?" Young Kai opened his mouth to respond, "I am a manager under Madame Lan of First Inn. I have an urgent matter I must report to her and need to meet up with her immediately. If there's a misunderstanding, please allow me to pass. It will be very serious if Madame blames you for this delay." Madame Lan. The middle-aged man jumped in fright. This kid belongs to First Inn? What the hell is old Ghost hung up to? Did he swallow the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? How could he dare to pursue somebody from First Inn? What would happen if that crazy woman, Lan Yurua, finds out about this? He might not have heard about there being managers in First Inn, but he had no time to think about it either. After frowning and pondering for a while, he asked, "Little brother, you claim to be from First Inn. Do you have any proof?" "Madame's token is right here. I'm just afraid that you might have eyes but fail to recognize her greatness." Young Kai coldly snorted. Raising his hand, he tossed the token towards the other party. He could sense the other party's cowardice, so his courage increased sharply. At a time like this, he could not afford to be polite. It was better to be arrogant instead. Besides, the token was not fake. It was something the proprietress handed to him in the past, so that he could go around collecting debts. He had been keeping it all this while. Hence, her aura was indeed contained inside the token. The middle-aged man took the token and probed the contents with his divine sense, and instantly his expression cramped. He could sense a strong residual aura was contained within the token. Although he could not confirm that the aura belonged to Lan Yurua specifically, it definitely belonged to a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Like Old Hong, he was simply a 4th Order, so how could he dare to go against a 6th Order? Furthermore, First Inn was very well known. The token felt like a hot potato in his hand. Thus he quickly returned the token and cupped his fists. "So little brother is a subordinate of Madame Lan of First Inn. Forgive me, little brother. Everything was just a misunderstanding." Yang Kai shook his head and impatiently said, "If this is a misunderstanding, then hurry up and release me." Chapter 4300, Reunion. "Please go ahead, little brother." After confirming that Yang Kai had a powerful supporter, the middle-aged man no longer dared to stop him, releasing his world force and returning the token. Yang Kai nodded gently and moved to leave. The middle-aged man said, "Little brother, you should head this way if you are looking for Madame Lan. I last saw her graceful figure from afar in that direction one day ago." He stretched out his hand and pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai cupped his fists. "Many thanks. I hope we meet again." With a flash of his figure, Yang Kai hurried in the direction that man had pointed. At present, the blood monster territory was in chaos. Being only in the half-step open heaven realm, Yang Kai did not feel very safe moving alone. It would be best if he could meet up with the proprietress and the others. After Yang Kai departed, the middle-aged man angrily took out a communication bead and poured his divine sense into it to question why Old Hong had tried to harm him. Old Hong was rushing over when he saw the message, so furious that he nearly spat blood. "Brother Su, you let him go?" The man surnamed Su snapped, "He is First Inn's manager. How could I dare to stop him?" Old Hong scolded scathingly. "What do you mean by the manager? First Inn is just an inn. Why would it need another manager when Lan Yurua is already there?" The man surnamed Su couldn't help realizing the oddity of the situation when he heard those words. He had been frightened by the reputation behind the names, Madame Lan and First Inn earlier, but now that he thought about it, he realized the truth behind those words. First Inn was just an inn, a place that collected and sold information. Why would it need multiple managers? Despite feeling cheated, he replied, "Even so, that kid is from First Inn. We can't afford to provoke them. Old Hong, I suggest that you give up as soon as possible to avoid accidents." Regardless of Yang Kai's real status, the token was not fake. The aura contained within the token had terrified him. More so with the current situation in the blood monster territory. There were disciples from major cave heavens and paradises everywhere. One could not be fooled by the fact that the other party was only in the Emperor realm. Who could say which sect the other party came from? What if he offended somebody he could not afford to? Not only would he suffer misfortune, but his actions might also endanger his sect. If this were a more hidden environment, he could have silenced the witness to his crime and be done with the matter. However, it was not easy to silence someone out in the open with so many people crawling all over the blood monster territory. Determined to stay out of this shady business, the man surnamed Su cut off contact with Old Hong. Old Hong put away the communication bead and scolded angrily. "Cowardly rat! You are not qualified to participate in this great plan." Be that as it may, Old Hong could not be sure whether or not Yang Kai was from First In. If that were really the case, then he did not dare to provoke them either. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai had escaped into First In after snatching the golden crow carcass back then. Taking that opportunity to join First In did not seem unreasonable. In that case, that damned brat might really be part of First In. Old Hong's heart sank at the thought. It feels like the Seventh Order Monster Corps will no longer have anything to do with me. Nevertheless, it was a miserable feeling to have such a tempting delicacy in front of him that he could only stare at but not eat. Old Hong stood there hesitating for a while. Then he seemed to recall something all of a sudden. An idea came to him, and he took out another communication bead. His expression became very respectful as he poured his divine sense into the communication bead and sent a message. Inside the void, Yang Kai swiftly headed in the direction pointed to him by the middle-aged man earlier. At the same time, he took out his communication beads and kept sending messages to the proprietress, Yu He, and Old Bai in hopes of getting in touch with them. He was certain that the proprietress and the others were also looking for him. It was just that they didn't know each other's location. The communication beads were certainly very useful and convenient, but they were limited by a certain distance. Thus, they would not be able to communicate with each other if they were too far away from one another. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally managed to contact Yu He. Once they exchanged information on each other's locations, he finally calmed down slightly. Yu He was relatively close to him, so it would only take her an hour or so to arrive. Not daring to move around carelessly, Yang Kai found a dead spirit province nearby and hid there. The spirit province he was hiding on clearly came from the blood monster cave heaven. It was just that it wasn't very large, only kilometers wide and long. Several days had passed since the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven, so the world force of these spirit provinces that were not collected in time had dissipated completely and merged with the void, causing these remnants to become barren. There were not many similar wastelands like this. Some 80% of the spirit provinces had been collected. It could almost be said that the entire blood monster cave heaven had basically been divided up between the open heaven realm masters who came here. This was the first time open heaven realm masters had benefited from the blood monster cave heaven. Unfortunately, this chance only came once. The blood monster cave heaven had collapsed, so it was impossible for another opportunity like this to arise again. Before an hour was up, a graceful figure landed nearby. Yu He swept out her divine sense and looked around for a bit before she glanced at Yang Kai's hiding place and called out softly, "Young master?" Yang Kai stepped out and took off the shadowless veil to reveal his figure. She hurriedly greeted him and asked in concern, "Young master, are you all right?" Her expression was filled with worry. The main reason was that Yang Kai seemed to have experienced various difficult battles. His outer appearance was quite a miserable sight. His clothes were ragged and torn. Moreover, the dried blood crusting his clothes could almost form a complete shell. He shook his head and said, "I'm fine. Have you found the others?" Yu He examined his condition carefully and confirmed that he was really fine. Only then did she relax and answer his question. "We found almost all of them. 5 or 6 of them are still missing." Yang Kai fell silent. Those missing people had probably met with a disastrous end. Before he entered the blood monster cave heaven, he had mentally prepared himself for this eventuality when his subordinates decided to explore on their own. The blood monster cave heaven was not a safe place after all. There would always be a risk when going for training, but he could not stop them. If he refused their request and protectively brought them around with him all the time, they would never grow stronger. Only losing 5 or 6 people could even be said to be a great fortune amidst the various misfortunes. Furthermore, those who had survived the blood monster cave heaven would surely have grown tremendously. This would be of great benefit to their future. Yang Kai composed his emotions and nodded. Let's go see proprietress. Yuhi immediately summoned her flight-type artifact and returned the way she came with Yang Kai. Searching for the proprietress took quite a lot of time as she was also searching for Yang Kai. It was quite troublesome not to have a fixed meeting place in this vast blood monster territory. It was fortunate that the proprietress had not been too far away from Yuhi in the first place. Half a day later, a familiar-looking ship came into view. When Yang Kai and Yuhi boarded the ship, Lang Qingshan and others rushed up to greet Yang Kai, cupping their fists as they shouted, "Sir!" Yang Kai swept his gaze over them and nodded lightly. It was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. There were a few missing from this group of subordinates that he brought along with him. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little sad. These subordinates had been serving under him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Having carefully nurtured them over the years, they would surely have been able to advance into the open heaven realm with enough time. The most important point was that they were extremely loyal to him, and had accompanied him through many dangerous and life-threatening situations in the past. Guo Miao was also back, standing beside Guo Ziyan. Accountant looked at Yang Kai with his triangular eyes and asked, "Where's Chef?" Yang Kai slapped his forehead. He had nearly forgotten about Chef again. Thus he immediately brought him out of the small sealed world. Chef had previously used his knife and chopping block secret technique twice in a row, but his complexion was better after recuperating in the small sealed world for the past few days. As soon as he came out of the small sealed world, he immediately hooked his arm around Accountant. Then they slipped away into the cabin to do something. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai and said, "Smelly brat, I heard that you caused a lot of trouble inside the blood monster cave heaven." She might have remained outside all this while, but she had received all sorts of news following the collapse of the blood monster cave heaven. Yang Kai replied shamelessly, "There's no such thing. Whoever said that must be slandering me." Then he hurriedly changed the topic. "By the way, proprietress, there was this guy called Black Crow Divine Monarch in the blood monster cave heaven." Before he could finish his sentence, she raised a hand to interrupt him. "The news regarding Black Crow Divine Monarch has spread already. At present, all the territory gates of the blood monster territory have been blocked. The cave heavens and paradises are currently searching for this person's whereabouts." Black Crow Divine Monarch had returned to life via possession. That in itself was not a big deal as he would only have offended Great Thousand Bloodland. The body he possessed belonged to Zhou Yi of Great Thousand Bloodland after all. It was just that he had killed many people in the blood monster cave heaven, including many disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. More importantly, draining a person's blood essence was an infringement of a serious taboo. That was why the cave heavens and paradises immediately took action to block the territory gates of the blood monster territory. As soon as the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch was exposed, anybody who wanted to leave the blood monster territory would have to undergo a strict inspection. They were determined to find Black Crow Divine Monarch. The cave heavens and paradises had taken an extremely aggressive approach towards this matter. The first reason was that they wanted to avenge their dead disciples, but a bigger reason was that Black Crow Divine Monarch was an extremely valuable source of information. If nothing else, the Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light Scripture was enough to make anybody envious. Who would not want such an extraordinary secret art? Even if they could not cultivate that secret art, they could not let it fall into another person's hands. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief to hear the proprietress' words. If the cave heavens and paradises were taking the lead to deal with Black Crow Divine Monarch, then things were not going to be easy for that old dog. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had the sneaking suspicion that Black Crow Divine Monarch would not be captured so easily. There was a high possibility that the people deployed by the cave heavens and paradises would return empty-handed. In any case, this matter was no longer related to him. Yang Kai had obtained some benefits from the blood monster cave heaven, so his top priority was to digest them as soon as possible, especially the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. Just thinking about it made him excited. Once I refine that metal element monster core, I will only be one more step away from the open heaven realm. By the way, proprietress, do you know where the people of Langya Paradise are? Yang Kai asked. The proprietress looked at him strangely. Why? Did you quarrel with the people from Langya Paradise? I have a friend in Langya Paradise. I want to check up on her. He had seen Gu Pan escaping with Zhang Ruoxi when the blood monster cave heaven collapsed. It was just that he was not sure what happened after that. She replied. The people of Langya Paradise left 1 day ago. If you want to find them, you will have to go to Langya territory. Yang Kai was a little disappointed to hear those words. He had wanted to talk to Zhang Ruoxi some more, but it would seem that his plan was no longer feasible. In any case, the fact that Langya Paradise had left had to mean that Gu Pan and Zhang Ruoxi had met up with the others. There was no need to worry about Zhang Ruoxi's safety with Gu Pan watching out for her. Chapter 4301, Old Friends Meet. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai strangely. Forget about Langya Paradise for now. Tell me what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven first. Yinyang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai immediately thought of Chu Huashang when he heard the name, hoping she was safe as well. As such, he subconsciously asked, what happened with Yinyang Cave Heaven? The proprietress gritted her teeth slightly as she snapped. I'm amazed that you have the cheek to ask me. A representative came to me to propose marriage. They are asking you to marry into Yinyang Cave Heaven. Propose marriage? Marrying into Yinyang Cave Heaven? Yang Kai's eyes widened in surprise. Why, you are joking, right? The people surrounding them also turned to look at Yang Kai in astonishment. Yuhi's expression was resentful as she bit her scarlet lip lightly, looking like a wife who had been thoughtlessly abandoned. Ha! The proprietress gave a short humorless snort. I thought they were joking at first, but they're not. They even handed me a list of dowry gifts. Would you like to take a look? Yang Kai was oozing sweat like a waterfall as he shook his head. No need. I'm afraid there must be some sort of misunderstanding somewhere. The proprietress gave him a savage look, almost as though she was going to slowly shave off several pounds of flesh from his body. It's not a misunderstanding if Yinyang Cave Heaven is proposing marriage. I heard that you were very close with Chu Huashang in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. You even know about that? Yang Kai was tempted to ask just which loudmouthed person had told her this information. Be that as it may, this was not something that could be hidden anyway. Many people had seen him traveling with Chu Huashang before they arrived at the Blood Monster Divine Palace. As such, Yang Kai solemnly answered the question. Senior Sister Chu offered me great assistance in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. I would have been killed if not for her. What happened? The proprietress' eyes narrowed at those words, and a chill began lingering around her. She only heard that Yang Kai and Chu Huashang had traveled together inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and that their relationship looked very intimate, but she was ignorant of everything else. She had no information about how the two of them had supported each other in the face of several deadly crises. In response, Yang Kai waved his hand to push the matter aside and simply said, in any case, I owe a life-saving grace to Senior Sister Chu. He was reluctant to elaborate on this matter, not because he was afraid of causing further misunderstanding, but mainly because the person trying to kill him at the time was Yin Xian Zhao from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. The supporter behind First In was a Xianyuan Cave Heaven elder in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the proprietress learned about this matter, she would certainly stand up for him, but it would not benefit her if she burned her bridges with Xianyuan Cave Heaven. She had protected him for so many years, so how could Yang Kai possibly cause trouble for her? As for the grudge of being hunted by Yin Xian Zhao back then, he would exact his own revenge one day. The proprietress gave Yang Kai a deep look before finally sighing. It's not that I want to speak badly of somebody behind their back. I also know the Chu Huashang girl. She is a good person, but she is also a core disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven. It might even be possible for her to inherit the position of sect master one day. It's not a good thing for you if she falls in love with you. Rest assured, proprietress. I will handle this matter myself. She sighed again and said, in that case, you better take good care of yourself. We're done here. It's time for us to head back. As for those people who had not been found so far, even if something bad had happened to them, it was the result of their own choices. On the other hand, if they survived, they would naturally find a way to return to First in Thousand Birds territory or Void Land. Therefore, there was no point in lingering here further. The ship quickly turned around and headed towards one of the Blood Monster Territory's territory gates. Inside his room, Yang Kai took a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. These simple actions immediately refreshed him. Then he checked his harvest from this trip and smiled brightly. Strictly speaking, he did not gain many things from this trip, at least nothing compared to his harvest from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Even so, he was very satisfied. The main reason was that he had obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. This was what he needed the most right now. However, he was in no hurry to refine the Monster Core. Refining a 7th Order Monster Core would definitely take some time, so he had to wait until he returned to cultivate in retreat. Aside from the 7th Order Monster Core, his largest harvest was the 5 innate open heaven pills formed in the universe furnace. These were treasures that would make anybody jealous. I should give one of these to Proprietress later. It might allow her to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. If the Proprietress could advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then her status and strength would be greatly improved. It would give her the capital to speak even if she stood up against Xianyuan Cave Heaven. In addition, Yang Kai had high hopes for the cultivators from Abundance City. From the City Lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other great elders, down to Deacon Fan Wuxian, and the many ordinary residents. Many of them had remained in the Emperor realm for centuries, constantly improving themselves. In his eyes, they were all seeds that could sprout into Open Heaven realm masters. As long as the blood principles restriction in their bodies were removed, they could advance into the Open Heaven realm at any time. At that point, Voidland's heritage would soar. Yang Kai himself had been targeted by various major cave heavens and paradises, so a strong sense of crisis now existed in the depths of his heart. Unfortunately, he himself had no means of advancing into the Open Heaven realm anytime soon, so he could only think of other ways to increase the strength of Voidland. Otherwise, how would Voidland fight back if a powerful enemy were to attack one day? The 7th Order Monster Core, the innate Open Heaven pills, and the cultivators of Abundance City. These were Yang Kai's greatest harvests during this trip. The partial method of cultivating monster beasts, the alchemy furnace, and the various pills obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace, and even the fragments of the Bloodlight Scripture were only incidental gains. There was no comparison with the former gains that he obtained. Naturally, there was also his wood element divine ability. Yang Kai had to take some time to properly comprehend the divine ability. At the time, the aura of the divine ability had burst out without any warning, and came out of him directly. Hence, he himself was not clear how that divine ability worked. It was only natural that he had to understand his own methods. Otherwise, how would he activate them again when he faced an enemy next time? That's right. Mo Mei and the others are acquainted with the Proprietress. It's time for me to let them meet. Yang Kai had not had the time to tell the Proprietress about Abundance City in detail. After considering this, he immediately entered the small sealed world. When he swept his divine sense over his surroundings, he couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. He collected plenty of spirit provinces into the small sealed world back in the Blood Monster territory, but only the spirit province with Abundance City on it had received special treatment. Yang Kai used his authority as master of the small sealed world to seal and contain the world force of the spirit province. On the other hand, he had not bothered to do anything to the other spirit provinces. For that reason, the world force contained in those spirit provinces had already begun to merge with the small sealed world. At this moment, the world force in the small sealed world was many times denser than before. As the master of the small sealed world, Yang Kai could feel this difference very clearly. He secretly sighed to himself. Truly worthy of the universe cave heaven left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven realm master. All I did was collect some broken fragments, but the small sealed world experienced such a huge leap in growth as a result. What will become of the small sealed world if I devoured the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven? What's more, The fusion of the world force would not be completed after just a few short days. The world force in the small sealed world would only become richer and richer with the passage of time. The benefits enjoyed by the small sealed world were also extremely beneficial to him. If the idea he concocted in his head could be completed, then his strength would surely be greatly enhanced in a short period of time. Focusing himself, Yang Kai came to Abundance City with a flicker. This place had been sealed by him. Consequently, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven aura had been preserved and the people of Abundance City remained safe. Mo Mei and the others were gathered in one place, so they quickly came over to welcome Yang Kai when they noticed his arrival. After greeting each other, Yang Kai said, "Everyone, I came here to help you remove the Blood Principle's restriction. After that, I'm going to bring you to meet some old friends." Old friends? Mo Mei was astonished, but she quickly understood the situation. "Is it Big Sister Lan?" "Exactly." Yang Kai nodded. "My independent world is incomplete and cannot accommodate open heaven realm masters, so the proprietress cannot enter this place. In that case, I can only bring you out to meet her instead." Mo Mei revealed a look of pleasant surprise and nodded repeatedly. "Good. I haven't seen Big Sister Lan for many years. I wonder how she is now." He smiled. "You'll know when you see her, City Lord Mo." Yang Kai immediately began using the secret technique, without further ado. Thanks to his previous experience, it was not difficult for him. It was just that every time he cast the secret technique, some of his blood would be consumed in the process. Numerous seals shot out and entered Mo Mei and the others' foreheads. Closing their eyes, they perceived their conditions and soon Mo Mei said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Although there is no proof, it feels like something in my body has been freed and I feel more relaxed. I think the Blood Principle's restriction no longer exists." Pang Duo, Jing Yuanlang, and the others also nodded in agreement. "We'll know whether the restriction has been lifted after we test it out." Yang Kai's divine sense surged and wrapped around them. Then he slipped out of the small sealed world. By the time Mo Mei and the others realized what had happened, they were already standing in a room. Yang Kai watched them nervously. Although he was fairly certain that they would not suffer any backlash from the Blood Principle's restriction, there was always a possibility. Under his careful watch, he saw that they were in perfectly fine condition. Thus, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Heya might have been despicable, but he at least did not deceive me in this matter. "Where is Big Sister Lan?" Mo Mei turned to look around, but did not see the proprietress. Yang Kai beckoned to them and said, "Come with me." Leading them out of the room, he came to another room on the top deck of the ship and gently knocked on the door. The proprietress' voice soon called out, "Enter." Yang Kai opened the door to see the proprietress and Yuhi sitting opposite each other at the table. They seemed to be discussing something, but their expressions stiffened in surprise when they looked up. In the next moment, the proprietress slowly got to her feet. She stared at the people behind Yang Kai in shock, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly. Meanwhile, Yuhi couldn't stop herself from covering her red lips with her hands as she asked in a trembling voice, "Mo Mei?" Even though so many years had passed, the memories they had of each other had not faded. Both Yuhi and the proprietress had recognized Mo Mei and the others as soon as they appeared. Mo Mei's eyes reddened. She walked forward and gave an elegant bow. "Big Sister Lan, Big Sister Yuhi, we finally meet again after so many years. Have you been well?" The proprietress reached out to lift Mo Mei up, her cherry lips moving as though she wanted to speak, but she couldn't bring herself to in the end. Her eyes reddened too. Pang Duo and the others cupped their fists. "Greetings, Senior Sister Lan, Senior Sister Yuhi." Yuhi murmured in a daze. Why are you here? What about the Blood Principle's restriction planted by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in your bodies?" Mo Mei wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and explained, "It's all thanks to Sir Yang. He removed the restriction on us. That's how we broke free of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven's shackles to appear here." Chapter 4302, Please take us in. The proprietress looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. "You can remove the Blood Principle's restriction from their bodies?" Yang Kai replied, Black Crow Divine Monarch obtained Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Tao of Blood inheritance. I made a deal with him previously, and received the necessary secret technique from him in exchange. A look of realization appeared on her face, and she nodded at him. The truth was that she had never forgotten the people in Abundance City even though so many years had passed. After all, Lan Tingyu had made a promise to them when he was still alive. Following his death, the proprietress had wanted to fulfill this promise, and thought about sending somebody into the Blood Monster Cave Heaven to help bring the people from Abundance City out. Unfortunately, bringing them out without removing the Blood Principle's restriction was equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Blood Monster Divine Monarch's Blood Principle's restriction was also extremely difficult to remove. Hence, she was strong in will but weak in strength. She never imagined that her wish would be fulfilled by Yang Kai at this moment. Yang Kai was certain that they had a lot to say to each other. After all, it had been centuries since they last met each other. Besides, Mo-mei would surely want to ask about Lan Tingyu. Therefore, he did not stay for long after bringing Mo-mei and the others to the room. Yang Kai quickly left them there, and returned to his room alone. Returning to the Star City in Thousand Bird territory from the Blood Monster territory would take a long time, but Yang Kai did not want to remain idle. His top priority was to completely remove the Blood Principle's restriction from all the people in Abundance City. He might have sealed the Spirit Province containing Abundance City to prevent its world force from dissipating, but he could not guarantee how long this solution would last. If he failed to free all the people in Abundance City before time ran out, they would be met with a gruesome death. For that reason, Yang Kai remained inside the small sealed world over the next few days, and constantly performed the blood secret technique, consuming copious amounts of blood during this process. It was fortunate that his healing abilities were extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been able to persevere for so long. There were many people in Abundance City. Therefore, Yang Kai decided to temporarily house them inside the small sealed world until he arrived at a safe place, and could figure out his next course of action. 4 or 5 days later, Yang Kai was busy working in the small sealed world, when he suddenly sensed somebody knocking on his door in the outside world. He asked the Abundance City cultivators who were waiting in line to wait for him, then returned to his room with a flash. Pushing the room door open, he saw Mo-mei and the others standing outside the door. Sir Yang, Mo-mei bowed elegantly. Pang Duo and the others also cupped their fists in greeting. City Lord Mo, elders, please come in. Yang Kai did not know the reason they came to him, but he stepped to the side and invited them inside to talk. After they took their seats, he served them tea and finally asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Mo-mei explained, "We came here to thank you, Sir Yang. Those of us who were born in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven lived our entire lives there. We have never left that place in our lives, and had very faint hope we ever would. It's all thanks to your life-saving grace that we can finally break free from the shackles of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and be released from the Blood Principle's restriction inherited from our ancestors. We finally obtained our freedom." Yang Kai waved his hand dismissively. "You're too polite, City Lord Mo. This was a simple matter for me. If not for the jade slip he received from Black Crow Divine Monarch, it would have been impossible for him to bring them out. But, with the secret technique recorded within the jade slip, this matter was truly not an issue for Yang Kai. All it cost him was some blood and some time." Mo-mei shook her head sternly. "It might be a simple matter to you, Sir Yang. However, what you did amounts to a life-saving grace for all of us in Abundance City. Such great kindness is not something Abundance City can ever hope to repay. Even now, this mistress has a request. City Lord Mo, please speak freely. I will not refuse as long as it is within my means to help." He looked her straight in the eyes. Hesitating for a moment, she began to speak. "It's like this, Sir Yang. I heard from Big Sister Lan that you have a spirit province called Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. It is a beautiful place with a vast area." She looked a little ashamed of herself. Even Pang Duo and the others looked apprehensive. Yang Kai nodded, and indeed, the Blood Monster Cave Heaven has been destroyed, so we have nowhere else to go. May we request that Voidland take us in, Sir Yang?" Mo-mei asked tentatively. Peng Duo and the others sat up straight and placed their hands on their knees, looking very uneasy. Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, but immediately after he was overjoyed and burst out laughing. City Lord Mo, you're far too polite. What do you mean by take you in? If you are willing to join Voidland, then there's nothing more that I could wish for. He was certain that recruiting the people from Abundance City into Voidland would be easy. After all, he had just saved all their lives and they had nowhere else to go. It was just that he had yet to figure out how to broach the subject. He never imagined that Mo May would take the initiative to come and discuss this matter with him. A moment later, realization struck him. The proprietress had probably helped by acting as the middleman. She knew that Voidland was desperately in need of manpower. On the other hand, Mo May and the others were seeds that would eventually become Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they joined Voidland, they would not be the only ones benefiting from the deal. Their affiliation would also be tremendously beneficial for Voidland. It could be said to be a win-win situation. Seeing how readily Yang Kai agreed to their request, they all breathed a sigh of relief and stood up in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Yang Kai raised a hand to stop them and smiled at them. Please don't be so uptight. In the future, we will all be one family. We can discuss the specific details once we arrive back at Voidland. They responded, We obey your orders, Sect Master. Yang Kai was so elated that flowers were practically blooming in his heart. He swept his gaze over Mo May and the others, seeming to see them as future mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The people in front of him had experienced thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation in the Emperor Realm, so their heritage was extremely impressive. Advancing into the Open Heaven Realm would not be an issue for them. What's more, he also had the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills. These spirit pills would dramatically improve their chances of successfully breaking through. It could almost be said that there was no risk of failure at all. Peng Duo, Jin Yuan Lang, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yang she had condensed the fifth-order elements, while Mo May had condensed sixth-order element powers. And this was just a few of them. When Yang Kai helped to remove the blood principles restriction from the Abundant City cultivators, he noticed that there were quite a few of them who had condensed fifth-order elements. It could be said that once these people advanced into the Open Heaven Realm, Voidland's strength would increase by several folds. At the time, Voidland would no longer have a severe shortage of Open Heaven Realm Masters. It would become a true second-class great force. During their conversation, the ship groaned loudly for some reason and came to an abrupt halt. A person's voice rang out a moment later. You there, stop. Lower your defenses and prepare to accept our inspection. Yang Kai swept out his divine sense and frowned slightly. Many flight-type artifacts were floating around in the void ahead. Each artifact was magnificent in shape and huge in size. He could tell that they belonged to the cave heavens and paradises at a glance. More importantly, there was a large territory gate slowly rotating behind these ships. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely guessed that this matter was related to Black Crow Divine Monarch. The proprietress had mentioned that the news of Black Crow Divine Monarch coming back to life via possession had already spread everywhere. All the cave heavens and paradises were searching for his current whereabouts. For this reason, they even went so far as to seal all the territory gates in the Blood Monster territory to prevent him from escaping. Any cultivator or flight-type artifact that wished to leave the Blood Monster territory would be subjected to careful inspection. Therefore, it was not strange to be stopped here. Nevertheless, the origins of Mo May and the others were a little special, so it would be best if they were not discovered. After considering everything, Yang Kai said, Everyone, please hide inside the small sealed world for now. I will let you out again once we reach our destination. Mo May and the others had no objection to his suggestion, and did not resist. Yang Kai successfully placed them back into the small sealed world, and when he was done, he moved to the deck. On the deck, the proprietress swept her beautiful eyes in Yang Kai's direction. Seeing that Mo May and the others were nowhere to be seen, she knew that he must have hidden them away. At this moment, everybody had gathered on the deck, for figures came from the opposite side and slowly fluttered down. Yang Kai looked at them and immediately felt a little sick. This couldn't be helped. He recognized 2 out of the 4 figures. They were both from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. One was Guanyu and the other was Yin Xianzhao's master, Chu Lushan. During their time inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yin Xianzhao had attempted to murder Yang Kai when he was heavily injured. It was only natural that Yang Kai did not hold a favorable impression towards Yin Xianzhao's honored master. Be that as it may, both Guanyu and Chu Lushan were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, so they could not be underestimated. It was not just them. The other 2 who landed on the ship were also in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. This was not difficult to understand though. The opening of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a grand event. So the masters leading the disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not have weak cultivations. Those in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm were considered high-rank Open Heaven realm masters, so there was no need for them to appear at these kinds of occasions. It was just right for 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters to come. Yang Kai did not recognize the other 2 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters, but he could be certain that one of them was from Great Battle Heaven. That was because the people of Great Battle Heaven were very recognizable in terms of the aura surrounding them and their uniforms. This 6th Order Open Heaven realm master from Great Battle Heaven wore a set of golden armor and had a full-plate helmet. He also had a long sword at his waist. His appearance was similar to a great general who just returned from battle. It was a glorious sight. Yang Kai did not know which great force the 4th person belonged to, but that person most likely belonged to one of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Otherwise, he would have no qualifications to stand here. Why do I run into you wherever I go? The proprietress looked as sick and tired as Yang Kai as she gave Guanyu an undisguised look of disgust. Guanyu chuckled. This senior brother is relieved to see you so spirited, junior sister Lan. She coldly snorted and turned to look at the others. Then she bowed only to the golden armored general from Great Battle Heaven, senior brother Mao. The man with the surname Mao nodded lightly and cupped his fist. Junior sister Lan, this is routine procedure. Please forgive us. As you know, a person called Black Crow Divine Monarch appeared in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. This person is ruthless and cruel. He killed many disciples of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. In order to prevent him from escaping the Blood Monster territory, all flight-type artifacts and people who want to leave have to undergo a strict inspection. The proprietress flicked her sleeve. I know. Please go ahead, senior brother Mao. He immediately gave a wave of his hand. Check carefully. Don't let any corner go uninspected. Following his orders, a bunch of 4th Order and 5th Order Open Heaven realm masters stepped out from behind him and charged into the ship to investigate. While everybody was waiting on the deck, senior brother Mao did not spare all the people who were gathered here either. Yang Kai clearly felt a powerful divine sense sweeping over him. It probably belonged to the man surnamed Mao. However, he soon furrowed his brow tightly together. The man surnamed Mao quickly had withdrawn his divine sense after a quick inspection, but there was another divine sense that was locked onto him the whole time. Chapter 4303, If the house is crooked, the foundation must be too. Yang Kai could not figure out who the divine sense belonged to. The 4 people standing in front of him were all in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm after all, so the difference in strength between them was simply too great. He vaguely guessed that the divine sense belonged to Chu Lushan. That was because this old man was on bad terms with the proprietress. Not to mention that there was also now a feud between Yang Kai and his disciple, Yin Xianzhao. It was not strange for him to be paying extra attention to Yang Kai at this moment. Just as Yang Kai was making guesses in his head, the 4th 6th Order Open Heaven realm master that he did not recognize suddenly spoke up. Madam Lan, I heard that you have a little one called Yang Kai in Firstin. Which one is he? The proprietress immediately looked at that person vigilantly. Why are you looking for him? That person smiled and replied, there are some things I want to ask him. He turned his gaze to Yang Kai and continued, if my guess is correct, it should be you, right? This person probably did not know Yang Kai directly. It was just that Yang Kai's aura stood out distinctly from among the many Emperor Realm Masters here, so it was not surprising for his cover to be blown. In any case, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide his identity either after being called out so directly. There were so many people here who knew him that it made no sense to hide anyway. Instead, he quickly responded, "Yes. Who are you? How can I help you?" That person smiled and nodded. "You might not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng." Heavenly Sword Union? I can't believe that this guy does not belong to one of the cave heavens or paradises. When Yang Kai first saw this person standing beside Guan Yu, Chu Lushan, and senior brother Mao of Great Battle Heaven, he had assumed that he too was from one of the cave heavens or paradises. Only now did he realize that this person was the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union. Nevertheless, Heavenly Sword Union was one of the top second-class great forces. As the Union Master, this person was indeed qualified to stand in this place. After all, neither Guan Yu, Chu Lushan, or senior brother Mao were especially powerful people in their respective sects. They could only be considered middle management at most. Knowing that this person belonged to Heavenly Sword Union, Yang Kai immediately recalled the few Heavenly Sword Union disciples he killed previously. Is this person here to seek justice for his disciples? That can't be it. Among those who witnessed me killing them were Chu Huashang, Zhang Ruoxi, and that Langya Paradise disciple called Du Su. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples had brought death upon themselves by persistently chasing and trying to kill Zhang Ruoxi and Du Su. Chu Huashang and Zhang Ruoxi would never expose this matter to the public. Could it have been Du Su? Sure enough, the smile on Kong Feng's face suddenly faded and he said, "I heard you killed some of the outstanding disciples belonging to my union." Yang Kai was furious. As I thought, it was that little bastard Du Su who leaked the news. Otherwise, there's no reason for Kong Feng to know about this matter. I should have killed him. It was bad enough that Du Su had focused on running away alone without any regard for the safety of his fellow junior sister when they were in danger. However, it could also be said that Yang Kai had saved his life. I can't believe he is repaying a life-saving favor with enmity. If I had known that he was such a despicable villain, I would never have allowed him to live at the time. Before Yang Kai could say a word, the proprietress coldly snorted. "Union Master Kong, rice may be eaten at will, but some words should not be spoken casually. You claim that Yang Kai killed several of Heavenly Sword Union disciples. Where is the evidence?" She was convinced that Kong Feng did not have any evidence. That was why she countered his question in this manner. To her surprise, Kong Feng answered lightly, "Naturally, I have the evidence. I was informed about this matter, and I believe that person is not lying. I only came here to confirm the truth." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were blinded by greed and were trying to oppress the weak, so I killed them. What will you do now? Kong Feng didn't seem to expect Yang Kai to be so hard-hearted, so he couldn't help glancing at him again. He nodded lightly and said, "It's good that you admit to your actions. It saves this king from wasting more time on nonsense. Since ancient times, debts are repaid with money and murder is repaid with one's life. You killed several of Heavenly Sword Union's core disciples, and caused Heavenly Sword Union to suffer huge losses, including the loss of several talented individuals who were the backbone of the future generation. Don't you think this king should avenge them?" The proprietress did not move, but her aura at the peak of the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm permeated the air, and her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. "I dare you to try." He glanced at her and calmly replied, "Madam Lan, your reputation precedes you. This Kong is aware that he is not your opponent. Besides, I have no wish to fight you. If this boy was unrelated to you, this Kong would have killed him to provide justice for my disciples. But since you wish to protect this boy, madam, then this Kong will back down out of respect for you. As long as this boy can provide some compensation, then we can forget about this matter. What do you think, madam?" She scowled fiercely, vaguely sensing that Kong Feng's intentions were not noble. Otherwise, he would not have brought up the deaths of his disciples at a time like this. It was just that she did not know what snake oil he was selling. She asked warily, "What kind of compensation do you want? Yang Kai is only in the Emperor realm. What can he offer as compensation?" He smilingly answered her question. "You don't need to worry about that, madam. This Kong will discuss with him myself. Turning to look at Yang Kai, he asked, "You don't have any objections to that, right?" The rage in Yang Kai's heart blazed even higher. If I had enough strength, I would not be wasting time talking nonsense with him. I only killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because they were doggedly chasing Zhang Ruoxi. Why is Kong Feng talking about justice? How ridiculous. Unfortunately, the only reason he could stand here today was thanks to the proprietress' protection. If he made things difficult, it would only drag her into this mess. Thus he suppressed the rage in his heart and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Kong Feng calmly said, "Don't worry. What I want is definitely in your possession. Moreover, it won't harm a single hair on your head." All of a sudden, he stopped talking out loud and sent a divine sense transmission to Yang Kai instead. "I want that 7th order metal element monster beast core." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed at those words. His first reaction was to wonder how this guy knew that he had a 7th order monster beast core, let alone that it was of the metal element. However, he soon realized the truth. Kong Feng learned about the fact that Yang Kai killed those Heavenly Sword Union disciples because Du Su tipped him off. On the other hand, Old Hong of Heaven's Border had witnessed Yang Kai obtaining the 7th order metal element monster beast core back then. He could also have tipped Kong Feng off about this matter. So this is his true purpose. Yang Kai responded flatly without even thinking about it. "I don't know what you're talking about." If Kong Feng had asked for anything else, there might have been room for discussion. Yang Kai was not averse to exchanging money to avoid disaster. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to hand over the 7th order metal element monster core. This matter was related to his future. If he lost the monster core in this place, he did not know when he would obtain another opportunity like this again. Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Boy, you should think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "I was wondering why those Heavenly Sword Union disciples were so despicable. Now I understand. If the house is crooked, then the foundation must be too." Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and calmly said, "I hope you don't regret your choice." After that, he stopped conversing via divine sense and spoke out loud instead. "A 7th order monster core might be a precious treasure, but you are only in the Emperor realm. Don't you think possessing something like that is very dangerous?" "A 7th order monster core?" Both Guan Yu and Chu Lushan murmured in unison, immediately turning to look at Yang Kai. Even senior brother Mao gave Yang Kai a surprised look. It was obvious that they had been kept out of the loop earlier. A 7th order monster core was an extremely rare object. When the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, everything inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven had flowed out as a result. But as far as they were aware, there was only one instance where somebody had killed a 7th order Earth attribute monster beast and obtained a 7th order monster core. Aside from that, there were no other known 7th order monster cores in existence. Therefore, it was unexpected to learn about another 7th order monster core here. Chu Lushan frowned. "Brother Kong, are you saying that this brat possesses a 7th order monster core?" Kong Feng gave Yang Kai a deep look and said, "That's right. This boy is quite lucky. It seems he killed a 7th order metal element monster beast and obtained a metal element monster core." Guan Yu scowled. "Brother Kong, how did you find out about this? And how could he possibly have the strength to kill a 7th order monster beast?" Kong Feng chuckled. "You don't need to be so suspicious, Brother Gua. This Kong learned about this matter from a personal source of information. But there is no doubt about the truth of this matter. I can guarantee that this boy possesses a 7th order monster core." He paused for a moment and continued with malicious intentions. "I heard that this boy is very ambitious. He plans to advance directly into the high-rank Open Heaven realm. He has already condensed many Open Heaven powers. If he refines the metal element monster core, I'm afraid it won't be long before he succeeds." Turning to Chu Lushan, he cupped his fist. "Congratulations, Brother Chu. Xianyuan Cave Heaven will soon have another talented individual." Chu Lushan's expression was extremely ugly. If Yang Kai had been somebody from Xianyuan Cave Heaven, he would have been so happy that he would wake up laughing from his dreams for the next month. The problem was that Yang Kai was not from Xianyuan Cave Heaven. First and might have some involvement with Xianyuan Cave Heaven, but they were ultimately unrelated. Besides, Lan Yurua had always had a poor relationship with him. More importantly, his disciple had a life-or-death feud with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai were to advance into the high-rank open heaven, the future of his disciple would be disheartening. This can never be allowed to happen. Looking at Yang Kai, he spoke in a cold voice, "Hand it over." Yang Kai glanced sideways at Chu Lushan. "What the hell do you count for?" "What an impudent junior." Chu Lushan's expression darkened. The proprietress stepped forward and scolded, "Brazen old dog." Chu Lushan was livid. Lan Yurua. Guan Yu hurriedly came forward to mediate the situation. He stood between them, lest they actually got into a fight. All right. Calm down, both of you. Stop arguing." He turned to the proprietress and continued, "Junior Sister Lan, you're not unaware of the boy's situation. The seventh order monster core in his possession is not a good thing for him." The proprietress coldly snorted. "Why bother coming up with such high-sounding excuses when all you want is to snatch the seventh order monster core by force?" Guan Yu shook his head. "Junior sister, what are you saying? We don't want to snatch anything from him. If he does have the seventh order monster core, we can purchase it from him. Ask him to set a price. As long as the price is reasonable, this senior brother will not quibble about it." Snorting, she replied, "Let's put aside whether or not he does have a seventh order monster core in his possession. Even if he does have one, it will never belong to Xianyuan Cave Heaven." Turning to look at Yang Kai, she asked, "Do you have a seventh order monster core?" Yang Kai replied decisively, "That's a groundless accusation." Chu Lushan coldly snorted, "We'll know whether he has the item or not if we perform a check." "I dare you to try." The proprietress glared at Chu Lushan. Chu Lushan calmly said, "It doesn't matter who has the seventh order monster core, but it must not be in this brat's hands. This matter is very important. There is no room for negligence. Lan Yurua, I advise you not to make a mistake." She was so furious that she laughed instead. "This queen will happily be your opponent if you want to fight. Why are you wasting time with nonsense?" Saying so, world force surged around her body. Chapter 4304, Only One Left. Similarly, both the auras around Chu Lushan and Kong Feng fluctuated violently, seemingly ready to attack at any time. Guan Yu revealed a troubled expression. He did not want to make an enemy of the proprietress. Unfortunately, he could only side with Chu Lushan now that things had progressed to this point, so he sighed softly, "Junior Sister Lan, why must you do this?" Yang Kai's expression was extremely gloomy. If it came down to a fight, the proprietress would surely suffer a loss. Although both the proprietress and Yuhi were in the sixth order open heaven realm, they were still outnumbered. Leaving aside the fact that Chu Lushan and the others were also in the sixth order open heaven realm, even the fourth order and fifth order open heaven realm masters inspecting the ships were a formidable force that could not be ignored. It could be said that Firstin would definitely suffer a loss if it came down to a battle. He was not willing to let the proprietress and Yuhi suffer because of him. Thus he sighed inwardly. "It's so depressing to be weak. Even if I obtain something good, I can't keep it. Do I really have to hand over the seventh order monster core?" Yang Kai was extremely reluctant. All the cultivation resources he obtained along his journey were the results of personal effort, great opportunities, and massive amounts of luck. The wood element power came from the immortal tree he obtained in his early years, which happened naturally. He later obtained the fire element power by stealing the golden crow carcass from under the noses of a bunch of open heaven realm masters. It could be said to be a narrow escape from death. Next, obtaining the earth element power was a daunting experience, but not dangerous. He had picked up and refined the monster core of an earth attribute true dragon. Nevertheless, it was only possible for him to find the monster core thanks to the dragon source in his body. His water element power came from the moon essence he obtained and refined in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, having to escape from Kuan Sha at that time. Lastly, he obtained the yang element power by refining the seventh order primordial yang profound ginseng. even that had come with quite a hefty price tag. It had taken so much effort, and he had struggled so hard just to pave the way to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. All his efforts had been for the sake of a brighter future. He wanted to set foot in a wider sky and enjoy better scenery. Obtaining the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core this time had also been a lucky coincidence. Who could say whether he would come across another opportunity like this? What kind of dangers would he face to obtain the cultivation resources he needed again? How long would he have to wait? Once he refined the 7th Order Monster Core, he would only be one step away from advancing into the open heaven realm. How could he reconcile himself with the idea of falling short right at the last moment? But what could he do even if he was extremely reluctant? Under the current circumstances, a huge battle was inevitable unless he brought out the 7th Order Monster Core. It was a given that Firstin would be the one to suffer if a battle broke out. The scene was tense and a battle could erupt at any time. Yang Kai swore ruthlessly to himself. Even if I have to destroy the 7th Order Monster Core, I will never sell it to Xianyuan Cave Heaven, or allow Heavenly Sword Union to get their hands on it. At this moment, Senior Brother Mao, who had remained silent throughout the entire situation, suddenly said, "Boy, do you have a 7th Order Monster Core in your possession?" Yang Kai looked up and calmly replied, "There's no such thing." Senior Mao Brother nodded lightly. "In that case, there's nothing to be done here. You may leave." After saying that, he waved them away. Everybody was dumbfounded by this turn of events, and Kong Feng shouted, "Brother Mao!" Senior Brother Mao asked coldly, "How can I help you, Brother Kong?" Kong Feng exclaimed, "This brat definitely has a 7th Order Monster Core in his possession. We can't let him just leave like that. Otherwise, it will lead to a huge problem in the future." Senior Brother Mao replied indifferently, "He claims that he does not have one. Why do you keep insisting otherwise? Do you want to snatch his space ring from him to check?" That. Kong Feng was suddenly at a loss for words. "I can't do something so shameless. No matter how brazen he is, this Yang Kai is still just a junior. How can a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like myself snatch his space ring in public?" Even he could not act so shamelessly, as it would severely tarnish his reputation and face. Otherwise, instead of trying to negotiate with Yang Kai, he would have simply stolen it from him directly. "Junior Sister Lan, I apologize for the commotion." Senior Brother Mao cupped his fist at the proprietress, then he turned to the ship and shouted, "Are you done with the inspection? If you're done, then return immediately." The group of people who boarded the ship for inspection earlier quickly leapt down. After that, he waved his large hand, "Let them through." Nobody objected when he allowed them to pass. Chu Lushan and Kong Feng exchanged a glance with each other, and were unhappy with the situation. But they were also unwilling to fall out with this Senior Brother Mao. The people from Great Battle Heaven were not to be trifled with. "Many thanks, Senior Brother Mao." The proprietress gave Senior Brother Mao an elegant bow before she drove the ship towards the territory gate. Before they left, Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard a transmission from Senior Brother Mao. "Take care of yourself, kid." He nodded at Senior Brother Mao gratefully. He knew that if not for Senior Brother Mao speaking up at a critical moment, things would not have been resolved so smoothly today. When the ship passed through the territory gate and vanished out of sight, Chu Lushan finally said, "Brother Mao, I heard that several Great Battle Heaven disciples became acquainted with Yang Kai inside the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." Senior Brother Mao glanced sideways at Chu Lushan and responded lightly, "You are very well informed, Brother Chu. But if you have time to worry about Great Battle Heaven disciples, why don't you spend it figuring out a method to track Black Crow Divine Monarch's whereabouts instead?" Chu Lushan's gaze flickered slightly. Staring in the direction of the territory gate, he gave a soft snort. At the same time, on the ship, the proprietress gave Yang Kai a strange look. "Are you acquainted with Great Battle Heaven?" Yang Kai pondered the question. "Perhaps it's because I rescued several Great Battle Heaven disciples in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven." He couldn't help thinking about Bu Lianzhong and the others. Back at the swamp filled with countless void cracks, Yang Kai had helped the trapped Bu Lianzhong and his companions to escape. it could be considered that he had saved their lives. It was just that he was separated from Bu Lianzhong and the others when they later arrived at the Blood Lake. In any case, Yang Kai had not taken such a trivial matter to heart. Rescuing Bu Lianzhong and the others was just a matter of convenience. He never imagined that his actions would return to benefit him, or that Great Battle Heaven would return the favor here. The proprietress immediately understood the situation and nodded lightly. The people of Great Battle Heaven are upright and just. Since you rescued those Great Battle Heaven disciples, it makes sense why Senior Brother Mao reciprocated the favor just now. He asked, "Young master, did you really obtain a 7th Order monster core?" Likewise, Old Bai looked over curiously. These were people Yang Kai trusted, friends and allies, so there was no need to hide anything from them. He nodded in response, "That's right. But it was a lucky coincidence. The monster beast was heavily injured in the first place, and I also used the divine ability bead given to me by proprietress from the outset. That's how I managed to kill it." The proprietress narrowed her eyes slightly. "What elements are you missing now?" Yang Kai replied, "After refining this metal element power, then only the Yin element will be left." Old Bai was shocked. Only one left. It had not been long since Yang Kai came to the 3,000 worlds, so it was shocking that he was going to advance into the open heaven realm so soon. Which Emperor realm cultivator would not spend decades, if not centuries, before advancing into the open heaven realm? Very few people could successfully refine the Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements and advance into the open heaven realm within 100 years. The main reason was that finding suitable cultivation resources took much time, energy and money. This was true for any cultivator, including the disciples from the major cave heavens and paradises. The only exceptions were core disciples like Chu Huashang and Gu Pan, who were carefully nurtured by the sect and given basically unlimited resources. Be that as it may, even core disciples like them would need to spend some time refining these resources and consolidating their foundations. Therefore, it could take between several years to several decades just to refine the necessary elements. Those with poorer aptitude would take an even longer time. Soon, Old Bai became excited. "Is KTSK? You're going to advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm. Brat, you're reaching the sky in a single step." If Yang Kai could advance directly into the high-rank open heaven realm, it would be no different from ascending to the heavens in one bound. Be it in terms of strength or status, there would be earth-shaking changes. On the other hand, the proprietress and He were not happy. Instead, they looked at each other worriedly. Yang Kai was already being targeted by the major cave heavens and paradises. Although it could be said that not every cave heaven and paradise was out to cause trouble for him, there would always be some. Those masters had been holding back from making a move personally, because they were still concerned about their respective reputations. They did not wish to be seen as oppressing the weak. The main reason for their inaction was that they believed it would take much more time for Yang Kai to grow and develop. However, if news about the 7th Order metal element monster core spread out, some people might become desperate. "Brat, you should focus on carefully refining the metal element monster core and retreat once you return. As for the Yin element, I'll search for you." The proprietress sent a transmission to Yang Kai. She had warned him against taking this path in the past, but now that he was already so far down it, all she could do was support him as much as possible. She might not be able to acquire a 7th Order Yin element treasure, but she certainly had more connections than him. Yang Kai replied respectfully. Suddenly recalling something, he hurriedly took out a jade bottle and handed it over. "Proprietress, take a look at this and see if it will be useful for you." This jade bottle contained one of the innate open heaven pills that he obtained in the Blood Monster Divine Palace. She took the bottle from him suspiciously, but after opening it and sweeping the contents with her divine sense, her expression changed drastically. She quickly resealed the jade bottle and glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. "Where did you get this?" With how knowledgeable and experienced she was, she immediately understood what this open heaven pill was, as well as its true origins. Yang Kai of course answered her honestly. Upon hearing his explanation, she returned the jade bottle to him. "This is useless to me right now. You should keep it for yourself. If I ever have a need for it in the future, I will ask you for it then. She had advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm, so her cultivation would only reach its limit when she reached the eighth order open heaven realm. Taking this open heaven pill now was a complete waste. Nevertheless, Yang Kai understood that she was still restrained by the heart demon oath she took in the past after hearing what she said. As long as Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar remained standing, she would never be able to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm. Otherwise, she could have advanced into the seventh order open heaven realm, even without the help of this innate open heaven pill. Sighing softly, Yang Kai put the jade bottle away before adding, "In that case, please don't forget to come to me when you need it." Yang Kai also secretly made a vow. When I advance into the open heaven realm, the first thing I'm going to do is eliminate Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar to resolve her heart demon oath. Old Bai probably guessed Yang Kai's intentions, so he secretly gave him a meaningful look, one that said, "Make sure to call me when that time comes." During his advancement into the open heaven realm, Bai Qi nearly failed because of Qin Ji of Golden Rainbow Province and Ling Chunxiu of Boundless Altar. If Yang Kai had not given him the world source liquid at the critical moment, he would not be standing here today. This blood feud never left Bai Qi's thoughts and was something that would need to be repaid one day. Chapter 4305, Return to Voidland. In the deserted void, a ship sailed forward silently. All the people on board were consolidating their harvest from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although Yang Kai lost 5 to 6 subordinates during this trip, those who came out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive definitely had grown leaps and bounds. This experience would be of great help to their futures. In his room, Yang Kai hid in the small sealed world, helping the cultivators of Abundance City to remove the Blood Principle's restriction. Time passed, and it took almost a month for Yang Kai to finish this task. While helping them to remove the Blood Principle's restriction, Yang Kai took some time to meet and speak with each of them. He found out that Abundance City had brought up quite a few talents. In addition to the several great elders like Pang Duo, there were more than 10 people who had condensed the fifth order open heaven realm elements. Deacon Fan Wu Xian, who captured him and Chu Huashang back to Abundance City, was one of them. Although they had not been in the Emperor realm as long as Pang Duo and the others, and had weaker foundations overall, they were still more than qualified to break through to the open heaven realm. Furthermore, plenty of other cultivators from Abundance City had condensed fourth order and third order element powers. Yang Kai was extremely delighted about this. If he brought these people back to Voidland, once they broke through in the future, one could imagine a sharp increase in Voidland's strength in a very short time. However, the number of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills needed would be huge too. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to spare some time to comprehend his new wood element divine ability, but it seemed he would have to put that aside for now. It was crucial to refine more Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills as soon as possible. Before leaving for the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had refined some Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, but there were not many, and definitely not enough for those from Abundance City. Yang Kai estimated he would need at least 500 Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to barely meet the consumption of the first batch of Abundance City cultivators. For other great forces, it would certainly not be worth it to exchange a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill to secure a single cultivator's breakthrough to the third order or fourth order open heaven realm. After all, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was essentially an extinct spirit pill. Anyone who obtained one would regard it as a treasure, leaving it for their disciple with the greatest potential. However, Yang Kai could refine this spirit pill on his own, and he possessed a large amount of world source liquid. Thus, he need not be concerned in this regard. Now, his main priority was to enhance Voidland's strength within the shortest time span, giving it the capability to protect itself in this 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai kept himself busy in his room, refining spirit pills without rest. Furnace after furnace of Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills appeared, with each one representing the birth of an open heaven realm master for Voidland. After refining for an unknown time, Yang Kai only realized that his job was done when all his auxiliary ingredients were consumed. He calculated the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills he had, coming up with 435 in total. Although there was still a little gap from his initial estimate of 500, it should be enough for now. Not every cultivator would need this spirit pill to break through after all. It was unnecessary to waste it on someone who was confident in breaking through. Nevertheless, for those such as Mo Mei and Pang Duo, Yang Kai had to let them take this pill to assure their breakthrough, even if they were confident. Opening the barrier of the room, Yang Kai stepped onto the deck and looked at the scenery of the void around him. He suddenly realized that something was wrong. It should not have taken them so long to return to Thousand Birds territory from Blood Monster Cave Heaven. He spent 1 month helping the cultivators of Abundance City to remove their blood principles restriction, and about more than a month refining spirit pills. Given that it had been about 2 to 3 months, they should have arrived at Thousand Birds territory by now. Confused, he took out his universe chart to check their position, and was dumbstruck. Young master. Probably because of noticing Yang Kai coming out of his retreat, Yuhi hurriedly came out of her room too. Yang Kai nodded lightly and asked puzzledly, "Why are we in void territory?" With the help of the universe chart, Yang Kai could easily tell that they were now in void territory instead of Thousand Birds territory. Yuhi explained, "Elder sister wanted to send us back to Voidland first, then they will return to First Inn of Thousand Birds territory." Yang Kai immediately understood what this meant. The proprietress was worried that they might encounter some kind of danger during their journey, so she decided to escort them all the way here. His heart could not help feeling a little warm. "I am going to see proprietress." He turned around and walked towards the room on the top floor. It was necessary to pay the proprietress a visit after coming out of his retreat, so Yang Kai knocked, entered the room, and had some casual conversation with her. Then Yang Kai took out a bottle of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. "Proprietress, chef and accountant will surely be breaking through to the open heaven realm soon after returning. These heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills should be useful to them." Back then at the auction in Thousand Bird Star City, Yang Kai got the pill recipe for the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Furthermore, the proprietress also learnt from Old Bai that Yang Kai had world source liquid on him, so she was not surprised that he could hand over heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills so casually. There was no need for her to refuse as they were really useful for chef and accountant. As such, she immediately took the bottle and said, "I'll accept it with gratitude. When chef and accountant reach the open heaven realm masters, I will ask them to thank you in person." Yang Kai waved his hand. "No need, we're friends. I hope they can successfully break through to the open heaven realm as well." The proprietress nodded gently and asked, "What are your plans after going back this time?" After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai answered, "No matter what, it's important to refine the metal element monster core first. After all, such a treasure could only truly belong to me after refining it." "As it should be," the proprietress agreed. "After refining it, don't be in such a rush to exit retreat. Stay to consolidate your cultivation. Although you have excellent aptitude, I'm afraid that your foundation will be unstable in the future, given that you refined so many high-rank materials so quickly. Fortunately, it's not too late. There is still a chance to rectify some minor flaws before condensing the Yin element power." Proprietress is wise. Yang Kai accepted her advice humbly. He agreed that he should spend some time consolidating his cultivation. It was not necessarily good to progress rapidly when it came to cultivating. Although his Dao seal was incredibly firm due to the divine Dao water he had used, it would not hurt him to settle down a little and stabilize his foundation. During his adventures in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Yang Kai had comprehended a potent wood element divine ability, but he still lacked a water element divine ability and a yang element divine ability. When he condensed his metal element power upon returning this time, he should finish comprehending these. He had a faint feeling that if he could fully comprehend all the divine abilities of the 7 elements before advancing to become an open heaven realm master, it would be of great benefit to him during and after his breakthrough. It was an inexplicable feeling, but Yang Kai had no doubt about it. After a few days, the ship finally reached Void Land. Standing on the deck, the proprietress praised, "Grandmaster Wu Liang has extraordinary skill indeed. This grand array is magnificent. It is so profound that even I can't see through it. Run this place well. One day, it may be one of the cave heavens or paradises. During her last trip here, she brought Grandmaster Wu Liang to patch or arrange a grand array for Yang Kai. At that time, Voidland was still Seven Wonders Land, but the current atmosphere had changed dramatically compared to that time. Yang Kai grinned. This grand array that Grandmaster Wu Liang set up is called the 9 Heavenly Layers and has 9 grand arrays linked together, including bewildering arrays, illusion arrays, killing arrays, and trapping arrays. It's indeed powerful. Grandmaster Wu Liang had excellent skills, but Yang Kai had to give him tremendous support to create this grand array. Even though he had made a huge fortune in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he had to spend the majority of it for the sake of the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. Only someone like Yang Kai would have the courage to support Grandmaster Wu Liang in arranging a spirit array like this. If it was any other second-class great force, they would not have had the financial resources necessary to support such an endeavor. Cost was also the main reason why it was so difficult for Grandmaster Wu Liang to implement his design before, even though he had conceived of it a long time ago. He had designed the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array many years ago and strongly recommended it to various great forces. However, those great forces rejected it despite their interest after hearing the price tag. It was only after he met Yang Kai that he was finally able to display his true mastery over the Tao of Spirit arrays. After setting up the array, Grandmaster Wu Liang had a burst of inspiration and enlightenment, and went into retreat. He estimated that his cultivation would improve after he came out of his retreat. And a good spirit array. The proprietress did not hesitate to praise. There's nothing special to see from the outside. You'll understand its true mystery only from the inside. Please enter, proprietress. Yang Kai gestured. Contrary to his expectations though, the proprietress shook her head. I'm not going in. Yang Kai was startled. Are you leaving now? The proprietress nodded gently. This trip away from First Inn has taken too long. It's not good to delay any longer. Don't forget what I told you. Cultivate well after you go back. Yang Kai was a little reluctant to send her off. Voidland and Thousand Birds Star City were not close to each other, so it was not easy to have them here. Now that they were leaving before even stepping foot into Voidland, Yang Kai somehow felt like he lost an opportunity to welcome them as a host. However, if the proprietress did not want to enter, he could not force it either. As such, he just nodded as he replied, I'll remember. Don't worry, proprietress. I will work hard and not slack off. Leading he and the others off the ship, Yang Kai solemnly bid farewell to the proprietress and the rest. After seeing the ship, Yang Kai beckoned to the rest, Let's go home. It was Guo Miao's first time coming to Voidland, and she could not help looking around curiously. She felt that this place was many times better than Bloodswan Continent, where she had stayed before. Although Voidland was also a second-class great force, Bloodswan Continent could not be compared with it at all. Yang Kai was the master of Voidland, so the 9 Heavenly Layers grand array naturally could not stop him from leading his people inside. The alarm activated by the grand array startled Bian Yuqing, who immediately came to investigate, but after finding that it was Yang Kai who returned, she quickly welcomed him delightedly. Sect Master, you've returned. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks for your hard work, second manager. Speaking of the people who followed him all these years, besides head manager Hua Qingxi, it was second manager Bian Yuqing who had worked the hardest. Yang Kai was a well-known arm-flinging shopkeeper, always running around all year round while pushing the administrative work onto others. When he was not home, these two women were in charge of essentially all matters in the sect. Many would feel envious of the two managers for how much authority they possessed, but these people had no idea how much effort they had put in, and how much cultivation time they had sacrificed for the sect. Back then in High Heaven Palace in the Star Boundary, head manager Hua Qingxi was there to share the burden with her, but now in Voidland, Bian Yuqing was doing it all alone. Recalling the time when he was captured by Bian Yuqing's subordinates when he first left the lower star field and entered the Star Boundary, Yang Kai could not help sighing nostalgically. All kinds of memories from the past were still vivid in his mind. Chapter 4306, Expenditure and Income. In the main hall at the center of Voidland, Yang Kai sat in the head seat, while Yuhi stood behind him. Although she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she was as humble as a maidservant, standing by the side to pour tea for Yang Kai. Below, Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui sat on the left and right. Hearing of Yang Kai's return, the two of them hurriedly came to greet him. For now, Voidland was lacking Open Heaven Realm Masters, so besides Yuhi, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there were only Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Realm Master, Chen Tianfei, a 4th Order Open Realm Master, and Guiziyan, a 3rd Order Open Realm Master. These were all the Open Heaven Realm Masters Voidland had for now. Of course, there was also He, who was restricted by the loyalty list, but Yang Kai stationed him outside the star boundary to ensure its safety. In addition, there was the Divine Spirit Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiuyin. This woman was extraordinarily strong, and after coming out of Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for such a long time, a good portion of her strength should have been restored, but no one knew what her true condition was at the moment. Bian Yuqing's voice echoed in the main hall, as she reported the developments and transformations of Voidland during this period of time to Yang Kai. In fact, there were not many changes. The 600,000 people who Yang Kai brought back from the star boundary were mostly cultivating in the retreat. All the great emperors and pseudo-great emperors had obtained some cultivation resources, and now just needed time to refine them, so there would not be many results in the short term. However, as a result, the expenses for cultivation resources had become shockingly high. Although Voidland was still quite rich, it was clear that it could not handle this rate of consumption for long. If they continued to consume without any means of replenishing, Voidland would eventually be completely drained. Signs had already started showing when Yang Kai departed, but after this period of time, the situation had become progressively worse. In conclusion, the expenditures of Voidland were overwhelming. Before Yang Kai left, he basically handed over all the cultivation resources he had to Bian Yuqing, and allowed her to distribute them. But now, after listening to the reported figures, there was really not much left, and they would most likely be exhausted soon. After reporting the spending, Bian Yuqing continued. Even taking into consideration the expenditures though, the current income is also pretty good. Yang Kai raised his brow as her statement piqued his interest. Oh? Let's hear about it. Bian Yuqing turned to look at Chen Tianfei, and smiled faintly. Sect Master, just so you know, the biggest income in Voidland now comes from the gourd vine, which is under the care of Sir Chen. The gourd vine truly lives up to its name as a divine medicine. In essence, we can collect a full set of 5th Order Yin, Yang, and the 5-element materials once a month. It is truly valuable, and what makes it even more precious is that all of the materials stem from the same source. If a disciple can refine all their 5th Order materials from the gourd vine, there may be unexpected gains. Yang Kai gave a light nod. When he saw the gourd vine in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he already had a vague feeling that it would become a foundation to the success of any sect that obtained it. By the looks of it now, it seemed that he was right. Good work, Fatty. Yang Kai nodded at Fatty Chen Tian. Chen Tianfei hurriedly got up. Although he replied humbly, his face was radiant, looking notably proudly. To be honest, it was a boring job to watch over the gourd vine, and the task of collecting the element treasures was not something really worth praising, but he was still glad to be noticed by Yang Kai. Although he was forced to leave his name on the loyalty list, and his fate was now Yang Kai's to control, after even a short period of time, he realized the terrifying potential Voidland had. It was many times better than Scarlet Star. Although Voidland was still in its infant stage, it would definitely have the world at its feet in time. His cultivation was not too high, but he had an exceptionally sharp vision, so he had no doubts about this. Even without the restriction of loyalty list, he would never choose to leave Voidland. This place had a broad and promising future. If he continued to stay here, he would benefit as Voidland rose. How could he find any place better than this? Not to mention, staying with Yang Kai could quickly improve his strength too. Until now, he still did not understand how Lu Shui could rapidly reach the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm after a simple trip out with Yang Kai. Initially, they were both 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and he had reached that realm long before Lu Shui, but she had broken through to the next order first. Besides Lu Shui, even Guo Ziyan reached the third order open heaven realm. Previously, Chen Tianfei secretly tried to gain information from Lu Shui, but her lips were tightly sealed, so he could not figure out anything. However, he was not discouraged. He believed that as long as he could win Yang Kai's trust, sooner or later he would be able to make sense of it all. Additionally, since he was now in charge of collecting the resources from the gourd vine, he believed that he must be able to have a share of the collected resources when he was promoted to the fifth order in the future. The fifth order materials were exceedingly valuable, as each one cost on after 1 to 2 million open heaven pills, making a set of 7 nearly 10 million. Fatty Chen had witnessed Yang Kai's generosity towards his subordinates during this period of time, and he believed that as long as he could be promoted to the fifth order, he would definitely be able to obtain quite a number of gourd vine materials. With that, reaching the sixth order would be just a matter of time. If he left Voidland, where could he find this many resources? It could be said that Chen Tianfei had now truly pledged his loyalty to Voidland. Bian Yuqing pressed on. However, there is a problem now. The number of disciples who can refine fifth order materials is limited, and a lot of the materials collected from the gourd vine may accumulate. The requirements for the Dao seal of a cultivator to refine fifth order elements were somewhat high, and only Bing Yun, Wen Zishan, and other top emperors could refine them safely. Therefore, although there were 600,000 people in Voidland, not many of them could refine the fifth order materials. Therefore, as the resources were collected monthly from the gourd vine, they would naturally begin to pile up. In contrast, third order and fourth order materials are in extremely high demand, and we are short on them. Therefore, without sect master's approval, this subordinate decided to exchange some fifth order resources from the gourd vine for the third order and fourth order materials in the Star City. If there is anything wrong about this subordinate is willing to be punished. Yang Kai beamed. How could I punish second manager for doing such a good job? I should be thanking you instead. It was a reasonable move to exchange the fifth order materials that could not be used for third order and fourth order materials that they lacked. Bian Yuqing was slightly relieved when she heard him, and further reported. Inside Voidland, aside from the income of the gourd vine, there are the spirit fruits collected in the various orchards. Although Wondrous Pill Great Emperor is deriving the pill recipe for open heaven pills, the progress has been quite slow because he is focused more on cultivating in retreat, so the accumulated spirit fruits cannot be refined into pills. Yang Kai nodded. I've solved the matter of the pill recipe, and will give it to the Great Emperor later, so that he can begin refining pills. Bian Yuqing nodded and continued. That's all for the income from within Voidland. Regarding the external income, a fourth order open heaven realm master, named Yin Xinghua, came to Voidland, and claimed that it was sect master that sent him to manage Void Territory Star City. The harvest there is also not bad, and there is a fixed income every month from taxes and rent. I have asked him to exchange all the income into cultivation materials of various orders, and ship them to Voidland. Yang Kai nodded. I did send Yin Xinghua over, but he is an outsider after all, so it's difficult to entrust such an important task to him. It's better to have someone in the Star City to assume proper command. Blood Swan Continent was originally Guomiao's great force, but after Yang Kai broke through its sect-defending array, he forced Yin Xinghua to leave his name on the loyalty list. There was a shortage of manpower in Voidland, so Yang Kai had ordered Yin Xinghua to lead a group of people from Blood Swan Continent to enter and manage the Star City. Although there was the loyalty list to guarantee his compliance, and Yang Kai was not afraid of Yin Xinghua betraying him, he worried that this guy would be tempted by the fortunes he made, and would begin embezzling them for himself. In Yang Kai's plan, the Star City of Voidland needed to be well managed and developed, and it would not be difficult to do so. As long as he threw out the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, the reputation of the Star City in Void Territory would soar overnight. When that happened, it would certainly attract countless people to the Star City of Voidland. The increase of population would bring the Star City to life, and by that time, even if he did not do anything, he could make a fortune just collecting taxes. For now though, Void Territory's star city had no fame to its name, and could only be regarded as a medium-sized star city, incomparable to Thousand Bird Star City, not to mention the star cities in the Cave Heavens and Paradise's territories. Although the star city was making some income, it was not much, so Yang Kai was not worried about letting Yin Xinghua take charge of it for now. However, when the star city matured in the future, Yang Kai needed to station someone trustworthy there to manage it. More importantly, that person needed to be strong enough. At that time, the Void Territory Star City would be bustling and full of all kinds of people. Without enough strength, the one in charge would not be able to maintain order and security. That person had to be at least a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. Currently, it seemed that Mo Mei was the only suitable candidate, as there was no way Yang Kai could let Yuhi take charge of the Star City, as she had to take care of Voidland itself. While thinking about it, Lu Shui got up and volunteered. "Sir, let me go to the Star City." Lu Shui was a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master now. If she went to the Star City, Yin Xinghua would not dare to be presumptuous. After all, he had only just reached the 4th order. Yang Kai waved his hand. "No, Lu Shui. Just focus on teaching in Voidland. The people I brought here from my homeland know nothing about the outer universe and the Open Heaven Realm, so I need you to guide them." There were only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Chen Tianfei was in charge of the Gourd Vine, while Lu Shui taught the cultivators from the Star Boundary. Almost every day, she had to solve countless questions and doubts of the disciples. It could be said that her task was tough. Even the great emperors would ask her for advice during their spare time outside of retreat. Although in the future, the achievements of Lu Shui may not be as great as those great emperors who were refining 6th order materials, she was a 5th order Open Heaven Realm Master now and had the experiences they needed most. At this stage, it was no problem for her to provide guidance to the great emperors. Lu Shui sat down after Yang Kai announced what she should do. Bian Yuqing continued, "From the current situation, the income of Voidland is sufficient to cover the expenditure, and there's even some revenue left over, but it will be difficult to maintain in the long run." This was because as time passed, there would be more cultivators who condensed their own Dao seals. Once they had their Dao seals, they would need Open Heaven materials, which would put more pressure on Voidland's finances. It would be fine if there were just 1 or 2 of them. The problem was that there were 600,000 people in Voidland. Hearing that, Yang Kai asked, "Does second manager have a solution?" Bian Yuqing proposed, "Other than increasing the income of Voidland, I think we can let the disciples go out for training to find resources for themselves. Voidland can support them for the time being, but not for a lifetime." Chapter 4307, Future Plans. Yang Kai kept silent. Bian Yuqing added, "It's an honor that Sect Master showed such generosity and care to the disciples. It's truly a blessing for them to belong to a sect like Voidland. But if they don't contribute, they won't appreciate their gains. Furthermore, while it's safe for them to stay in Voidland, if they don't go out for training, how can they fight alongside Sect Master in the 3,000 worlds in the future? Flowers raised in the greenhouse will not be able to withstand wind and storms. Back then, when Great Demon God Emosheng caused disaster in the Star Boundary, everyone from High Heaven Palace participated in the battle. There were many casualties, but the ones who survived grew by leaps and bounds." Yang Kai nodded lightly. What second manager says is reasonable. He certainly understood this. When he went to Blood Monster Cave Heaven this time, he also agreed to let Lang Qingshan and the others move separately for training, because he knew that he could not always keep them under his wings. Similarly, he could not protect the 600,000 elites that he had brought back from the Star Boundary forever. They needed to grow and gain experiences of their own. Since second manager proposed this, do you have a specific plan? Yang Kai questioned. Bian Yuqing answered, "This subordinate does have an idea. As for whether it will work, I'll need Sect Master to decide." Yang Kai gestured her to speak. Bian Yuqing suggested eloquently, "The 600,000 cultivators who came back from the Star Boundary have different strengths. There are the strong ones like the great emperors, who have long condensed their own Dao seals, and are now refining 6th order materials. As for the weaker cultivators, Some of their cultivations have not reached the Tao Source realm, or even the Origin King realm. It's too dangerous for such cultivators to travel the 3,000 worlds. Allowing them to leave would be the same as killing them. Therefore, this subordinate was thinking of letting them travel to the universe worlds within Void Territory first. Yang Kai roughly knew about the situation of Void Territory. Originally, other than 7 Wonders Land, which was a second-class Great Force, there were 7 third-class Great Forces, and more than a dozen universe worlds. When Yang Kai occupied Void Land back then, the masters of these third-class Great Forces and universe worlds paid him a visit. Since Yang Kai had become the ruler of Void Territory, these subordinate forces and universe worlds naturally had to pay him proper respect. There are many places to seek both training and opportunity in those universe worlds. If the disciples go there, not only can it temper their minds and bodies, but it will also let them learn the difficulty of obtaining resources. Yang Kai nodded at her suggestion. This plan seems feasible. Seeing him approve, Bian Yuqing added. In addition, this subordinate feels that Void Land can follow the contribution system set up by other sects, and the prices of all kinds of cultivation resources should be clearly stated. If the disciples want to get the resources they need, they can exchange with their own contribution points. Of course, the disciples can get them by completing missions assigned by the sect too, or turning in the contribution points that they obtain through their training. Yang Kai had experienced the system of contribution points many times in the past, and such a system existed in High Heaven Palace as well. This system was used by many sects with different names, but they were all similar. Up to now, there were many great forces in the 3,000 worlds practicing the same system. The fact that the contribution points system was used by many sects proved that it was helpful to their development. Yang Kai beamed. With the help of second manager, how can Void Land not be prosperous? Bian Yuqing blushed slightly. Many thanks, Sect Master, for your high praise. This subordinate only adopted this idea from others. Yang Kai waved his hand. Whether it's from others or not, I'm relieved to have second managers overseeing Void Land. Just proceed as you mentioned. Bian Yuqing quickly bowed. Yes. After a pause she continued, Sect Master, this subordinate has another request. And name it. After organizing her thoughts, Bian Yuqing remarked, although this subordinate has been following Sect Master for many years, my personal cultivation is too low for my current position. I was able to assist head manager in High Heaven Palace before, but now, it's really overwhelming for me to support the operation of Void Land all alone. Sect Master, you are always away, and the great emperors are all in retreat. If Void Land encounters any trouble, it will be difficult for me alone to make decisions. I request Sect Master set up an Elder Council. If there is any problem, the Elder Council can discuss and act together. There were Sect Masters, Protectors, Elders, Deacons and so on in many other positions in normal sects. Although Void Land had quite a number of people, other than having Yang Kai as the Sect Master, Bian Yuqing was the only other one who had a specific status, which was manager. Meanwhile, the rest were just ordinary disciples who had not been given any position yet. It was not because Yang Kai forgot about this matter, but simply that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land was far too limited, so it was hard to even appoint people to such positions. Bian Yuqing proposed this not only for the development of Void Land, but also to avert suspicion. After all, if she had all the power, it would inevitably cause some dissatisfaction among others. Of course, the main reason was that she truly needed help with the hectic workload. Does second manager have any suggestions? Yang Kai asked. Bian Yuqing replied. This subordinate has received a lot of help from Sir Chun and Madame Lu these days, and I ask for their advice at times. They have experience in management and have good cultivation. As such, this subordinate feels that we can allow them to join the Elder Council first, and be the first batch of the elders of our Void Land. Chen Tianfei was originally one of the managers of Scarlet Star. Back then, when Zhao Baichuan was in retreat all year round to break through to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Chen Tianfei was in charge of Scarlet Star, while Lu Shui was a manager from Sword Pavilion with numerous subordinates under her. Because of this, they both had experience in managerial positions. Hearing Bian Yuqing's words, Fatty Chin, who was sitting to the side, hurriedly straightened his back, sat upright and looked in front of him steadily, while Lu Shui just remained indifferent. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Second manager is right. Fatty Chun Lu Shui. The two quickly got up, stood side by side and cupped their fists. Sect master. You two will establish an elder council with second manager to jointly manage Void Land. If there are any difficult decisions to be made, the three of you can discuss it among yourselves and follow a majority rule for the final decision. Yes. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui responded in unison. Fatty Chen did not forget to bootlick. This subordinate assures Sect Master that he will do his best to assist Second Manager and develop Void Land without slacking off. Yang Kai waved his hand and asked them to sit down again. He next took out several space rings and pushed them over to Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing wondered, "These are?" Yang Kai explained, "These are the cultivation resources I obtained during my trip. You should keep them and distribute them according to the situation. As for the open heaven pills, keep some of them in reserve if you can and take the rest to the Star City to purchase more resources." Bian Yuqing accepted the order before scanning the rings with her divine sense and exclaiming, "So much." Yang Kai literally spent billions of open heaven pills on his way to First in Thousand Birds territory to buy the third order and fourth order materials. Just when he spent almost all his open heaven pills, he obtained another one. 25 billion open heaven pills in the Azura arena, all of which he spent wildly on purchasing items at the following auction and exchange meet. If he had not paid a large number of resources and pills to win the 7th order primordial yang profound ginseng, there would be even more resources in the rings. Bian Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. With these things, Void Land can still maintain itself for another 5 years without issue. Yang Kai coughed gently into his fist. "I'm afraid it won't last that long." "Why?" Bian Yuqing looked at Yang Kai puzzledly. Yang Kai disclosed, "Because Void Land will have a new batch of members joining, and their demand for cultivation resources will certainly be much more than the current disciples from the Star Boundary." After saying so, he waved his hand, releasing Mo Mei, Peng Duo, and the other elders from Abundance City. Mo Mei and the others were stunned for a moment, but then hurriedly saluted when they finally comprehended the situation. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing looked at Mo Mei and the others curiously and asked, "Sect Master, these are?" Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei looked confused too. Yang Kai introduced everyone and briefly explained the background of Mo Mei and the others. Lu Shui and Chen Tianfei were dumbstruck, for they did not expect Yang Kai to even bring back so many native cultivators from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. What's more, they could sense that Mo Mei had condensed 6th order element powers. Although Pang Duo and the rest looked a bit old to still be Emperor Realm cultivators, they permeated stable and powerful 5th order element auras. Once they advanced to the open heaven realm, they would be in the 5th order. "Second manager, please settle the people of Abundance City down carefully. They will all be our Void Land's disciples in the future," Yang Kai ordered. Bian Yuqing was delighted. "Don't worry, Sect Master. This subordinate will make proper arrangements for them." What Void Land lacked now more than anything was open heaven realm masters. These people in front of her were all seeds of mid-rank open heaven realm masters. Once they broke through, there would be a sharp increase in Void Land's strength. How could Bian Yuqing not be happy? However, after a moment of excitement, she suddenly understood what Yang Kai meant. There were not many cultivators from Abundance City, only 3 or 4,000. Nevertheless, their needs would only be greater than the 600,000 disciples from the Star Boundary. Although there were a large number of people from the Star Boundary too, their cultivations were quite uneven and the vast majority had not even condensed their Dao seals, so they needed far fewer resources. However, the cultivators of Abundance City were different. Many people had begun to condense open heaven powers, which was exactly the time when they were extremely eager for the materials of various orders. Although Yang Kai brought back a massive amount of cultivation resources from his trip, they would not last long if so many people had to use them. But overall, it was worth celebrating. Bian Yuqing could even foresee the scene of the tremendous birth of the open heaven realm masters in Void Land. Yang Kai turned to look at the several people from Abundance City, and asked, Mo Mei, how many people from Abundance City can break through to the open heaven realm right away? Mo Mei immediately replied without a second thought. Besides this mistress and the 4 great elders, there are 4 deacons, who have condensed 5th order elements. Below the 5th order, there are at least 300 who can break through to the open heaven realm at any time. However, we have just left Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so we must first become familiar with the outside world before proceeding. As you should. Yang Kai nodded before taking out a ring. Here are some spirit pills. Take them and distribute them to those who can break through. Take one before they attempt to break through, as it will ensure that they can successfully ascend. Chapter 4308, Let me check. Mo Mei accepted and happily thanked Yang Kai. To the side, Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai with some surprise. Sect Master, what spirit pills are these? Mo Mei and the others had lived in Blood Monster Cave Heaven for a long time, so they did not know anything about the outside world, and had never been in contact with the open heaven realm before. Therefore, how would they know the hardships and dangers of breaking through to the open heaven realm? After a cultivator condensed their Dao seal, they had to work hard to collect all kinds of materials to refine. Even after they gathered the yin, yang and 5 element powers, they may not have the courage to proceed to attempt to break through. After all, their soul was at risk of being extinguished upon failure. This was why there were countless half-step open heaven realm masters throughout the 3,000 worlds. Some were limited by their financial resources and could not gather sufficient cultivation materials, while some lacked confidence in themselves or had problems with their cultivation and dared not attempt to break through. It was for this reason that there were numerous second order and third order open heaven realm masters, as well as many even in the first order. Not because these people did not have dreams to pursue, but because the lower the order one attempted to break through to directly, the lower the impact on themselves would be. Likewise, the lower the risk they would need to take. The risk of advancing to the open heaven realm was well known, but there was no way to avoid it, and auxiliary aids or spirit pills that could increase the chances of success had all but vanished over the ages. Although Mo Mei did not fully understand how miraculous the spirit pills Yang Kai handed to her were, how could Fatty Chen and Lu Shui not know? Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills. Yang Kai answered casually. Chen Tianfei replied with a cracked voice. Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill? As in, the legendary Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills that have long gone extinct? Even Lu Shui had her beautiful eyes widen as she stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. They're not extinct anymore. I won the pill recipe for the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill during my trip to the Thousand Birds Territory Star City in an auction. These spirit pills were refined by me. Chen Tianfei was stunned on the spot, as if he was struck by lightning. Lu Shui, who had been indifferent throughout the whole meeting, could not help covering her red lips with her hands as she gasped. Seeing their reactions, Mo Mei and the others finally realized the value of the spirit pills in their hands. Although they had never heard of the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill, it did not mean that they lacked common sense. Earlier, when Yang Kai passed her the ring, she scanned it casually and found hundreds of spirit pills inside. She thought that these spirit pills were ordinary things that could be easily found everywhere, but now, she learnt how rare they were. Tentatively looking at Chen Tianfei, Mo Mei asked, Elder Chen, is this Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill very precious? Chen Tianfei gulped and started to explain with difficulty. It's more than just precious. It's a treasure that one can essentially never find. It's said that this spirit pill can stabilize one's Dao seal during their breakthrough to the open heaven realm, greatly improving their chances of success. Moreover, it is rumored that taking it during one's breakthrough can help a cultivator experience the birth of a new world, which harmonizes perfectly with the grand Dao of the splitting heaven and earth apart. Then he continued with a solemn tone. Junior sister Mo, let's put it this way. If a cultivator has gathered 6th order element powers like you, but their Dao seal is not firm enough to support their breakthrough, they are likely to fail and die if they insist on it. But with such a pill, their chances of succeeding increase dramatically. In other words, Each of these spirit pills can guarantee the successful breakthrough of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. After hearing what Chen Tianfei said, Mo Mei and the others finally understood the value of these heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. Although it seemed to only be a spirit pill, it actually represented a powerful open heaven realm master. Chen Tianfei continued, "If you put such a spirit pill up for auction, it would be worth at least 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and that is the absolute lowest price possible. And you may not know what 10 million open heaven pills means. In the 3,000 worlds, the value of a sixth-order material is generally 15 million. Mo Mei's hand, which was holding the ring, started trembling. Each of these spirit pills were worth 10 to 20 million open heaven pills, and there were some 300 of them in the ring Yang Kai gave to her. Didn't that mean this single ring was worth billions of open heaven pills? They had no idea about the value of an open heaven pill, but they did understand the value of a sixth-order material, as they had only obtained a handful of them even after centuries of accumulation. Sect Master, these spirit pills are too valuable. Mo Mei hurriedly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand and grinned. What Elder Chen just said is not wrong. A single heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is worth a fortune, but that is only under the circumstances that they cannot be found. Previously at the auction, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill and its recipe was indeed high, costing Yang Kai a great fortune just to win them. If a large number of these things were available in the world, their value would naturally reduce greatly. What our Voidland lacks now are open heaven realm masters, so you don't have to feel pressured about these pills. I can refine them myself, so I can always make more when they are used up. What you have to do is to assist the people of Abundance City to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible." Despite Yang Kai's words, everyone knew that the value of heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills would not drop much even if a large quantity of them became available on the market. No cultivator could be absolutely certain that their breakthrough to the open heaven realm would succeed, so as long as they had enough money, anyone would definitely be willing to buy one as insurance. Before Mo Mei could say any more, Yang Kai stopped her. "This has already been settled. You don't need to think too much. Just use these spirit pills when you should." Realizing Yang Kai's decision was firm, Mo Mei grasped the ring in her hand and bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Good, that's all for today. Second Manager, please help those from Abundance City settle in." Bian Yuqing received the order, and the group followed Yang Kai out of the main hall. After Yang Kai released all of the cultivators of Abundance City from the small sealed world, Bian Yuqing led them away. Yang Kai dismissed Yu He and then returned to his residence with his hands folded behind his back. Knowing that he was heading to see his wives, Yu He did not bother to follow him. Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui still remained in main hall with somewhat complicated feelings. After a long time, Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. "If I had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill in the past, I would have been confident in attempting to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm." He chose to break through to the fourth-order open heaven realm due to limitations in his aptitude, but if he had a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to secure his breakthrough, he would stand a chance to directly advance to the fifth order. Although there was only one order difference between the fourth order and fifth order, the difference in upper limits was immense. The highest limit a fourth order open heaven realm master could achieve was the sixth order, which was still in the mid-rank, but a fifth order open heaven realm master could attempt to reach the seventh order, which was the high rank. Lu Shui remained silent. She had always been quiet, but she could also understand Chen Tianfei's feelings right now. If she did not obtain a mid-rank world fruit from Yang Kai due to unforeseen circumstances, how could she have the power and achievements she had today? Our sect master is not a simple man. The future of Voidland is really worth anticipating. Chen Tianfei sighed. Although he did not have as much authority as he did back in Scarlet Star, he was still proud to be in a sect with such high prospects. What could he do even if he wielded power in Scarlet Star? Scarlet Star would forever be a small place that could never stand out in the one-star city where it was situated, while Voidland had unlimited potential, and would one day rise to become an existence on par with the cave heavens or paradises. By that time, Chen Tianfei would also be famous. When Yang Kai returned to his residence and pushed the door open, he saw Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao standing side by side, with Yu Rumeng in the lead. They had obviously heard the news of Yang Kai's return, so they had decided to wait here. As soon as they saw him, happiness covered their faces. Under the lead of Yu Rumeng, they all saluted and greeted in unison. "Husband, many thanks for your hard work." Yu Rumeng smiled sweetly, Xiaoning Chang and Ji Yao blushed, Shui Yu grinned, while Su Yan lowered her head slightly, her long hair falling from both sides of her ears and resting on her ample peaks. Yang Kai stared at all of them, stunned. Yu Rumeng's face remained unchanged, but the rest flushed increasingly red. It was mainly because they had never done something like this before. They were still in retreat previously, but were summoned out one by Yu Rumeng. They still had not gotten used to the situation where they all gathered together to welcome their man back. With a bang, Yang Kai closed the door again and left the room. Standing at the door, Yang Kai touched his chin, frowned, and pondered for a long time. He secretly thought to himself that he did not do anything out of line in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Although that enchantress kept trying to seduce him, he righteously rejected her, and did not display any inappropriate behavior towards her. Thinking so, he calmed down and put a smile on his face before pushing the door open again. "Husband, why did you do that?" Yu Rumeng asked puzzledly. Yang Kai hurriedly answered, "I can't help but be in such bliss when I see my wives welcome me like this together. It took me by surprise. I forgot how to behave myself for a while. Please forgive me." Yu Rumeng looked at him suspiciously. "Really? Why do you seem to look a little guilty?" Cold sweat drenched Yang Kai's back as he smiled. "Rumeng, why would you say something so ridiculous? I wasn't unfaithful to you all, so why would I feel guilty? Heh." Yu Rumeng grinned. This mistress never accused husband of being unfaithful. So why is husband in such a hurry to explain himself? Am I? Yang Kai frowned. "Nonsense. There's nothing of the sort. I'm afraid Rumeng has misunderstood me. I haven't seen you all for too long, and I miss all of you very much. Oh, Ning Chang, have you condensed your Dao seal?" Little senior sister nodded innocently. "And I have condensed my Dao seal. Not just me, but everyone has condensed their Dao seal already. However, elder sister Rumeng said that we should only start cultivating after you come back, so we haven't condensed any elements yet." Yang Kai nodded. "Rumeng is right, it is exactly as she says. Come, let me check everyone's Dao seal." After declaring so, he spread his arms open and grabbed all the women together without hesitation, pushing them towards the bedroom. Su Yan, Ji Yao, and Shui Yu all exchanged looks, their faces flushed an even deeper red than before. They naturally knew what kind of checking he wanted to perform on them. However, little senior sister in all her innocence still had no idea that she was being led into the wolf's den, so she continued to boast proudly. "We asked senior Zhu Jiuyin to check us once before. She said that we can condense fifth-order elements without a problem, and we can directly advance to the fifth-order open heaven realm in the future." And Yang Kai kept nodding. Since Zhu Jiuyin said so, it should be right. However, in the end, she is a divine spirit, different from us humans. There could be errors in her judgment, so I still need to check each of you thoroughly. "Is that so?" Xiaoning Chang thought about it for a while, and nodded. "It seems like what junior brother said is reasonable." Yu Rumeng sneered. "Then Ning Chang, you can be the first one he checks, later." Xiaoning Chang replied. Junior brother, what are you?" Chapter 4309. You're not dead yet? The ladies, whether it was Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shui Yu or Ji Yao, had good aptitudes. Otherwise, they would not have been able to cultivate to the Emperor realm in such a short time while still in the star boundary. Especially Su Yan, who bore the ancestral Ice Phoenix source and possessed the Ice Crystal Jade body. She had the most outstanding aptitude among all of them. Their time spent on cultivation was not a lot, but there were never insufficient resources when they were in the star boundary, allowing them to build upon solid foundations. They were restricted by the world bottle of the star boundary, and could not be recognized by the world's will, so they could not condense their own Dao seal. Nevertheless, it was no longer the case when they leapt out of the star boundary and entered the outer universe. Here it became a simple matter for them to condense their Dao seals. Due to their firm foundations, their Dao seals were also extremely stable. Zhu Jiuyin was right. It would not be a problem for them to refine fifth-order elements. As for Yu Ru Meng, she was the demon saint of the demon race, so she already had her own Dao seal, and had begun to refine sixth-order materials like the great emperors. Yang Kai would be pleased enough if the common disciples in Void Land could refine fifth-order materials, but since they were his wives, he definitely wanted the absolute best for them. As such, he took out the remaining divine Dao water and distributed it to them. It was given to him by Zhu Jiuyin in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Zhu Jiuyin had lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many years, and possessed a lot of valuable treasures. As a divine spirit though, the divine Dao water was completely useless to her, so she generously gave it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had used some for himself and traded a couple of drops away, but there was still about half of it left. Even though each one of them could only obtain 3 or 4 drops now, it was enough to further stabilize their Dao seals. One must first sharpen his axe before chopping wood. Ever since Yang Kai left the star boundary, he had realized the importance of a Dao seal to cultivators. It could be said that the future achievements of a cultivator, and even one's chances of successfully entering the open heaven realm, were tied directly to their Dao seal. The firmer the Dao seal, the higher the order of elements they could condense, while the chances of failure during the final breakthrough would be smaller too. Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng stood guard, while the others entered retreat to refine the divine Dao water. Does husband want them to condense sixth-order elements? Yu Ru Meng guessed Yang Kai's plan, and secretly asked via divine sense. At the moment, her clothes are a little untidy, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were still slightly flushed, giving her an extremely seductive air. Yang Kai grabbed her hand and played with it softly as he whispered, "Entering the open heaven realm is not the end of the martial Dao. The difference between just one order is enormous, so if they can have a higher starting point, it will save them many years of cultivation, and also allow them to have a more promising future. So I'll try to provide them with the best possible starting point." Yu Ru Meng nodded lightly. With a slight tilt, she fell into Yang Kai's arms, gently stroked the stubble on his chin, and stated in distress, "My husband has been running around all over the world these past few years. It must have been difficult." Although it was her first time hearing about the divine Dao water, and she had never seen it before, how could anything that could improve a cultivator's Dao seal be common? It was definitely a treasure that most cultivators could only dream of. Everyone wanted such a treasure, so to obtain it, Yang Kai must have gone through plenty of hardships and only succeeded after much hard work. Yang Kai lowered his head, traced his finger over her ruby-red lips, and asked with a playful smile, "Indeed, how do you intend to compensate your hard-working husband, Ru Meng?" Yu Ru Meng glanced up at him shyly. "They are refining the divine Dao water. Don't make trouble. It's bad to disturb them." After a pause, she continued, "It's not often that you return home. When they're done, you should go and see Luor." Yang Kai nodded. "How has Luor been doing recently?" His wives were all here, except for Shanqing Luo. He could not help it, because when he brought her to Void Land from the star boundary, Zhu Jiuyin instantly felt a familial aura from Shanqing Luo and immediately took her away. Yang Kai could not stop this, and did not intend to either. After all, this was a good opportunity for Shanqing Luo too, and Yang Kai believed that with Zhu Jiuyin's teaching, Shanqing Luo would definitely have great achievements in the future. Yu Ru Meng answered, "I don't know. Luor has been following Senior Zhu Jiuyin, and hasn't shown up lately. However, I heard from Su Yin that when they met Luor last time, she looked well." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll make time to see Zhu Jiuyin then." The several women did not take too long, only about 3 days to refine the divine Dao water. They opened their eyes one after another, and Yang Kai checked their Dao seals one by one. After confirming that their Dao seals were indeed stable enough to support sixth-order elements, he was relieved. If he did not have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill with him, he may not be bold enough to encourage his wives to condense sixth-order powers. After all, having the capability to condense such element powers was completely different from having the courage to do so. The risks of breaking through directly to the sixth order rather than the fifth order open heaven realm were orders of magnitude different. However, Yang Kai did have the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could secure their breakthrough in the future. After ordering them to find Bian Yuqing to request sixth order materials, Yang Kai departed to Zhu Jiuyin's residence. Other than meeting Shanqing Luo, he also wanted to know how much of Zhu Jiuyin's strength had been restored. She was a divine spirit born and raised in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After escaping the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had to adapt to the world principles of the 3,000 worlds in order to regain her peak strength. It had been several years since she left the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so in theory, she should have fully recovered. Zhu Jiuyin lived in the grandest palace complex which occupied an entire spirit peak. There were no outsiders here, only her and Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai came to the foot of the mountain, climbed the stairs, and soon reached in front of the palace. He adjusted his clothes as he cleared his throat before cupping his fist. "Senior, Junior Yang Kai is here to visit you." The sound echoed back and forth through the mountain peaks. Zhu Jiuyin's voice immediately reached Yang Kai's ear. "Brat, you're not dead yet." Yang Kai was speechless. "Why did you say so, Senior? You are my protector. Why do you wish for me to die?" Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. "It's true that I'm your protector, but I can only keep you safe in this small place. Since you like to wander around, what does it have to do to me if you get yourself killed outside?" In fact, she could not wait for Yang Kai to die in a ditch somewhere outside. If he did, she did not have to guard this place anymore, and could go wherever she pleased with Shanqing Luo. Yang Kai was annoyed, and if not for the vast gap in their strength, he would have charged inside to teach her a lesson. Forcing down his grievances, he swiftly changed the subject. "Senior, please show yourself." Zhu Jiuyin snorted. "Just say what you want to say and don't waste our time. This queen is really busy and doesn't have the attention to spare to see you." Yang Kai wanted to ask her what she was busy with, but on second thought, since Shanqing Luo was with her, she probably was doing something related to Shanqing Luo. Irritated but still willing to compromise, Yang Kai simply asked, "Since Senior has been away from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for a few years, may this Junior ask how much of your strength had been restored? Do you need any assistance from me?" Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "How can you help me? I don't need your help. If there's nothing else, go back and don't bother this queen." Yang Kai ground his teeth. He really wanted to grab this woman out and bite her. He proceeded with a low voice. "It's fine if Senior doesn't want to show herself, but I want to see Luo'er. Luo'er is busy too. She's not free. Shoo, go away." Yang Kai widened his eyes and burst out, "Senior, this is my Voidland. Not to mention, I am the master here. Luo'er is my wife. I just want to see her. Why won't you allow me?" "Bite me," Zhu Jiuyin sneered. "I really do want to bite you to death." Anger filled Yang Kai's heart, so he steeled himself and strode forward. "I was being polite just now for the sake of respect. Do you really think I have to look at your face? Do you think you can stop me from coming in?" Just as he took one step forward though, a force traveled through the air and smacked him in the face. Yang Kai lost his balance and literally rolled down the mountain. By the time he got up again, he was already at the foot of the mountain. Yang Kai looked up at the top of the mountain with clenched jaws. "Zhu Jiuyin, you crazy woman. Brat, if you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your Voidland? This place is not as simple as it appears." The voice of Zhu Jiuyin resounded around his ears. "Not as simple as it appears?" Yang Kai was stunned. What's not simple about it? He shouted loudly a few times, but there was no response from Zhu Jiuyin anymore. He had no idea if the woman did not hear him, or simply turned a deaf ear to him. In the midst of his anger, a rumble happened nearby. The ground trembled, and it sounded like a thunderstorm. Yang Kai turned to it in shock, and saw two huge figures flying rapidly towards him from the mountain forest. When they got close, he saw sticky, slimy fluid dripping from the mouth of one of them, while the other one extended its huge head over to him, its eyes full of joy. "It's you too. Yang Kai was sulking, but his mood improved a bit at the sight. These two giant creatures were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon that he brought out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Yang Kai had fed them dragon blood pills once in a while since the time in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Therefore, every time they sensed Yang Kai's aura, they would run over and beg for food. Although Yang Kai refined a tremendous number of dragon blood pills in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and the quality was excellent, he had been consuming them all these years, so he did not have many left. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to sigh helplessly when he saw the pleading looks on these two. He took out 10 dragon blood pills, and fed them 5 each as he said, "This is the last time. You won't get it anymore." Without knowing whether they understood or not, they just swallowed the dragon blood pills one by one excitedly before circling around Yang Kai cordially. It was not surprising for them to appear here, because Zhu Jiuyin lived here. They were all from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, so they were more comfortable with each other. Furthermore, Zhu Jiuyin would teach these two from time to time. Given their somewhat childish behavior, it was natural for them to stay here. Yang Kai looked at them and found that both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were more than twice the size from the first time he saw them. The dragon auras emanating from their body were also much stronger. After all, they both had dragon clan bloodlines, though only a trace amount. Nonetheless, the dragon blood pills were extremely helpful to them, and had strengthened them to a great degree. Chapter 43:10, Refining the Metal Element. Zhu Jiuyin, I will make you pay one day. Hovering in the sky of Voidland, Yang Kai declared silently with his teeth gritted. Since Zhu Jiuyin stated that this Voidland was not as simple as it seemed, and asked him to investigate it carefully, Yang Kai naturally did not dare to neglect her words. This place was the foundation of his foothold in 3,000 worlds. Not to mention, there were 600,000 people he brought from the star boundary here. If anything happened here, how could he face those that remained in the star boundary? But after checking for days, he found nothing at all. He had lived in this place for quite some time, and did not notice anything strange about it. At most, it was just a spirit province where a second-class great force stood. There was truly nothing special about it. He took Zhu Jiuyin's words seriously because she was a powerful divine spirit. That perhaps she may have felt something. But now, it seemed that it was either that woman had misled him, or he was too weak to detect it. Yang Kai believed that the former was more likely, which enraged him. After a few bitter grumblings, Yang Kai gave up on continuing his investigation. He found second manager Bian Yuqing, informed her that he would be in retreat for a while, and told her not to disturb him unless there was an urgent matter. Bian Yuqing respectfully acknowledged his orders. Thus, Yang Kai returned to his residence, went into the secret room, and activated the various barriers. He sat cross-legged and focused his mind for 3 days before solemnly taking out the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. The Monster Core was the size of a fist, its entire mass golden, and a strong and pure metal element power surrounded it. When he probed his divine sense into it, he could clearly feel the massive energy contained within. Yang Kai was delighted, but his face remained calm. It was not easy to obtain such a treasure, and it could be said that he was very lucky to have held on to it. He initially hoped to find the materials he needed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, but his efforts turned out to be in vain. He had completely given up, especially when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was collapsing. However, when one door closes, a window opens. Yang Kai bumped into the severely injured Golden Wolf King that happened to have devoured the monster core of Golden Gorilla King, allowing it to advance from the peak of 6th Order to the 7th Order. At that time, Yang Kai still had the divine ability bead given to him by the proprietress. Part of the reason the Golden Wolf King could defeat the Golden Gorilla King and advance to the 7th Order was because of Yang Kai. If he had not fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City back then, there would not have been a decisive battle between the two monster beasts, both at the peak of 6th Order. After all, they had fought with each other for many years, and neither had prevailed. It could be said that their strength was always on par with each other. It was precisely because Yang Kai fought with Golden Gorilla King in Abundance City, and greatly weakened it, that the Golden Wolf King had a chance to succeed. It was all kinds of opportunistic coincidences that brought Yongkai the 7th order metal element monster core in his hand. Now, it seemed that it was no longer necessary for him to go to Golden Antelope Paradise, where he was planning to head if he failed to obtain anything from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. After all, he might just be able to find something he needed there. However, he didn't have to anymore. No matter how indifferent he looked, Yongkai was still a little exhilarated in his heart, because as long as he refined this monster core, he would be just one step away from the open heaven realm. As soon as he found a suitable element treasure to refine, he could split heaven and earth within himself to create a small universe, directly advancing to the high-rank open heaven realm. By then, he would have the ability to protect himself in the 3,000 worlds. Yongkai took a soft breath and closed his eyes. Before refining this metal element monster core, he still needed to make some preparations. Among the yin, yang, and 5 element powers, Yongkai first condensed his wood element, then fire, then earth. However, he had not found an appropriate metal element. Fortunately, Zhu Jiuyin handed him the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture, allowing him to skip the metal element, and condensed his water element as well as his yang element. Nonetheless, although the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture was amazing, anyone who used it had to dedicate a part of their attention to maintaining its operation. Once it was interrupted, the powers inside the Tao Seal would fall into chaos, leading to disastrous results. When refining his water element, Yongkai spared a part of his focus on operating the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture. Similarly, Yongkai had to spare another part of his focus when condensing his yang element power. It could be said that Yongkai has always been in the state of multitasking on at least 3 things at the same time. It was a great load on any cultivator who did this, because multitasking on 3 things would consume a lot of one's focus. Without a powerful soul, this could not have been done, let alone fighting with others in this state. Maybe multitasking on 3 things would not be too difficult for a short time. But the problem was this circulation could not be interrupted, and had to be maintained at all times. Fortunately, Yongkai's soul was much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm. Thus, he was able to maintain this state without making any mistakes. Now, since he wanted to condense the metal element power, he had to spare another part of his focus again. Divine sense surged, and his focus was divided. As the Defying Yin-Yang 5 Elements Profound Universe Heart Scripture was operating, Yongkai held the 7th order monster core with both hands, surged the powers within his Tao Seal, and began absorbing the metal element power in the monster core. The metal element was renowned for its sharpness, and specialized in attacking. As such, the monster core's metal element power had an unparalleled sharpness to it. As soon as Yongkai absorbed a trace of this power, he felt a stabbing pain in his physique and meridians, as if a tiny needle had poked into his body, shuttled through his physique and meridians, and pierced his Tao Seal. Yongkai's face trembled while he endured the pain. Soon, an almost imperceptible golden aura appeared in his Tao Seal, and it began to tremble slightly. The powers of wood, fire, earth and water seemed to become a little lively at this moment. Yongkai did not know whether it was an illusion, but he did not have time to find out now. Since he had begun to refine the metal element power, he could not give up halfway, and constantly utilized his Tao Seal, absorbing the energy of the monster core in his hand. As time passed, Yongkai felt as though countless fine needles were drilling into his body, as if thousands of ants were eating his physique, and he had to endure the unbearable pain the whole time. However, the golden aura in his Tao Seal was gradually growing stronger. With the increase of the metal element power, the rest of the 5 element powers became more and more active in his Tao Seal. Even the vibration of his Tao Seal became more and more apparent. The 5 elements were a complete cycle that brought about unity. The process of advancing to the open heaven realm was to integrate this unity into their Tao Seal. Before, the 5 element powers in Yongkai's body were incomplete, and could not harmonize with each other properly, so they had to act on their own. But now Yongkai has refined the metal element power, and finally gathered all of the 5 elements. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth were gradually integrated with each other in an infinite loop, connecting to each other in an endless and wondrous cycle. The Dao seal vibrated more and more, and its light flickered constantly. With the refining of the metal element power, Yang Kai's aura also became stronger and stronger. It was not easy to refine a seventh-order material, and if it were any other cultivator, they would have to be extremely careful, especially towards the metal element power, because its innate nature to attack and kill was too strong. One mistake would lead to irreparable losses to their own meridians and Dao seal, possibly even death. Therefore, the time required for refining would naturally be exceedingly long, ranging from 3 to 5 years to more than 10 years. Yang Kai was not worried about this though. His Dao seal was extremely firm, and among the 5 elements, he had gathered the wood, water, fire, and earth already. As such, he had great experience in condensing this kind of high-rank power. He refined rapidly, and the aura of the metal element monster core in his hand disappeared at a visible speed. On the contrary, the golden light in Yang Kai's Dao seal gradually expanded. At a certain moment, when the last bit of power within the monster core in his hand was absorbed and condensed, Yang Kai felt that his mind relaxed, as if a heavy burden was lifted from him. He instinctively withdrew the several parts of his split focus, which had now been spared, and stopped the operation of the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture. Although the technique was interrupted, there was no sign of disorder with the powers in his Dao seal. On the contrary, as the 5 elements in his Dao seal were complete now, the metal, wood, water, fire and earth element powers mutually reinforced and suppressed one another, forming a complete cycle. Cultivators had to condense the elements in a specific order, but the defying yin-yang 5 elements profound universe heart scripture negated that necessity. Now that Yang Kai possessed all the 5 elements though, he naturally did not need this technique. It was a great relief for him, especially from the stress of maintaining it. Yang Kai examined himself carefully, and clearly perceived the endless cycle of the 5 elements in his Dao seal. Following the cycle of the 5 elements, an inexplicable aura was released out of the Dao seal. This aura felt like a newborn world, like the prototype of world force, but at the same time not. The feeling of the complete 5 elements circulating in his own body mutually reinforcing and suppressing each other was even more amazing. Yang Kai had long experienced the world force. After all, he was the owner of the small sealed world, which was also an independent world itself and naturally had its own world force. However, the small sealed world was not his own body, and the feeling that came from his own being at this moment was completely different. A sudden realization suddenly dawned on Yang Kai. This was the true half-step open heaven realm. Although previously he had refined 5 elements to reach the standard of the half-step open heaven realm, due to the scattered powers in his body, he did not form an orderly cycle at all. Therefore, he had not truly stepped into the half-step open heaven realm. But now, he had finally reached the threshold of the half-step open heaven realm. If he could take another step forward, he would be in the open heaven realm. Yang Kai concentrated his mind and immersed himself in this wonderful feeling. His Dao seal constantly vibrated, and each vibration seemed to be a throb from the depths of his heart. The cycle of the 5 elements resonated with his soul, giving rise to the illusion that his Dao seal was about to evolve into a world, and he himself was the creator of this world. The feeling of dominating the world arose spontaneously, and his mood lifted a little. After condensing the metal element power, Yang Kai stood firm in the half-step open heaven realm. He could sense that his strength had increased by another leap. Even though it was not too outrageous, it was certainly different from before. More importantly, with the completion of the 5 elements, it gave him another trump card to use. Just when Yang Kai wanted to try a technique he had not used for a long time, a soft noise suddenly came out from within himself. Yang Kai was slightly stunned, unable to react to what had happened. When the soft noise resounded for the second time, Yang Kai hurriedly examined its source and his face turned deathly pale. Chapter 43:11, 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. A crack had appeared in his Dao seal. Yang Kai was beyond startled, his face turning green from shock. After reaching the peak of the Emperor Realm, the Dao seal became the foundation of a cultivator. It was where their grand Dao was stored, the product of a cultivator's lifetime of hard work. If something went wrong with their Dao seal, it would be the end of the cultivator. Yang Kai never thought there would be a problem with his Dao seal, because it was extremely firm and robust, especially with the nourishment of the divine Dao water. But the most unlikely thing happened, and it happened so abruptly. Yang Kai drew a deep breath and held it for a long while, focusing his divine sense closely on his Dao seal. A small crack had indeed appeared in his Dao seal, but he did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he felt light and refreshed. What's happening? After waiting for a long while, the movement from his Dao seal gradually stopped. Yang Kai tried to stimulate the powers in his Dao seal, but instead of any hindrance, they flowed smoother than ever. Still, the tiny crack was real, and there was no sign of it healing. Yang Kai was baffled. Boldly he raised his hand, and a wave of sword qi swirled around his fingertips, one that encompassed all 5 elements. 5 elements indestructible sword qi was a secret technique that Yang Kai cultivated a long time ago. Resources of the 5 elements needed to be consumed during its cultivation, but the grade of those resources he used to do so were not very high. With the improvement of his cultivation, this secret technique lacked utility, and was thus set aside. However, this secret technique was also good because of its unlimited potential. The stronger the 5 element powers used, the greater the power of the 5 elements indestructible sword qi. The 5 element powers that Yang Kai refined to reach the open heaven realm were all high rank. Thus, the current sword qi he could use was on a completely different scale from before. That sword qi lingered around the secret room ceaselessly for a long time, and one could imagine how difficult it would be for the enemy to contend against it. Of course, Yang Kai was not testing out the power of this sword qi, but was instead using it to investigate his own Dao seal. After a while he concluded that there was really nothing wrong with his Dao seal. Yang Kai frowned, feeling even more confused about his situation. He had no mentor to guide him throughout his cultivating journey, and had been experimenting and fumbling on his own most of the time. Right now, he was secretly worried that something had gone wrong and he was simply unable to detect it. Feeling uneasy, he opened the secret room and summoned Yuhi to ask her for some advice. After all, Yuhi was an experienced 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she might know something. Unfortunately, there was no reply even after a long time. As such, Yang Kai summoned Lu Shui, but there was no response from her either. Yuhi and Lu Shui were the 2 most powerful Open Heaven Masters in Voidland currently, a 6th Order and a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master respectively, and Voidland supposedly didn't have any urgent matters going on currently, so how could they not reply to him? The only explanation was that they were not in Voidland. This made Yang Kai's heart clench tight. Did something happen to Voidland when he was in retreat? Completely abandoning the problems about his own Dao seal, he hurried out and sent a message to Bian Yuqing. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing quickly replied. After the 2 met, Yang Kai quickly asked, "Second manager, what happened to Voidland? Why are Yuhi and Lu Shui not here?" Bian Yuqing was momentarily stunned, but then laughed lightly and reassured him. "Sect Master, don't worry, something did happen to Voidland, but it's something worth celebrating." Yang Kai raised his brow. What is it worth celebrating? Bian Yuqing pointed up at the sky and explained. The people from Abundance City are breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm. There are many of them, and it was an important matter, so all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland are standing guard outside. Oh! Yang Kai was overjoyed when he heard the news, and his anxiety was immediately relieved. He thought something serious might have happened when he did not receive a response from Yuhi and Lu Shui, but now he learnt that they actually left to stand guard for the people of Abundance City. Yang Kai silently calculated the time, and figured he should have taken 3 months to refine the metal element monster core in retreat. It was not too long nor too short, and during this period, the people from Abundance City should have familiarized themselves with the outside world, and made the necessary preparations to break through to the Open Heaven Realm. Suddenly feeling excited, he quickly left after saying, "I'll go take a look too." In a flash, he opened a hole in the 9 heavenly layers grand array and left Voidland, reappearing in the void alone. The reason why the people of Abundant City chose to break through to the open heaven realm outside of Voidland was mainly that they were afraid of what damage the failure of their breakthroughs might bring to Voidland. The breakthrough to the open heaven realm did not have much requirement from the external environment. It could be done in a land rich in world energy, or in the empty void, as it was mainly dependent on one's own heritage. Yu-He and the others were naturally there too. Outside of Voidland, Yu-He, Lu Shui, Chen Tianfei, and even Guo Ziyan were standing by, spread out to the four corners of a huge space in the void where Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and several the others sat cross-legged, separated from each other by more than 10 kilometers, each of them permeating vigorous auras. There were not many of them, only 9. Besides City Lord Mo Mei, Pang Duo, and the other 4 great elders, the remaining 4 were deacons who had condensed fifth-order elements. Beyond that, there were many more cultivators clustered in another location. Yang Kai arrived just in time for Mo Mei and the others to break through to the open heaven realm. Without needing to approach, Yang Kai could already clearly feel world force permeating from them. He had witnessed Old Bai's promotion to the open heaven realm before, but he was the only one in that situation. Now that 9 people were breaking through together, how spectacular was the scene going to be? Voidland probably would be the only place to have such a spectacle in the entire 3,000 worlds. It was impossible for other sects to find so many disciples who were all so close to open heaven realm at the same time. Yang Kai watched for a while, feeling that Mo Mei and others should have no problem with their breakthroughs, but he was still not sure, so he flickered towards Yu-He. "Young master, did you exit retreat?" Yu-He was pleasantly surprised to see him. She felt around slightly, sensed the metal element power element permeating from Yang Kai, and confirmed that he had successfully refined it. And Yang Kai nodded as he motioned with his mouth to the people in front. "How are they doing?" Yu-He replied, "Everything is going well. I'm certain it won't take more than 3 to 5 days for them to succeed." Yang Kai was delighted. "That's good." Yu-He covered her mouth and giggled. "Congratulations, young master. Voidland's strength will greatly increase now." Yang Kai found what she said funny, then reached out and pinched her face. "You are also from Voidland. We should be celebrating together." After pinching her, Yang Kai froze. Although Yu-He has always been obedient, he also knew the reason for it, so he had always been careful not to be too intimate with her. However, he was stunned by his own sudden action. Yu-He was also dumbfounded, and the both of them stared at each other. After a while, Yang Kai cleared his throat and looked away awkwardly. "What's their condition?" There were nearly 300 people gathered there looking nervously at Mo Mei and the others. All of them likely cultivators of Abundant City. Yu-He reported, "They have broken through to the open heaven realm already, young master. There are 315 new open heaven realm masters in total, including 35 fourth order, 191 third order, and 89 second order open heaven masters. This number is quite unbelievable." Yang Kai was elated when he heard this. Before now, the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland could be counted with just one hand, but the sudden rise in numbers to more than 300 of them meant that the strength of Voidland had soared. With so many open heaven realm masters, Voidland still may not be as good as some top second-class great forces, but how many years had they been established and developing for? How old was Voidland? And this was just the beginning. Not to mention that there were even more cultivators in Abundant City that were only 1 or 2 steps away from the open heaven realm. The more than 600,000 people brought from the star boundary were also all elites. Many people would definitely break through to the open heaven realm in the near future. But even if the number was not as good as other forces, Voidland was definitely not lacking in terms of quality. Of the more than 300 people who had broken through successfully, 35 of them were fourth-order open heaven masters. This ratio was terrifying, and only a special environment such as the Blood Monster Cave Heaven could foster such potential, giving them the time to accumulate and break out of their shells all at once. Not to mention, there were still 9 more who were still in the process of breaking through. These 9 people, except Mo Mei, who was about to break through to the 6th-order open heaven realm, were all going to break through to the 5th-order open heaven realm. Once successful, Voidland's background would become quite terrifying. Why did Yang Kai spend so much to set up the 9 heavenly layers grand array? It was to prepare for rainy days. The strength of the people who came from the star boundary was uneven, and the number of open heaven realm masters in Voidland was scarce. If anyone really decided to come looking for trouble, they may not be able to triumph against them. But with the protection of the 9 heavenly layers grand array, they at least would have a safe environment. However, he did not need to worry about that anymore, unless those cave heavens and paradises launched a major attack on them. Otherwise, there were only a few great forces in the 3,000 worlds that could compete with Voidland now. Excited, Yang Kai suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although he had occupied Voidland that day by chance, formed a sect here, then spent a fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array, he always felt a little insecure. However, he no longer felt that way. With so many open heaven realm masters guarding Voidland now, this place had now become a true place of refuge for him. In the distance, the world force escaping from the bodies of Mo Mei and the others became more and more apparent, giving off a vague feeling that a new world was about to be born. However, judging from their appearance, it would still take a few days before the real promotion to Open Heaven Realm took place. Yang Kai relaxed and then recalled the reason for coming out of his retreat, quickly asking in a small voice, "Yuhi, I want to ask you something." Yuhi turned her head and asked, "Feel free to ask anything, young master." Yang Kai reiterated what happened during his retreat, and Yuhi could not help getting nervous. "A crack on your Dao seal?" Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Common sense says that when the Dao seal is broken, even if one's cultivation is not completely destroyed, they would at least be seriously injured, but I don't feel anything is off about myself. In fact, I feel quite comfortable. Yuhi pondered for a while before asking, "Young master, will you allow me to investigate carefully?" Yang Kai nodded, and I was hoping you would. The Dao seal was the root of a cultivator, so it was not something to be opened up to others casually. If the other party had any malicious intentions, he would be dead without knowing how he was killed. Nevertheless, Yuhi was trustworthy and Yang Kai was confident it was impossible for her to have any ill intentions towards him. Yuhi immediately stretched out and tapped her slender jade finger on Yang Kai's chest, surging her divine sense as she probed him carefully. After a while, Yuhi retracted her finger, a frown on her face. "What is it?" Yang Kai asked nervously. Yuhi thought carefully before replying, "I didn't notice anything wrong, but young master, your Dao seal has signs of breaking. This is something unprecedented and what? There are signs of you advancing to the open heaven realm." Chapter 43:12. Great Peng spreads its wings and soars into the sky. Signs of breaking through to the open heaven realm? Shock surfaced on Yang Kai's face. "What do you mean?" Yuhi explained, "Young master may not be aware, but whenever a cultivator is about to break through to the open heaven realm, one's Dao seal must be broken to integrate yin, yang, and 5 elements together with one's grand Dao to form their small universe." She then pointed at Mo Mei and the others. They are currently in that phase. Once they succeed, they can advance to the open heaven realm. If they fail, the consequences will be dire. Such a thing happens? Yang Kai was astonished. He really did not know that the Dao seal would have to be broken while advancing to the open heaven realm. He always thought that the Dao seal would accompany a cultivator for the rest of their life, but now it seemed that there was no Dao seal in those within the open heaven realm, because their Dao seal would shatter and merge into their small universe, imprinting the cultivator's grand Dao. Yang Kai then asked with a frown, "But the Dao seal is critical to a cultivator. Wouldn't it cause irreparable damage to us when it shatters?" Yuhi chuckled. What young master described is the consequences of one's Dao seal being destroyed by external forces. For example, if a certain half-step open heaven realm master was subjected to a secret technique that shattered their Dao seal, even if this person did not die, their cultivation would be completely crippled. However, when breaking through to the open heaven realm, this process is essential, otherwise, how would one integrate their own grand Dao into their small universe? This can be considered as breaking the old to build up the new. That's why the advancement to the open heaven realm has always been extremely dangerous, and one careless mistake will put all previous efforts to waste. Yang Kai had a vague idea now but was still confused. I am still one step away from open heaven realm, but it is not easy to even take this step. So why did my Dao seal change like this? Yuhi did not understand what was going on either, so shaking her head she replied, I cannot say, young master. Do you really not feel anything wrong? Yang Kai answered, if there was something wrong I would notice it, but I truly don't feel anything abnormal, except for the crack in my Dao seal. Yuhi pondered for a long time before opening her mouth hesitantly. Perhaps it has something to do with the order of the materials you have refined, young master. Throughout the ages, there have been very few cultivators capable of condensing high-rank element powers. Another might not appear for thousands of years, so no one would be able to predict what kind of abnormal situations may occur on the path of cultivation, such as young masters. If even he could not give him an answer. Yang Kai did not know who else to turn to. She had the highest cultivation, and was the most knowledgeable in Void Land, so it was impossible for the others to know more than she did. Although Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit and certainly stronger than Yuhi, her cultivation method was completely different from that of a human's, so asking her would be pointless. Seeing him still worried, Yuhi comforted him. But there is a benefit to the situation you're in. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. What's the benefit? Let's hear it. Young master's advancement to the open heaven in the future will certainly be easier now as there are signs of your breaking through already. When you gather all of your yin, yang and 5-element powers, your advancement will definitely come naturally without much obstruction. Although Yang Kai knew that she was just comforting him, he still felt somewhat relieved and nodded. I hope so. Although talking to you he did not solve his doubts and he did not know why his Dao seal had such a phenomenon. Yang Kai faintly noticed one thing. The long gorge of cultivation between Emperor Realm and Open Heaven Realm could be called a completely new realm, such as the Dao Seal Realm. This was because when one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Emperor Realm, they would need to condense their Dao Seal with their own Grand Dao and lifelong cultivation. When advancing to the Open Heaven Realm, one's Dao Seal would be shattered and integrated into their small universe. The formation to the destruction of the Dao Seal was the rise and fall of a realm, and its characteristics were extremely obvious. The question was, why did such a realm not exist? Since he could not answer such a question, he decided not to think about it anymore. If there had never been the existence of a Dao Seal realm before, there must be a reason for it. 5 or 6 days passed by in a hurry while Yang Kai was constantly paying attention to the situation of his Dao Seal. Suddenly, he sensed a notably obvious world force swaying in the void. Looking up quickly, he saw Peng Duo get up with a smile and stood steadily. However, at this moment he was a lot stronger than before. His upright stature felt as though a new world had emerged, and a complete world force lingered around him. He has successfully broken though. At almost the same time, world forces constantly fluctuated around the void. Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, Gong Yangxi, and the others advanced to the Open Heaven Realm within just a half cup of tea's time. These great elders of Abundance City had spent almost the same amount of time cultivating, and the fifth-order materials they refined were not much different in attributes, which was why their breakthrough was so close to each other. After another half-day, Fan Wu Xian and the other deacons also successfully broke through. Finally, after another day, Mo Mei completed her breakthrough. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Although he gave Mo Mei many heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, which could greatly improve the chances of successfully breaking through to the Open Heaven Realm, spirit pills were only external aids after all. What truly mattered was their respective will and foundation. No matter how much any external assistance was provided, if one was personally insufficient, there would still be a risk of failure. Now that they were all successful and no one had failed, it was well worth being delighted about. Having long noticed Yang Kai's presence, Mo Mei did not bother stabilizing her cultivation after her advancement to the Open Heaven Realm, and flew straight towards him. Behind her, Peng Duo and the others quickly followed by the hundreds of Abundance City cultivators who had already broken through to the Open Heaven Realm. In front of Yang Kai, Mo Mei saluted elegantly, Greetings, Sect Master. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift her up with a small smile before cupping his fist as well. Congratulations to everyone on your advancement to the open heaven realm. From now on, like the great pungs of legends, spread your wings and soar into the sky. Mo replied humbly. Many thanks to Sect Master for removing the blood principles on us, taking us out of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and giving us such precious spirit pills. We will never forget Sect Master's grace. Although Mo's tone was calm, her expression could not conceal her excitement. She and the great elders of Abundance City had long met the requirements to break through to the open heaven realm, but they could not do so because they were suppressed by the Blood Monster Cave Heaven itself. They have lived in that universe cave heaven for generations, and although they knew about the existence of the open heaven realm, they could never reach it. As cultivators, how could they not have the desire to progress further on the martial Tao? Even in their dreams, they had never thought that one day they could really achieve what they so desired. It was Yang Kai who broke them out of that cage, lifted the blood principles restriction on them, and brought them to this vast universe safely. To them, this was tantamount to a life-saving grace and an opportunity to be reborn. Furthermore, there were the spirit pills given by Yang Kai to them. Before their breakthrough, Mo and the others were not aware of the dangers of attempting this breakthrough. However, after having experienced the process firsthand, they realized the various risks of this process. It could be said that if they had no special spirit pills, at least 100 cultivators from Abundance City would have died in this attempt. Even Mo could not guarantee that she would succeed, as it was possible that she could have fallen short just with a slight change in her inner state, resulting in her death. If even she had no guarantee, what about the others? However, with the help of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, hundreds of people were able to advance successfully together, and no one was injured. It was nothing short of a miracle. Mo's gratitude was completely sincere and heartfelt. The 300+ people chanted in unison, "Many thanks, Sect Master." Yang Kai chuckled happily. "We are all one family now, there's no need to be so formal." After a little pondering, he added, "Mo, you have now reached the open heaven realm, and are also in the 6th order, so he will be promoted to the positions of left and right protectors of Voidland. I wonder if you are willing to take up this responsibility." Mo replied, "It would be my honor, Sect Master." Yang Kai nodded and continued, "Good, then Mo, you will be the right protector of my Voidland in the future. Additionally, you and the other 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters will join Voidland's Elder Council. Second Manager will inform you of the details." Pang Duo and the others chanted in unison, "We will follow Sect Master's command." Yang Kai guffawed, his face full of exhilaration, and the worries brought about by his Tao seal were also washed away. He shouted in high spirits, "Today, Voidland has gained a great boon. There won't be any need to worry about being prosperous in the future. It is Voidland's honor to have you join us, just as it is this Yang's honor." Mo replied humbly, "Sect Master is too modest." Yang Kai continued, "We should set up a banquet and have a good drink to celebrate such a joyous occasion. But you have all just finished breaking through, so you still need to stabilize your cultivations. Let us return to Voidland first. We will celebrate well after all of your cultivations have been consolidated." Naturally, no one had any objections. They did need time to stabilize their cultivation and familiarize themselves with the might of the open heaven realm. Upon returning to Voidland, Yang Kai summoned Bian Yuqing, informed her about the advancement of Mo and the others, filled her in on the matter of the Protectors and Elder Council, and delegated her to make arrangements for it. Pang Duo and the others had now advanced to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, and indeed were qualified to be part of the Elder Council. As for those 4th Order and 3rd Order Open Heaven realm masters, Yang Kai gave the responsibility of delegating their positions and responsibilities to Bian Yuqing. Yang Kai did not stay any longer and returned to his retreat. After studying his Tao seal carefully for a few days, he finally let out a breath of relief when he did not find any hidden dangers. According to Yuhi, although the incident with his Tao seal was strange, it may not be a bad thing. At least it would be much easier for him to break through to the open heaven realm in the future. Mo Mei and the others needed time to stabilize their cultivation, and so did Yang Kai. The proprietress said before she left that the progression of his cultivation was too rapid. Although there would be no problems in the near future, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be no hidden dangers during his advancement to the open heaven realm. There was no other cultivator like him who had condensed 6 high-rank elements in such a short period of time, and was only one step away from the open heaven realm. Even the oddity with his Dao seal was likely related to this. Yang Kai naturally had to be careful. He would not be able to obtain the last Yin element treasure in short order. Since the proprietress would be keeping an eye out for him, Yang Kai decided to not worry about it. The proprietress definitely had much better connections than he did, so if even she was unable to find a high-rank Yin element treasure, he wouldn't either, no matter how hard he tried. Simply taking this time to consolidate his own cultivation was the best plan for the future. With a clear mind, Yang Kai relaxed and entered retreat with peace of mind, focusing on exploring the current powers he had. Chapter 43:13. Towering Evergreen. Towering Evergreen. Yang Kai's lips murmured quietly in the secret room as the wood element power in his Dao seal shone brightly. Emerald light lingered around him, and a towering ancient tree suddenly sprouted behind his back, one so massive its crown seemed to cover the sky. All kinds of mysterious sensations were imprinted in his heart, and Yang Kai could not help gaining a trace of enlightenment. This was not a simple wood element divine ability, but a divine manifestation of the same grade as his golden crow casts the sun. During his retreat, Yang Kai focused on consolidating his foundation and comprehending his gains, so as to avoid any twists and turns in his future advancement to the open heaven realm. In order to do this, there was no better method than to comprehend the mysteries of his Yin, Yang, and 5-element powers. As long as he could comprehend the secrets of these powers within his Dao seal, he would be able to completely master his strength. Among the various powers he condensed, Yang Kai had already comprehended the golden crow casts the sun from the fire element power, and the dragon shield secret technique from his earth element power, but he was still clueless about the water element, Yang element, and metal element powers he had condensed. Regarding the wood element power, he came across an opportunity before entering the Blood Monster Divine Palace. However, he was in an urgent situation at that time, so after saving Chu Huashang, he hurriedly rushed into Blood Monster Divine Palace, and did not have time to carefully experience his new wood element divine ability. Then, after returning to Void Land, he had been busy refining the 7th Order Monster Core in retreat until now. Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised to find that what he comprehended through his wood element power was no mere divine ability, but rather a divine manifestation. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was able to block a terrifying blow from the 7th Order Star Turtle back then. Despite the high order of the wood element power he had condensed from the immortal tree, Yang Kai could not believe that he managed to block that attack at the time. After all, there was a huge gap between him and the Star Turtle. Now he finally understood that he had underestimated the might of this divine manifestation. Divine manifestations had always been exclusive to high-rank open heaven realm masters. Only they were eligible to comprehend divine manifestation, but that did not mean all of them could. There were many powerful high-rank open heaven realm masters who did not have their own divine manifestation. It was a miracle that Yang Kai could comprehend the golden crow casts the sun as an emperor realm cultivator. When the head manager of Scarlet Star, Zhao Baichuan, saw it last time, he commented that Yang Kai could compete with ordinary low-rank open heaven realm masters with just this divine manifestation alone. Thus, one could imagine the power of a divine manifestation. Now, after learning the golden crow casts the sun, Yang Kai obtained the towering evergreen divine manifestation. If Zhao Baichuan knew about it, he would most likely jump out of his coffin in envy. Finally registering that the towering ancient tree behind him was a divine manifestation, Yang Kai could not help guffaw. His mouth opened wide as he let out genuine roars of laughter. After comprehending carefully for a while, Yang Kai fully understood. This towering evergreen was not just a defensive divine manifestation, but also possessed an extremely shocking healing ability. After all, This was the wood element power that was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so it came as no surprise that it had such utility. However, this divine manifestation was not really helpful to Yang Kai, because his own recovery abilities were already extraordinary, to the point that he did not need to rely on external forces. The golden crow cast the sun was an offensive divine manifestation, while the towering evergreen was a defensive one, with both offensive and defensive abilities and also the newly refined metal element power. There was a sharp increase in Yang Kai's strength. After studying it thoroughly for a while, Yang Kai dismissed this divine manifestation and began concentrating on comprehending his other powers. Being able to comprehend this towering evergreen divine manifestation before the blood monster divine palace was greatly related to his perseverance in studying his wood element for a long time. Ever since he learnt about the golden crow cast the sun, Yang Kai put an effort to comprehend his element powers whenever he had spare time. It was just that he had not perceived anything all this time. However, it was not because he was working in the wrong direction, but rather that the opportunity had not yet appeared. Seeing the results now, Yang Kai knew that his efforts over the years had not been in vain, so he would spare no effort in doing so again. Surprisingly, after half a year in retreat, Yang Kai made another achievement. In the secret room, a full moon suddenly rose slowly from behind him. It was the moonlight reflection in the water, pouring down slowly in the room. The temperature dropped sharply, frost suddenly adorning everywhere in the room, emitting cracking noises. The water element divine ability came into being. He obtained his water element by refining a moon essence, and it could only produce such an amazing scene because of its ice attribute. However, this moonlight reflection in the water was not a divine manifestation, but rather a simple divine ability. Compared to golden crow cast the sun from the fire element and towering evergreen from the wood element, it was an order of magnitude weaker. Yang Kai was not upset though. Given the rarity of divine manifestations, it was already exceedingly lucky for him to comprehend two with his current strength. How could he ask for more? Now that he comprehended the golden crow cast the sun from his fire element power and moonlight reflection in the water from the water element power, Yang Kai had gathered both the strength of the sun and moon. It was just a coincidence as it was truly rare. As he thought about it, the full moon set and the sun rose. The sun rose when the moon set, while the sun set as the moon rose. It was like an endless cycle. At this moment, Yang Kai actually felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao of Time. In terms of attainments in the Tao of Time, Yang Kai knew he could not compare to Flowing Time Great Emperor, or even Yang Xiao and Yang Shui. After all, those two were the inheritance disciples of Flowing Time Great Emperor, and had taken up his mantle. As such, their attainments in the Tao of Time were superior to Yang Kai's. Moreover, Yang Kai's foundation was established on the Tao of Space. All along, he has been painstakingly comprehending space principles, and did not invest much into the Tao of Time. Back then, it was only by chance that he learnt the time flies seal, but he did not focus deeply on it. However, at this moment, when he comprehended the divine ability, moonlight reflection, from his water element power, Yang Kai could not help having a feeling of inspiration. If he could merge these fire and water powers with the time flies seal to form a new divine ability, it would definitely be one of his most powerful trump cards. Without hesitation, Yang Kai started to surge his fire and water element powers in sequence in the secret room. Sometimes the sun leapt out, and occasionally the moonlight poured down, while the time flies seal fluctuated. In the void, a ship sailed forward slowly. Many people gathered on the deck of the ship in small groups, talking and laughing. It could be seen that this was a ship of a great force, and all the cultivators on board were the disciples of this great force. Among the leaders, there was a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and two Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm was an elderly man, while the two Third Orders were a middle-aged man and a dignified woman. An imposing young man stood beside the three of them. He was noble and handsome, and many senior sisters and junior sisters on the ship would steal glances at him quietly. From time to time, their eyes would meet his eyes, and they would quickly lower their heads shyly, but the young man just smiled gently, which sent the senior sisters and junior sisters swooning. Senior Brother Chi, does Void Territories Star City really have a complete set of fifth-order materials to be exchanged? The dignified woman in the third-order open heaven realm asked, with a hint of disbelief in her beautiful eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Chi, we've crossed a few great territories to get here. It had better not be false news. Otherwise, we would have traveled all the way for nothing. The middle-aged man also in the third-order open heaven realm questioned with a worried face. The elderly man surnamed Chi stroked his beard lightly and smiled. Don't worry, the news is accurate, but it will be up to our own abilities to decide whether or not we are able to obtain these materials. The woman could not believe it. But how could this void land be willing to sell their fifth-order materials? Don't they need them? It was common to use lower-order materials to exchange for higher-order ones, but never did they expect that someone would be willing to exchange higher-order materials for lower-order ones, especially with other second-class great forces. Why would anyone do such a thing? Not to mention it was a complete set of fifth-order materials. The so-called complete meant that it was a full set of yin, yang, and five elements materials. If one could get their hands on such a set of resources, it would completely meet the cultivation needs of a junior who was looking to break through to the open heaven realm, leaving no need to bother seeking out more materials. The old man surnamed Chi replied, I don't know about this, but many people have traded for fifth-order materials from them already. Indeed, many people have exchanged for fifth-order materials from Void Territories Star City. Bian Yuqing had reported this to Yang Kai before. It was because there were not many disciples who could refine fifth-order materials, but an enormous number who needed third-order and fourth-order materials, that she took the materials collected from Gourd Vine to sell in the Star City for the resources Void Land needed. The move immediately created a sensation in the nearby Great Territories. Fifth-order materials were neither high nor low in terms of order. Perhaps, they might not be precious to the cave heavens and paradises, but they were strategic resources for any of the second-class great forces. Not to mention those third-class great forces that may not even know what fifth-order materials looked like. Furthermore, the fifth-order materials that were brought out from Void Land were not just ordinary fifth-order materials, but obviously stemmed from the same source. If one could refine a complete set of such materials, there may be some unexpected gains. Therefore, compared with normal fifth-order materials, a complete set of such materials was far more popular. Initially, only a few great forces from the great territories nearby visited Void Territories Star City, but as the news spread, more and more people came. Many great forces even did not hesitate to pay a visit to Void Territories Star City despite all the obstacles in the journey, just to obtain a complete set of materials from the Gourd Vine. Bian Yuqing's original plan was just to trade something they had for things they were lacking to solve the resource problems of Voidland. Beyond her expectation, she inadvertently promoted the reputation of Void Territories Star City. The influx of cultivators coming and going from Void Territories Star City naturally livened up the city, although it was only a medium-sized star city, and the differences were still significant compared with a large-sized one such as Thousand Bird Star City. The volume of trading in Void Star City had undoubtedly increased by more than 10 times compared to before. Void Star City was Voidland's private property, so with the increase in trade volume, the tax that could be collected by Voidland would naturally rise too. Yin Xinghua, who was sent by Yang Kai to take charge of this place, was delighted to see the development and growth of the Star City. He had even begun to consider ways to ask Yang Kai for credit and reward for it. Yin Xinghua was forced by Yang Kai to sign his name on the loyalty list, and he had felt uneasy about it at first. He was worried that if Yang Kai was displeased with him one day, he could scratch his name off the loyalty list, and his life would end. Chapter 43:14, Mountains and Seas Pavilion. On the boat, the old man surnamed Chi turned to look at the young man who had been standing beside him. Hanju, our Mountains and Seas Pavilion is prepared to spend all of our savings in exchange for a set of yin, yang, and five elements materials for you. You have to cultivate hard from now on, so as to live up to the expectations of us old fogies. Mountains and Seas Pavilion used to be called Mountains and Seas Province, but because it had given rise to two fourth-order open heaven realm masters, it renamed itself to Mountains and Seas Pavilion. barely qualifying as a second-class great force. The original Seven Wonders land, which consisted of a fifth-order Open Heaven Realm Master and several fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Protector Venerables, was more than just a little stronger than Mountains and Seas Pavilion. But these were the rules of the 3,000 worlds. Any great force which had mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters assuming command could be classified as second class, and any great force with high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be classified as first class. Great forces with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be considered third class. A great force such as the Mountains and Seas Pavilion was not rich in financial resources, and a complete set of fifth-order materials was worth no less than 10 million Open Heaven pills. Under normal circumstances, they would not be able to afford it, giving them no way to obtain fifth-order materials. But when the news of fifth-order materials being traded in Void Star City was heard, Mountains and Seas Pavilion could not help being tempted. This could not be helped as a disciple. The young man named Hanju was born in the Mountains and Seas Pavilion with outstanding aptitude. Mountains and Seas Pavilion was never too ambitious, so even if they knew that Hanju's Dao Seal was firm enough to condense fifth-order elements, they did not even consider doing so. They were more than satisfied with him breaking through to just the fourth-order Open Heaven realm. With Hanju's aptitude, reaching the fourth order was a certain bet. Although they felt as though they had let him down, they had no choice. Mountains and Seas Pavilion needed money in order to continue functioning properly. Where could they find the spare Open Heaven pills to purchase valuable fifth-order materials? It was at this point that news reached Mountains and Seas Pavilion that fifth-order materials could be purchased at Void Territory's Star City. The old man surnamed Chi was overjoyed and immediately consulted the Pavilion Master. After explaining the situation, he persuaded the Pavilion Master to support Hanju's promotion to the fifth-order Open Heaven realm to the best of his ability. As long as Hanju could reach the fifth-order Open Heaven realm, the entire Mountains and Seas Pavilion would rise to a new height and eventually gain a firm foothold as a second-class great force. Of course, the Pavilion Master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion knew this. They did not have much hope before now, for they lacked financial resources, but most of all, there was no way to find appropriate fifth-order materials. There might be hope for materials of the 5 elements, for some could be purchased with Open Heaven pills in various medium-sized and large-sized star cities. However, in many cases, even money could not buy yin and yang materials. Since ancient times, yin and yang materials had always been much rarer and more expensive than 5 elements materials. Now though, the Star City in Void Territory was selling complete sets of fifth-order materials. As long as they had enough resources or Open Heaven pills to exchange, it would undoubtedly serve as a glimmer of light in the darkness for Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Mountains and Seas Pavilion's master did not hesitate much, and soon decided to strongly support the decision of the old man surnamed Chi, which was why this trip took place. They spent a month on this journey and crossed several great territories to arrive at this place. Loaded on the boat were almost all the reserves of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. In order to successfully exchange for the fifth-order set of materials, Mountains and Seas Pavilion was ready to wager everything. In this way, the old man surnamed Chi's expectations for Hanju were naturally understandable. Hanju obviously understood this, so he cupped his fist with the utmost solemnity. Honored Master, rest assured. This disciple will work hard to cultivate and break through to the fifth-order Open Heaven realm as soon as possible, never daring to slack off. The old man surnamed Chi stroked his beard with a smile, and replied with great faith. This old master is not worried about your aptitude. As long as your temperament can keep up with your cultivation, there won't be too many dangers in your promotion to the fifth order in the future. Hanju respectfully saluted. Disciple will follow honored master's teachings diligently. To the side, the dignified woman suddenly spoke up. Senior brother Chi, someone is approaching. The old man surnamed Chi turned his eyes to the front, and saw that there was indeed a ship approaching them at an incredible speed. And by the looks of its direction, it seemed to be coming straight at them. The expression on the old man surnamed Chi's face changed slightly, and he uttered in a low voice, "These visitors don't seem to have good intentions, be on alert." As soon as the words fell, the ship had arrived in front of them, blocking the way. On the deck, a dozen figures stood and looked at them with cold eyes. The expression on the old man surnamed Qi, and the two third-order open heaven realm masters from mountains and seas pavilions turned stiff. That was because the dozen people on the opposing ship were all open heaven realm masters. Although the leader seemed to only be a fourth-order open heaven realm master like the old man surnamed Qi, the other side had vastly superior numbers. Although it seemed like the other party was ill-intentioned, the old man surnamed Qi still cupped his fist. Qi Chongying of Mountains and Seas Pavilion greets fellow travelers. May I know why you have stopped us here? Mountains and Seas Pavilion? The leading fourth-order open heaven realm master scoffed disdainfully. What Mountains and Seas Pavilion? I've never heard of it. The expression on the old man's surname Qi darkened, and was about to say something when the man suddenly waved his hand and growled in a low voice. Kill. Don't leave a single one alive. Everyone from Mountains and Seas Pavilion was appalled when they heard these words. They never thought that they would encounter pirates in the void, much less ruthless ones who would kill without a second thought. How could the Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples sit still? Not only did they come with all the wealth Mountains and Seas Pavilion possessed, but even the sect's hope for the future, Hanju, was on board too. If something happened to them, Mountains and Seas Pavilion would be completely done for. Qi Chongying immediately shouted, "Retreat!" When the words fell, the grand array of the ship was immediately activated, and it drove forward at shocking speed. He did not back down, because retreating would be futile. The enemy's numbers were overwhelming, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was no match for them at all. They could only move forward, hoping to reach Void Star City. As long as they could reach Void Star City, they would be safe, and these people would not dare to cause trouble. At this crucial moment, Qi Chongying made a firm and resolute decision. His thoughts were very keen, and his judgment was even more accurate, but in the next instant, the enemy leader waved his hand, and a shocking beam of light struck the middle of their ship. This attack was not something a fourth-order open heaven realm master could throw out, and a single strike greatly damaged the grand array of the ship, shaking it violently and throwing many people to the deck. Seeing this, Qi Chongying's heart sank as he surged his own strength desperately, struggling to support the grand array as he continued their attempt to flee. More than 10 figures had already rushed over from the enemy ship in that time though, and the brilliance of artifacts and secret techniques bloomed before swiftly smashing onto the ship. After a stick of incense, accompanied by a loud bang, the Mountains and Seas Pavilion ship shattered. The violent force from the explosion swept through the disciples, causing countless casualties. Hanju, the future hope of Mountains and Seas Pavilion, died instantly without a complete corpse. Qi Chongying's eyes were about to burst out of their socket when a ray of light slashed towards him. His mind still in a daze, he was too late to evade the blow, which cut through his body. All he could feel was his body almost splitting in two. The severe pain cleared his mind for a moment. At this moment, no matter how much he resisted, it would be useless, and he would only be dying in vain, so he immediately held his breath, and concealed his aura, quietly suspending himself in the void as if he was really dead. Each of the miserable cries for help coming from his surroundings represented a disciple on the brink of death. Every scream felt like a knife stabbing through his heart. Despite the excruciating physical pain Qi Chongying felt, it was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. After a while, everything returned to calmness. The 10 or so enemy open heaven realm masters gathered. Qi Chongying pushed his divine sense secretly, and only vaguely heard the words Voidland and Senior Yun before falling into a coma. He did not know how much time had passed when he woke up again. Shuddering from the severe pain, he barely stood up, looked around, and saw corpses scattered across the void, all vitality drained from their familiar faces. The fragmented ship was stained with blood, and broken limbs and hashed meat was scattered everywhere. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out as Qi Chongying growled through gritted teeth. Voidland, I'll never forgive you. This was Void Territory, the great territory controlled by Voidland. Qi Chongying did not think to relate the ambush to Voidland originally, because this did not make sense. How could Voidland provoke others and risk their own reputation within their own territory? However, the few words he heard before he fell into unconsciousness reminded him of something. As far as he knew, the person in charge of Void Star City was named Yin Xinghua, who happened to be a fourth-order open heaven master, which was equivalent to his cultivation. If Voidland deliberately spread rumors about them selling fifth-order materials and lured victims like them to come with a lot of money just to rob them halfway, it would make sense. It's over. Mountains and Seas Pavilion is finished. All their wealth was swept away, and even the sect's most promising disciple that had a chance to break through to the fifth-order open heaven realm directly died tragically in front of his eyes. Such a blood feud was absolutely irreconcilable. Qi Chongying panted violently for a while before hurriedly taking out a few spirit pills and stuffing them into his mouth. He then dragged his damaged body with gritted teeth towards the place where Void Star City sat, his eyes filled with vengeance. Time flew by, and soon a year had passed. In his secret room, time principles lingered around Yang Kai as the sun and moon rose and set in an infinite cycle above his palm. It took a year to finally improve the Time Fly's seal. His comprehension of the Tao of time, and of his own powers were much greater than before. Yang Kai had not used the newly improved Time Fly's seal against any enemy yet, but he was sure that it was definitely not inferior to his Golden Crow Cast the Sun, and it could be even better. Because this move integrated Golden Crow Cast the Sun and moonlight reflection in the water, how could it be weak? Yang Kai was confident that if a third-order open heaven realm was caught off guard, this divine ability was sufficient to take their life. One could not guarantee that there would not be one in the future, but throughout the ages, it was absolutely unprecedented for an Emperor Realm Jr. to make such an achievement. While he was still rejoicing, the barrier of the secret room was suddenly disturbed. Yang Kai frowned. He had left Bian Yuqing instructions before he went into retreat that unless it was an urgent matter, he should not be disturbed. Now that the barrier has been touched, it was obvious that something major had happened. Chapter 43:15, Accident in the Star City. Sect Master, there's been an accident in the Star City. As soon as Yang Kai opened the door, Bian Yuqing hurriedly reported, looking a little flustered. Yang Kai raised his brow in surprise but quickly consoled her. What happened? Don't rush and speak slowly. Letting her into the room, Bian Yuqing took a deep breath to calm her nerves, and then began to explain. Something indeed had happened in the Star City, and it was a major issue. Void Star City had been developing rapidly because of the availability of complete sets of fifth-order materials. Many people had been flocking towards the Star City, which increased its population, popularity, and daily trading volume. However, since about a year ago, it seemed to have also attracted foreign great forces with ill intentions, ambushing and robbing others brutally and ruthlessly. The news quickly spread to the Star City as these incidents happened in the space surrounding the Star City. Yin Xinghua was not bothered by it at first. After all, such incidents were not uncommon in the 3,000 worlds. Now that he was in high spirits ever since he took charge of Void Star City, he had no time to concern himself with such external matters. However, as time passed, another ugly rumor began circulating. It was said that the robberies and murders were closely associated with Voidland. Otherwise, why would Voidland sit idly by and allow criminals to act presumptuously at their doorsteps? One after another, 7 or so great forces traveling to and from Void Star City had encountered mishaps and suffered serious casualties. The sight of the murders was even more appalling as not a single survivor was left, and all possessions were robbed. As a result, the great forces that intended to trade in Void Star City in exchange for resources had all retreated. The most direct consequence was the sharp decline of Void Star City's popularity, and the sharp plummet in the number of cultivators residing in it. The rumors spread like wildfire, and after a brief period of fermentation, even the nearby great territories became aware of this situation. Yin Xinghua could no longer sit still. He was in charge of the Star City, and the income of the Star City had a lot to do with his position in Yang Kai's eyes. If he could not even handle such a minor issue, how could he deserve such a good opportunity to be in charge of the Star City? He was afraid that Yang Kai might even punish him. Therefore, he immediately sent a message back to Voidland to consult second manager Bian Yuqing. Bian Yuqing could sense something was wrong. This was obviously the result of someone deliberately causing trouble out of envy of the development of Voidland and its Star City. Regardless of what happened behind the scenes, the tragedies did happen in Void territory, so Voidland had to give a reasonable explanation. Bian Yuqing quickly took action and ordered Lu Shui and her subordinates to investigate the situation around the Star City. Lu Shui, who was a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Master, brought more than 10 Fourth-Order and Third-Order Open Heaven Masters from Abundance City with her, quite a luxurious lineup. Unless they had to face a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Master, there would not be any difficulties, so Bian Yuqing was not worried at all. The instructions given to Lu Shui were very clear too, which was to find out who the criminals who caused all this trouble in Void territory were, and report back immediately. But it had been a month since Lu Shui left, and Bian Yuqing still had not received any news from her. Bian Yuqing then sent a message to Void Star City, but there was no reply from them either. She immediately realized that something went terribly wrong, and hurriedly came to report to Yang Kai, who was still in retreat. After listening to her report, Yang Kai's face turned sullen and remained silent for a while. It seems that Lu Shui and the Star City must have been attacked and captured. Otherwise we would have heard from them already. Yun Xinghua is a Fourth-Order Open Heaven Master, and the Star City has a group of his Blood Swan Continent Masters who are all pretty strong. What's more, there's also Lu Shui, a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Master, who had a team of 10 Fourth-Order and Third-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with her for support. It's obvious that the enemy is very strong. There must be at least one Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master among them. Bian Yuqing repeated, Sixth-Order Open Heaven Master. Doesn't that mean that it's a top-tier second-class great force we're facing? To have a Sixth-Order Open Heaven Master meant that the enemy was among the top second-class great forces. Would anything happen to Elder Lu and the others? Although she was the second manager of Voidland and stood above almost all others in terms of authority, she had only been in Voidland for a short time, so there was still much for her to learn about the 3,000 worlds. What she was most worried about was the safety of Lu Shui and the others at this moment. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly with his fingers, his eyes narrowed into slits as he sneered to himself. Is someone getting impatient? He was almost certain that this incident was directed against him. The road to the high-rank Open Heaven realm was difficult and filled with obstacles. The proprietress had told him before that the cave heavens and paradises would never sit by idly and watch him break through directly to the high-rank Open Heaven realm safely. Chu Huashang had also confided in him some ancient secrets about why this was so. Although he had caught the attention of the major cave heavens and paradises before, because he was still not a threat to them, he had not faced any real danger. Those top masters of the cave heavens and paradises could not be seen bullying the weak, as they had their status and reputation to consider, which would be besmeared if they were desperate enough to lay a hand on far weaker sects. It was inconvenient for them to take action, but their juniors did not need to worry about such things. Any tragedies caused between cultivators of the same generation would only display one's lack of aptitude and luck. It was no one else's fault. That was why there were some who were set on killing him, while some wanted to form an alliance with him when he was in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Chu Huashang, too, wanted to recruit him into Yin Yang Cave Heaven, but the price was that Yang Kai could never advance directly to the 7th Order, only the 6th Order. In short, the major cave heavens and paradises wanted to stop anyone whose ability could exceed their control and challenge their authority and status one day in the future. This was the same for every cave heaven and paradise. This was the situation before the Blood Monster Cave Heaven opened. However, when Blood Monster Cave Heaven closed, there was a shift in the situation because Yang Kai obtained a 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core. He had used his Golden Crow cast the Sun and Dragon Shield secret technique more than once, and even displayed the towering evergreen outside the Blood Monster Divine Palace. He also spent a fortune to purchase the Primordial Yang Profound Ginseng from Yi Jian from Thunderclap Hall at the exchange meeting in Thousand Bird Star City. Anyone who was paying attention would be able to realize he had condensed fire, earth, wood and yang elements, and as soon as he refined the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core that he had newly obtained, how far would he be from ascending to the Open Heaven realm? Although directly breaking through to the high-rank open heaven realm was extremely dangerous, and no one dared say that Yang Kai would definitely succeed in doing so, what if he did? They had not been oppressing him openly before because the situation was not yet urgent. The advancement from the peak of the Emperor realm to the open heaven realm was always a long process, and any accident along the way would be enough to take Yang Kai's life. But Yang Kai's cultivation speed obviously exceeded everyone's expectations, and there were even rumors now that Lan Yurua of First In was sparing no effort to search for high-rank Yin element resources. Many were aware of the relationship between Lan Yurua and Yang Kai. Lan Yurua was a 6th-order open heaven master, so she had no reason to be looking for a 7th-order Yin element treasure other than for Yang Kai. Rumor had it that she now had a lead on such a resource, and had led several subordinates of First into a certain forbidden zone. If she succeeded in coming out safely, she might just bring a 7th-order Yin element treasure with her. By then, Yang Kai would have a great chance of breaking through. It was a matter that could not afford to be delayed any longer. If they wanted to make a move, it had to be done before Lan Yurua returned. Otherwise, if this 6th-order woman went crazy, it would be hard to subdue her without a high-rank open heaven realm master making a move. Yang Kai was not aware that the proprietress, old Bai, chef, and accountant had risked their lives to venture into a forbidden zone to search for a Yin element treasure for him. But he quickly realized after learning about the incident in Void Star City, and the disappearance of Lu Shui, and the others that someone had lost their patience, and was now making a move against him. Is it the cave heavens and paradises? Not necessarily. The cave heavens and paradises are highly exalted and renowned, so they would not have acted out directly without a righteous cause. Otherwise, it would put their reputations at risk. The loss would outweigh the gain. Then who could it be? Only a top-tier second-class great force could dispatch a 6th-order open heaven realm master. After a little bit of pondering, a figure flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and a sneer appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai ordered, "Second manager, be patient. Elder Lu and the others should not be in any danger, but they're most likely captured and restrained." As long as that person still desired the 7th-order monster core he possessed, he would not mistreat Lu Shui and the others. If he pushed Yang Kai past his limits, what would he have to bargain with? However, this was only Yang Kai's speculation, and it was really hard to say whether it was accurate or not. That person also knew that Yang Kai had Yu He, a 6th-order open heaven realm master, with him, and he was also only a 6th-order open heaven realm master. Where did he get the courage to stir up trouble? Unless he had someone even stronger backing him. After some thinking, Yang Kai's confusion slowly cleared. At this moment, Bian Yuqing's expression suddenly changed, and she took out a communication bead. After reading the message she just received, her face filled with great panic as she announced, "Sect Master, there are many ships coming towards Void Land." Yang Kai's face sank. Such an ugly appetite. Although he had already anticipated the situation after learning that Lu Shui and the others were missing, he did not expect the other party to come so quickly. He had just received the news, and the other party was already at his gates. "Follow me to have a look." Yang Kai shot out of the room as soon as he spoke, followed closely by Bian Yuqing. They arrived at the edge of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. After opening a window in the Grand Array and stealing a peek, the color completely drained from Bian Yuqing's beautiful face while Yang Kai's too, looking extremely sullen. Previously, Bian Yuqing was only informed by the patrols guarding the Grand Array that many ships were advancing towards Voidland, but the number was not specified. Now, from the glance into the void she just took, it was clear that an overwhelming number of ships was filling the void. Why are there so many? Bian Yuqing's beautiful eyes quivered. Yang Kai did not expect this scene either, but after a little thought, he understood. If Voidland was really just an ordinary second-class great force, the other party would probably not dispatch such an overwhelming lineup. However, Voidland's 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was extraordinary, and the other party was not confident it could overwhelm them with only a slight advantage in numbers, hence they had called out for help from allies. Yang Kai glanced back at his own 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, sneering coldly in his heart. It seemed that many people would die here today. Chapter 43:16. Invading Army at the Gates. Young Master. Followed by a fragrant scent, Yuhi appeared next to Yang Kai. She was cultivating in retreat before this, but she sensed that Void Land was encountering a crisis. So the first thing she did was to rush here to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Although Yang Kai had astounding aptitude, he was still only a half-step open heaven realm master. Therefore, his ability to protect himself on such an occasion was quite limited. Yang Kai nodded to her before glancing up coldly at the void. There were more than 100 flight-type artifacts there. Each flight-type artifact represented a great force. Even for Yuhi, who was not unfamiliar with all kinds of grand occasions, could not help feeling goosebumps arising all over her body, her pretty face turning solemn. The 3,000 worlds was vast and full of bloody massacres and fierce battles. Countless people succumbed to death every day. Even the cave heavens and paradises had no way to guarantee their eternal survival, let alone the other great forces. The cycle of birth and destruction of all kinds of major and minor great forces was never-ending. They could establish, soar, weaken, and be destroyed for a variety of reasons. Just like how Seven Wonders Land's inheritance was destroyed after being occupied by others. However, not many great forces would encounter a situation of being besieged by so many foreign forces. For those who had no idea about why this was happening, they may think that Voidland had committed some kind of outrageous crime. Yang Kai, your Voidland is vile and cruel. You lured people to your star city with sinister intentions, intercepting them halfway to seize their wealth and take their lives. Many great forces have been exterminated because of you. Such monstrous acts cannot be tolerated. Devil spawn, come out and face death. A furious howl resounded loudly throughout the sky, echoing back and forth for quite a long time. Yang Kai turned to look in the direction of the voice. On a certain ship, an elderly man with a ruddy face stood at the bow, fire burning wildly in his eyes, as if he had an absolutely irreconcilable enmity with Yang Kai. This elderly man was Old Hong of Heaven's Border. It was this old man who happened to find out that Yang Kai had obtained the 7th Order Metal Element Monster Core, and chased after him, only to lose him in the end and return in vain. Soon after, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, came to Yang Kai and tried to coerce him into handing over the 7th Order Monster Core. Needless to say, Old Hong must have informed Kong Feng about it. After all, he was the only one who knew about the 7th Order Monster Core. Old Hong was also the first person to stand up and condemn Voidland today. Yang Kai believed that he did not have any real enmity with this old man. At most, he just teased the old guy when he seized the corpse of the Golden Crow, but it did not cause him to suffer any losses. How could this lead to a deep enmity? Looking at Old Hong's eagerness though, Yang Kai could only wonder who he was representing this time. Yang Kai swept his eyes across the flight-type artifacts and soon, he saw Kong Feng of Heavenly Sword Union. The Heavenly Sword Union ship was extraordinary, which was not surprising considering it was one of the strongest second-class great forces. Compared to the artifacts of other great forces, the ship of Heavenly Sword Union was much bigger. There were many cultivators standing on the spacious deck, and in the middle were 2 seats, one of which was occupied by Kong Feng, and the other by a young woman. They were undoubtedly the owners of the ship. The woman looked young, but the aura that undulated from her body was not inferior to Kong Feng's. Without a doubt, she was also a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai could observe the situation outside clearly from the safety of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array, but anyone on the outside would not be able to see anything on the inside. However, when Yang Kai's eyes landed on Kong Feng, the latter seemed to sense him. He turned to the place where Yang Kai was standing and revealed a faint smile. Not only Kong Feng, but the young woman too had seemed to sense Yang Kai's gaze, and looked over before whispering to Kong Feng. Although Yang Kai had no idea about what they were talking about, by the looks of their behavior, the woman did not seem to be from Heavenly Sword Union, but rather from a different great force. Seeing Kong Feng coming here in person, Yang Kai confirmed that Old Hong must be the pawn of Heavenly Sword Union. Back then, it was Old Hong who had informed Kong Feng about the 7th Order Monster Core, and now he was the first to jump out and denounce Voidland. Young Kai wondered what kind of the relationship Heaven's Border and Heavenly Sword Union had. What is that old thing talking about? Yuhi cursed furiously as murderous intent surged from her body. Young master, let me kill him. She was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so she could easily kill Old Hong, who was just a Fourth Order Open Realm Master. However, even if she could successfully launch a surprise attack, it would be difficult for her to return safely under the circumstances. After all, there were too many great enemies assembled outside. Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped her. Don't mind him. Just let him bark. Yuhi ground her pristine teeth as she glared at Old Hong coldly. She secretly swore that if she had a chance, she would take this old dog's life. She had been in retreat earlier, so she was actually clueless about what was going on outside, and why there were so many forces surrounding Voidland all of a sudden, so she immediately sent a divine sense transmission to Bian Yuqing to inquire about the situation. Bian Yuqing briefly told her everything she had explained to Yang Kai before. Yuhi was a brilliant woman, so she instantly figured out the crux of the matter, and couldn't help turning to Yang Kai with worry. The accusation of Voidland luring others in, and then intercepting them was nothing more than an excuse. It was obvious that someone was using this matter to target Yang Kai. With Heavenly Sword Union as the head of the assembly of these 100 or so great forces, Yuhi could not help wondering which of the cave heavens and paradises were the masterminds behind this, and how many of them were involved in just watching this show. Yuhi clenched her fists. This situation was somewhat similar to what had happened before. Back then, she was just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, and she was helpless in the crisis. By the time she received word of what happened, that person had already died, leaving her completely heartbroken. But she was a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. She finally had some strength to protect herself and others. Perhaps a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was nothing in front of the cave heavens and paradises, but she would never let history repeat itself unless she died. Yang Kai, show yourself. After Old Hong shouted. He was exasperated when Voidland did not react at all. After looking at Kong Feng for instructions, he called once more. Do you think you can just hide behind your grand array? Today we gather here to seek justice for our dead companions. It's useless for you to hide in there like a coward. The heavens have eyes, and wicked beings like you and your Voidland will be judged. Come out now. Someone suddenly yelled. Like a chain reaction, countless cultivators started shouting together. The scene was so spectacular that the void trembled endlessly. Inside the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Yang Kai watched indifferently and turned a deaf ear to these provocations. However, he also understood that this was truly a tough situation to resolve. The most important thing he needed to make sure was the safety of Lu Shui and the others, but he failed to find them even after searching around. Although he assured Bian Yuqing that Lu Shui should be fine, it was just his own speculation. In truth, he was totally clueless regarding the real situation. The commotion outside continued for a while, but seeing no response from Voidland, the people began to become furious and annoyed. On the Heavenly Sword Union ship, Kong Feng put down his teacup and waved his hand as he smiled. Bring them up. When the words fell, the hatch of the ship opened up, and a group of people staggered out onto the deck. The leader of the group was a woman dressed in palace robes. Other than the missing Lu Shui, who else could she be? It seemed that Lu Shui had just encountered a big fight. Blood stains were splattered all over her war-weathered robes. Her hair was disheveled, and her aura was weak. At the moment, she was bound tightly with her hands tied behind her back by a black rope-like artifact. Following behind her was Yun Xinghua, who seemed to be in much the same condition as Lu Shui. He too was bound by ropes, looking quite embarrassed. In addition to the two of them, there were more than 30 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Some of these people were from the batch of cultivators from Abundance City, while some were from the original Blood Swan Continent group. Yin Xinghua was ordered by Yang Kai to take care of the Star City with the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Blood Swan Continent. But now it seemed that he had been beaten and captured. Lu Shui stumbled and almost fell flat onto the deck. A man, probably only a half-step Open Heaven Realm Master of Heavenly Sword Union, was pushing her from behind. He was extremely rude, pushing Lu Shui while also groping her waist and bottom as he grinned. Lu Shui turned around and glared at him, but the man was not afraid at all. He was certain that Lu Shui and the others would be dead soon, so he had nothing to fear. "What are you looking at? Move!" the man bellowed, whipping Lu Shui's face with the whip in his hand, drawing a streak of blood from her delicate face. Lu Shui grit her teeth, choked down the anger and humiliation in her heart, and walked up the deck. "Hee hee, Union Master Kong, isn't it a little rude for you to treat a woman like this? She's a fifth-order open heaven realm master after all." On the deck, the young woman sitting next to Kong Feng suddenly giggled as she glanced at Lu Shui. The young woman had a beautiful and innocent look, seemingly only 25 years old. If someone met her for the first time, they would think that she was just a naive and ignorant little girl. Only those who knew her well would understand that innocence had nothing to do with this woman. She was as cruel as she was merciless. This woman was Black Prison's warden, Luan Baifeng. The Black Prison was a very special second-class force, because it was literally a prison, one formed naturally in a dreadfully dangerous environment. There were countless natural spirit arrays inside the Black Prison, and if one was not familiar with the safe paths inside, even a high-rank open heaven master would be at risk of dying. It was rumored that although Luan Baifeng was a 6th-order open heaven realm master, a normal 7th-order open heaven realm master was not her opponent inside the Black Prison. There were naturally prisoners in Black Prison, most of which were criminals who committed various crimes in the 3,000 worlds. Others were individuals who were captured from defeated forces after battles between great forces. Normally such people would simply be put to death, but the Black Prison offered an alternative. Luan Baifeng was happy to accept all such convicts, allowing them to escape death at the cost of their freedom. Chapter 43:17, Own Respective Needs. Certainly, the Black Prison was not a safe place, and Luan Baifeng was not a philanthropist who was happy to give alms. The reason she was willing to accept those open heaven realm masters was because the Black Prison was rich with a special cultivation resource, which could only be collected by open heaven realm masters. Luan Baifeng often paid great forces to bring over open heaven realm criminals to collect resources inside the Black Prison. With this, not only could those great forces get rid of these convicts, they could also make some profit from it. Naturally, many were more than willing to deal with her. However, it was well known that none of the open heaven realm masters who entered the Black Prison ever came out. The harsh environment and various dangers inside could take away the lives of cultivators at any time. Even if they survived there by chance, their cultivations would be devoured continuously. Eventually, the small universe in their bodies would be obliterated and they would suffer a fate worse than death. Due to the special environment of the Black Prison, it had attracted many desperate cultivators seeking refuge, who Luan Baifeng was more than willing to welcome. In any case, as long as she controlled the entrance to the Black Prison, no one could disobey her. Every year there would be countless casualties in the Black Prison. So as its owner, how could Luan Baifeng be a naive and innocent woman? In the entire vast 3,000 worlds, there were not many people who were as ruthless as her. Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances. This time, he invited her to join hands in dealing with Void Land. Since the closing of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Kong Feng had been gathering information about Void Land. As far as he knew, Void Land was once Seven Wonders Land, which was just an ordinary second-class great force. It was nothing to him, as the number of open heaven realm masters in Void Land was said to be extremely limited. Such a great force was simply vulnerable in front of Heavenly Sword Union. If possible, Kong Feng would have preferred to act alone to seize Void Land. In this way, he could monopolize the benefits of Void Land without sharing with others. However, he was dreadfully frightened by the 9 heavenly layers grand array protecting Void Land. Even a top-tier second-class great force such as Heavenly Sword Union did not have such a spirit array guarding its headquarters. It was truly hard for him to believe that Void Land had such a deep heritage. He had gotten someone to investigate it before, and learnt that the array was arranged by a man named Grandmaster Wu Liang. He initially wanted to search for Grandmaster Wu Liang to inquire about the details of the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Wu Liang was a lone wolf and did not serve any sect or great force, so Kong Feng couldn't track him down even after several months of searching. In desperation, he could only invite Luan Baifeng to assist him. Luan Baifeng was not weaker than him, as she too was a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, they knew each other, so they had the foundation to cooperate with each other. Of course, the main reason Kong Feng sought out Luan Baifeng was because of her outstanding attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. For her to be able to live in a place where countless natural arrays existed, how could she not have a profound understanding about spirit arrays? Among the people Kong Feng knew, Luan Baifeng was definitely ranked in the top 3 in attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. With the help of this woman, they could crack the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, making it a simple matter to capture Void Land. However, before that, Kong Feng still needed to send some people to probe the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, so as to facilitate Luan Baifeng's analysis. They definitely had to sacrifice lives to break such a grand array, but Kong Feng was naturally reluctant to sacrifice his Heavenly Sword Union's disciples. As such, he could only gather others to use as pawns. This was what led to the current situation. It could be said that Kong Feng was the main reason why 100 great forces were gathered around Voidland. Hearing Luan Baifeng's complaint, Kong Feng smiled faintly. Those who achieve great things don't bother about small matters. How could we be soft when facing the enemy? If we were, how could we force that brat to show up? He secretly criticized. Like, I haven't seen how cruel you are, Luan Baifeng. Is it funny to say such a thing at this time? Luan Baifeng replied with admiration. Union Master Kong is truly a man who knows how to achieve great things. This mistress appreciates your approach very much. Then she giggled with her mouth covered. It's just that. Will that Yang Kai really show up because of this? Kong Feng grinned meaningfully. Voidland was established not long ago, and Yang Kai is just an Emperor Realm Junior. I have no idea how he recruited so many Open Heaven Realm Masters, but since most of his subordinates were captured by me, he will certainly show up. He simply has no choice. According to the information Kong Feng had gathered, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. Since he captured more than 30 of them at once, Voidland had definitely suffered a great loss. Therefore, he was confident Yang Kai would show up. Luan Baifeng nodded slightly. That would be for the best. It will be easy if he shows up. Union Master Kong, don't forget to share the benefits with this mistress when this is all over. While speaking, she glanced at Lu Shui and the others while licking her lips, as if she saw delicious food in front of her. Don't worry, this Kong won't go back on his word. Kong Feng responded casually. Although he and Luan Baifeng were old acquaintances, he still had to promise her some benefits when requesting her help. Otherwise, how could he convince her to assist him? The condition he offered was to give her all the Open Heaven Realm Masters he captured in this battle. The defeated party in the battle often ended up as captives. For example, when Yang Kai took over Voidland, he captured Chen Tianfei. If Chen Tianfei had not offered up the loyalty list, Yang Kai would certainly have executed the fatty. After all, they had a deep blood feud, and Yang Kai could not guarantee his loyalty at all, so how could he let him live? However, Chen Tianfei was quick-witted. He immediately took out the loyalty list as soon as he realized that he was cornered, allowing him to preserve his life until now. In general, the fate of such captives was dreadful. Most of them would be brought back to the Vanquisher's headquarters to be killed, because after the death of an Open Heaven Realm Master, their small universe would collapse and their world force would leak out and be absorbed by the Spirit Province, enhancing its background. Only those captives who could prove themselves to be valuable could be exempted from death. For other great forces, the greatest value of captives was to kill them in their headquarters to collect their world force. However, Luan Baifeng was different. What she needed most in Black Prison was Open Heaven Realm mining slaves. The more the better. As such, after Kong Feng approached her, they only negotiated for about half a day before finalizing the conditions of their cooperation. There were already more than 30 Open Heaven Realm captives on the ship at present, all of whom would belong to Luan Baifeng in the end. It could be said that she had already reaped a great harvest from this trip. And that was not to mention that there may be more open heaven realm masters waiting for her once they captured Void Land. Among these more than 30 people, Lu Shui was her favorite by far. There were many slaves in the Black Prison, but not many of them were Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Lu Shui. The value of Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master could provide there was enormous. Seeing that Kong Feng agreed to her terms without hesitation, Wan Baifeng was extremely satisfied with him. Of course, she had no idea that Kong Feng had plans of his own. Wan Baifeng did not know that Yang Kai had a 7th-order monster beast core, but Kong Feng did. It had only been about a year since the collapse of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, and according to common sense, Yang Kai couldn't have refined that monster core. If he could conquer Voidland, the monster core would be his. 7th-order materials were incredibly valuable. Being a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, Kong Feng would sooner or later break through to the 7th order. At that time, he would need these 7th-order materials to improve his strength. As such, he naturally needed to collect resources like this whenever possible. However, it was not just the 7th-order monster core that attracted him. The biggest temptation for Kong Feng was the complete sets of 5th-order materials. It was no secret that Voidland traded numerous complete sets of 5th-order materials for materials of other orders. So Kong Feng naturally knew about it. Heavenly Sword Union even purchased a set from Voidland secretly. After a thorough examination, Kong Feng was shocked to find that all these 5th-order materials came from the same source. He vaguely believed that Voidland must have a secret method which could regularly produce these 5th-order materials. Otherwise, they would not have casually traded away so many of them. If Heavenly Sword Union could gain control over this production method, it would definitely be able to produce more 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. It could be said this material source was a critical component to the foundation of a sect. How could Kong Feng not be envious of it? To him personally, the 7th-order monster core was more important, but to Heavenly Sword Union, this method to produce a steady stream of 5th-order materials was the most valuable. If Heavenly Sword Union became more powerful, Kong Feng would benefit from it too. At that time, Heavenly Sword Union may be able to rise to the level of the cave heavens or paradises. During the simple conversation between the two of them, the grand array that enveloped Voidland suddenly distorted for a moment, and 3 figures appeared in everyone's sight. Kong Feng raised his brow as he stared at Yang Kai and smiled. As he expected, Yang Kai could no longer ignore them after they brought up Lu Shui and the others, and had to show up himself. At this moment, Yang Kai's face was incredibly dark. Wan Baifeng, who was sitting next to Kong Feng, stared at Yu He enthusiastically. She had excellent vision, so she naturally sensed that Yu He was strong. Unfortunately, because of the distance between them, she could not determine Yu He's exact order. She licked her red lips again as she asked, "Union Master Kong, what Open Heaven order is that woman?" Kong Feng answered, "Is junior sister Luan interested in her? I'm afraid that will be a little difficult. After all, she is also a 6th order." A 6th order? Wan Baifeng was obviously taken aback. Given that Voidland was just newly established, it was already beyond her expectation that it could have more than 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters, including a 5th order one like Lu Shui. She never expected Voidland to have a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master too. The owner of Voidland was just an Emperor Realm boy. How could he convince so many Open Heaven Realm Masters to serve him? As she thought of this, Wan Baifeng turned to Yang Kai and saw that although this young man looked dignified and possessed an impressive demeanor, there didn't seem to be anything else special about him. The gap between the Emperor Realm and the Open Heaven Realm was just too big. How could he get Open Heaven Realm Masters to listen to his orders? Failing to understand this, she shook her head lightly and chuckled. "Union Master Kong, this mistress likes that woman very much. I hope that you can help me capture her later." Kong Feng hesitated a while before he replied carelessly, "If there is a chance, this Kong will do his best." Chapter 43:18 Accusation. Kong Feng was naturally just brushing Wan Baifeng off while he secretly cursed her for being insatiable. How could it be so easy to capture a 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master alive? Both he and Wan Baifeng were also just in the 6th order. Although He was certainly no match for them in a straight-up fight, given that the gap between their overall strength was not too large, capturing her alive would be all but impossible. If He wanted to escape, he would have no way to stop her. As such, he did not dare to promise too much. Ignoring Luan Baifeng, Kong Feng waved his hand as he ordered, "Act according to the plan." Yes. On the deck of the ship, several men cupped their fists. Then, followed by hundreds of others, they split into 10 or so groups and flew out of the ship before scattering in all directions, soon surrounding the local region. The leaders of these groups were all Open Heaven Realm Masters, and after getting into position, each of them took out something like a square array plate one after another, and threw them into the void. Then they formed a set of hand seals and the array plates quickly vanished into the void. At the same time, the surrounding space solidified. The changes in the environment were not obvious to others. Even Yu He, who was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was only slightly aware of some unusual transformation in the surrounding region, but it was impossible to tell what the specific changes were. Only Yang Kai could sense it so clearly that he could not help snorting coldly. "Old dog Kong Feng, you're really well prepared." He watched the large group of people flying out from the ship, but he did not understand what they were doing. However, Yang Kai immediately understood when the surrounding space changed. On the deck of the ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Baifeng and nodded lightly. "Junior sister Luan's attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are truly amazing. This senior brother salutes you." Luan Baifeng smiled. "It's the fruit of being forced in order to have a living. It's not like I had a choice. But with the confinement of my array, this area has become completely sealed. Even if that boy has high attainment in the Tao of Space, he has no way to escape from here." Kong Feng nodded lightly. He certainly learnt about Yang Kai when he inquired about Voidland, and knew that while he was not strong, he was good at escaping. Especially after hearing the report from Old Hong, Kong Feng learnt that Yang Kai had used space principles to slip away from even Lan Yu Ruo of First and before. As such, he understood that if he wished to capture Yang Kai this time, he had to use a heaven-sealing earth-locking array. It would not be easy for even a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him to stop Yang Kai once that happened. Therefore, before they continued, they confined the space around Voidland in order to prevent Yang Kai from teleporting away. With the heaven-sealing earth-locking array set up by Luan Baifeng, Yang Kai had no way to run this time. They did not arrange this array earlier because Kong Feng wasn't certain Yang Kai was in Voidland, but as soon as Yang Kai appeared, Kong Feng immediately ordered them to execute the plan. Now that everything was set, they just had to wait for the right moment to attack. Kong Feng turned to Old Hong and exchanged looks with him. After receiving the signal, Old Hong yelled, "Little thief Yang Kai, you've finally shown yourself." Yang Kai glared at him as he retorted, "Old dog, stop barking non-stop and disturbing the peace. You court death." Old Hong grinned. "How dare you speak wildly when facing imminent disaster? The folly of youth indeed." Yang Kai did not bother to talk nonsense with him and instead turned to Kong Feng with a clenched jaw, his eyes burning in anger. "Union Master Kong, why did you capture my Voidland's people? How has Voidland offended you?" Kong Feng remained silent with a smile, putting on a look like Yang Kai had no right to speak to him. Meanwhile, Old Hong continued shouting, "Do you still need someone else to tell you what your Voidland has done? Junior, today you must die." Yang Kai glared at him furiously. "Our Voidland has never offended others who have not offended us. I swear to the heavens and earth that we have never acted without conscience. Old dog, stop talking nonsense." Old Hong sneered deviously. "You really won't shed tears without seeing the coffin, will you? Little brat, if you don't wish for others to condemn you, you should not do deeds worthy of condemnation. Since you insist on denying the truth, this king will give you the proof." He waved his hand. "Please, junior brother Chi." As he spoke, an elderly man stepped out from the crowd. His face was filled with such lament and sorrow that there seemed to be nothing else that could hurt him anymore. After gaining a stable foothold, he cupped his fist towards Old Hong feebly. In front of the public, this elderly man was instantly recognized as Chi Chongying, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Mountains and Seas Pavilion. There were only 2 fourth-order open heaven realm masters in Mountains and Seas Pavilion in total, which were Qi Chang'e and the Pavilion Master himself. However, the Pavilion Master of Mountains and Seas Pavilion did not show up most of the time, leaving most matters of Mountains and Seas Pavilion to be handled by Qi Chang'e. As such, he was known by many open heaven realm masters of other second-class great forces. Old Hong patted Qi Chang'e on the shoulder with a supportive look, and continued in a deep voice, "Junior brother Qi, I know that your Mountains and Seas Pavilion encountered a disaster a year ago and suffered great losses. Our heavens border faced a similar situation, but the culprit is too powerful, so we can't do anything about it. However, murder must be paid for with blood. Now that Heavenly Sword Union is here to seek justice for us, speak your grievances. Under the witness of everyone here today, we must eradicate this evil and return a bright future to the 3,000 worlds." Old Hong's speech immediately reminded Qi Chang'e of the tragedy that happened under his watch a year ago. His eyes turned red, and he could not help feeling sorrowful. He turned to the ship where Heavenly Sword Union was located from a distance, saluted and proceeded in a trembling voice, "Many thanks, Union Master Kong. This old master has nothing else to ask for today, but vengeance for this blood feud. If this wish can be achieved, I shall die with no regrets." After a pause, Qi Chang'e spoke about what happened a year ago heartbrokenly, how he heard that there were complete sets of fifth-order materials being sold in Void Star City, how they gathered everything they had, how they traveled all the way to Void Territory, how they were attacked, and how he managed to stay alive. He disclosed every single detail in his speech. Old Hong clenched his teeth. "Junior brother Qi, did you mention that you escaped by faking death, and vaguely heard the words Void Land and Senior Yin?" Qi Chang'e nodded slowly. "That's right. This old master also knows that the person in charge of Void Star City is a man named Yin Xinghua. He has the same cultivation with this old master, and matches the person who killed our Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master lived an ignoble life after that, sneaking into Void Star City to investigate and confirm whether Yin Xinghua was indeed the one who killed my Mountains and Seas Pavilion disciples. This old master swore he would take revenge no matter what." Old Hong immediately asked, "What is the result of the investigation?" Qi Chang'e shook his head slowly. "Yin Xinghua lives a reclusive life, and this old master didn't have the chance to see him." Old Hong raised his brows slightly. "If I show you Yin Xinghua, will you be able to recognize him?" Qi Chang'e gritted her teeth ferociously. Even if he were reduced to ash, this old master would still recognize him. Old Hong nodded. "Good junior brother Qi, look over there. Yin Xinghua is among that group." Qi Chang'e was stunned before he hurriedly looked to the direction that Old Hong pointed at. After a moment, he widened his eyes and leapt towards the ship with raging murderous intent. "Yin Xinghua, suffer death." Among the captives, Yin Xinghua was absolutely appalled. He already felt humiliated enough being caught due to his incompetence, and was still worrying about his own safety. Fortunately, Lu Shui stood at the head of their group, preventing him from sticking out too much. But now, his face turned white as this unfamiliar old man suddenly rushed towards him to take his life. Unable to care about face any longer, he retreated while shouting horrifyingly, "Mercy, old sir, there must be some kind of misunderstanding." He was totally clueless about what was going on. He had never met Qi Chang'e, let alone killed the disciples of Mountains and Seas Pavilion. Ever since he signed his name on the loyalty list and was sent to Void Star City by Yang Kai, he has been taking care of the Star City conscientiously, in fear of being punished by Yang Kai for any mistakes. Initially, the Star City was blossoming with activity, but he did not expect a large number of people to attack all of a sudden half a month ago. The people of Voidland failed to defend themselves and were captured, and then were brought here. Hearing the previous conversations from the crowd, Yin Xinghua vaguely sensed that someone was conspiring against Voidland, and he was just a pawn caught up in this plot. Previously, he felt a little fortunate that he was not their target, but he did not expect that he would be the first to die. Qi Chang'e naturally ignored him. While flying out, Qi Chang'e slammed his palm at Yin Xinghua with murderous intent even from thousands of meters away. Yun Xinghua was unable to resist as his strength was currently sealed. Seeing that palm strike about to land on him, he could not help exclaiming, "My destined end has come." He could only close his eyes and accept death. But a moment later, the attack did not arrive as he thought it would. It seemed that someone had saved his life. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qi Chongying shouting and falling back to where he came from. Yun Xinghua was thrilled that he escaped death, and out of the corner of his eyes, he saw the young woman sitting on the chair withdrawing her fair hand. It was she who saved him. He glanced at the young woman gratefully. Even though he had no idea who this woman was, or why she wanted to save him, he was sure that the cultivation that she had was in the sixth order open heaven realm. Luan Baifeng brushed her hair back behind her ear, and looked at Yun Xinghua with a smile. Surprised by her action, Yun Xinghua quickly thanked her. Luan Baifeng chuckled. "If you have anything to say, just say it with your mouth. Why resort to violence right away? Life is very precious. Union Master Kong, do you think so?" Kong Feng smiled faintly, but he did not say anything. He knew why Luan Baifeng wanted to save Yun Xinghua. It was all because these captives belonged to her. Any one of them dying was a loss to her. Therefore, no one would be allowed to harm her interests while she was present. After Luan Baifeng's interception, Qi Chongying acknowledged her terrifying strength and dared not to do it again. Still, he glared at Yun Xinghua angrily, as if he wanted to peel his skin off. Old Hong continued in a deep voice, "Junior brother Qi, please calm your anger. Do you recognize the man who attacked your mountains and seas pavilion that day?" Qi Chongying immediately pointed out his finger. "It was him. He led people to intercept my mountains and seas pavilion ship, and killed hundreds of our disciples. None of them were spared." As he finished his sentence, he let out a long cry to the sky as 2 streaks of tears rolled down his cheeks. Chapter 43:19, Lightning Speed Action. Stunned, Yun Xinghua could not help shouting back, "Old sir, you've recognized the wrong person. I haven't done anything like that. You should take a closer look." "Shut up." Qi Chongying glared at him, his eyes spitting fire. "Despicable bastard. How dare you quibble with me? This old master saw what you did that day with his own eyes. How can I be mistaken? If this old master does not avenge this blood feud, he does not deserve to be human." Yun Xinghua's lips trembled, and turned his head to look in the direction of Yang Kai, desperately begging, "Sir, this subordinate is innocent. This subordinate has not done it. Sir, save me." Then Old Hong sneered and patted Qi Chongying on the shoulder again. "Is junior brother Qi sure he's the one?" Qi Chongying closed his eyes, turned his head, and quickly replied, "Yes." There was no way to express the anger boiling in his heart. He could hardly breathe. He has lived for so many years, and he was a 4th order open heaven realm master, so how could he be a fool? He was besieged, completely robbed of his sex properties, and everyone other than him was slaughtered, including his legacy disciple who shouldered the future of mountains and seas pavilion. The pain Qi Chongying felt was like a knife stabbing through his heart. At that time, he really believed that Void Land was behind this matter, but after escaping from the claws of death, Qi Chongying thought more carefully about it. Why would Void Land do such a thing? Was this not smearing their own reputation for paltry gains? He really did sneak into Void Star City to investigate Yun Xinghua, and quickly discovered that the latter was not the same person who attacked Mountains and Seas Pavilion's ship that day. Qi Chongying had a feeling that someone was trying to tarnish Voidland's reputation. But before he could uncover the truth of the matter, Old Hong had appeared and had a long talk with him. After some consolation and intimidation, Old Hong politely asked Qi Chongying to step forward to identify the culprit, with a promise of heavy compensation. By that point, how could Qi Chongying still not understand what was going on? Voidland was like a tall tree that attracted the wind, and Mountains and Seas Pavilion was coincidentally involved in this dispute. Qi Chongying was probably able to escape the catastrophe and keep his life only because the other party allowed him to. Now that things have escalated to this point, what choice did Qi Chongying have? He may be able to keep his conscience by rejecting Old Hong's proposal, but it would certainly offend powerful people. The murderers who dared to blatantly slaughter Mountains and Sea's Pavilion's disciples could even cause trouble at the headquarters of Mountains and Sea's Pavilion. On the other hand, if he agreed to their conditions, he could at least obtain some compensation. Mountains and Sea's Pavilion could not endure any more struggle. With their most prized disciple dead and most of the sect's wealth lost, if Qi Chongying just returned home like this, Mountains and Sea's Pavilion would not be able to recover for hundreds of years. But if he could get some compensation, the future would definitely not be so bleak. Therefore, even though Qi Chongying knew the truth, he had no choice but to cooperate with Old Hong at this moment and lie with his eyes wide open. He had to consider the future of Mountains and Sea's Pavilion. Boy, junior brother Qi of Mountains and Sea's Pavilion had identified the culprit in person. It is ironclad evidence. Do you still wish to deny it? Old Hong rebuked sharply. Yang Kai snorted coldly. For those determined to condemn others, there is never a lack of evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, shouts echoed from all directions. They were the representatives of the victimized great forces from the incidents in Void Territory. Yang Kai looked around coldly before his gaze stopped at Kong Feng. Union Master Kong is here in person. Did your allies' ship suffer from the incident in the Void Territory too? Kong Feng smiled slightly. Indeed. Many of my allied sects encountered trouble and were robbed of all their property, with countless casualties. Naturally, as Union Master, I am here to seek justice for them. Yang Kai returned. Then what justice does Union Master Kong want? Kong Feng tapped the armrest of his chair lightly. If you are wise, you will deactivate this defensive grand array, bind your own hands and feet, and follow this Union Master obediently. Rest assured, this Union Master will definitely investigate the situation thoroughly. If Void Land is innocent, you will be cleared of all guilt. Yang Kai sneered. How could he believe him? However, he still nodded gently. Union Master Kong's reputation is well known. I can trust this statement. Kong Feng raised his brow. Since you trust this Kong, what are you still waiting for? Yang Kai raised his hand. Union Master Kong, please wait a moment. I don't know when I will be back. I must have a word with my family first. After saying that, he had already turned around and disappeared into Voidland without giving Kong Feng a chance to object. Kong Feng frowned, vaguely feeling that Yang Kai was up to no good. However, after thinking about it carefully, Voidland would definitely not be able to resist. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy would be a joke. He did not attack head-on mainly because he was afraid of destroying Voidland. There must be some hidden secrets in this place, so before he learnt the truth he did not want to make a big move. After pondering for a while he spoke quietly. Junior sister Luan, your chance has come. Luan Baifeng looked at Kong Feng with a smile. What is Union Master Kong referring to? Kong Feng replied. Don't you want that sixth order open heaven realm woman? She's called you he, and she obeys Yang Kai's words. When Yang Kai arrives, you are responsible for keeping Yu He in check while I capture that boy. As long as Yang Kai is restrained, Yu He will definitely not resist, and you can have her in any way you want. Luan Baifeng's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard the words and her scarlet tongue flicked across her red lips. That would be best. She naturally knew why Kong Feng wanted her to deal with Yu He. The other party was a sixth order open heaven realm master after all. It's hard to say who would emerge the victor in a real fight, but if she could capture a sixth order open heaven master to be in her slave, this risk was worth taking, so she did not complain. While the two were talking, a figure flickered next to Yu He, and Yang Kai reappeared. Kong Feng was slightly surprised, so fast. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely delay for a while, but who would have thought that he came back as fast as he left? Yang Kai chuckled. There's nothing to explain, Union Master Kong. However, this junior's cultivation is low, and it is not safe to travel alone, so I request permission to bring my left protector along. After saying so, he pointed at Yu He. Kong Feng replied indifferently, only her then. He had already expected this. With his and Luan Baifeng's strength, a single Yu He would not be able to resist their united front. Luan Baifeng frowned slightly, vaguely feeling something was off, But most of her attention was drawn to Yuhi at the moment, so she did not think much about it. Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. Signaling Yuhi, he stepped forward and Bian Yuqing, who was behind him, flew back into void land. Kong Feng waved his hand and opened the barrier around the ship. Yang Kai and Yuhi landed on the deck soon after. In the next moment, Kong Feng and Yang Kai shouted in unison, "Now!" When the words fell, Kong Feng reached out to grab Yang Kai. Luan Baifeng's petite figure leapt up and rushed towards Yuhi, who at the same time raised her hand. A little flower umbrella appeared twirling in the air, then flew sharply in the opposite direction towards Luan Baifeng and Kong Feng, obscuring their line of sight momentarily. Yang Kai stepped back and opened the 6 Faded Paths bag. With a light pat, a dozen figures suddenly appeared. The dozen figures, led by Mo Mei, immediately surrounded Yang Kai as soon as they appeared. Heavenly Sword Union was a top-tier second-class great force with outstanding strength. For this trip to Voidland, in addition to Kong Feng, a 6th-order Open Heaven Master, there were also numerous 5th-order Open Heaven Masters, and even more 4th-order and 3rd-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This could only be described as a mighty army with the finest arms. However, among the dozen or so people who suddenly appeared on Yang Kai's side, Mo Mei was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, while the others were all 5th-order. Everyone was momentarily stunned by their sudden appearance. When they finally came back to their senses, fierce attacks were already bearing down on them. In a flash, screams and shrieks resounded one after another, followed by splatters of fresh blood and corpses collapsing to the ground. Beyond all their expectations, in an instant, Heavenly Sword Union suffered heavy casualties, with as many as a dozen of Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 5th Order being killed, not to mention countless other disciples below the Open Heaven Realm. At the same time, Pang Duo, Jin Yuanlang, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yangxi had already rushed towards Lu Shui and the others. The strength of the Heavenly Sword Union disciples guarding Lu Shui and the others wasn't anything notable because their prisoners had their cultivations sealed. Seeing these 4 pouncing towards them like tigers leaving the mountain, these disciples froze in place, not knowing what to do. A brief hesitation and battle could lead to disaster. With the combination of 4 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the guards were cut down as easily as melons and vegetables, while Lu Shui and the others were dragged back into the encirclement. At this moment, Yuhi shouted in a strained voice, "Young Master!" As soon as the words fell, the little flower umbrella exploded, and the color on Yuhi's face drained slightly before a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out of her lips. Her artifact was destroyed, causing a backlash to her soul and body. However, there was no other way. This was the only option if they wanted to rescue the captives from the hands of the 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Kong Feng appeared with a livid face and spat through clenched jaws. "Junior, you court death." He had never expected that in such a situation, Yang Kai would dare to attack first. He cursed silently, planning to give Yang Kai a taste of every kind of torture in the world once he was captured. However, when he looked up, Kong Feng was stunned for a moment, because scattered all over his ship were broken bodies of countless disciples, including as many as a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters under the 5th Order. Opposite of him, a formation of more than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters circled around Yang Kai as they, along with Lu Shui and the other captives, fled towards Voidland hurriedly. How did Voidland gain so many Open Heaven Realm Masters? Kong Feng was dumbstruck. What made him even more terrified was that the more than a dozen people who suddenly appeared in front of him were all 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and one leading them was a woman in the 6th Order. After escaping from the little flower umbrella's suppression, Luan Baifeng swept her eyes around coldly and growled through gritted teeth. "We were too careless." She had finally understood where that sense of unease came from before. Yang Kai mentioned that Yuhi was his left protector, and since there was a left protector, there must also be a right protector. Now the truth was revealed that there was another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in Voidland. Chapter 43:20, Rapid Rescue. Everything happened too fast. It had only been 3 breaths from Kong Feng's and Luan Baifeng's entrapment to their escape. Yuhi lost her artifact and was hurt, but Lu Shui and the others had been successfully rescued from Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Seeing that the people of Voidland were escaping, Kong Feng became enraged from shame and roared, "Kill them!" As he shouted, he charged forward together with Luan Baifeng. They were the strongest among all the people present, so they had to participate if they wanted to restrain the two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland, because the others were not capable of doing so. World Force flared as Yu He and Mo Mei turned solemn, executing their own secret techniques to meet the enemy. Although they were all Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yu He and Mo Mei had just broken through recently. In comparison, Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng both had more than 1,000 years of accumulation in their current realm. With the difference in their heritages, their strength would be different too, not to mention that Yu He was injured. As soon as they clashed, one side gained an obvious advantage. However, although the situation was somewhat unfavorable to Yu He and Mo Mei, Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng still could not take them down within a short period of time. At the same time, the Open Heaven Realm Masters on the 100 surrounding ships had charged forward together. As they were gathered by Kong Feng this time, they had already become enemies with Voidland. Initially, none of them put Voidland in their eyes. After all, it was just a recently risen great force, so how strong could it be? But after Mo Mei showed up with more than 10 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, all of them were taken aback. Only now did they realize that Voidland possessed its own mighty army, equipped with the finest arms. They had the advantage in numbers now that they were fighting against Voidland together, but if they failed to eliminate it today and allowed them to stage a comeback, Voidland would definitely not spare them in the future. Since they had chosen to side with Heavenly Sword Union, they could only follow through to the end. Countless Open Heaven Realm Masters from various great forces used their killing moves mercilessly one after another. The people of Voidland continued fighting while retreating. Although there were 2 Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and more than 10 Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were too heavily outnumbered. After just 10 breaths of time, several were already injured. Fortunately, no one was killed. Otherwise, Voidland would have suffered a terrible loss. The wounded immediately stepped back and hid in the encirclement while hastily trying to heal themselves. Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted, "Hold on for just a while longer." Voidland was just right behind them, and as long as they could enter the 9 heavenly layers grand array, everyone would be safe. Kong Feng obviously noticed this too, and his eyes burned with impatience as he roared, "Don't let them escape!" With a flash, the illusory phantom of his small universe behind him, he surged his might even more ferociously. Luan Baifeng did not hold back either. Her face was as hard as steel as she moved swiftly and kept using killing moves. The captives were supposed to be hers, but they all were rescued by Yang Kai. How could she tolerate this? At this time, there was no time to blame Kong Feng for gathering inaccurate information. They had to try their best to recapture as many of the people from Voidland as possible. World force collided endlessly as rumbling noises resounded continuously. The short 30 breaths the clash had been going on for felt as though decades had passed. When the people of Voidland finally rushed into the 9 heavenly layers grand array, almost everyone was seriously injured, except Yang Kai and the captives, who were being protected in the center. Even Mo Mei had a long wound on her lower abdomen where blood flowed, and continued seeping through her robes. Yu He's pretty face was pale, and her aura was somewhat unstable as a trace of blood could be seen on the corner of her lips. The two of them had the strongest cultivation, so they were responsible for defending the rear of the group, and had subsequently been under the greatest pressure. Pang Duo and the rest were also panting heavily, their vitality roiling somewhat. It was tough for them, who had just advanced into the open heaven realm, to fight such an intense battle. They simply could not unleash the true might of the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm yet. Fortunately, all of them worked together and overcame the immediate disaster. If anyone had made a mistake at that time, everyone in Voidland would have fallen into danger. The 9 heavenly layers grand array was reactivated, isolating the inside from the outside, and the battle paused for now. A cold aura surged from Yang Kai's body as he slowly turned around, glanced at Kong Feng and Luan Baifeng, who were filled with frustration, then at the enemy ships, before he took a deep breath before he declared firmly, "If our void land survives this disaster, this young swears he will visit each and every one of your headquarters to teach you how to show proper respect in the future." Despite his soft voice, it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies while their faces turned pale. They would not care if they were threatened by an ordinary second-class great force, because to be able to attack another force's headquarters, one had to possess overwhelming strength. But after witnessing the terrifying heritage of Void Land, no one dared to take Yang Kai's declaration lightly. Such a lineup, with 2 Sixth Order and more than 10 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, could almost match up to Heavenly Sword Union. This was the heritage that a true top-tier second-class great force possessed. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, who could stand against such force? 90% of the 100 great forces here did not even have a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master assuming command. If Voidland showed up at their doorstep, they would have no way to stop them. The only result would be the extermination of their sect. Is this the kind of heritage a new great force can have? Just how did Voidland develop so rapidly and obtain so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in such a short time? Kong Feng's face turned dreadfully ugly as he remarked coldly, "Do you think your Voidland still stands a chance? Today, your Voidland will be wiped from the 3,000 worlds." Yang Kai sneered. "Come and try if you can. We'll see who survives in the end." Then he beckoned, "Let's go." Leading the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland, they all turned and disappeared behind the clouds and mists of the Grand Array. Infuriated, Kong Feng clenched his fist and wanted nothing more than to give chase, but seeing the unpredictable changes of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array, he did not dare to take the risk rashly. He turned to Luan Baifeng and asked, "What can you see, junior sister?" Luan Baifeng answered with a cold face, "This Grand Array is not even displaying its full might yet. What can I possibly see from it?" "Union Master Kong, you didn't tell me that there are so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland." If she had known that Voidland was such a dangerous opponent, she would not have come here. Now that the captives that she obtained earlier were robbed away, it was natural for her to feel disgruntled. Kong Feng replied while suppressing his anger, "What's the use of blaming me now? It's indeed this Union Master's mistake for gathering incomplete intelligence about Void Land. This Union Master also didn't expect that Void Land would have so many Open Heaven Realm Masters. But isn't this just what junior sister Luan wants? If we can conquer Void Land, you will be able to receive many times more benefits than you have expected." Luan Baifeng snorted coldly, "But that can only be achieved if we take down Void Land. Now that the Grand Array has been activated, there's nothing we can do unless we crack it." Kong Feng answered, "I invited junior sister Luan here precisely to resolve this issue. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to probe this Grand Array for you." Luan Baifeng's face softened a little bit, and she nodded. "It's best if you make appropriate arrangements. But I wonder who Union Master Kong wants to assign to take the lead in this battle?" Kong Feng's eyes glinted slightly as he remained silent. Given this situation, it was highly unlikely anyone would volunteer to be the vanguard. Although their side looked imposing with 100 great forces seemingly joining hands, the truth was they were nothing but a fistful of loose sand. With the strength and prestige of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng had forced many to support him here. However, those who had come expected the battle to be a one-sided massacre. Now that Kong Feng was facing difficulties, how could he still convince these people to follow his orders? This was especially true for those who had to lead the first assault, as they would bear the greatest risks. But it was exactly because of this Grand Array that Kong Feng gathered so many people here. Just as Kong Feng was pondering what to do, an elderly man suddenly flew over, stood several tens of meters away from Kong Feng, and cupped his fist. "Union Master Kong." Kong Feng raised his eyes and replied faintly, "Brother Gao." This person was an elder of a great force called Azure Cloud's Temple. Azure Cloud's Temple was also a second-class great force, but it was not very strong. It was similar to Mountains and Seas Pavilion in that it did not have a 5th Order Open Heaven Master, just 3 or 4 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Like Mountains and Seas Pavilion, Azure Cloud's temple encountered a similar incident in Void territory. Its ship and property were robbed, with many of its disciples being killed or injured. This man surnamed Gao was one of the ones who shouted down Yongkai earlier, calling for revenge. With an ashamed look, Elder Gao spoke. "Forgive me, Union Master Kong. I just received a message from the Temple Master that there is an urgent matter which needs to be attended to back at our headquarters. This elder must take his leave." Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly as he glanced behind Elder Gao. A number of people were watching them attentively, and Kong Feng immediately sneered in his heart. It was obvious that after seeing the strength of Void Land, Azure Cloud's temple dared not to offend it further, and was attempting to distance itself from this matter. By the looks of this situation, Azure Cloud's temple was not the only force having such thoughts. Kong Feng knew that once he accepted the request of Elder Gao, more than half of the 100 great forces here would leave. Kong Feng was enraged, but he remained calm on the outside and asked with concern, "It's easy for Elder Gao to leave, but if you can't avenge your blood feud, how can the dead disciples of your Azure Cloud's temple rest in peace?" Elder Gao averted his eyes as he replied insincerely, 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge." Kong Feng nodded. "Since Elder Gao has said so, then this Kong will leave the decision in your hands." Elder Gao cupped his fist. "Many thanks, Union Master Kong, for your understanding. This Gao wishes Union Master Kong success." Kong Feng smiled and made no comment. Nevertheless, the moment when Elder Gao turned around, Kong Feng swiftly stretched out his arm to grasp him. Elder Gao felt a slight pain in his neck, but before he could react, Kong Feng suddenly came close to him. Elder Gao was puzzled and his eyes widened. "Union Master Kong, you." Before he finished, he immediately realized something was wrong with his vision, as if his head was on Kong Feng's hand. He wanted to look down to check, but he failed to do so. Kong Feng sneered as he grabbed Elder Gao's severed head, still dripping with blood, and muttered, "You don't wish to offend Void Land, but don't care about offending my Heavenly Sword Union? Ridiculous." For a moment, Elder Gao's eyes almost popped out of its sockets before his vitality quickly dissipated, and his consciousness completely faded. He was just a fourth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was a trivial matter for Kong Feng to take his life once his guard was down. Kong Feng held the bloody head high and shouted loudly, "The battle is imminent, but this old dog attempted to desert us and disturbed the morale of our army. This Union Master killed him to serve as a warning. I hope that all of you have learned a lesson." After saying that, with a slight push of his hand, the wide-eyed head was sent flying to the crowd, stirring up fear in everyone present. Chapter 43:21 Provocation. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was the culmination of Grandmaster Wu Liang's lifetime of study into the Tao of Spirit arrays. 9 interdependent arrays which supported and reinforced one another. Yang Kai spent nearly all of the wealth he acquired in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary on this grand array. Most forces did not have the boldness or even ability to pay such a huge price, but the returns would naturally be great too. The array could be divided into 3 sections. The first, which consisted of 3 layers of the array, was the foundation of the Grand Array. These 3 layers maintained the operation of the Grand Array, as well as drew in and stored starlight strength. These 3 layers had no lethality whatsoever. However, they formed the backbone of the 9 heavenly layers. On normal days, these 3 layers would draw in starlight strength to maintain the operation of the Grand Array without interruption, storing any excess for emergency use. Not only that, but the first 3 layers of the Grand Array were also capable of self-repair. As long as the damage was not too serious, it could fix any faults in the Grand Array. The second section of the Grand Array was comprised of defensive mechanisms. It also consisted of 3 layers of the Grand Array. One layer was meant for concealment. Once activated, Void Land would become hidden from view. Anyone without a firm foundation of the Tao of Spirit arrays would never be able to detect Void Land. The second layer was a powerful bewildering array, one that deprived ordinary cultivators of their external senses, blinding and misleading them. The third layer was purely protective, a shield to resist external bombardment. The proprietress introduced Yang Kai to an artifact refining grandmaster, who produced two powerful array artifacts, one of which was the Heavenly Net Umbrella, which was used in this defensive Grand Array as its array core. The Heavenly Net Umbrella cost a fortune, but Grandmaster Wu Liang said that once the shield was activated, even the combined bombardment of 10 top mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights would not be able to break through it. It could be seen that the protective strength of this Grand Array was outstanding. Voidland now had a mighty army and was equipped with the finest arms, so how could it allow anyone to attack them for 10 days straight without retaliating? The last 3 layers of the Grand Array were the offensive parts. Most of the external starlight strength absorbed by the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was channeled here. Each of these 3 layers was different and more powerful than the one before. The Heavenly Executioner's sword was placed by Grandmaster Wu Liang into the second layer of the offensive section of the Grand Array as its array core. The first offensive layer of the Grand Array did not have a specific core, but instead relied on a massive number of ordinary artifacts to function. These artifacts were brought back by Yang Kai after defeating enemies in this outer universe. Most of these artifacts were useless to the members of Voidland, but it would be too wasteful to simply discard them, so they were used to empower the Grand Array, which was a win-win solution. As for the final offensive layer of the Grand Array, it was the trump card of Voidland, and it was saved for the most crucial of moments. When the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completed, Yang Kai had once considered that if someone was foolish to attack Voidland, he would teach them a lesson, and at the same time test the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. But this was just a random thought. No one would want their home to be besieged. However, it was really under siege now, and the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Yang Kai was extremely grateful that he did not make the stingy decision, but instead agreed to let Grandmaster Wu Liang arrange the complete 9 heavenly layers Grand Array in Voidland. Otherwise, with the numbers and strength of the enemy today, even if there were hundreds more Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland now, it would be impossible to overcome such odds. Only by making use of the Grand Array could they possibly turn defeat into victory. Standing in Voidland, Yang Kai looked out coldly. He was in control of the Array Jade, and he knew the Grand Array inside and out. He rubbed his fingers together unconsciously as he stood nervously. In order to rescue Lu Shui and the others, he had no choice but to reveal some of Voidland's strength. However, they immediately retreated. With such a display of weakness, Old Dog Kongfeng would certainly not just give up. Behind Yang Kai, left and right protectors Yu He and Mo Mei sat cross-legged and meditated to recover from their injuries. The Elder Council and the group of 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were also urgently restoring their own vitality. Behind them were more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters of various orders, standing upright, their expressions solemn as a chilling air lingered in the void. The majority of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland were from Abundance City, and it was all thanks to Yang Kai, who removed the blood principle restriction, that they could leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven alive. In addition to that, he also provided them with an excellent living and cultivating environment, and supplied them with spirit pills to support their safe ascension to the Open Heaven Realm. It was safe to say that Yang Kai was the one who made them what they were today. After finally breaking free of the prison which held generations of their ancestors, and entering the outside world, how could they sit by and bear it when someone came to oppress them before they had time to witness the wonders of this world? So even though this was their first battle since they broke through to the Open Heaven Realm, everyone was incredibly motivated. Voidland was their home, where they would build a new family and future. They could not just take from this land without giving back, and right now was the time to pay their dues. Only by keeping this land could they provide a safe place for their future generations. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, waiting for his order to rush out and take down the invaders. After a moment, Yang Kai muttered, "Here they come." Outside Voidland, 100 or so of people from Azure Cloud's temple, led by 2 Third Order Open Heavens, rushed towards Voidland with dark, sullen faces. Elder Gao tried to withdraw before the battle began, but was ruthlessly killed by Kongfeng instead. Everyone, including Azure Cloud's temple and the other great forces who wanted to leave, did not dare to act rashly anymore. Shuddering at Kongfeng's ruthlessness, They all feared that they would be the next unlucky one should they speak out. However, Azure Cloud's temple still had to be punished as they took the lead in escaping. So Kong Feng forced them to be the vanguard in attacking the 9 heavenly layers grand array. Although the 2 Third Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were enraged, they were completely incapable of resisting, so they could only lead 100 disciples they brought with them to the edge of the grand array. After a slight hesitation, one of them sighed deeply and declared, "It may be a blessing and not a curse, and if it is a curse we cannot escape. Let's go." Looking desolate, he took the lead and dived headfirst into the grand array. When the others saw this, they too rushed bravely into the swirling clouds and mists, soon disappearing from sight. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng turned to Luan Baifeng. "Junior sister Luan, it's all up to you now." Luan Baifeng coldly snorted. "Don't worry, it would be one thing if the grand array was in an idle state, but once it begins operating, its intricacies cannot be hidden from this mistress' eyes." She pointed to her own eyes as she spoke, and a glamorous but sinister light flashed across her beautiful pupils, turning them a breathtaking shade of purple. The reason why Luan Baifeng had such profound attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays was not that it was taught to her by a powerful master. In fact, she was completely self-taught, a feat only possible thanks to her innate eye-secret technique. Within the Black Prison were countless natural spirit arrays. After years of observing those spirit arrays with her eye-secret technique, she comprehended many mysteries from them, allowing her to accumulate a profound understanding of the Tao of Spirit Arrays. From the outside, the 100 great forces watched the 100 or so Azure Cloud's temple disciples disappearing quickly into the rolling clouds, but through Luan Baifeng's eyes, their movements were actually traceable, and as long as she could keep track of them and the progress they made, she would be able to find a way to crack the grand array. Inside the bewildering array, 2 small figures came together and whispered to one another quietly. One of them had a string of purple grapes on his head, his arms akimbo, looking as though he was second beneath the heavens. The other figure had a large mushroom cap atop her head and a timid expression on her face, wearing a little floral dress. These 2 little figures were Pu Baixiong and Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom suddenly tugged at the roots of the grapes on Pu Baixiong's head. "Big brother Pu, someone is here, what should we do?" 2 strands of roots on Pu Baixiong's head swayed around his forehead. "Someone came in? And leave them alone, young boy will take care of them." Little Mushroom spoke weakly. But I'm scared. They're wandering around everywhere. What if they find us? Will they eat us?" Pu Baixiong consoled. "Don't worry. They're completely lost in the spirit array, and won't be able to find us. Young boy told you, you are the array core of this bewildering array, and will only need to make a move at the critical moment. Don't easily expose yourself, but when you do, we'll teach them a big lesson to show them how powerful you are." Little Mushroom nodded obediently, and then she suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, someone is right next to us." Pu Baixiong jumped and looked around. Sure enough, he saw a figure staggering around like a drunk, and quickly pulled Little Mushroom away. In Voidland, Yang Kai asked, about 100 people entered the array. Among them are 2 low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters while the rest are all Emperor Realm cultivators. Who wants to deal with them? Fatty Chen Tian rushed out immediately and volunteered with a sonorous voice, "Sect Master, please let this subordinate go." How could Chen Tianfei miss such an opportunity to showcase himself? He was not qualified to fight during the last mission to rescue Lu Shui and the others because he was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. But now that he had the opportunity to exert his strength, he naturally would not let it fall into the hands of another. Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and nodded lightly. "Good Elder Qin, be careful." Immediately energized, Chen Tianfei replied, "Sect Master, please wait for good news. This subordinate will be back before you know it." After saying so, his rotund figure soared into the sky, dashing towards the grand array. Outside Voidland, aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned. Kong Feng, who had been observing her expression, hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Luan Baifeng replied without removing her gaze on the swirling grand array. "It seems that something has changed. Someone entered the Grand Array from Voidland. Kong Feng raised his eyebrows. Oh, could they not withstand the pressure any longer? Luan Baifeng was silent for a moment before suddenly sighing. Kong Feng faintly sensed that something was wrong, but before he could ask, there were bursts of exclamations all around him. Turning his head back, Kong Feng narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight before him. Severed heads drenched in fresh blood flew towards the fleet one by one from inside the Grand Array. Those heads belonged to the people from Azure Cloud's temple that he sent out before. One head for every person who went and was sent out. The blank expressions frozen on the faces of these severed heads obviously indicated that they had no idea what happened to them, right up to the moment they died. Kong Feng's face sank. What is Voidland planning? Killing someone and throwing their head back is a naked provocation. Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, who shook her head lightly. It was too short. It really was too short. It had only been several breaths of time since the 100 Azure Clouds temple disciple entered the Grand Array. Although they only had 2 Third-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while the rest were Emperor Realm cultivators, meaning their strength was not great, it was still terrifying for them to be obliterated so quickly. Chapter 43:22, It's Your Turn. Chen Tianfei descended from the sky and landed in front of Yang Kai with a cupped fist. Sect Master, fortunately, I did not fail my mission. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Good work, Elder Chen. Chen Tianfei possessed a 4th-order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, while there were only 2 Third-order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the people from Azure Cloud's temple. Furthermore, Azure Cloud's temple's cultivators had fallen into the bewildering array, and were all blind and lost. How could they stand against this fatty Chen? Killing them all had been a simple task. With Yang Kai having full control of the array jade, he could naturally see the situation inside the Grand Array clearly and knew that Chen Tianfei sent the severed heads of the enemies out into the void. Although this was not his intention, he did not disapprove. Chen Tianfei was delighted. It is this subordinate's pleasure to serve the sect master. After that, he stepped back and stood still behind Yang Kai. Outside Voidland, Kong Feng kneaded his forehead gently. He looked around coldly and saw a riot rising up among the 100 Sect Alliance. The swift annihilation of Azure Cloud's temple's entire force obviously threw them into panic. Although the people of Azure Cloud's temple were not strong, it was still unbelievable that they died in such a short period of time. Kong Feng immediately realized that it was the wrong decision for him to send the people of Azure Cloud's temple to serve as a vanguard. Instead of achieving what he wanted, he actually bolstered the morale and image of Voidland. Now that Voidland was shielded by their Grand Array, if Kong Feng wanted to win this battle, he would first need to crack it. After pondering for a while, he turned his head and asked, Junior Sister Luan, with your ability, how long will it take to crack this array? Just a stick worth of incense, Luan Baifeng answered proudly. Kong Feng nodded solemnly. Then I'll give you that time. Luan Baifeng turned to look at him and raised her brow slightly. Given the current situation, if they wanted to trace the details of the Grand Array, they would have to sacrifice many more lives. However, the people here were not fools. No one would be willing to follow in Azure Cloud's temple's footsteps. Still, it was none of her business. She just needed to do her part in examining the Grand Array carefully whenever it began operating. Kong Feng turned to look in a certain direction and began moving his lips, probably transmitting a divine sense message to someone. In that direction, Old Hong looked up at Kong Feng helplessly, but Kong Feng remained stone-faced and unmoved by Old Hong's pleading. Left with no choice, Old Hong clenched his teeth, stepped forward, and shouted as he cupped his fist. Union Master Kong, Voidland is simply too outrageous. This old master requests to lead Heaven's border forces to attack and capture that bastard Yang Kai. Please grant me permission. Kong Feng replied after a brief hesitation. This Union Master appreciates Brother Hong's determination, but with this Grand Array protecting Voidland, entering will be extremely dangerous. Think twice, Old Hong. Old Hong answered solemnly. Voidland is a cesspit of disease and evil. Many fellow brothers have suffered at their hands, as has my Heaven's border. How can this Hong not step forward when the enemy is right in front of me? Even if I have to give up my life, I will rip a piece of meat from Voidland first. Please grant me permission, Union Master Kong. Kong Feng feigned reluctance for a while more before reluctantly agreeing. Good, since Brother Hong is so sincere. How can this Union Master refuse? How about this? This Union Master will send 80 disciples from Heavenly Sword Union to accompany you. Do not try to engage the enemy. We only need to stimulate the Grand Array so that Warden Wan can crack its secrets. Focus on staying alive and buying time. After saying that, with a swing of his hand, 80 people immediately appeared behind him. There were many Open Heaven Realm Masters among them, and their leader was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Overjoyed, Old Hong cupped his fists. Many thanks, Union Master Kong. He was truly glad. He was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so after witnessing the powerful heritage of Voidland, he acknowledged that his strength was not enough to compete with them, or even break into their Grand Array. If he really entered, he would definitely die miserably. But now, he felt much safer being escorted by a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master sent by Kong Feng. However, the people of Heaven's Border and 80 members of Heavenly Sword Union alone were obviously still not enough. As such, Old Hong looked around and roared in a deep voice. Who else will join this old master? Please step forward. All the others looked at each other awkwardly. They initially thought that they would easily take down Voidland under the lead of Heaven Sword Union, never having expected that Voidland would possess such strong forces and defenses. They had also witnessed the frightening outcome of Azure Cloud's temple's failed attempt to penetrate Voidland's array. But since Heavenly Sword Union had set an example for them, how could they do nothing? If no one was willing to stand out, Kong Feng would definitely hold a grudge against them. Even if they could escape today, they were afraid that they would have a hard time in the future. Therefore, they had to send out some of their forces no matter what. Just then a man shouted, "Our Golden Rainbow Province will contribute." It was the leader of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin. He had a great enmity with the proprietress. Back then, he plotted to bait the proprietress to bring Old Bai to a restricted area belonging to Golden Rainbow Province to break through to the Open Heaven Realm, then take the opportunity to besiege the proprietress and kill her. Old Bai's breakthrough had indeed been disrupted, and the proprietress had been thrown into a difficult situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai had World Source Liquid with him, which rescued Old Bai from certain death, and allowed him to successfully break through. Qi Jin naturally knew that Yang Kai had a deep relationship with the proprietress, as did Kong Feng. It was for this reason that Kong Feng recruited Qi Jin to join the attack on Voidland this time. The enemy of one's enemy was an ally, and Qi Jin certainly was more than willing to cooperate with Kong Feng. Not only was Golden Rainbow Province recruited, but Boundless Altar was here too. After Qi Jin volunteered himself, Ling Chunxiu of Boundless Altar also stood forward. The enmity between these two and the proprietress was inextricable. The proprietress even made a heart demon oath that until she wiped out their headquarters, she would never advance to 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. The proprietress had not tried to follow through on her oath, because it was hard for her to accomplish it alone. Although she was a peak 6th Order Master and had outstanding combat capability, it was still too much for her to destroy 2 second-class great forces, Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, alone. Therefore, although Qi Jin and Ling Chunxiu had witnessed the proprietress' heart demon oath with their own eyes, they had not worried much about it. However, after seeing the powerful heritage of Voidland, a strong sense of crisis could not help rising in their hearts. In the past, Lan Yuro had not taken action because she lacked the necessary power, but since Yang Kai had a close relationship with Lan Yuro, if this group of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland joined her, both Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar would stand no chance to resist. They did not have a grand array like the 9 heavenly layers to defend themselves. As such, among the many great forces here, other than Kong Feng and Wan Bai Feng, Qi Jin and Ling Chunxiu were the people most motivated to take down Voidland. Old Hong did not expect that these two would respond to his call so enthusiastically, for he just shouted casually without hoping for any results. But no matter what, it was better to have more forces. As such, he immediately smiled. With the help of Brother Qi and Brother Ling, this Hong can rest assured. Given the examples of Golden Rainbow Province and Boundless Altar, the other great forces naturally could not stay silent any longer. Furthermore, Heavenly Sword Union was still looming over them threateningly. So others immediately sent out troops one after another. Soon, the 100-sect alliance dispatched nearly 5,000 people in total. It was a large number, with a few hundred open heaven realm masters leading the charge. Although there were only 5 or 6 fifth-order open heaven realm masters among them, there were plenty in the 3rd and 4th orders. Kong Feng let out a soft breath, looked at the thousands of people, and shouted sonorously, "If we can break this grand array today, all of you will be meritorious contributors, and this Union Master will not mistreat you. After entering the grand array this time, do not aim to kill the enemy, just prioritize protecting yourselves. We just need to trigger the grand array for a stick of incense worth of time, and Warden Wan will be able to break the array." The crowd agreed with a roar, led by Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the other masters. With these thousands of cultivators gathering together, their courage and confidence was greatly bolstered. Somehow, the grand array did not feel that scary to them anymore. Kong Feng waved his hand. "Go." Upon receiving the command, thousands of people rushed into the grand array. As Kong Feng ordered, they did not attempt to kill the enemy after entering the grand array, but hurriedly activated their protective artifacts and techniques before surging their strength to trigger the grand array. Previously, only about 100 people from Azure Cloud's temple took the lead into the grand array. Their number was far too small, so it only took a short while for Chen Tianfei to wipe them out, resulting in very little change in the grand array. However, with thousands of infiltrators rushing into it, the grand array kept displaying various transformations, and Luan Baifeng quickly inspected these details with her piercing purple eyes. In Voidland, Yang Kai saw thousands of people charging into the grand array, but instead of panicking, he revealed a cold smile and ordered faintly, "Elder Fan." At the front of hundreds of open heaven realm masters, Fan Wu Xian stepped forward and cupped his fist, "Sect Master." Fan Wu Xian was also a cultivator of Abundance City. He was just a deacon back in Abundance City, and it was he who captured Yang Kai and Chu Huashang back then. However, he had condensed fifth-order elements and had now broken through to the fifth-order open heaven realm, becoming a member of Voidland's Elder Council. When they rescued Lu Shui and the others earlier, Voidland had deployed all of its fifth-order open heaven realm masters except for him. This could not be helped, because someone needed to stay behind to lead the 300 or so open heaven realm masters Voidland had. After being called by Yang Kai, he hurriedly came forward. Yang Kai turned to look at him. "It's your turn." Fan Wu Xian's expression hardened and replied in a deep voice, "Yes." Similar to Kong Feng's order, Yang Kai advised, "There are quite a large number of enemies this time, and there should be several fifth-order open heaven realm masters among them. You must be careful. Prioritize protecting yourselves rather than quickly killing the enemies. Never underestimate them. You are all my Voidland's precious talents. Losing any of you would be a great loss to us all." Fan Wu Xian responded, "Don't worry, Sect Master. I will bring everyone back alive." Yang Kai nodded. With a wave of Fan Wu Xian's hand, the 300-plus open heaven realm masters of Voidland soared into the sky and disappeared into the grand array. Yang Kai held the array jade in his hand and surged his divine sense, cooperating with the 300 open heaven realm masters as he guided them to their targets, while creating opportunities for them to kill the enemy. The 9 heavenly layers grand array had the same bewildering effect on allies as well as enemies. Without Yang Kai's guidance, Fan Wu Xian and the others would also lose all sense of direction. However, it was different if Yang Kai shielded and guided them. In the bewildering array, the enemies lost all sense of direction. So under the current situation, although Fan Wu Xian's group was outnumbered, they were not in great danger as they were all open heaven realm masters, and had the support of the grand array. Just 10 breaths of time after the 300 or so open heaven realm masters entered the grand array, mangled dead bodies began to rain down onto Voidland one after another from the sky like dumplings. The scene was both gruesome and spectacular to witness. Chapter 43-23, Slaughter. The 100 Sect Alliance had deployed nearly 5,000 people, which was quite a large number. Among them were hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters. With such a lineup, any ordinary second-class Great Force would not be an opponent at all. These people came with high morale, and under the leadership of numerous Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, they plunged into the grand array from multiple directions. Immediately, they were surrounded by rolling fog which obscured their vision and severely suppressed their divine senses. Anyone below the Open Heaven Realm became essentially blind, while even the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could only inspect the situation within a radius of 300 meters around themselves. However, they kept in mind Kong Feng's orders, summoned their defensive artifacts immediately, and kept moving around, sending out probing attacks to disturb the grand array so that Luan Baifeng could investigate its reactions and trace its structure. A group of people from Heaven's border gathered around Old Hong. He wanted them to huddle together to keep a lookout for each other. It was extremely dangerous for them to disperse given the current situation. However, within 10 breaths after rushing into the bewildering array, Old Hong realized that his group was getting smaller and smaller. His heart sank, and was about to open his mouth to rally his forces when he heard a sudden outburst of screams from all directions. It was the obvious and abrupt sound of death. Old Hong, who had killed plenty of people in the past, knew these cries very well. It was obvious that his forces had been ambushed by Void Land. "Follow me, don't panic!" Old Hong roared loudly, but by now there were only 3 people left around him. Old Hong was a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his divine sense was able to extend a few dozen meters into the surroundings. However, if they were really ambushed, such a minuscule distance would not be sufficient for them to respond effectively. Suddenly, an unusually aggressive force rushed towards them from the side. Old Hong's face paled and shouted, "Defend yourselves!" At the same time, he slammed a palm towards that direction, sending out a burst of world force. He came in contact with the incoming assault lightly before quickly retreating, not stopping until he was at least several dozen meters away. His face changed abruptly, as he called out in alarm, "Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm." He had realized that the one who attacked him was a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. "My predestined time has come," he cried out silently. He was just a Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so how was there any hope of surviving this crisis? Cursing Kong Feng silently in his heart, Old Hong did not dare to let down his guard, and urged his defensive artifact to its maximum. Another series of screams echoed, and Old Hong could not help but feel his heart bleed. Although the screams were short-lived, he could clearly distinguish that the voices belonged to the low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heaven's border, who had until recently been with him. How could a few low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters survive the assault of a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? They had all ended up on a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs. Old Hong ground his teeth as he turned around to flee. However, the surging clouds and mists heavily obscured his vision. Knowing that if he did not leave this place he would die, he fled randomly. Not far behind him, Fan Wu Xian looked at his silhouette with a frown. Unlike Old Hong, he and the others had Yang Kai's assistance, which allowed them to come and go freely in this grand array without much restriction to their senses. As such, he was able to clearly see where Old Hong was fleeing. Fan Wu Xian had just advanced into the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm, and had not fully adapted to his new strength, making it impossible for him to unleash his full potential. Nevertheless, he was still a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he decided to be ruthless and pursued Old Hong doggedly, the latter would not be able to escape death. However, this would inevitably waste a lot of time. Rather than stubbornly chase after Old Hong, it would be better to kill more low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were quite a lot of enemies this time, so many they could be seen wherever he looked. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Fan Wu Xian rushed to the side, and another scream erupted from that direction soon after. Old Hong was terrified and fled forward like a headless fly without knowing how far he had escaped. Suddenly, a fierce attack came from the front. At the same time a voice boomed, "Die, bastard!" Old Hong froze for a moment, but quickly recovered to respond to the blow. Unfortunately for Old Hong, he was not fast enough and was struck by the blow, sending him tumbling as his blood churned unsteadily. Without waiting for the opponent to strike again, he shouted, "Brother Qi?" A couple kilometers away, Qi Jin stopped and called out, "Old Hong." "It really is Brother Qi." Old Hong was overjoyed and rushed forward. Sure enough, after a while, Qi Jin appeared in front of him. The two looked at each other and sighed when they realized that they were alone. Old Hong inquired, "Brother Qi, are you able to see through the mysteries of this array?" Brother Qi shook his head. "It's difficult. This array is extremely profound, and this Qi is not very proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. How could I see through it?" Old Hong looked aggrieved. "Does that mean we really have to wait for Warden Wan to rescue us?" Being trapped in this grand array, it was impossible for them to escape even if they wanted to, and the only hope was for Luan Baifeng to crack the array as soon as possible and rescue them. Qi Jin replied, "Warden Wan is renowned throughout the 3,000 worlds, and Union Master Kong specially invited her to help out, so she is certainly capable. We can only trust in her for now. You and I should not separate. We need to keep a lookout for each other to avoid disaster." Old Hong nodded deeply. Brother Qi is right, but there are a lot of mid-rank open heaven realm masters in Voidland. You and I are too weak to face them, so it would be better if we could find Brother Ling and the others. Qi Jin agreed. The two immediately began moving together as they searched for Ling Chunqiu and other allies. But after a while, Old Hong suddenly turned pale. "Brother Qi, did you hear that?" Qi Jin frowned and listened intently for a moment before his face changed, and he sighed deeply. "I don't know how many will survive this battle." The screams all around were obviously not as dense as before, but rather scattered. This situation undoubtedly meant that the nearly 5,000 people who poured into the array had already suffered heavy casualties. Otherwise it would never have been the case. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy casualties. 5,000 people rushed in, but more than half had died in less than half a stick of incense. Although Voidland only dispatched 300 people, all of them were open heaven realm masters. Although the 100 Sect Alliance had the numerical advantage, only a few hundred of them were open heaven realm masters. And in addition to being trapped in the bewildering array, they were forced into an extremely passive situation. This battle was almost a one-sided slaughter. Voidland did not suffer much. Except for a few wounded low-rank open heaven realm masters who retreated hurriedly, no one had been killed so far. Given enough time, Voidland would certainly have no problem wiping out these invaders. Yang Kai looked up into the sky, his eyes fixed on Heavenly Sword Union's ship. He was not looking at Kong Feng, but rather was staring at Luan Baifeng instead. Seeing this woman's abnormal movements, Yang Kai figured she had cultivated some kind of profound secret technique, and was using it to spy on the mysteries of the Grand Array. He was not afraid that Luan Baifeng might discover something, but rather that she would not be good enough to see through any of the mysteries of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. If that was the case, his next plan could not be implemented. The 100 Sect Alliance had the audacity to attack them this time. So if they did not retaliate fiercely, what would happen to Voidland's reputation? How could they let the cave heavens and paradises, who were watching from the shadows, know that they were not to be trifled with? It was not Yang Kai's intention to slaughter thousands of people. However, Kong Feng, the mastermind, had to die. If someone dared to mess with Voidland, then he would destroy them by any means necessary. However, Kong Feng was a 6th order open heaven realm master. If Yang Kai wanted to kill him, he had to lure him into a trap. The massacre in the bewildering array was just the first step. Just when Yang Kai was considering whether to make it easier for them, Luan Baifeng suddenly frowned, and the purple glow in her eyes dimmed as she let out a soft sigh. Seeing this, Kong Feng, who had been observing her closely, quickly asked, "Junior sister Luan, what happened?" Luan Baifeng pursed her lips and smirked. "Union Master Kong, order the troops to attack." Kong Feng was overjoyed. Junior sister Luan is indeed amazing, but this 9 heavenly layers Grand Array probably has many other tricks, not just this bewildering array. Luan Baifeng replied, "Of course I know this, but as long as this bewildering array is broken, it will be a simple competition of strength." Kong Feng pondered for a while, then nodded in agreement. Junior sister Luan is right. He no longer hesitated, amplifying his voice as he shouted, "This devil spawn's grand array will soon be destroyed. Everyone, follow this Union Master to claim victory." Everyone was delighted when they heard these words. No one knew what was happening inside after sending troops into the grand array, and would naturally be worried about the safety of their disciples. Knowing that the array was about to be broken was great news to them. While Kong Feng's booming voice echoed across the void, Luan Baifeng had already summoned more than 10 array flags and plates. Performing a set of hand seals, each and every of the array flag and array plate disappeared swiftly into the grand array. Forming a final set of seals, Luan Baifeng clapped her hands together before pulling them apart. As her hands moved, as though a great invisible force was acting, a hole was opened in the grand array, revealing void land. The bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers grand array was broken. Seeing this situation, the morale of the 100 Sect Alliance was greatly boosted, but after seeing the situation inside the array, anger began to boil within them. This was because at this moment, there were less than 1,000 cultivators alive within the array. Nearly 5,000 people had entered just a stick of incense ago, but in this short period of time, nearly 80% had fallen. The fellow brothers, relatives, and lovers of the fallen who saw this were enraged. If everyone had only come here to besiege Voidland because of the pressure from Heavenly Sword Union earlier, now a true blood feud had been formed between them and Voidland. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng, who sat firmly on his seat, only uttered a single word, "Kill." All the ships rushed towards Voidland upon receiving the command. Inside Voidland, Yang Kai raised his brow and sincerely praised, "This woman really has some skills. It's likely her attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays are even greater than those of Grandmaster Wu Liang." Chapter 43-24, Activate the Array. If she was not incredibly capable, there would have been no way for her to crack the bewildering array in such a short time. The difficulty between arranging an array and cracking one was very different. With the same achievements in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, cracking an array was undoubtedly a lot more troublesome than arranging one. However, given that Luan Baifeng could crack the bewildering array of the 9 heavenly layers in just a stick worth of incense, she certainly had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. "Who is that woman?" Yang Kai mumbled softly. "She should be the Black Prison's warden, Luan Baifeng." Yuhi spoke next to him. Yang Kai turned his head to look. "Why are you here? Heal your wounds quickly. There will be a tougher battle ahead." When Yuhi, Mo Mei and the others rescued Lu Shui, Yun Xinghua and the rest, most of them were injured on the way back, not to mention the destruction of her artifact had also caused backlash to Yuhi's soul. This was why Yang Kai ordered Fanwu Xian to lead the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters into battle, so that Yuhi and the others could recover from their injuries. Yuhi shook her head slowly. "I'm fine now. The spirit pills provided by Young Master are very effective." Yang Kai looked at her and saw that she didn't appear to be distressed, so he did not insist. In order to let Yuhi and the others recover in the shortest time possible, he had passed out the spirit pills that he brought back from the Blood Monster Divine Palace. These spirit pills were of exceptional grade and all had pill veins, so they naturally had potent medicinal efficacy. The Black Prison's warden? Yang Kai raised his brow and vaguely recalled that there was such a great force in 3,000 worlds, but he did not know much about the Black Prison. Yuhi continued, "The environment of the Black Prison is extremely hostile, and is filled with countless natural spirit arrays. Even a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master would not dare to enter the depths of the Black Prison recklessly, but Luan Baifeng can roam within it like a fish in water. She is unique in her own way." Yuhi did not recognize Luan Baifeng at the beginning, for they had never met before after all. However, there were not many such powerful female 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 3,000 worlds. Furthermore, given that she had great attainments in the Tao of Spirit Arrays, Yuhi could easily guess her identity. Yang Kai nodded lightly and grinned. "I really have to thank her this time." During their conversation, the enemy forces, including their 100-plus flight-type artifacts, had charged towards Voidland at full speed. Across the endless void, Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship and bellowed solemnly with fury burning in his eyes. Yang Kai, your death has come. Yang Kai withdrew his smiling face and replied furiously, Old dog Kong Feng, my void land and your heavenly sword union are irreconcilable. Kong Feng guffawed. A beat dog still dares to bark wildly. Just watch how this union master wipes out your void land today. After saying so, he swung his hand. Kill. The flight-type artifacts of the 100 Sect Alliance charged straight at void land, while the cultivators who survived the bewildering array also returned to their respective forces with lingering fear and boiling anger. All of the sudden, the 100 Sect Alliance morale rose to new heights. Yang Kai looked flustered. He grabbed the array jade in his hand and roared, Activate the array. When the words fell, a buzzing noise suddenly was emitted from the entire spirit province. The world trembled for a while, and an umbrella artifact flew out from the depth of the earth, rose into the sky, and transformed into a light curtain that enveloped the entire void land. It was the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers with its array core, the heavenly net umbrella. Yang Kai invested a lot of resources into this heavenly net umbrella. Through the proprietress, he met Grandmaster Ma Fan and hired him to refine this array artifact for Voidland. It possessed incredibly strong protective strength. As soon as this array was activated, the entire Voidland became as solid as gold. The light barrier that wrapped around Voidland was extremely sturdy, and for a moment, the 100 Sect Alliance did not notice it and smashed headlong into it one after another, hindered from crossing to the other side. Kong Feng laughed as he shouted, Still acting stubborn even when your time is up? Do you think this Union Master cannot do anything about this tortoise shell? Break it for me. At Kong Feng's command, nearly 10,000 cultivators from the 100 Sect Alliance launched attack after attack, using their artifacts and secret techniques to bombard the light barrier. As the 9 heavenly layers grand array was being arranged, Grandmaster Wu Liang introduced its many wonderful functions to Yang Kai. He once boasted that the Grand Array was sturdy enough to handle attacks from 10 peak mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters for 10 days and 10 nights without a problem. It could be seen that the Grand Array was truly powerful. However, at this moment, far more than 10 mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were attacking the Grand Array at the same time. Although the 100 Sect Alliance lost nearly 4,000 people in the bewildering array, with dozens of Open Heaven Realm Masters falling as well, they were not doomed yet. At this moment, their combined attacks shook the world. Even though the power of those cultivators below the Open Heaven realm was limited, there was a large number of them. Just like how many ants could bite an elephant to death, even if weak individual attacks could not play a decisive role, they could wear down the power of the Grand Array bit by bit. Streams of light flew out all across the sky, turning into sharp and violent attacks, colliding on the light barrier of the Grand Array, sending ripples across its surface in all directions. The light of the Grand Array faded rapidly, but Voidland could do nothing about it. Kong Feng sneered, He's running out of tricks. If it was not as a last resort, why would the brat surnamed Yang activate his defensive Grand Array? He obviously ran out of options. Earlier, Kong Feng was worried that Voidland might still have more cards up its sleeves, but when he saw Yang Kai activating the defensive Grand Array, he was immediately relieved. It seemed that he had overestimated the ability of this Grand Array. He looked down coldly, and saw Yang Kai clenching his fists, his eyes seemingly about to pop out of their sockets as the veins on his forehead throbbed violently. He looked angry and nervous, which further confirmed Kong Feng's judgment. Wan Baifeng frowned slightly as she warned, Union Master Kong, stay alert. Kong Feng raised his hand. How can a trivial Voidland stand against the might of our 100 Sect Alliance? Earlier, we suffered a loss because this brat had the defender's advantage. Junior Sister Luan, just wait for the good news. When this defensive array is broken, you may collect all the captives you want. Hearing this, Luan Baifeng spoke no more, and just nodded lightly. Her eyes lingered on Yu He and Mo Mei as she secretly pondered whether it would be worthwhile to try to capture these 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. However, even if she wanted to do so, she did not have much confidence, unless... Luan Baifeng looked at Yang Kai again, and licked her red lips, making for an alluring sight. The light barrier of the Grand Array dimmed progressively as countless attacks rained down on it, forming endless indents. After a cup of tea's time, cracks started to form on the light barrier of the grand array. Almost time. Yang Kai mumbled to himself. If they continued to fight like this, the heavenly net umbrella would probably be damaged. This artifact cost a fortune to refine, so Yang Kai was truly reluctant to lose it in this battle. He turned to look at Yu He, and Yu He also looked at him at the same time. After exchanging looks, as if their hearts were connected, they nodded slightly at each other. The next moment, Yang Kai stealthily performed a hand seal. With a bang, the light barrier that shrouded the exterior of Voidland suddenly burst into pieces, turned into little fluorescent lights and disappeared. The 100-Sect Alliance, which had been attacking ferociously, were dumbstruck at first when they saw this phenomenon, but soon they let out a thunderous cheer. Kong Feng pointed forward as he roared through his clenched jaws. Kill! There was no obstacle ahead, so the 100 flight-type artifacts charged into Voidland furiously. Under the command of Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union rushed straight towards Yang Kai's location, obviously attempting to capture him first. Looking at each other across the air, the panic and tension on Yang Kai's face suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a smirk. Kong Feng was stunned for a moment before a sense of crisis rose from the depth of his heart, as if something terrible was about to happen. Luan Baifeng, who stood beside him, was alarmed too and shouted, Union Master Kong, be careful. It's a trap. Nevertheless, even if they realized that there was a trap at this moment, they could not turn back. The 100-Sect Alliance was diving recklessly towards Voidland, their formation in complete disarray. It was simply impossible to reorganize them in short order. Kong Feng ground his teeth and world force exploded from him as he personally steered his ship. The vessel immediately turned into a stream of light that shot forward. At the same time, Yang Kai lifted his hand and the array jade floated in front of him. Yu He appeared beside him in a flash, and both of them formed a set of hand seals with solemn looks on their faces, sending streams of light into the array jade one after another. After just 3 breaths of time, Yang Kai bellowed, "Start the array again." Asterisk chi 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 star. The air crackled as tens of thousands of streams of light overshadowing the world abruptly emerged from the depths of Voidland. Each of these streams of light emitted wild energy fluctuations suffused with thick murderous intent. Previously, Old Hong suffered a great loss in the bewildering array. The Heavens Border disciples he led were all dead or critically injured, leaving only him alone trying to survive. He felt dreadfully humiliated. But when the defensive grand array of Voidland was broken and a smooth path was revealed ahead, Old Hong was overjoyed. Especially when he saw Yang Kai, who was close in front of him, frustrated and panicking. At Kong Feng's command, Old Hong was the first to rush forward, driving Heaven's Border's ship, attempting to force Voidland to pay for his humiliation. But as soon as the countless streams of light appeared in front of him, Old Hong could not help but freeze in shock. He looked up, and when he figured out what those streams of light were, his face instantly turned pale, and his eyes almost popped out of its sockets. Turn back! Turn back now!" he exclaimed in a cracking voice. Every stream of light was an artifact. Tens of thousands of the streams of light meant tens of thousands of artifacts. It was the offensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers. The offensive functions of the 9 heavenly layers grand array set up by Grandmaster Wu Liang consisted of 3 parts, and this was only the first. Back then, Yang Kai had gained an enormous number of space rings in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. In addition to what he had obtained from 7 Wonders Land after that, he now possessed countless artifacts. These artifacts were mostly useless to him, but it was too much of a waste to discard them. He could certainly earn some fortune by selling them, but using them to arrange this offensive array was a better option. Yang Kai naturally could not control tens of thousands of artifacts alone. Even Yu He, a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, was powerless to do so. However, it was different with the support of the Grand Array. Yu He had refined the Array Jade before. After all, Yang Kai would not always be in Voidland, so when he was away, Yu He had control over the 9 heavenly layers. The defensive Grand Array that Yang Kai triggered earlier functioned autonomously, so it only needed to be activated, allowing him to do so himself. However, the offensive Grand Array needed to be actively controlled, so he required Yuhi's assistance. Chapter 4325 Third Activation, Heavenly Executioner's Sword. At this moment, Kong Feng realized that Yang Kai had baited them by acting as though he was at a disadvantage, and was forced to activate the defensive Grand Array. However, he figured it out too late. He secretly cursed Yang Kai for being so deceitful. Instead of retreating, which was clearly impossible now, he ground his teeth and increased the speed of his ship. As a sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Master, he had outstanding insight and possessed an exceptionally keen battle sense. There were only 2 sixth-order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, and they were both injured earlier. Since Yuhi was busy activating the Array Jade, Mo Mei was the only one he needed to pay attention to. If he could rush to Yang Kai and have Luan Baifeng tie down Mo Mei, he could easily capture Yang Kai and control the whole situation. At worst, he could disrupt his focus so the Grand Array would no longer function properly. Considering all this in an instant, Kong Feng decided to act boldly. In such a situation, how could Yang Kai not have predicted his plan though? Following a cold snort, Yang Kai swung his hand, and a good portion of the tens of thousands of streams of light immediately changed directions towards Heavenly Sword Union's ship, while the rest continued their bombardment of the 100-sect alliance like a meteor shower. As soon as the flight-type artifacts of various great forces noticed the dire situation they were in, they rapidly retreated and activated their own defensive arrays. For a moment, innumerable flashes of multicolored light illuminated the sky. A moment later, the endless streams of light enveloped all the flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance with a rumbling boom. Although the 100-sect alliance brought over by Kong Feng had large numbers, their strength was inconsistent. Most of them were third-class great forces, so how powerful would their flight-type artifacts be? As soon as they clashed, the defensive arrays of the more than a dozen ships at the head of the charge broke. As more streams of light flooded in, these ships were all torn to pieces, severely wounding and killing all the cultivators aboard. The streams of light continued to shuttle forward, blasting into the shields of the other flight-type artifacts, all of which shook dangerously and flickered precariously. All of the cultivators on these artifacts held their breath nervously. Fortunately, they quickly found that despite the seemingly ferocious wave of attacks from Voidland, it was not as terrifying as they initially imagined. The power of the tens of thousands of streams of lights varied greatly, so the damage caused by them was limited as well. Of course, the most important thing was that they still had the numerical advantage, allowing the damage to be distributed among all of them. The situation was still within a manageable range. Even so, more than 20 flight-type artifacts of the 100-sect alliance were smashed after the first wave of attacks, with nearly 2,000 cultivators dying all at once. The shattered pieces of the artifacts and cultivators filled the sky and rained down in an extremely gory scene. Before the survivors could regroup though, the streams of light that shuttled through their formation turned around sharply and struck at them again. Everyone was appalled, and quickly scattered to avoid the barrage. At the same time, lights continued to flicker around Heavenly Sword Union's ship. Thousands of artifacts bombarded it, but they were all blocked by the defensive array. As a top-tier second-class great force, and given that Heavenly Sword Union's ship was Kong Feng's personal vessel, it certainly was superior to the other flight-type artifacts here, and possessed exceedingly powerful protective ability. However, no matter how strong a defense was, it could not withstand continuous and uninterrupted attacks forever. If the defensive grand array of 9 heavenly layers could be broken, what more need be said about the defensive array of a mere ship? When Heavenly Sword Union's ship was only several tens of kilometers away from Yang Kai, the light barrier that protected it shattered to pieces, and everyone on the ship was exposed to the attacks from the 9 heavenly layers grand array. But that was close enough. Several dozen kilometers might seem far at a glance, but to a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master like Kong Feng, it was practically within arm's reach. Aboard his ship, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and roared, "Brat, let's see if you can survive this time." As he shouted, he and Luan Baifeng used secret techniques at the same time to push back the surrounding streams of light. Then he stretched out to grab at Yang Kai, while Yuan Baifeng locked her divine sense onto Mei firmly, so that she would not interfere with the situation. As long as Kong Feng could catch Yang Kai, they would win this battle, and she would be able to harvest all the captives at will. Facing the incoming blow from Kong Feng, Yang Kai did not panic. His cold gaze still firmly planted on his enemy, Yang Kai and Yu He changed their hand seals together, and the next moment, he lifted his hand high, clenched his fist tightly and bellowed, "Start the array!" *1 star. A buzz echoed loudly throughout Voidland as the entire spirit province trembled. From the void, a sensational aura was suddenly born. With the appearance of this aura, threads of sword chi as thin as hairs permeated the entire Voidland, seemingly slicing through the world itself. At this moment, whether friend or foe, everyone felt sharp pain on their skin, as if there were invisible blades cutting their body. Kong Feng widened his eyes, staring at a column of light that emerged from the depths of Voidland blankly, and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Regarding the Grand Array of Voidland, he had witnessed the bewildering array, the defensive Grand Array, and the offensive Grand Array. He thought that was everything, but only now did he realize that this Grand Array literally had more layers to it. Although there was only one stream of light this time, which was far less spectacular and magnificent than the tens of thousands of streams of light earlier, Kong Feng dared not look down on it. Previously, the streams of light were only large in number, but their real offensive power was not great. If this wasn't the case, he wouldn't have been able to plow through them to approach Yang Kai. It was precisely because he knew that Heavenly Sword Union's ship could withstand such a bombardment that he decided to advance instead of retreat. However, the beam of light in front of him was different. Even a sixth-order open heaven realm master like Kong Feng felt threatened. If he was hit by this stream of light, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. That stream of light was a mass of pure white sword chi. It was only 10 meters long, but it gave off an aura that seemed capable of splitting worlds. Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Similar to the Heavenly Net Umbrella, this sword was Grandmaster Ma Fan's creation, a powerful weapon tailored for Voidland to protect the sect. Neither the Heavenly Executioner's Sword nor the Heavenly Net Umbrella was an artifact that could be controlled by an individual cultivator, because they would both consume an extraordinary amount of energy. They were designed to be supported by Grand Arrays. The 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was completed not too long ago, so it had not accumulated much starlight strength yet. Whether it was to activate the defensive Grand Array or offensive Grand Array, energy was required. Once this energy was consumed, the power of the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array would be greatly weakened. Therefore, Yang Kai purposely tricked the enemy into coming deeper by acting at a disadvantage, also that he could fully utilize the Grand Array's limited energy supply. At this moment, when the Heavenly Executioner's Sword was unleashed, Heavenly Sword Union's ship became his first target, and Yang Kai was determined to take down Kong Feng. Kong Feng's face turned pale. The defensive array of his ship had been broken, so he did not have anything to shield him from the incoming attack. He wanted to dodge, but if he did, everyone from Heavenly Sword Union he brought along would be doomed. Therefore, even if he realized the horror of this sword, he could not avoid it. Grinding his teeth and bellowed, "Junior Sister Luan, help me!" As he shouted, world force erupted from his figure, and he raised his hands up to the sky, as if he was trying to hold it up and stop it from collapsing on him. Yuan Baifeng secretly cursed Kong Feng for his incompetence in gathering intelligence. She never expected to face such a powerful foe here. If she knew it would end like this, she would never have waded into these muddy waters. But right now, she and Kong Feng were on the same boat, so how could she sit back and let it sink? Enduring the heartache she felt, she summoned 3 array plates and poured her world force into them. With a flick of her hand, the 3 array plates turned into 3 light barriers, shielding Heavenly Sword Union's ship. She was a Spirit Array Grandmaster, so naturally, she had some array plates on her for emergencies. The 3 array plates contained exceptionally powerful defensive arrays. If she still could not resist the sword with these, she could only quickly escape. As for Kong Feng, his fate would be up to the heavens to decide. Other than Kong Feng and Yuan Baifeng, there were still quite a number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from Heavenly Sword Union aboard the ship, so at this moment, They all put everything they had into defending against this sword. Sword light flashed as it slashed directly onto the ship. With a sky-rending screech, the 3 layers of protection shrouding the ship exploded to pieces and disappeared into flashes of light. Even the 3 array plates were reduced to dust in a single strike. The sword chi strike continued forward, and as soon as it landed on the ship, cultivators with lower cultivation exploded into blood mist without being able to say a word. While the open heaven realm masters were all thrown out, many of them heavily injured and coughing blood continuously. Kong Feng's face paled slightly as even he was forced back 2 steps, the world force coming from his body fluctuating erratically. Fear etched on his face while Luan Baifeng looked incredibly gloomy. On the other side, Yang Kai was so annoyed he couldn't help cursing. This was the first time he had activated the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and he was completely satisfied with all the transformations and powers it displayed. His past sacrifices had finally paid off today. The power of Heavenly Executioner's sword was beyond his expectation, and if not for Luan Baifeng interfering, Kong Feng would definitely be seriously injured even if he did not die. But at the critical moment, Luan Baifeng used 3 array plates to protect them. Yang Kai glared at Luan Baifeng, wishing he could gnaw her to death. Without hesitation, Yang Kai made a hand seal again, and Yu He quickly cooperated with him. At the same time, she transmitted a divine sense message to Yang Kai. Young master, the energy consumption of the grand array is too great. I'm afraid it won't last long. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, I know. Noticing the sword chi condensing again, Kong Feng's expression immediately changed. As soon as his power surged, he drove the ship around to escape. He was truly frightened by the sword chi's previous attack. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help putting a weird look on his face, and stopped his action. He wanted to slash Kong Feng with another sword chi wave, because there was no way Luan Baifeng could have so many defensive array plates with her. Even if she managed to help block the strike once, she could not do so a second time. But Kong Feng actually chose to run away. Yang Kai guffawed. There was a way to the heavens, but you refused to take it and chose to enter the gates of hell instead. Old dog Kong Feng, you truly court death today. While remarking so, he put his hands on his back and grinned at the Heavenly Sword Union ship that was running away. Heavenly Sword Union was not the only one escaping, all the surviving 100 Sect Alliance ships were too. Although they came in high spirits, their morale instantly dropped after being attacked by Voidland's offensive grand arrays. Now there were only about 70 flight-type artifacts from the 100+ that came. More than 30 ships had been destroyed and countless casualties were suffered. It was not only animals that had the instinct to run away from calamity, but humans too. They naturally wanted to escape, and many ran even earlier and faster than Kong Feng. Chapter 43-26, Bewildering Array starts again. However, before the 100 Sect Alliance could escape Voidland, thick clouds rapidly permeated ahead of them. They did not notice it at first, and entered the fog bank one after another. For a moment, they could not see anything, and their divine senses were suppressed to a great extent. They lost their sense of direction just like headless flies. Why does this situation look so familiar? This was clearly the bewildering array at the periphery of Voidland. Earlier, they were obstructed by this bewildering array when they came in from the outside, but Luan Baifeng managed to crack it, allowing them to invade. Everyone was appalled. They could not understand how this array could be reactivated again after it was cracked. Kong Feng was clueless too. On the ship, he turned to Luan Baifeng and bellowed, "Junior sister Luan, what is happening?" Luan Baifeng's stunning face turned sullen. "We fell into that brat's trap again. He must have intentionally deactivated the bewildering array before." She thought that she had cracked the bewildering array of Void Land, but by the looks of it now, the little bastard must have tricked her by removing it as she was working on it, luring them into the lion's den. Since they attempted to escape now, he certainly could reactivate the bewildering array to stop them from running away. Upon this realization, Luan Baifeng clenched her pristine teeth so hard that they almost cracked. As the Black Prison's warden, she had never been fooled like this before in her life. She was maddened with rage. Kong Feng asked anxiously, "Junior sister, do you think you can crack the array?" I'll try. Luan Baifeng replied with a solemn face, not daring to be too confident. It was not like she gained nothing from observing the tremendous transformations of the bewildering array from the outside earlier. She found some details about the bewildering array, and she might be able to succeed if she focused on cracking it. Her beautiful violet eyes flickered again as she stared at the grand array intently. Shortly, Luan Baifeng frowned deeply. She vaguely found that this bewildering array seemed to be dissimilar to the one she had previously cracked, but she could not tell the difference. With her extraordinary attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, Luan Baifeng could tell that the bewildering array this time was truly different from that of earlier. The bewildering array earlier only had the might of an independent spirit array, but the bewildering array at this moment. In the mists, two small figures appeared side by side. Pu Baixiong patted little mushrooms and announced, "It's time." And, after a quiet but firm response, little mushroom shook her body lightly and countless tiny spores undetectable by divine sense spread out, quickly integrating into the grand array. The bewildering array of 9 heavenly layers had an array core, and it was a living array core, which was Little Mushroom. Little Mushroom was the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom, born with innate hallucinatory powers. Therefore, after the 9 heavenly layers grand array was completed, when Grandmaster Wu Liang introduced its various functions, Yang Kai decided to place Little Mushroom in the bewildering array as its core. When the 100 Sect Alliance launched their first attack, Yang Kai only activated the bewildering array in passive mode, and did not unleash its active effects. One of the reasons was to keep its full potential a secret, while the other was to lure the enemy into a trap. Since the enemy was attempting to escape now, it was naturally needless to hide this card anymore. A bewildering array without an array core was just a bewildering array, but once the core was activated, it evolved into an illusion array. There was a great difference between the two, with the latter being an order of magnitude more powerful. As such, Luan Baifeng could not be blamed for not being able to see through it in short order. The countless tiny spores suffused into the grand array, which drastically increased its effectiveness. Many flight-type artifacts were lost in the illusion array, and many cultivators inhaled the spores into their lungs, unaware. Soon, they began to experience hallucinations. Yang Kai was also affected by Little Mushroom in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but he managed to overcome it by relying on his Golden Crow's True Fire and Soul-Warming Lotus. If not for these two factors, he would have suffered a fatal disaster. Although there were still many cultivators left in the 100 Sect Alliance, how many people could resist the hallucinogenic power of the profound multicolored illusionary mushroom? Aboard a certain ship, one cultivator's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He raised his hand to summon his sword artifact before swinging it down. Blood spurted, and the person, who was slashed by the sword, stared at his senior brother in disbelief, not understanding what had just happened. On a different ship, a woman fell into a pool of blood and sobbed desperately. "Senior brother, didn't you say you loved me? Why?" Before she could finish, another sword light flashed, and her head flew up into the sky. Chaos erupted aboard every flight-type artifact almost immediately. The weaker cultivators soon lost their senses and started summoning their artifacts to kill the allies they could no longer recognize. Only the Open Heaven Realm Masters could put up some resistance. They surged their world force to protect their bodies as soon as they realized something was wrong. Facing the disciples who charged at them fearlessly, they were instantly caught in a dilemma, for they could not decide whether to kill them or not. From Voidland's side, led by Pang Duo and the others, the 300-plus Open Heaven Realm Masters soared up into the sky again, and charged into the grand array to start killing. This time, Lu Shui, Yin Xinghua, and the other former captives joined in too. Although they had been imprisoned before, their lives were not in danger, nor were they beaten or tortured. Luan Baifeng had kept them safe, for she needed them to serve as her slaves. Any damage they suffered would be a net loss for her. Furthermore, they consumed spirit pills and rested for a while, so they were almost fully recovered. It was natural for them to feel the need to avenge their previous humiliation. The spectacle of blood and corpses raining endlessly like dumplings dropping into a pot was quite shocking. Aboard Heavenly Sword Union's ship, Kong Feng was as white as a sheet as he stared up at the swirling mists with so much rage he almost coughed up blood. It's over. It's completely over. My alliance came to attack Voidland confidently, but ended up in such a miserable state. If word of this spreads, what would happen to the reputation of my Heavenly Sword Union? How can there be so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland? How can they all be so powerful? How can there be so many functions to the Grand Array here? Kong Feng was sharp-eyed and managed to stop his ship in time, preventing it from falling completely into the illusion array. But now, there were only 7 or 8 ships left outside of the illusion array. These ships noticed the dire situation too, and gathered around Heavenly Sword Union seeking some sense of security. Luan Baifeng had given up looking for ways to crack the Grand Array. Since so many Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed inside and started a massacre, there was no way she could help even if she found some flaws in it. However, she was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. She was confident that if she wanted to leave, the Grand Array of Voidland could not stop her from doing so. However, after coming all the way here, how could she be willing to return home empty-handed? Looking down, Luan Baifeng stated, Union Master Kong, given the situation now, there's only one solution. Infuriated and red-eyed, Kong Feng asked, what's that? Luan Baifeng glanced at Yang Kai. In order to destroy an army, take the general's head. Although that boy is only an Emperor Realm Junior, it's clear the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland follow his lead without question. If we capture him as a hostage, we can force the others to surrender and turn this situation around. Kong Feng's mind was blinded by rage. Seeing the 100 Sect Alliance suffering great losses, and knowing that his Heavenly Sword Union and his reputation would be gravely affected in the future, he had panicked for a moment. However, after listening to Luan Baifeng's suggestion, he instantly came back to his senses. He nodded seriously. What junior sister Luan says is true, but that brat is guarded by 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. All of the Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the illusion array to slaughter the enemy, leaving only Mo Mei and Yuhi behind to guard Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai was still just an Emperor Realm cultivator, who did not have the qualifications to participate in this kind of battle. Luan Baifeng chuckled. Judging from how those 2 women moved just now, they must have just advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm recently, meaning they still cannot display their full strength. This junior sister can restrain one for you. As for the other one... While speaking, Luan Baifeng turned to look at the ships around them and continued with a faint smile. We still have so many people. Why should we be afraid of her? Kong Feng's eyes lit up. He could not help grinning. That brat is too arrogant. He's really courting death. There were so many Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, so if he retained some by his side, Kong Feng really wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, now that almost all of the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland had rushed into the illusion array, leaving just the 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters back to protect him, this was a great opportunity. Kong Feng swept his eyes across all the Open Heaven Realm Masters still with him, and immediately made the deployment. After making the decision, Kong Feng quickly led his remaining people to attack Yang Kai again without delay, not wanting to give time to the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland to return and interfere. His only worry now was the offensive Grand Array of Voidland. The previous Sword Light had frightened him greatly. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, he could have died to that attack while Heavenly Sword Union's ship would definitely have been destroyed, and his subordinates would have been severely wounded or killed. However, when he thought about it carefully, the energy consumed by such an offensive Grand Array could not be trivial. Voidland was newly established, and the Spirit Array must have only been completed recently, so the energy that it had in reserve was probably extremely limited. Since Voidland had operated the Grand Array so many times already, it probably would not be able to launch another strike again. Even if the energy was sufficient, it may be difficult for Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, to act alone. Kong Feng clearly saw that when the offensive Grand Array was launched, Yang Kai and Yuhi had worked together to activate it. In other words, as long as they could keep Yuhi occupied and distract her from cooperating with Yang Kai, Kong Feng did not need to have any worries. Yang Kai alone was not a threat. He could easily crush that brat to death with just a finger. From Voidland, Yang Kai looked up and saw that the 8 ships were rushing to him furiously under Kong Feng's lead. That old dog is at his wit's end. He quickly sent a divine sense transmission to Yuhi and Mo Mei. Immediately after, Yuhi shook her head rapidly like a pellet drum and objected. Young master, no, it's too dangerous. Chapter 43:27, The Real Trump Card. Mo Mei nodded too and advised, Sect Master, all of us Voidland depends on you. If anything were to happen. If Yang Kai died, Voidland would completely collapse. Now that the people who came out of Abundant City finally found a place to call home, how could they take such a risk? Yang Kai chuckled playfully. How is it dangerous? Don't forget about our Voidland's real trump card. If my life is in danger, I don't believe she will remain a bystander. The true trump card of Voidland was not its 300 new open heaven realm masters, or even the 9 heavenly layers grand array, but rather the divine spirit hidden in its depths, Zhu Jiuyin. Yang Kai was unsure how much power this woman could unleash currently, but he was certain that she could definitely match a 7th order open heaven realm master. Judging by the standards of the 3,000 worlds, a mature divine spirits possess strength at least on par with the high-rank open heaven realm, just like the Golden Crow and Miameng. It was just that Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit that was born and raised in the grand ancient ruins boundary, although Yang Kai brought her out of that place, due to the differences in world principles between the two worlds. She needed a long period of time to adapt before she could unleash her full strength. It was hard to tell how much she had acclimated by now. As Yang Kai's protector, she took an oath on her source to protect him. Nonetheless, the oath was conditional. Only when Yang Kai's life was in mortal danger would Zhu Jiuyin take action. If Yang Kai was the one who provoked others or he encountered troubles during his adventures outside, Zhu Jiuyin would not care about him. Yang Kai was someone who liked to roam free, a fact Zhu Jiuyin knew well, so she made sure to clearly set out such terms with him. Otherwise, she would have to follow Yang Kai around and guard him at all times. How could she permit such a thing? How could a noble divine spirit heavenly moon demon spider become a mere bodyguard? She really did not want to lose her status because of this hateful man. To be honest, Zhu Jiuyin could not wait for Yang Kai to die outside and not return anymore. That way, she could immediately get rid of the constraints of the oath. However, they were in Voidland, and it was the 100 Sect Alliance who initiated this battle. Once Yang Kai fell into danger, Zhu Jiuyin would definitely have to do something, otherwise, she would suffer from the backlash of her oath. A divine spirit source was their root, foundation, and heritage, a link between them and their ancestral bloodline, so there was no room for carelessness. Although Yang Kai did not notice the presence of Zhu Jiuyin's aura yet, he was sure that this woman had been paying close attention to the battle. With this woman looking after him in the dark, what did Yang Kai need to fear? Although Mo Mei was a recent arrival, she was a full-fledged member of Voidland now and had learned about Zhu Jiuyin from Yuhi before. She knew that a mature divine spirit was hiding in Voidland, and even though she had never seen her, she immediately understood what Yang Kai was up to after hearing his words. After hesitating for a moment, Yuhi nodded. Then young master must be careful. Yang Kai replied. You two should also protect yourselves well. During their conversation, the 8 ships had rushed down under the lead of Heavenly Sword Union. As soon as Kong Feng turned to look at Luan Baifeng, she stretched out her hand and beckoned to Mo Mei with a grin. Such a beautiful little girl. This elder sister likes women like you. Would you like to have a chat with me? With a slight swing of her hand, a powerful world force descended from above Mo Mei. Mo Mei's face turned solemn. She did not dare to stay near Yang Kai to avoid him being involved in this battle, so with a flicker, she rushed straight at Luan Baifeng. The two women made only light movements, but their world forces collided with each other endlessly as they soon moved their battlefield further away. However, Mo Mei had just advanced to the 6th order, so her foundation was not steady yet. After exchanging a few moves with Luan Baifeng, she gradually fell into a disadvantage. Luan Baifeng kept an indifferent look, obviously confident in handling her. The gap between their strength was obvious, but although Luan Baifeng was much stronger than Mo Mei and it was not difficult for her to suppress her, it would still be very hard to capture her alive or kill her, unless Mo Mei made a critical mistake. Kong Feng was overjoyed to see that one of the two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters around Yang Kai was easily lured away by Luan Baifeng. He bellowed solemnly, "Act according to the plan." All the surrounding Open Heaven Realm Masters nodded. On the ship of Golden Rainbow Province, Qi Jin shouted, "Yu He, for the sake of our many years of friendship, leave now. This Qi will speak for you to Union Master Kong to let you live. Otherwise, don't blame this Qi for not showing due consideration." Ling Chunqiu also advised, "Madam Yu He, one must know how to adapt to their circumstances." It was not surprising that the two had known Yu He for a long time. When they schemed against the proprietress by using Old Bai's breakthrough to the Open Heaven Realm, Yu He was their partner. But at that time, all three of them were still Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After obtaining a world fruit, Yu He had risen to the Sixth Order and now had a brighter future, while Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu were still lingering in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. After a cultivator breaks through to the Open Heaven Realm, each improvement in order requires lengthy accumulation, and the higher the order, the longer the time it took. Not everyone could obtain such a heaven-defying treasure, like the world fruit. Yu He snorted coldly, "I may be just a simple woman, but whoever wants to harm my young master must go through me first." Foolish stubbornness. Ling Chunqiu felt pity for her. Kong Feng roared lividly, "Stop wasting time and attack." At that command, more than 10 figures flew out from the 8 ships and charged at Yu He together. They were all Open Heaven Realm Masters. Among them were 3 Fifth Orders, while the rest were 3rd and 4th Orders. They had a significant numerical advantage, so Yu He did not dare to take them lightly even though she was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In addition, Kong Feng was eyeing Yang Kai from the side, so she still had to look out for his safety. Therefore, Yu He instantly fell into a disadvantage. Kong Feng stood on the deck of his ship, observing the battlefield coldly while staring at Yang Kai maliciously. Yang Kai looked flustered. Although he was not in danger under the protection of Yu He, he was also helpless to do anything. Having weaker cultivation in this case truly put him at the disadvantage. Not long after the battle began, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his teeth and shouted, "Yu He, I'll leave first. Take care of yourself." Yu He nodded as she executed a palm strike. "Young master, you be careful too." Yang Kai nodded. Taking advantage of an opening created by Yu He, space principles surged, and he disappeared with a flicker. Kong Feng's eyes lit up as he guffawed. "I've been waiting for this moment." If Yang Kai stuck by Yu He stubbornly, he could only find a chance to launch a sneak attack on Yu He to injure her first before capturing Yang Kai. Given that Yang Kai was escaping by himself now though, it was exactly what Kong Feng wanted. It was not difficult for Kong Feng to understand why Yang Kai made this choice. The brat obviously felt that he was dragging Yu He down, so he decided to retreat. With his attainments in the Tao of space, it was easy for him to flee. However, Kong Feng had firmly locked his divine sense onto Yang Kai, so he instantly noticed his escape. With a wild surge of his divine sense, Kong Feng turned his head to a certain direction, jumped down from his ship, and grabbed at the void. In that direction, a figure appeared faintly, and Yang Kai was suddenly revealed like a ghost. However, before he came to his senses, his body had been wrapped up in a great power, making it feel like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. His bones creaked dangerously and even his body was bent forcefully in an instant. The power of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was simply something he could not resist. Yang Kai remained calm however. He closed his eyes and mumbled with a sneer, "Zhu Jiuyin. If you still don't appear, this junior will die." At that moment, a cold snort reached his ears, one that didn't sound happy in the slightest. It was obviously Zhu Jiuyin's voice, but before Yang Kai had time to celebrate, he heard Zhu Jiuyin's voice. "Brat, things are a bit troublesome this time. You'd better watch out for yourself." Yang Kai was stunned, not understanding what she meant. At the same time, Kong Feng's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Who?" Just as he was about to capture Yang Kai, a shocking aura suddenly emerged from somewhere in Void Land, one that was so powerful it terrified him to his bones. Previously, when Yang Kai triggered the offensive array of 9 heavenly layers, Kong Feng was frightened by the potent sword qi. However, at this moment, the aura that appeared was clearly orders of magnitude more powerful than even that sword qi. Voidland still held a trump card, a horrifying master beyond anything he could have imagined. For a moment, Kong Feng felt incredible regret. If he had known that there was such a master protecting Voidland, he would never have been bold enough to come offend them. Whatever the case, it was too late to regret now. Kong Feng secretly cursed, "This little bastard, why did he keep such a master hidden until now? Why didn't he expose them earlier? Was it fun taunting and mocking me this whole time?" As he thought about it, it did seem that Yang Kai had been toying with him since he came to this place. Of course, Kong Feng had no idea that if Yang Kai's life was not in danger, Zhu Jiuyin would not make a move even if he called her. While his mind was still spinning with such thoughts, Kong Feng looked up and saw a delicate finger pointing straight at him from somewhere in Voidland. Although from the outside the finger looked gentle and beautiful, in Kong Feng's eyes it was like an entire world was crashing down on him. Such a strike could only be delivered by a high-rank open heaven realm master. Kong Feng clenched his teeth, and he tried his best to surge his own power, going all out to protect himself. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Even though he knew he was no match for this opponent, as a 6th-order open heaven realm master, how could he just stand there waiting to die? As he flew back, Kong Feng channeled whatever strength he could to his fist and punched forward. But everything was in vain before this finger. Kong Feng sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and was sent tumbling uncontrollably as a number of his bones broke. The small universe in his body was sent into turmoil, disrupting his world force. Kong Feng was absolutely dumbstruck. This kind of might was beyond what an ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm master could exert with such a casual blow. The person who attacked him either was an 8th-order open heaven realm master, or was not far from reaching that height. Furthermore, Kong Feng vaguely felt something was off about the opponent's aura. However, it was meaningless to think about this now. He was severely hit by this opponent, who he stood no chance of opposing at all. "Will I be buried in this place today?" Kong Feng sighed in his heart. He did not expect that after rising to become a hegemon in the 3,000 worlds, reigning over a peak 2nd-class force for so many years, he would actually end up dying in such a place. Chapter 43:28, 2 High Ranks. Kong Feng was not weak. After all, he was a 6th-order open heaven realm master. However, given that the master hidden in Voidland could severely injure him with just one blow, even though part of the reason was because Kong Feng was caught off guard, it was still enough to show the strength of his attacker. The slender and fair finger that hit Kong Feng from across the sky pierced his defenses like they were paper. Blood spewed out of his mouth, but the power of the attack persisted without weakening. Kong Feng's body kept flying backwards, but that finger chased after him persistently, as if it was determined to kill him at all cost. Seeing this situation, goosebumps rose all over his body and his pupils shrunk to the size of needles. He continuously threw his fists out, trying to neutralize the power of the approaching finger. However, everything was in vain. Seeing that the finger continued to press towards him, Kong Feng was dreadfully depressed and infuriated. If he had known that there was such a master in Voidland and was prepared for it, he might not have ended up in such a dire situation. Even if he was no match for such a master, he would not be in immediate danger of losing his life. The opponent did not reveal her aura before, but once she did, she launched a deadly attack without any hesitation. Kong Feng was far weaker than her, so he immediately ended up in such an embarrassing situation. The aura of death enveloped him, and although Kong Feng was unwilling, he could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Just then a sudden change happened. A cold snort suddenly came from the sky, followed by a startling sword light that flashed through the illusion array enveloping the periphery of Voidland, shattering it in one blow. The sword light directly greeted the slender finger, and stopped it before Kong Feng succumbed. With a loud bang, The sword light was annihilated while the slender finger collapsed. The world trembled from the impact. Immediately after the sword light, two figures plummeted from the sky. One of them let out a strange cackle and rapidly rushed in a certain direction upon entering void land. He stretched out his hand like an eagle's claw and grabbed towards the direction, with wind-stirring and cloud-rending world force gathered in the palm of his hand. It was in the direction of Zhu Jiuyin's palace. However, the man retreated as quickly as he advanced when another earth-shaking sound exploded, and a fair palm approached him from the direction he was heading. A halo of light exploded as the man returned to the side of his companion. The second person was holding a long sword. It was obvious that he was the one who broke the illusion array with the sword wave earlier. Kong Feng was pleasantly surprised to narrowly escape death. Although he had no idea who saved him from the power of the finger just now, this person was definitely a high-rank open heaven realm master. Looking up, he saw two figures standing side by side with heavy world force auras permeating from their respective bodies. They were two seventh-order open heaven realm masters. However, both of them were shrouded in a layer of haze, so he could only roughly see their silhouette, not their true faces. He could not even distinguish whether they were men or women. With a single thought, Kong Feng vaguely guessed their background, but he had no idea where they came from exactly. Still, he quickly cupped his fist and saluted. "Many thanks to two seniors for saving my life." The two seventh-order open heaven realm masters did not say a word, but remained standing there quietly, facing one direction with a dignified air about them. In that direction, a slim figure approached meanderingly. Her beauty was enthralling, her long skirt fluttering behind with the movements of her graceful figure. Who else other than Zhu Jiuyin could it be? From Zhu Jiuyin's attack on Kong Feng, to the flash of the startling sword wave, Kong Feng's narrow escape from death, and the appearance of the two ghostly high-rank open heaven realm masters, everything happened in less than 3 breaths of time. It was so fast that Yang Kai could not even react to it. He thought that with the help of Zhu Jiuyin, Kong Feng would certainly die today. As long as Kong Feng died, the so-called 100 Sect Alliance would easily be scattered and destroyed. By then he could entrap them within the illusion array outside Voidland, and wipe them all out. But how could he have anticipated such a turn of events at this critical moment? Yang Kai was frozen for a moment before a sharp light flashed across his eyes as he stared at the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. He grinned as he shouted, "Good, very good." Although he did not know the background of these two high-rank open heaven realm masters, he was sure that they were definitely from some cave heaven or paradise that did not want him to succeed. He believed the great forces behind these two were the same great forces that goaded Kong Feng into assembling the 100 great forces to invade Voidland. Now it seemed that these two had been following behind Kong Feng all this time. They did not show up earlier because there was no need to. Moreover, with such a huge lineup like the 100 Sect Alliance, as high-rank open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises, them appearing could only be considered shameless bullying of the weak. That was why they just followed and observed the situation. However, the heritage of Voidland was truly surprising. The large number of people brought back by Yang Kai from Blood Monster Cave Heaven was the biggest surprise. Due to the sudden increase of more than 300 open heaven realm masters in Voidland, its strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. No one would have anticipated Voidland gathering so many open heaven realm masters in such a short time, including a large number in the 5th and 6th orders. However, the two observers remained on the sidelines even when the 100 Sect Alliance fell into a disadvantage in the battle and suffered heavy losses. After all, the life and death of these people had nothing to do with them. But they stopped hiding when Zhu Jiuyin's attack put Kong Feng's life in danger. Although Kong Feng was the one who gathered the 100 great forces and took the opportunity to seek trouble with Voidland, anyone who had a little knowledge and insight could see that the cave heavens and paradises were behind this move. If they still failed in such a public plan, they would lose a great deal of face. As such, Kong Feng could not die. Whether they liked it or not, they had to save him. At this moment, they concealed their true faces with secret techniques, because they did not want to reveal their identities. Although it was obvious that they were from the cave heavens and paradises, They still could not leave any evidence. Therefore, such a cover-up was somehow meant to protect the prestige of the great forces behind them. Only now did Yang Kai finally understand Zhu Jiuyin's statement that the situation was going to be troublesome. Zhu Jiuyin was a powerful divine spirit, so there was no way these two could remain unnoticed by her. Yang Kai clenched his fist and glared at them, his blood boiling with anger, his heart feeling like a volcano about to erupt. He had been cultivating on his own and did not bother anyone, but these people insisted on oppressing him again and again. Back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many from the younger generations made things difficult for him. That was still fine, as they were all in the same realm and generation. If he was killed, he could only blame himself for being incompetent. After it became clear that the younger generations could not stop him though, the old monsters came out to interfere. It seemed that they were determined to remove him from this world. Anyone who faced such oppression would definitely be upset. Fortunately, he had Zhu Jiuyin here with him. Otherwise, how could he stand against these two high-rank open heaven realm masters? Should he just do nothing and accept death? Yang Kai examined the bodies of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he took note of their auras in detail. He could not be sure where the two high-rank open heaven realm masters came from. But as long as he was still alive, sooner or later they would meet again. Divine Spirit. The high-rank open heaven realm master with the sword suddenly spoke. His distorted voice sounded a bit like an old man's, but it was obvious that his original voice was disguised by a secret technique. May I know which divine spirit madam is? He could only detect the divine spirit aura from Zhu Jiuyin, but he could not determine what her true form was, unless Zhu Jiuyin revealed it herself. What will you do if I tell you? Zhu Jiuyin asked faintly. The sword wielder replied. We have no intention of disturbing madam. So, we would be grateful if you could step aside. Zhu Jiuyin chuckled softly and replied. I should be the one saying this. In fact, this queen doesn't want to bother you either, so you'd best go back where you came from. The sword wielder shook his head slowly. We have a duty to perform here, so we can't leave. Forgive us, madam. Zhu Jiuyin raised her eyebrows. What duty is that? Madam, why do you ask when you already know? Zhu Jiuyin turned her head to look in Yang Kai's direction before chortling while covering her mouth. You two are high-rank open heaven realm masters. Why do you have to waste time on causing all kinds of trouble to a snot-nosed brat? Yang Kai snorted coldly. Cowards! You're bold enough to appear here, but lack the courage to show your true faces? Is it because you're too ugly? The sword wielder remained silent, as if he did not hear Yang Kai. But his companion immediately turned to him and released a powerful burst of world force towards him. Yang Kai could not respond to it at all, and his mind went black. When he regained his senses, a faint scent lingered at the tip of his nose as he saw Zhu Jiuyin standing in front of him. Yang Kai took a sniff, and found that the woman truly smelled pleasant. Zhu Jiuyin glared at the man with a darkened face. Who gave you the courage to touch him in front of this queen? Yang Kai peeped his head out from Zhu Jiuyin's shoulder, and rebuked. Old cowards who only know how to bully the young and the weak. Show your faces if you dare to. When I advance to the open heaven realm, I swear I will kill you. Hey, I'm not finished yet. Zhu Jiuyin harshly shoved Yang Kai's head back with her hand. His spit sprayed all over her neck when he shouted just now, which felt disgusting. On the other side, a sudden distortion appeared on the man, and the secret technique that covered his appearance and figure dispersed. He actually showed his true face and grinned. I'll be waiting for you then. Yang Kai peeped and cried. Myriad demons heaven. This man had demon chi wafting from his body, which was an obvious characteristic. If Yang Kai could not recognize his origin after seeing this, he would be blind. Yang Kai found that he indeed had some fated rivalry with Myriad Demons Heaven. Back then, it was great demon god Mo Sheng who started a disaster in the star boundary. That guy definitely originated from Myriad Demons Heaven. Next, he had an unpleasant experience with Pei Wenxian in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Now, one of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters who came to Voidland was actually from Myriad Demons Heaven. It was truly annoying. This person was from Myriad Demons Heaven, but Yang Kai did not know the origin of the other one. Although he had a guess, he could not be sure about it. Yang Kai clenched his teeth and quietly memorized the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master's appearance. He secretly swore that he would tear this bastard to pieces sooner or later. Chapter 43-29 Final Array. The sword wielder suddenly spoke. Madam, as a divine spirit, you should be free. Why get yourself involved in this dispute? It's better for you to retreat and be on good terms with us. Zhu Jiuyin answered faintly. I have a duty to be here. I can't retreat. The sword wielder was obviously stunned. Then he snorted coldly. Madam, do you insist on being our enemy? Zhu Jiuyin repeated her answer again, which irritated the man because he thought she was messing with him. Although divine spirits were powerful, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and even had a companion of equal strength. There was no need for him to be afraid. But he did not know that Zhu Jiuyin truly had a duty too. Since she was Yang Kai's protector, she had to keep him safe while he was in Void Land. It's you two who are making things difficult for this queen. What can this queen do? Zhu Jiuyin glanced at them coldly. Triggered by his own hot temper, the Myriad Demons Heaven High-Rank Open Heaven Realm Master sneered. This monarch has never killed a divine spirit before. It seems like today will be a new experience. The towering demon chi around him expanded and powerful world force permeated the air, causing the entire Void Land to tremble. He immediately charged at Zhu Jiuyin. If they could not come to an agreement, they could only fight. The sword wielder sighed lightly, then followed after the high-rank Myriad Demons Heaven Open Heaven Realm Master with a flicker, attacking Zhu Jiuyin from opposite sides. Zhu Jiuyin hurriedly sent Yang Kai a transmission. Be careful, brat. These two are not easy to handle. I'm afraid I can't look after you and fight them at the same time. As soon as Yang Kai heard her words, he knew that Zhu Jiuyin had to go all out. Facing two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, even a divine spirit could not act carelessly. Instantly the three clashed. Their battle caused a shocking effect on the surrounding world. Light dimmed, and Void Land trembled endlessly as it began to crack and fracture. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Earlier, the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng, two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, was already quite fierce, but it was simply incomparable to the current battle. The entire Void Land was now divided into 4 battlefields. The first battlefield was naturally the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The second battlefield was the one between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. The third battlefield was between Yu He and the many mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 100 Sect Alliance. The fourth battlefield was the battle in the Illusion Array. Among the 4 battlefields, the most peaceful one was undoubtedly the battle between Mo Mei and Luan Baifeng. Although both of them were 6th Order Masters, one had been immersed in this order for many years while the other had just broken through recently, resulting in a huge difference in their strength. Luan Baifeng had the upper hand, but she wanted to capture Mo Mei alive, so she was holding back quite a bit, allowing Mo Mei to cope with the situation for now. As such, their fight was still considered somewhat tepid. As for the Illusion Array, it was a one-sided massacre. The 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters of Void Land ripped into the 100 Sect Alliance, who were all confused and disoriented by the illusions caused by the Grand Array. How could the latter resist? However, at the moment, a rift had been torn in the Illusion Array by the sword wave of the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master. As soon as this rift appeared, the Illusion Array's power dropped significantly, giving a glimmer of hope to the oppressed members of the 100 Sect Alliance. They were no longer in complete disarray, and could even fight back from time to time. Yang Kai controlled the Array Jade of the Void Land Grand Array, so he was well aware of the situation in Void Land. With just a single thought, he had a grasp of the overall situation in his mind. Understanding this, he couldn't help shouting at Zhu Jiuyin. Can't you move your fight somewhere else? Why must you do this in my Void Land? Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank masters weren't fighting on the ground per se, but the fallout from their battle could not be underestimated. After all, Void Land was only a spirit province, and if they caused too much damage to it, it might collapse. Voidland was Yang Kai's base in the 3,000 worlds. How could he not worry about it? However, Zhu Jiuyin did not respond to his words at all. Yang Kai was unsure whether she had even heard him. She did not shift the battlefield away, and instead continued to shuttle around Voidland while fighting the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, which resulted in endless rumbling sounds. Brat, instead of worrying about your territory, you should pay more attention to your life. A surly voice suddenly came from the side. Yang Kai was startled. Only now did he remember that Kong Feng was still eyeing him. Now that all the forces of Voidland and the 100 Sect Alliance were occupied, leaving only the leaders of the both alone, how could Kong Feng let go of such a great opportunity? Although he was caught off guard and was seriously injured by Zhu Jiuyin's attack, he was still a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with a severe wound, it was not hard for him to kill a mere Emperor Realm Jr. Nonetheless, the purpose of his trip was not to kill Yang Kai. Even though Kong Feng wanted to kill him so badly, he could capture him alive for now. As long as he could take Yang Kai down, he would claim victory in this battle. Since Yang Kai had no one left to protect him, he was just like a fish on the chopping block, waiting to be tortured by him. Yang Kai turned to the side and saw Kong Feng spewing a mouthful of blood from nearby, looking at him with a face as white as a sheet. When their eyes met, Yang Kai instantly realized that Kong Feng's focus was firmly locked on him, and the surrounding space was locked by a suppressive force. It was obvious that Kong Feng was wary of him using space principles to escape. Not only that, Kong Feng was also approaching Yang Kai step by step, slowly pressuring him with his 6th Order Open Heaven Realm aura. Letting out a soft breath, Yang Kai spoke faintly. Kong Feng, if I were you, I would retreat to save my life. Being stubborn will only lead to tragedy. Kong Feng was taken aback and quickly stopped his feet, spreading out his divine sense to examine the surroundings. He was truly frightened by Yang Kai. Yang Kai and Voidland had brought him too many surprises today. The few hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters, the 9 heavenly layers grand array and its seemingly limitless functions, the female divine spirit hidden in the depths of Voidland. Who would have thought that a trivial Voidland would possess so much power? So when Yang Kai said this, Kong Feng did not dare to take him lightly, for fear that he would reveal another surprise. However, after some observations, Kong Feng did not sense any kind of threat. On second thought, since such a powerful female divine spirit was already revealed, what other hidden trump card could there be in Voidland? It would be too ridiculous if it still held one. Although the strength shown by Voidland was not as great as that of the cave heavens and paradises, it was enough to compete against Heavenly Sword Union. Boy, you dare bluff me? He bellowed. You can try me, Yang Kai replied with an indifferent look. Kong Feng was in a dilemma. Yang Kai's calmness unnerved him, and he vaguely felt that if he really attacked, there might be an unpleasant surprise waiting for him. But given that it was just an Emperor Realm Jr. standing in front of him, how could a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master not have the courage to even attack him? If he retreated from this, Kong Feng was afraid that he would never be able to raise his head again from the disgrace. Furthermore, the 100 Sect Alliance had suffered heavy casualties under his lead here. If he could not bring back a victory, it would be hard for him to explain to the outside world. With a determined mind, Kong Feng clenched his teeth and thundered. How dare a little bastard like you still play mind games with this king before dying? He felt that Yang Kai was bluffing him, so he no longer hesitated. As soon as his power surged, he stretched out his hand straight towards Yang Kai's head. Since you court death, don't blame others for your demise. Yang Kai grit his teeth as he roared. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. With a flourish, his power surged and his hair began fluttering wildly despite there not being any wind. Start the array. A buzz came out of Voidland as Yang Kai shouted, which shook Kong Feng's heart. He had lost count of how many times he heard these 3 words today, and every time he had, he suffered a grievous loss. As soon as Yang Kai shouted the word array, Kong Feng realized that there was something wrong. Voidland was still holding another trump card. Not daring to be negligent, Kong Feng immediately accelerated, swiftly pouncing at Yang Kai who was not far from him now. At the same time, All the remaining power in the 9 heavenly layers' grand array of void land poured into the azure dragon's spear, which absorbed it seemingly without end. The 9 heavenly layers' grand array was established not long ago, so the amount of starlight strength it had absorbed was still not much. It had almost depleted all of its stored power after launching various layers of the grand array, and Yuhi had warned Yang Kai of this earlier. Right now the remaining energy in the grand array could only be used one last time. This time, Yang Kai activated the last layer of the offensive grand array of the 9 heavenly layers. The offensive grand array had 3 layers. The first one was filled with tens of thousands of ordinary artifacts, which had pelted the 100 Sect Alliance once it was launched. The array core of the second layer was the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. The power of one slash from the sword almost split Kong Feng's ship in two. If Luan Baifeng had not summoned 3 defensive array plates at the critical moment, Heavenly Sword Union would definitely have suffered heavy casualties, and Kong Feng would have been seriously injured even if he did not die. The array core of the third and last layer was Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear. This spear was a gift from Giant Spirit God Ada compared to the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella. It was certainly more powerful. However, Yang Kai had never unleashed the true might of the Azure Dragon Spear before, because his own strength was too low to control the horrifying power hidden within. But with the help of the Grand Array, the situation was totally different. Earlier, when they activated the Heavenly Executioner's Sword, Yang Kai was too weak to do so without Yuhi's help. However, the Azure Dragon Spear was different. Yang Kai had completely refined this spear, so it was linked to his body and soul, unlike the Heavenly Executioner's Sword. Nonetheless, the stress that was caused on him by using this move was unimaginable. If he failed to bear the pressure, Yang Kai would definitely kill himself before he could kill his enemy. Yang Kai did not have a choice at the moment though. Kong Feng attempted to attack him, and Yang Kai would not stand a chance without the last layer of the 9 heavenly layers grand array boosting his strength. The world trembled as the energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array poured madly into the Azure Dragon Spear. The long spear vibrated so strongly that Yang Kai could hardly hold on to it. The violent energy not only stimulated the sleeping power of the Azure Dragon Spear, it also caused miserable pain to erupt all over Yang Kai's body, causing his bones to crack and blood to leak from his pores. As a mere Emperor Realm cultivator, it was impossible not to pay a price to channel the full force of such a powerful grand array. Yang Kai remained silent, however, clutching his long spear and focusing all his attention on Kong Feng, who was approaching him unblinkingly. Suddenly, a sonorous dragon roar resounded across the sky. Chapter 4330, Capturing Kong Feng Alive. As if a hibernated great dragon had awakened, a monstrous dragon pressure swept across the entire void land. Even the 2 high-rank open heaven realm masters who were fighting with Zhu Jiuyin could not help turning their attention to it. A dragon artifact. The sword wielder gasped. The Dragon Clan was an exceptionally special and powerful race in the 3,000 worlds, and it was also incredibly united. Dragon Altar of the Dragon Clan was considered to be one of the 36 cave heavens. However, no one knew where Dragon Altar was, except the members of the Dragon Clan who bore dragon veins. Other than that, anyone with a strong enough bloodline of the Dragon Clan would be able to sense Dragon Altar and find its location. Since ancient times, the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises were not always constant. The rulers were replaced with the passage of time, and there were cave heavens and paradises that were destroyed and replaced by others. However, the status and existence of Dragon Altar had never been shaken, and would never be unless the Dragon Clan was exterminated. In addition to Dragon Altar, there exited Phoenix Nest. But it was undeniable that anything involved with the Dragon Clan was not a trivial matter. No one expected that a mere Emperor Realm Jr. could acquire a dragon artifact, and by the looks of its might, this dragon artifact was made from the remains of a great dragon. Who in the world dared to be so presumptuous to use a dragon artifact? If the Dragon Clan found out, they would certainly take action. Even the sword wielder was shocked, while Kong Feng was terrified. In his vision, Yang Kai was still standing there with a spear in hand, but when he looked up he seemed to see a great dragon floating behind Yang Kai, covering the whole world with its figure. its dragon eyes staring down at him like he was an ant. He felt a deadly sense of crisis. Following a roar, world force swirled around Kong Feng madly as he drew out the power of his small universe wildly and slammed it on Yang Kai. He did not dare to have any reservations in this attack, using all the strength he could muster at the moment. At this point, he probably had no way to capture Yang Kai alive even if he wanted to. Given that Kong Feng was already badly wounded, if he did not give his best, he was afraid that he might really die. If he accidentally killed Yang Kai because of that, that was just his fate. At the same time, Yang Kai thrust out with his spear. The attack was not fanciful, but it was fueled by all the remaining energy in the 9 heavenly layers grand array. A loud series of cracks and pops came out from Yang Kai's body, along with a large amount of blood. His strength was too low to manage such massive power. Before he could do anything to Kong Feng, the rampaging power had already begun to feel unbearable. After the thrust, Yang Kai nearly collapsed, his vision turning black as he was on the verge of losing consciousness. Forcing himself to remain standing and awake, Yang Kai stared at Kong Feng without blinking an eye. Seeing the situation, Kong Feng was flustered and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle. The Azure Dragon Spear was thrown out, turning into a 1,000-meter-long great dragon, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it roared up into the sky before charging down at Kong Feng. In front of the 1,000-meter-long great dragon, Kong Feng felt as insignificant as a speck of dust, and was soon swallowed up by it. This was the power of the Azure Dragon Spear. Yang Kai felt enlightened. Although he refined the Azure Dragon Spear, and used it many times to kill strong foes, it was impossible for him to unleash its true power due to his own lack of strength. He had also wondered what it would be like if all the power of this long spear was unleashed. He finally saw it today. However, this should not be the limit of the Azure Dragon Spear. Although it was supplemented by a grand array to unleash its power to an unprecedented extent, Yang Kai still felt that the power of the Azure Dragon Spear was not fully released. It seemed that he would have to wait until he was stronger before he could achieve his wish. With a single thought, the 1,000-meter-long great dragon suddenly vanished. The Azure Dragon Spear reappeared, falling from the sky and was sunk obliquely into the ground. In midair, Kong Feng stood on the spot, utterly terrified. He was drenched in blood, with not a single part of his body intact, and his breathing dreadfully weak. He had been severely injured by Zhu Jiuyin earlier, and after being hit by the Azure Dragon Spear, his condition became even worse. However, he was not dead yet. Yang Kai ground his teeth, unable to believe that this old dog would be so tenacious. But then again, with the help of the Grand Array, he was the first Emperor Realm Jr. in history to injure a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to such an extent. If he wanted to kill Kong Feng, he probably still needed more strength to do so. Although Yang Kai had expected this outcome, he was still a little disappointed by it. Kong Feng was appalled, but at the same time he was delighted to escape from death. At the moment, although 80% of his strength was depleted, he still had some remaining. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's wobbly stance and critical condition, and immediately clenched his teeth to shout, "Let's see if you can survive now." With a flicker, he pounced at Yang Kai again. Yang Kai wanted to escape by surging his space principle, but his strength was completely exhausted from the blow just now, so how could he still be able to escape? Seeing Kong Feng was approaching, he could not do anything to resist him at all. However, Yang Kai just cackled and shouted, "Come, don't be a coward and run." A sudden realization dawned on Kong Feng, and he seemed to remember something. When he looked around, he saw hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters rushing down at him from the sky, the leader of the group bellowing, "Stop right there, old dog." The person who shouted was Pang Duo. A moment ago, 300+ Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland had rushed into the Illusion Array to start a massacre. The 100 Sect Alliance had no way to stand against them, resulting in countless casualties. However, a rift was opened in the Illusion Array by the sword-wielding high-rank Open Heaven Master, so its power was greatly reduced. The 100 Sect Alliance naturally saw this opening and scrambled towards it. Many Open Heaven Realm Masters fought hard and found a chance to escape, but instead of Voidland's forces giving chase, They prioritized cleaning up the stragglers while letting the others run away. When these Voidland masters turned around, they witnessed the scene where Yang Kai injured Kong Feng by summoning the Azure Dragon Spear. Given that Yang Kai was in danger at that moment, Peng Duo and the others certainly had to rush over to rescue him. Kong Feng felt his heart sink. He was in terrible condition. Not to mention 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even just one random 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could take his life at the moment. As soon as he saw Peng Duo and the others, Kong Feng dared not to continue to entangle with Yang Kai. Following a flicker, he immediately soared into the sky. How could Peng Duo and the others let Kong Feng escape? This man was the culprit behind all the problems caused today. If it were not for him, how would Voidland be in trouble today? Peng Duo swung his hand and commanded the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters to split into more than 10 teams, blocking Kong Feng from running away. Seeing this situation, a hint of despair appeared in Kong Feng's eyes. He did not have the ability to escape like Yang Kai as he was not proficient in the Tao of Space. Although he was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he was now seriously wounded and his strength has plummeted. How could he escape in the face of the seamless formation of others? It was a messy battle, but after a short while, Kong Feng was terribly beaten. His hair was disheveled, and blood spewed out of his mouth where several attacks hit his body directly, causing him to fall to the ground embarrassingly. Peng Duo did not kill him directly, but instead used a secret technique to seal Kong Feng's cultivation. After capturing the enemy leader alive, he took him to Yang Kai and saluted with his fist cupped. "My apologies for making Sect Master frightened." Yang Kai nodded faintly. "Don't worry." As soon as he spoke, a mouthful of blood was spurted out of his mouth wildly, which startled Peng Duo. Yang Kai waved his hand back and forth shakily. "It doesn't matter, I will recover with some rest." Although he was in a miserable condition now, he possessed powerful vitality and a frightening ability to recover. He even managed to survive when he was on the verge of death in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven back then. Therefore, he could certainly recover from the situation now after some rest. Looking up at the two battlefields in the sky, Yang Kai saw Luan Baifeng make a feint which forced Mo Mei back before she turned into a stream of light and quickly escaped. The woman definitely saw Kong Feng's tragic end and understood that she could not win this alone. If she did not leave now, she might end up just like Kong Feng, so she decisively escaped. Mo Mei did not chase after her. After an earth-shaking battle with her, Mo Mei knew that she was much weaker and would not be able to keep Luan Baifeng from running away. As such, she did not bother to do so. Mo Mei turned around and rushed towards Yuhi. Yuhi was fighting against more than 10 Open Heaven Realm Masters alone, among which were 3 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, one from Heavenly Sword Union, while the other 2 were Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu. The battle had been evenly matched, with Yuhi at a slight disadvantage. After all, she was outnumbered, so even if she had the upper hand in strength, she could not do anything to them. However, the tide changed dramatically when Mo Mei arrived. With the two of them working together, the dozen or so Open Heaven Realm Masters were quickly reduced to tears. Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu noticed the distressing situation and bellowed as they looked at each other. "Run!" But how could they leave at will now? Yang Kai pointed his hand forward and ordered coldly, "Kill them all! Spare no one!" Peng Duo and the others rushed up into the sky again after receiving the command, leaving only Lu Shui, Mu Qianxian, and Gong Yangxi behind to guard Yang Kai. There were more than 300 Void Land people in the sky now, surrounding Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu, and the rest. If the 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were sufficient to secure a victory for Void Land, what more need be said after dispatching so many reinforcements at once? Soon, only Qi Jin and Ling Chunqiu remained alive among the more than 10 masters. Seeing that enemies were surrounding from all directions, Qi Jin decisively stopped and shouted, "I surrender! I surrender! From now on, Golden Rainbow Province will only follow Void Land. Sect Master Yang, please spare my life." Ling Chunqiu also looked at Yuhi pleadingly. "Madam Yuhi, for the sake of our past friendship, please spare this old master." Yuhi looked in Yang Kai's direction. Yang Kai put on a cold face. How arrogant and domineering were you when you attacked our sect earlier? Now you beg for mercy? It's too late. Your death will not be the end. This king will trample on the residents of your two families and wipe your sects from the 3,000 worlds. No one will be spared. Kill them." When the words fell, hundreds of attacks from all directions flew towards the two and shrouded them in an instant. Qi Jin roared depressingly, "Yang Kai, you will die misera." His voice stopped abruptly. When the dust settled, Qi Jin and Ling Chun could no longer be seen. Both of them were vaporized, leaving behind only the world forces from the shattered small universes. 3 of the 4 battlefields in Voidland have been settled in short order, and the 100 Sect Alliance had almost been completely annihilated. Voidland had made a clean sweep. But the last and most important battlefield was still raging. The entire 7 spirit lands of Voidland were turned upside down. Even the shopping district of Voidland that was isolated from 7 Wonders Land was turned into ruins. Chapter 4331, Another Divine Spirit. Voidland was in a mess. Numerous spirit peaks had been razed to the ground, and the 7 orchards had suffered heavy losses. Yang Kai was heartbroken. Voidland was his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, and he spent a massive fortune to arrange the 9 heavenly layers grand array here. It would be a huge loss if it was damaged due to such a battle. However, according to the current situation, even though the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was fierce, it was still insufficient to destroy Voidland outright. And what made Yang Kai slightly relieved was that Zhu Jiuyin also knew that there were many disciples living in Voidland, so the battlefield was not spread to areas with a higher population. What Yang Kai could not figure out was why this woman decided to fight inside Voidland. He had asked her to lead the enemy out into the void, but Zhu Jiuyin turned a deaf ear. No one knew what she had planned. Yang Kai's eyes were not quick enough, so although he knew 3 figures were constantly flashing back and forth, fighting against each other, and he could sense the turbulent world forces and the shaking around him, he could not see who had the upper hand, so he could only ask Yuhi humbly, "Which one of them is stronger now?" Yuhi replied, "Zhu Jiuyin won't be able to persist for long alone." Yang Kai frowned. He had a rough estimate of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, and it was indeed difficult for her to hold out against 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters alone. However, she did well for holding on for so long. In other words, Zhu Jiuyin now possessed the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Otherwise, the situation would not be like this. Is this Zhu Jiuyin's full potential? Yang Kai was not sure. After all, although Zhu Jiuyin had been with him since the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, no one knew whether she had fully adapted to the principles in the 3,000 worlds, and no one knew whether she could even restore herself to her peak. If this was all of Zhu Jiuyin's strength, Zhu Jiuyin was a divine spirit equivalent to a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If not, her peak strength must be on par with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai shouted, "Assist her." Yu He and Mo may receive the orders and rush towards Zhu Jiuyin. In a battle between high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, they were the only 2 in the entire Voidland who could intervene. Although Pang Duo and the others had cultivations in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, they were not strong enough to participate in such a battle. Sending them would be the same as throwing them into the tiger's den, so it was better for them to stay out of it. Therefore, Pang Duo and the others did not move at all, but stayed by Yang Kai's side to avoid being taken advantage of by the enemy. But Yu He and Mo Mei were both newly promoted 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, so it was hard to say how much help they could provide. "Don't come here," Zhu Jiuyin suddenly yelled, apparently aware of Yu He and Mo Mei's movements. Yu He and Mo Mei immediately stopped. Since Zhu Jiuyin stopped them from approaching, it meant that the 2 of them would be more trouble than help. All of a sudden, everyone became tense. Although Voidland had won 3 out of the 4 major battles, and the 100 Sect Alliance was almost completely wiped out, with even Kongfeng, the main culprit, captured alive, the battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realms was the one that would decide the fate of this conflict. If Zhu Jiuyin won, Voidland would be safe and sound. On the other hand, if she lost, all other victories would be in vain, no matter how many there had been. The power of the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters was simply not something that Voidland could compete against right now. The survival of Voidland now depended on Zhu Jiuyin alone. Yang Kai clenched his fists and teeth, his eyes glued unblinkingly on every movement on the battlefield. As time passed, even he could tell that Zhu Jiuyin was at a disadvantage. The two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extraordinary strength, and both of them worked together seamlessly. Zhu Jiuyin let her guard slip for a moment and barely blocked a few attacks, allowing the Master from Myriad Demons Heaven to thrust his spear towards her chest. Zhu Jiuyin's beautiful face paled and she pulled away, but the long spear chased after her like maggots on rotting bones. When Zhu Jiuyin was about to be stabbed, there was a loud bang and an enormous creature suddenly appeared. It was a gigantic silver-white spider. A crescent-shaped mark was branded on its back, permeating the void with the power of a divine spirit. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Zhu Jiuyin was forced to reveal her true form. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If she was not left with no other choice, Zhu Jiuyin would not have revealed her true form. Now that she had, it was obvious she was forced to a fatal corner. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider had an odd appearance, both menacing and enchanting all at once. Swinging her 8 legs, Zhu Jiuyin weaved a spirit web across Voidland to trap the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The sword wielder launched at this web while scoffing. It turns out that Madam is of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider lineage. I haven't seen one for many years. Since Madam is a divine spirit, why should you restrict yourself to this small place? It's better to retreat quickly to avoid unnecessary suffering. The sword slashed down, cutting through strands of spider web. Zhu Jiuyin gritted her teeth and did not answer, continuing to spin more spirit webs, sealing the skies and locking the earth. Every step she took on the ground shook the world. The sword wielder frowned, wondering what the hell Zhu Jiuyin was doing. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven shouted in a low voice, "Let's not drag this longer. Finish it." The sword wielder gave a small nod, his sword intent soaring. The combined attacks of the two were more than twice as fierce as before, and Zhu Jiuyin's situation became more and more precarious. If she faced either of these two separately, she would not be at such a disadvantage, but she had too many constraints inside Voidland, and had not restored herself to her peak. Worst of all, she could not escape because she had to protect Yang Kai, hence her current situation. However, although she did pull back and tried her best to resist, she did not stop stomping the earth, causing a drum-like reverberation into the depths of the ground. In the beginning, the two high-rank Open Heaven did not think too much about it, but after a while, both of them realized that something was wrong. Zhu Jiuyin was already struggling to deal with their attacks, so why did it seem like she was distracted? The sword wielder muttered in a low voice, "I don't know what trick this woman is playing, but stay alert." The Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven smiled grimly. "How dare you scheme against us when you're about to die?" As soon as the two of them spoke, their expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly backed off to look around in shock, as if they were about to face a great enemy. Zhu Jiuyin, too, stopped and took a long breath, feeling quite aggrieved. If only she had recovered to her peak, these two would be nothing to her, and there would be no need for her to fight so hard. However, it would take at least 3 to 5 more years to completely restore her strength. She made up her mind at that moment. If the situation turned dire, she would flee with Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo immediately. These two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would not be able to stop her if she really wanted to. She was Yang Kai's protector, and had to ensure his safety no matter what. Shanqing Luo possessed a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider Source, so she must protect her too. As for the lives of others, Zhu Jiuyin had no concern for them whatsoever. However, in this way, Yang Kai would definitely complain and reprimand her. Fortunately, the crisis had finally been resolved. She relaxed a bit and snarled through gritted teeth. "I thought you would never come out. Are you trying to be a turtle that hides in its shell forever? Try hiding if you still can." Outside the battlefield, Yang Kai and the others were completely confused. They were under the impression that Zhu Jiuyin was in a precarious situation, and were utterly astonished by the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters' sudden retreat, and change in expressions. And they became even more puzzled by Zhu Jiuyin's words. But soon, a strange look appeared on Yang Kai's face. He faintly sensed an aura awakening from Voidland, as though the entire world had come alive. What's more, this awakening aura made his dragon vein pulse slightly. Oh, little girl, it hurts when you're jumping around on this old master's head like this. An aged voice suddenly boomed loudly, and then, a short figure appeared a short distance in front of Zhu Jiuyin. His appearance was quaint and completely relaxed, as if he had been standing there all along, except that no one had seen him, including Yang Kai and even the two 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Besides, how can I be a turtle if I don't hide? The short figure spoke again. Zhu Jiuyin snorted coldly. She was a divine spirit, so even though she looked young and beautiful, she had in fact lived in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary for many millennia. However, she did not rebuke when she was addressed by this old man as little girl. Yang Kai looked strangely at the short figure who appeared. His hair and beard were completely white, and his face was so wrinkled and withered that he looked as if he was about to die. Bent forward with a thick turtle shell behind his back, one could see the intertwined ravines on his shell clearly. It appeared to be exquisite and profound patterns and texts, carrying the wisdom of the Grand Tao. Aware that Yang Kai was looking at him, the hunched old man, who seemed like he was dying, turned his head to look at Yang Kai and smiled at him. Based on his appearance, combined with the aura on him and the response in his own blood, Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Another divine spirit? Eyes narrowed, the myriad demons heaven's high-rank open heaven realm master squinted at the short old man. It was already surprising enough for a trivial voidland to have a heavenly moon demon spider living here. Who would have thought there would be a second divine spirit? However, the true form of this divine spirit was not revealed at this moment, and there was no way to know which race he belonged to. The conspicuous turtle shell on his back piqued many assumptions though. If it was only Zhu Jiuyin, the combined forces of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters would give them the upper hand. However, with an additional divine spirit appearing, they had no chance of victory. This divine spirit was so well hidden before that they had no way of realizing he was even here. And it did not appear right until the critical moment to disrupt the situation. While it wasn't clear whose side this old man was on, it was certain he wasn't an ally to them. Thinking of this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned. The sword wielder took a step forward and crossed an arm across his chest, his long sword held in the other hand behind him. How should I address old sir? The old man did not answer. His head was lowered because of his hunched back, and his two long white eyebrows dangled from his face, obscuring everyone from his expression. The sword wielder waited for a while, but there was no response. He was naturally a little upset, and was about to open his mouth to ask another question, but he suddenly heard a snore. This old fart actually fell asleep. Chapter 4332, Shared Heritage. The rhythmic snore showed how sweetly the old man was sleeping. Just what is happening right now? It was in the midst of the battle, and Void Land was in a total mess. Two high-rank open heaven realm masters were still watching covetously from the side, but the old man with a turtle shell who appeared all of a sudden actually fell into a slumber in the middle of the fight. Everyone's face couldn't help twitching. The sword wielder snorted coldly. This old man is truly impressive. He was a high-rank open heaven realm masters after all, a prestigious figure in the 3,000 worlds, but this turtle-shelled old man actually disregarded him entirely and fell asleep right in front of him. Even if he was a divine spirit, he was way too scornful. Followed by a shudder, the turtle-shelled old man woke up again and sighed. I'm too old, I can't be as energetic as young people like you all. But you little ones are just too much. If you have any grudges, settle them by yourselves. Why do you have to jump around on my head and interfere with my sleep? How rude. As soon as he said this, the two high-rank open heaven realm masters' faces turned ugly, but Yang Kai was immediately relieved. Before, he did not understand why Zhu Jiuyin chose to fight in Voidland, which caused a huge mess and collapsed many spirit peaks. During her battle with the two high-rank open heaven realm masters, she even put some effort into shaking the ground. It turned out that Zhu Jiuyin had already noticed the existence of the turtle-shelled old man a long time ago, and was taking this opportunity to wake him, which was why she was determined to fight on Void Land. The turtle-shelled old man was a divine spirit, just like Zhu Jiuyin. Although they were from different clans, as a divine spirit herself, it was reasonable that Zhu Jiuyin could detect his presence. However, from Zhu Jiuyin's earlier actions, she did not seem to know where the turtle-shelled old man was hiding. Therefore, she could only constantly shift the battlefield and disturb the entire Void Land. If you have time to bother me, why don't you use it to study your Void Land? This place is not simple. Yang Kai suddenly remembered what Zhu Jiuyin had told him some time ago. Yang Kai spent more than 10 days examining both inside and outside of Void Land, but found nothing at that time. Now it seemed that what Zhu Jiuyin meant was that there was the divine spirit hidden in Void Land. Yang Kai had not figured it out because he was not strong enough. He could not even sense the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters lurking nearby, much less this divine spirit. If Zhu Jiuyin did not cause disturbances on purpose, the turtle-shelled old man would probably have continued to hide. Yang Kai could not help feeling frightened. He was totally clueless about such a powerful existence hiding in Void Land. If the other party had ill intentions, Void Land would definitely have suffered heavy losses. But judging from the turtle-shelled old man's attitude, he was neither vicious nor violent, even seeming to be quite easy to speak with. It reminded Yang Kai of the Seven Wonders Land's history. The predecessor of Void Land was Seven Wonders Land. Seven Wonders Land certainly did not realize the existence of the turtle-shelled old man either. Otherwise, they would have asked him for help when they were being exterminated. By the looks of it, the old man had been hiding here for many, many years. Given that he spoke like an old man, and even addressed a divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin and the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters as little ones, Yang Kai really could not imagine how old he was. Old man, are you acting arrogant just because of your seniority? Do you really think this monarch is afraid of you just because you're a divine spirit? The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Myriad Demons Heaven had a short temper and flared up. They were so close to their victory just now, but were blocked by the old man at the last moment. After enduring for a while, he could no longer hold it in. Leaping out, he stabbed at the old man with the long spear in his hand. The move of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Masters was indeed magnificent and powerful. Under the surging world force, Yang Kai and the others felt the mountain-like pressure plummeting on them, causing the blood in their chests to constrict. This was only the radiant effect, so one could imagine how much pressure the turtle-shelled old man, who was being targeted directly, was facing. Although it was only a single attack, countless spear shadows seemed to cover the sky, each one containing the killing intent of a seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Appalled, the turtle-shelled old man yelped as he stepped back repeatedly. Why can't we just talk things out peacefully? Why do we have to fight? Young men should know how to respect the elderly. He stumbled, lost his balance and fell straight on his butt. Following the momentum, the old man withdrew his arms and legs like a turtle into his solid shell. His small figure easily retracted into the shell, completely concealing himself. Asterisk Hong 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 star. One after another, spear shadows struck onto the turtle shell, causing the earth to shake and even space itself to tremble. When the spear shadows dispersed, everyone stared in amazement at the scene before them. The turtle shell remained intact on the ground, with not even a mark left on it. However, who knew if the old man hiding in the turtle shell was shaken to death? The Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons Heaven who landed the attack squinted. Although he launched the attack in a hurry and did not use his full strength, the might of a seventh-order master was still no joke. Even another seventh-order Open Heaven Realm Master would not end well after receiving such a move, but it actually failed to even leave a scratch on this turtle shell. Just how tough is this turtle shell? He wanted to make another move again, but the sword wielder raised his hand and stopped him, glancing at Zhu Jiuyin vigilantly at the same time. He did not expect such an outcome today. Not to mention the 100 Sect Alliance led by Heavenly Sword Union being destroyed. They were being hindered even when he joined hands with the Myriad Demons Heaven Open Heaven Realm Master. Void Land was full of unpleasant surprises. The heavenly moon demon spider alone was already difficult to deal with, and now he had to face this turtle-shelled old man as well. He was quite hesitant. If they forced the old man to join hands with the heavenly moon demon spider, they could only escape. Thinking through numerous possibilities, the sword wielder proceeded. "Old sir, please show yourself so we can talk." The turtle shell laid quietly on the ground, unresponsive. Just when the people wondered if the turtle-shelled old man was shaken to death, a head with a terrified, pale face suddenly peeped out, looking around sneakily, and asked nervously, "Are we not fighting anymore?" This old fellow was so chicken-hearted that everyone was left speechless. But the sword wielder did not dare to underestimate him and spoke politely. "Old sir, please come out." After observing the situation for a moment, and making sure that no one would hit him again, the turtle-shelled old man stretched his arms and legs out of the turtle shell, and sighed as he wiped the dust off his body. Alas, what an unlucky day. Sometimes unlucky things just happen even when you do nothing. Such misfortune. The sword wielder demanded again. "How should I address old sir?" The turtle-shelled old man immediately shook his head like a pellet drum. "I can't tell. I won't tell. If you know my name, you will find trouble with me in the future. This old master won't tell even if he dies." Yang Kai was speechless. Since this old man had already revealed himself today, could he run away from troubles if the others really wanted to cause any in the future? The sword wielder did not intend to force him, so after a moment of silence he continued. "We didn't know that old sir resided here. If we offended old sir in any way, please forgive us." Hearing him, the turtle-shelled old man smiled. "It's all right. One who makes mistakes unknowingly need not be held responsible. It's fine as long as you don't come around to disturb my sleep again." "We dare not." The sword wielder nodded lightly, then he changed to the next topic abruptly. "But we still have a task to complete. Please stand aside, old sir." The turtle-shelled old man held his crutch and spoke. "As long as you stop fighting, everything can be negotiated." "Many thanks, old sir." The sword wielder thanked politely, then he pointed at Yang Kai. "I want to take this boy with me." "In your dreams?" He and the rest shouted angrily, immediately surrounding Yang Kai, while circulating their strength to guard against unexpected events. The sword wielder ignored them entirely and just stared at the turtle-shelled old man. "Oh The old man hesitated for a while, then looked at Yang Kai again, and asked embarrassingly, "May this old master ask why you want to take him?" The sword wielder did not answer him. Instead he asked, "Old sir, are you protecting him? I wonder what kind of relationship old sir has with this boy?" From the previous situation, the turtle-shelled old man did not seem to be related to Yang Kai in any way, but given that the old man was chicken-hearted even though he was clearly quite powerful, why did he have to stand up for Yang Kai? The turtle-shelled old man coughed softly. "There's actually no relationship between us." "Then, but we share some heritage. It would be improper for this old master to just let him die." The turtle-shelled old man was dying of embarrassment, his wrinkled face wrinkling even further. Share some heritage. Even though the sword wielder's face was shrouded in clouds and fog, and his expression could not be seen clearly, he was clearly puzzled by the old man's words, for he had no idea what kind of connection this divine spirit who had been keeping a low profile had with Yang Kai. However, taking away Yang Kai was not his real purpose. The reason why he requested this was just to cover his real intent. Therefore, he stopped pestering and continued, "Since old sir has declared so, we will respect your wishes." The turtle-shelled old man chuckled, "Many thanks. Since I can't take this boy with me, then I must take him away. As for this, I believe old master will not stop me, right?" The sword wielder pointed at Kong Feng, who was captured alive as he spoke. Kong Feng was extremely depressed. As a noble sixth-order open heaven realm master, it should have been impossible for him to be captured alive. Even a seventh-order open heaven realm master might not be able to do that. But still, he was seized, had his cultivation restrained, and suffered heavy injuries one after another. At this moment he looked absolutely wasted, his spirit completely depleted. Being a prisoner, if he wanted to live, He could only rely on the sword wielder and the myriad demons heaven high-rank open heaven realm master. As such, when he heard the request of the sword wielder, he immediately looked at him gratefully. The turtle-shelled old man nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. No problem, no problem. Just take him. The sword wielder nodded lightly, then turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai, this matter ends here, let him go. Yang Kai looked at him with a defiant face. Why should I have to listen to you? Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? The sword wielder replied faintly. Today, your void land has reaped all the rewards. It's better for you to spare others where it is possible. The turtle-shelled old man advised wryly, Little one, it's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. These two are not to be trifled with, and the ones behind them are even scarier. Although he slept for many years, not caring about worldly affairs, this old man knew that only the cave heavens and paradises could deploy high-rank open heaven realm masters like this. He was timid to begin with, otherwise, why would he hide in void land for so many years? How would he dare to challenge the cave heavens and paradises? Chapter 43-33 Cut. Yang Kai's face darkened, and was silent for a moment before speaking. Since old sir has said as much, this junior will give some face. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. A promising young man. Kong Feng let out a large breath of relief. When he was captured alive before, he was in despair, thinking that he was going to die in void land. Who knew that things would take a turn for the better? Feeling grateful to the sword wielder, he threw Yang Kai a vicious glare. The 100 Sect Alliance suffered heavy losses this time, and he was the only one left from Heavenly Sword Union. It could be said that this operation was a complete failure, but it was not without gain. At the very least, he exposed the details of void land to the ones above, allowing them to have a better understanding of its strength. Although they failed this time, Voidland would not be able to resist their next attempt when they were properly prepared. 10 years was not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. As long as one was still alive, there would always be a possibility for a comeback. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons heaven snorted coldly. Little brat, seems you're not too foolish. The sword wielder nodded too. Why are you still not letting him go? Yang Kai nodded. I'll let him go now. Saying so, Yang Kai suddenly grabbed the cold water longsword from Lu Shue's hand and slashed down, lighting up the space between heaven and earth with the brilliance of the sword. The turtle-shelled old man's smile froze. Zhu Jiuyin was slightly absent-minded, and the two high-rank open heaven realm masters too were stunned. Kong Feng looked at Yang Kai in horror, his eyes bigger than eggs. With a kick and a shove, Yang Kai sent Kong Feng in the direction of the two high-rank open heaven realm masters. How could Kong Feng, whose cultivation was restricted, resist his kick? His body involuntarily flew towards that direction as he exclaimed in exasperation. Yang Kai, you bastard! I won't forget this even when I turn into a ghost. When the words fell, a thin red streak suddenly appeared on his neck, which was immediately severed, followed by his head soaring into the sky, sending fresh blood spraying out like a fountain. Yang Kai's sword cut off his head directly, but he moved so fast that the head and body were still connected for a moment. As a sixth-order open heaven realm master, Kong Feng possessed a tenacious vitality, which allowed him to let out a deafening roar of resentment before his death. However, if the head was cut off, nothing could help regardless of how strong one's vitality was. The fog around the sword wielder violently swirled, indicating the fluctuation in his mood. He growled through gritted teeth, Bold Junior. The high-rank open heaven realm master of myriad demons, heaven on the other hand stared at Yang Kai with great interest. There was even a hint of appreciation. The people of myriad demons heaven were all ruthless, and Yang Kai's actions were undoubtedly very much in line with his tastes. If not because they were on opposing sides, he would have even applauded. No one expected Yang Kai to act so decisively. A moment ago, he agreed to let Kong Feng go but took his life the next instant. The flipping of his attitude was hard to keep up with. Kong Feng's fate was tragic indeed. One would not dare say it would not happen again in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented until now for a dignified sixth-order open heaven realm master to be killed at the hands of an Emperor Realm Junior. Yang Kai looked at the sword wielder coldly, and waved the long sword in his hand. This junior has never tried to act boldly, but when others try to bully me, I won't sit still and take it. Anyone who dares to offend Voidland will never be forgiven. Since the enemy had shown up right at his doorstep, how could Yang Kai back down? Even if Kong Feng was released this time, would Kong Feng and the great force behind him be grateful to him? Enmity had been formed, and there was no possibility of a reconciliation. It was better to cut weeds and pull out roots instead of returning the tiger to the mountains. If Kong Feng was released today, he would certainly return for vengeance in the future. Although a large number of Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 100 Sect Alliance had died here today, that wasn't too significant, but Kong Feng was different. With the execution of Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master in Voidland, Voidland would definitely become famous. This would also serve as an example to others who might want to trifle with Voidland. After this battle, anyone who had plans to cause trouble in Voidland would have to consider whether their necks were tough enough to survive its wrath. Very good. The sword wielder quickly calmed his rage. He was only angry because Yang Kai killed Kong Feng in front of him. He had already opened his mouth to save Kong Feng's life, so killing Kong Feng was nothing short of a slap to his face. But now that Kong Feng was dead, there was nothing to be gained by getting angry, unless he had the ability to deal with Zhu Jiuyin and the turtle-shelled old man. The mental discipline of a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was naturally extraordinary. Although Kong Feng's death has caused him some humiliation, it had nothing to do with the overall situation. From behind the fog, Yang Kai vaguely felt a pair of eyes staring deeply at him. A moment later, the sword wielder turned and fled, transforming into a stream of light that shot straight into the sky. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master of Myriad Demons, Heaven looked Yang Kai up and down with a meaningful grin before muttering, "Interesting." After saying that, he left as well. With two divine spirits guarding Voidland and the departure of the sword wielder, what could he do alone? Despite their immense strength, the 100 Sect Alliance was almost wiped out in this battle. Even Kong Feng, Heavenly Sword Union's Union Master, was captured and beheaded in Voidland. This was probably something that no one would have thought of before today. Except for the Black Prison's Warden Wan Baifeng, only a few Open Heaven Realm Masters managed to escape. Though their escape was only thanks to the sword wielder who broke the illusion array, otherwise no one would have escaped today. This news would soon spread and cause a great uproar in the 3,000 worlds. The rise of Voidland would surely attract the attention of many parties. Yang Kai looked up to watch the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters leave, feeling unwilling but unable to do anything. Zhu Jiuyin was only responsible for protecting his life, so she was definitely unwilling to fight these two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to death. I wonder what kind of attitude that turtle-shelled old man has towards this. Yang Kai did not know. There was no way for Voidland to force the two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to remain if the two divine spirits did not make a move, so Yang Kai could only watch them leave. Returning the long sword to Lu Shui, Yang Kai instructed, "Close the array, clean up the battlefield, and count the casualties." Everyone responded to the order and began performing their duties. Zhu Jiuyin turned into a stream of light and returned to the place where she was cultivating, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai did not even have time to say anything to her, but as his protector, she stood up when his life was in danger. This was originally agreed upon by the two of them, so there was no need to say anything more. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the turtle-shelled old man, whose face was wrinkled into a ball, muttering anxiously, "What a disaster, a disaster." "Old sir." Yang Kai took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist respectfully. "Many thanks to Old Sir for his assistance today. This junior will remember this favor." When the sword wielder said he was going to take him away, the turtle-shelled old man spoke up for him. If not, the sword wielder would definitely not have let him off. Although it was just a few spoken words, it was also a life-saving grace. Furthermore, the result of what happened today was thanks to the sudden appearance of this turtle-shelled old man. Although he did nothing but stand there, speak a little, take an attack and fall asleep, if he had not appeared, the situation today would not have ended so peacefully. and Voidland's fate would have been precarious. The turtle-shelled old man looked at Yang Kai sadly, tapping the floor with his heavy cane. "Little boy, you have caused a huge disaster." Yang Kai wondered. "Oh, what disaster is it?" The turtle-shelled old man replied. "You slapped that guy's face in public and offended a high-rank open heaven realm master. Isn't that a huge disaster?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. "Even if I bowed down and gave him what he wanted, he would still have come to provoke my void land again. Since the grudges between us are already irresolvable, it doesn't matter if I slap him once or twice." The old man frowned. "That's true, but..." He sighed. "Ha, such misfortune. I have not gotten the chance to ask, how should I address old sir?" Yang Kai had already learned about his cowardice, so he ignored his defeatist mutterings. The turtle-shelled old man looked around without answering, but simply replied, "You clean up first, we can speak later." After saying so, his figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned. Although there was a huge gap in their strengths, he did not even see how the other person disappeared. However, he seemed to sense something and looked up at a peak not far away. Yang Kai could never sit idly by when such a powerful, unknown divine spirit was living in Void Land. He had to investigate the old man's details, but fortunately, the turtle-shelled old man showed no malice toward him, even speaking up to protect him instead. That relieved Yang Kai greatly. Plopping himself on the ground, Yang Kai took out a spirit pill and stuffed it into his mouth, closing his eyes to refine it. Although he only oversaw Voidland throughout the battle and did not participate physically, Yang Kai had been controlling the Grand Array from the outside, which consumed a lot of his energy. Whether it was the bewildering array or the killing arrays, they were all indiscriminate. Anyone would be affected by the Grand Array as long as they were involved in it. That was why Yang Kai needed to constantly supervise the Grand Array to create opportunities for those from Voidland to kill enemies while avoiding the negative effects. It was still bearable if supervising was all Yang Kai had to do, but the final layer of the Grand Array he used to fight against Kong Feng pushed him far beyond that. As a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator, it was extremely taxing for him to fight the enemy while wielding the power of the Grand Array. With such injuries, it was impossible to recover without 10 days to a half-month of rest, and this was only thanks to Yang Kai's awesome recovery abilities. If he were an average Emperor Realm cultivator, he would have been bedridden for a year and a half at least. But a huge effort meant a huge harvest. Not to mention the mountains of spoils from killing so many people, the deaths of the Open Heaven Realm Masters brought a fundamental enhancement to Void Land. There were quite a few Open Heaven Realm Masters that came with the 100 Sect Alliance, but very few escaped in the end. Among them, many were mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes within the many Open Heaven Realm Masters collapsed when they were killed, releasing their world force into Void Land. As long as Void Land could digest this world force, its foundation would undergo earth-shaking changes. As Void Land's heritage became stronger, the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array would increase accordingly. The efficiency of cultivators cultivating in Voidland would also increase, and the probability of those who lived here comprehending the Grand Tao would be boosted. Chapter 4334 Stutter. If it was not for their incredible heritage, how could the cave heavens and paradises have such breathtaking sceneries? How could their disciples have such rapid cultivation? That was why Yang Kai immediately ordered for the closure of the array. Once the Grand Array was sealed shut, the world force released by the dead Open Heaven Realm Masters would be sealed in Voidland, and over time be absorbed and assimilated by it. Su Yan, Xianing Chang, and many others including the great emperors rushed over in a hurry. These cultivators from the star boundary had been in retreat for intense cultivation, and now they had all condensed their Tao seals. It was the perfect timing to refine the yin, yang, and 5 elements. They definitely should not waste any time over other things. Nonetheless, what happened today was extremely conspicuous, and it was difficult for them not to notice. However, in such an intense battle, there was not much they could do, so even if they were aware of what was happening, they could only observe from afar and stay hidden. They knew their strength was limited, and they would probably be more of a burden than help if they tried to participate. Now that the overall situation had been decided, They naturally came out. Yang Kai was still tending to his injuries, so second manager Bian Yuqing briefly explained the details of the incident to them. Only then did everyone know that Void Land had survived a great tribulation. The great emperors glanced at each other and turned around to return to their retreat without disrupting Yang Kai, as did Su Yan and the others. It was not that they did not care about the situation in Void Land, but what happened to Void Land today gave them a sense of crisis. Void Land managed to triumph this time, but what about the next time? If they wanted to help, they had to advance to the open heaven realm as soon as possible. So they were racing against time to cultivate as quickly as they could, not daring to slack off. Yang Kai had created such a good environment for them, one where they did not even need to worry about resources. It would be a waste of Yang Kai's hard work if they did not show some accomplishments. With Yu He's administration, the Grand Array rolled shut with a loud rumble. The bewildering array was damaged, but the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array had self-repair abilities, and since Nanman Dejun had learned a lot from Grandmaster Wu Liang during the several months of apprenticeship, this damage could be repaired by him. The only issue was that the energy stored in the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array was completely exhausted. It was no longer possible to stimulate the power of the Grand Array, and this was a matter that could only be solved with time. The battlefield was cleaned thoroughly as a mountain of corpses was gathered. The 100 Sect Alliance dispatched more than 10,000 people, but only a handful of them had escaped. The intruders who came to Void Land, whether they be Open Heaven Realm Masters or Emperor Realm Cultivators, had suffered heavy casualties, and their scattered corpses had to be found and piled up together. A bloody stench filled the air, but with a wave of her hand, Yuhi burned them all to ashes. The plunder from the thousands of deaths was bountiful. Every cultivator had more than one space ring, so Voidland had harvested tens of thousands of space rings. Even if most of these space rings were not filled with abundant riches, the Open Heaven Realm Masters, especially the mid-rank ones, were naturally not poor. Every mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who came here was a representative of their respective sects, so how could they have no savings? For example, Qi Jin, Ling Chunqiu Old Hong. Especially Kong Feng, the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, could never have shabby possessions. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this loot at all, and just handed all of it over to second manager Bian Yuqing. Since all the future expenditures of various materials in Voidland would also be managed by her, she naturally would need to tally up these winnings. Young Master, the battlefield has been cleaned, Yuhi reported softly after cremating the several thousand corpses. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. His aura was still a little weak and the color had not yet fully returned to his face, but he looked much better than before. Hearing that, he nodded and asked in a low voice, "How about the casualties?" Dozens were injured, but no one died and none suffered serious injuries. They just need some time to recover, Yuhi replied. Yang Kai nodded lightly, letting out a sigh of relief. They fought against the 100 Sect Alliance all by themselves, and not only did the entire enemy army perish, no one from Voidland was even killed. Who would ever believe such an absurd story? How was it possible for one side to be defeated while the other did not suffer any casualties in such a fierce battle? However, it was a fact that none of the 335 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Voidland died. Among these people, 315 were cultivators from Abundance City, about a dozen were from Blood Swan Continent, and the rest were residents of Voidland. One had to say, this was nothing short of a miracle. To achieve such a victory was undoubtedly thanks to the power of the 9 heavenly layers Grand Array. The more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters fought in the bewildering array twice, where the enemy was blinded and confused, and with the addition of Yang Kai's guidance, the victory was almost as easy as breathing. As long as they were careful enough, how could they die? Injuries were inevitable, of course, and with the enemy's desperate counterattack, some were indeed sustained. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's eyes swept over every direction, meeting pair after pair of eyes that flashed with elation. Whether it was a cultivator from Abundance City or Blood Swan Continent, none of them had ever experienced such a fulfilling and satisfying battle before. And through this battle, they were able to deeply comprehend the power of their own sect. Being a part of Voidland now was a great honor. We, Voidland, were able to overcome this difficult trial, thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. Many thanks for your hard work. Young-Kai's voice boomed loudly. Emome answered, Sect Master is too modest. Now that we are a part of Voidland, we all should contribute when enemies arrive at our borders. We were only able to achieve victory today thanks to Sect Master's constant efforts. Voidland is our home, and we swear to live and die in Voidland. We swear to live and die with Voidland. The world shook with the crowd echoing in unison. Reputation was a wonderful thing. Over 90% of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters now were cultivators from Abundance City. Yong-Kai gave them the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to help them achieve the Open Heaven Realm, giving them an extra reason to be grateful. Additionally, Yong-Kai did not reveal a single trace of fear in face of two high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and even dauntlessly beheaded Kong Feng. This garnered even more of their respect for Yong-Kai. It could be said that today's victory had laid the foundation for Yong-Kai's supreme prestige in Voidland. He achieved all of this although he was still just a trivial Emperor Realm cultivator. Everyone was dismissed, each of them looking for a place to heal their wounds, while Bian Yuqing was busy finalizing the cleanup. Yong-Kai spent a day in his room recovering from his injuries, but left to visit Zhu Jiuyin once he no longer had difficulty moving about. He wanted to find out more details about the turtle-shelled old man from Zhu Jiuyin. Judging from the warning the woman gave him before, she must have been aware of his existence for some time. Maybe Zhu Jiuyin knew something more about the turtle-shelled old man. However, Zhu Jiuyin's door remained closed, probably busy recovering, or probably just deliberately ignoring him, which made Yong-Kai extremely frustrated. Unable to talk to Zhu Jiuyin, Yong-Kai had no choice but to head towards a different peak. This peak was located in Earth Spirit Land. Among the 7 spirit lands of Voidland, Earth Spirit Land was located right in the center, and occupied the largest region. The previous main hall of 7 Wonders Land was located in Earth Spirit Land, while now many important halls of Voidland were located here too. Earth Spirit Land was comprised of many spirit peaks, and although the previous battle between Zhu Jiuyin and the 2 high-rank Open Heavens caused a huge mess and flattened many of them, there were still a lot left. On one of the more inconspicuous peaks, Yong-Kai sensed the presence of the turtle-shelled old man, not through his aura, but rather by tracing a faint bloodline connection. Yong-Kai had to understand why this divine spirit was hiding inside Voidland. Based on his stance before, the turtle-shelled old man did not have any malice towards him, but it was always good to be careful in everything. When he came to the peak, Yong-Kai did not rush up it, but gave a respectful salute, greeting in a clear and loud voice. Junior Yong-Kai has come to visit Senior. May Senior show himself. After shouting, a fiery red figure rushed down from the peak towards Yong-Kai. When it got closer, the figure was revealed to be a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. She looked exceedingly adorable dressed in a fiery red dress, and even her hair was a brilliant scarlet, weaved into 2 little braids. Her delicate features and tender white skin made her look as though she was a beautiful doll. The little girl stopped in front of Yong-Kai, clenched her 2 small fists tightly, raised her small head, and looked at him with large, bright, excited eyes. Why you? Young Emma asked. Master. Yong-Kai hesitated. Who's this girl? Did Voidland not only have a hidden divine spirit, but also a delicate little girl like this? What made Yong-Kai feel even odder was that the aura of this girl was somewhat familiar to him, as if he had sensed it before. However, it was such a pity for such a dainty little girl to have such a heavy stutter. Nonetheless, although she was small, her strength was immense. The aura she exuded was on par with a mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Master, and Yong-Kai could sense a wisp of monster chi coming from her. Why young? Master. The little girl clenched her fists even more tightly as she shouted loudly, blood flushing into her face. Yong-Kai laughed and comforted. Speak slowly, no one is rushing you. I. The little girl drew a big breath, unable to say anything audible and almost suffocating herself. She stomped her feet in frustration, shook her body, and exploded in a bright red flash, transforming into a massive creature in front of Yang Kai. Stepping back quickly, Yang Kai looked up in shock and blurted out in a stunned voice, "Scarlet Flood Dragon." The creature in front of him was the Scarlet Flood Dragon he brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. The Scarlet Flood Dragon shook her head, exclaiming, "And it's me." It was the voice of the little girl from just now, just a little deeper. Yang Kai was both surprised and delighted. "Have you gone through the human form tribulation, and can now take on human form?" Any monster beast who wanted to cultivate and have a human form must overcome the difficulty of human form tribulation. Chapter 43-35, Divine Dragon's 9 Sons. A monster beast's human form tribulation was related to its strength and level of sentience. If a monster beast's sentience was developed and strong enough, it could assume human form, but if it was lacking, even the most powerful could not take human form. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, even though some monster beasts were as powerful as open heaven realm masters, they were still just beasts unable to assume human form, living on wild instinct alone. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were both monster beasts born in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and they possessed faint traces of the Dragon clan's bloodline. It was not surprising to have Dragonborn in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After all, Yang Kai found the corpse of an Earth attribute Great Dragon in Sleeping Dragon Mountain, and obtained its Earth attribute Dragon Bead, which he used to refine his own Earth element power. Since there was even a true dragon in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, how could it be strange to have Dragonborn? If they were not Dragonborn, Yang Kai would not have been able to subdue them so easily back then. Living in the environment of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, the strength of these two monster beasts was definitely not low. However, the sentience of both the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon were in a muddy state before, so they could only be regarded as monster beasts. Since Yang Kai took them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhujiu would teach them once in a while. After all, they were all natives of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. After leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Zhujiu would sometimes feel a bit nostalgic about her home. So she would teach the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon as a way of venting her feelings. In fact, she treated them much better than Yang Kai. Yang Kai also fed the two a lot of dragon blood pills, which greatly improved the purity of their bloodline. With Zhu Jiuyin's occasional training, and much purer bloodlines, over time, these two would eventually become capable of assuming human form. Yang Kai had no doubt about this. But he thought the process for this would require a much longer time to achieve, so he never expected to see the human form of the Scarlet Flood Dragon today. Seeing that Yang Kai finally recognized her now, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously elated. She turned back into the little red-haired, fair-skinned girl again. However, probably because it had only just passed her human form tribulation, the transformation this time was not complete. Her tail remained and wagged excitedly, looking extremely strange. The Scarlet Flood Dragon smiled sweetly and stuttered, "Why Yang? Must master it's me." She must have followed in Yuhi's footsteps to address Yang Kai as young master. Yang Kai was shocked. "You're female?" The Scarlet Flood Dragon turned and twisted her body, her face flushed red, and she did not say a word while just smiling. Yang Kai added, "But why are you stuttering?" Blood flushed into the Scarlet Flood Dragon's face. "I just learnt to talk. So I jam in and not fluent why yet?" A sudden realization dawned on Yang Kai, then he chuckled. "I see. Why are you here?" If he was not mistaken, this should be the residence of the turtle-shelled old man. Therefore, he was puzzled to see the Scarlet Flood Dragon's sudden appearance. "Gigi Grandpa T Turtle asked me to pick you up. It's TT thanks to Grandpa Papa TT Turtle that Xiao Hei and I seek and assume human form." Yang Kai followed Scarlet Flood Dragon all the way up the path, as he finally understood why she was here from her spluttery narration. The Dragon Clan bloodline in her and the Earth Dragon's bodies was greatly purified, due to extensive feeding of dragon blood pills from Yang Kai. In addition to Zhu Jiuyin's teachings, they were actually not far away from assuming human form. Yesterday the turtle-shelled old man suddenly appeared, before moving into this peak. The old man must have summoned these two over, and assisted them through their human form tribulation, allowing them to assume human form through some unknown method. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and the hypothesis in his heart was further verified. The peak was exceptionally high, rocky and rugged, surrounded by clouds and mists. The atmosphere was quite awe-inspiring. There was a cave in the mountainside where Scarlet Flood Dragon led Yang Kai. Inside the cave was an extremely spacious cave, decorated and furnished like a grand hall, that looked quite ancient, and had obviously been here for many years. Yang Kai wondered how long this spirit peak had existed in Earth Spirit Land. He had searched this place before, but never found this cave. This was certainly due to his lack of strength. If the old man intended to hide here, Yang Kai would have no way to find him. The 100 Sect Alliance came to attack. 2 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters emerged all of a sudden. Zhu Jiuyin turned Void Land upside down. And then the turtle-shelled old man had no choice but to show himself. Since he had revealed himself, there was no need to hide anymore. Inside this cave, 2 figures sat opposite to each other. One was the turtle-shelled old man Yang Kai had met yesterday, while the other was a boy with black skin and a short shirt and messy black hair on his head, looking quite funny. The turtle-shelled old man was caressing the boy's head with a smile and drooping eyes on his face. His 2 long eyebrows hung all the way down to his chest, giving him the demeanor of an immortal sage. Aware of Yang Kai's entry, the boy hurriedly opened his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai, revealing a look of joy as he jumped towards him. When he got close, he stood still and stared up at him. After his experience with the Scarlet Flood Dragon, Yang Kai certainly could recognize the boy and smiled. Earth Dragon? Yes, it's me, young master. The boy kept nodding. Apparently, he spoke more fluently than the Scarlet Flood Dragon. At least he did not stutter as much. However, looking at his mouth, Yang Kai's brow couldn't help twitching slightly. In terms of image, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was much more impressive than the Earth Dragon. The appearance of the Earth Dragon could only be described as hideous. Every time he opened his big, wide mouth, highly corrosive mucus spewed everywhere. Even if Yang Kai grew fond of him over time, he would still feel a little disgusted each time he saw this sight. Yang Kai thought that the giant Earth Dragon had changed into human form, taking on the appearance of a cute little boy. But as soon as he opened his mouth, his former drooling image overlapped with his current one. The edges of his big, wide mouth almost reached the root of his ears, and a mouthful of fangs were bared every time he opened his jaw. As soon as he spoke, drool dripped from the corner of his lips, which was then quickly sucked back into the big mouth. Yang Kai's hand could not help reaching his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. You're here. The turtle-shelled old man sat up and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate, so he hurried forward a few steps and cupped his fist. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. And sit down. The turtle-shelled old man gestured. Yang Kai thanked him before sitting on a futon opposite him. The turtleback old man continued. Xiaohong, Xiaohei, go have fun outside first. I have some things to talk to your young master about. Xiaohong, Xiaohei. With a single thought, Yang Kai became aware of who he was referring to. It was the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. One of them was scarlet red, and the other was dark black, so their nicknames were easy to understand. And the 2 little ones saluted respectfully and retreated obediently. They both held great respect for this old man who helped them through their human form tribulation. The turtle-shelled old man smiled at Yang Kai. I know you have many doubts. If you have any questions, just ask. This old master will answer anything if he can. Yang Kai turned solemn as he did have a lot of questions. Since the old man was being so frank, he did not feel the need to act restrained. Still, before he got started, Yang Kai replied sincerely, Firstly, this junior must thank Senior for his timely assistance. The turtle-shelled old man waved his hand. Don't worry about it. Even if I didn't show up at that time, there was no way for those 2 to take you away with the protection of that little heavenly moon demon spider that day. Yang Kai nodded. Although Zhu Jiuyin could have protected me alone, she could not protect the whole of Void Land. It is all thanks to Senior's help that Void Land remains safe and sound. The turtle-shelled old man smiled faintly and said no more. Yang Kai decided to change the topic, and went straight to the point. May I ask if Senior is a dragonborn? Since the turtle-shelled old man appeared, Yang Kai vaguely felt a connection in their bloodline. Given that Yang Kai was now much closer in terms of bloodline to the dragon clan than human, if the old man had a connection with him, it was undoubtedly related to the dragon clan. In addition to his help in the human form transformation of Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon, Yang Kai's speculation was further affirmed. It was precisely because he, the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and the Earth Dragon were all dragonborn that this old man was willing to help. Correct, this old master is indeed a dragonborn. The turtle-shelled old man nodded calmly. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. Many doubts were solved. It was exactly because Yang Kai was also a dragonborn that this old man jumped out to save him, as they indeed shared some common heritage. Otherwise, as a divine spirit, why bother exposing himself to trouble after hiding in this place for so many years? After pondering for a while, Yang Kai proceeded. There is a saying that the divine dragon has 9 sons. Which lineage of dragonborn does Senior belong to? The turtle-shelled old man smiled. Since you know about the divine dragon's 9 sons, do you know what they are? Yang Kai counted them out. Qiu Niu is joyful, Yazi is bloodthirsty, Chao Feng is ominous, Pu Lao is loud, Swan and I is shrouded in fog, Bai Shi bears a heavy load, Baiyan is disputatiousness, Fu Shi is depicted on graves and monuments, Chiwen swallows oceans. The turtle-shelled old man nodded, correct. Then Senior. Yang Kai looked at him hesitantly, and his eyes brightened. Are you of the Bai Shi's lineage? Among the 9 sons, other than Bai Shi, there was nothing else that could match the image of the old man in front of him, which led Yang Kai to make such a guess. That's right. This old master is indeed of the Bai Shi's lineage. Yang Kai let out a soft breath. After clearing up this old man's origin and background, Yang Kai knew that he truly did not mean to harm him. Since Yang Kai had a pure dragon clan bloodline, and Bai Shi was also a dragonborn, they were naturally all one family. Before coming here, Yang Kai was still a little vigilant towards this old man, but now he was totally relieved. The old man in front of him was just like his elder. Senior, have you been hiding in Voidland for many years? Yang Kai talked to him casually with a smile. Bai Shi chuckled meaningfully. When this old master fell asleep, there was no Voidland here. Yang Kai patted his own head. This place was originally known as 7 Wonders Land, but after defeating them it changed to Voidland. Bai Shi beamed. No matter what its name, there was nothing here when this old master first arrived. If that little girl hadn't jumped around on this old master's back so much, this old master wouldn't have awakened at all. He had mentioned this once before, so Yang Kai could not help laughing when he heard it again. For a dignified divine spirit like Zhu Jiuyin to be called a little girl by Bai Shi was truly. While laughing, Yang Kai's face suddenly froze as a sudden realization dawned on him. He stared at the Bai Shi in front of him with his eyes widened. What does Senior mean? Chapter 43-36, Bai Shi's true form. Bai Shi chuckled. Why do you even bother to ask when you've already guessed the truth? Yang Kai could not help gulping, the shock in his eyes becoming increasingly intense. He thought Bai Shi had been hiding in Voidland, slumbering for centuries or even millennia, but now it seemed that he had made a fundamental mistake. I'll be right back. Saying so, Yang Kai hurriedly flew off. With a flicker, he left the cave palace with a surge of space principles and reappeared directly above Voidland. He took out the array jade, surged his power, and stretched out his hand. The churning clouds that enveloped Voidland quickly dissipated, and the entire Voidland was presented clearly to Yang Kai's field of vision. After a while of observation, Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, as his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Sect Master. Bian Yuqing suddenly rushed up from below in a panic. What happened? She had been counting and cataloging the tremendous gains from the previous battle. When she noticed the sudden change in the 9 heavenly layers grand array, she thought another formidable enemy had come to invade Voidland, only to realize that there was actually no one. Yang Kai did not answer immediately, but instead continued to scan across the entire length of Voidland. Puzzled, Bian Yuqing quickly stood beside him and followed his eyes. Second manager, look carefully. What does Voidland look like to you? Yang Kai suddenly pointed his hand down and asked. Bian Yuqing replied without even thinking, a turtle. Yang Kai gaped at her. Bian Yuqing giggled. Doesn't it? We have 7 spirit lands in Voidland, with Earth Spirit Land being the largest, planted right in the middle, representing the turtle shell. Metal, wood, water, and fire spirit land are arranged in the 4 corners of Earth Spirit Land, which correspond to the limbs. Then Yin and Yang spirit lands are located at the top and bottom of Earth Spirit Land, representing the head and tail of the turtle. Isn't it? Indeed, indeed. Yang Kai nodded lightly and laughed. Why didn't I see it before? Bian Yuqing explained. Sect Master has so many matters to attend to, so how could you have the time to notice something like this? She stopped for a moment, then added, Sect Master, is there any problem with Voidland? Yang Kai grinned. No problem at all, ha 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 ha. Still cackling, he dived down again. Bian Yuqing watched him leave, confused, wondering what in the world Yang Kai was thinking. Yang Kai returned to the cave, sat down in front of Baishi again, took a deep breath and asked respectfully, Senior, may I know how old you are? Baishi replied, I don't remember. After living for so long, such things tend not to matter anymore. Senior, you're? Yang Kai pointed at Baishi, struggling to form a description. Fortunately, Baishi knew what he wanted to express, and smiled lightly. I am this old master's embodiment. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he became more and more aware of the strength of the man before him. The spear of the high-rank open heaven realm master from myriad demons heaven did not even create a scratch on Baishi's embodiment. Baishi was also safe and sound. He just needed to shrink into his turtle shell. If a mere embodiment already had such a strong defensive ability, what more need be said about his true form? And Baishi's true form was Voidland itself. In other words, Baishi was not hidden in Voidland, but instead, Voidland was built atop Baishi's body. Under the massive Voidland lay Baishi's true form, but because the body was too large, it was far more convenient for Baishi to use his embodiment to communicate. This explained why Baishi was complaining that Zhu Jiuyin was jumping on his back, since the whole of Voidland was built on his body. He was a true, genuine behemoth. Yang Kai wondered how many years he had to live to reach such an enormous size. However, Yang Kai was a little embarrassed and excited at the same time at the thought that the Voidland he established was actually built on such a divine spirit. It was embarrassing because Baishi was a living, breathing creature, a sentient one at that, so it was not exactly polite to build a sect on his back, literally. However, based on Baishi's reaction, he did not seem to care that much. If it was not for the intense battle previously, he might still have been asleep. The exciting part was that Baishi was formidable, so as long as he was safe, Voidland would never suffer from disaster. Though it was still better to be more cautious. In the case Baishi no longer wanted to have a whole sect living on him, Voidland would have to find a place to relocate. After a bit of probing though, Yang Kai realized that Baishi obviously did not care about such things, allowing the former to breathe a sigh of relief. Putting his mind at ease, Yang Kai spoke again. As Dragonborn and having lived such a long life, this junior has something to ask senior. Baishi responded, let's hear it. Does senior know where Dragon Altar is? Yang Kai had always wanted to find the Dragon Clan. Not to mention that he was considered to be carrying a pure Dragon Clan bloodline. Voidland had more than a dozen Dragon Clan members from Dragon Island. If he could locate Dragon Altar, he could return to his ancestral roots. And if he managed to form a relationship with the Dragon Clan, no one would dare to provoke Voidland anymore. It was a pity that he had only heard of Dragon Altar, but did not know where it was located. Dragon Altar, Baishi murmured and sighed slightly. No one can trace Dragon Altar's location except for the true members of the Dragon Clan. Although this old master is also Dragonborn and has lived an extremely long life, if you ask me where Dragon Altar is, this old master really cannot answer. Even senior doesn't know? Yang Kai was stunned. Baishi answered, the place where the Dragon Clan is established is also the foundation of the Dragon Clan. It is reasonable for no others to be able to pry into it. The dragon clan is strong, but equally proud, so they have offended many over the years. If Dragon Altar were to be exposed, it may attract unnecessary trouble, so only true members of the Dragon Clan will know where Dragon Altar is. After a slight pause, Baishi looked at Yang Kai curiously. Speaking of which, this old master has something to ask you. Senior, please speak. Yang Kai sat upright. Baishi began. The Dragon Clan bloodline in your body is extremely pure and rich, far more so than even this old master's dragon vein. Logically speaking, you should be a member of the Dragon Clan, but why does this old master have a feeling that you're not? Yang Kai laughed. Senior is right. This junior only obtained his Dragon Clan bloodline because he had fortunately refined a dragon source in his early years. I'm not of Dragon Clan origin. Baishi was enlightened. So that's the case. That dragon source must be very strong. Yang Kai was not sure of that, but judging from the reactions of those from Dragon Island, it was indeed not bad. But this was the outer universe after all. It could be a different case here. If you want to find where Dragon Altar is, this old master can't help you. You can only rely on yourself. Please enlighten me, senior. Yang Kai implored politely. With a chuckle, Baishi explained. With such a pure dragon vein, even as a human, your bloodline can be continuously improved. Cultivate diligently while stimulating the power of your dragon source to further refine your bloodline. Keep doing so, and sooner or later, you will become a true Dragon Clan member. By then you will naturally be able to sense where Dragon Altar is. Although Baishi was strong, his Dragon Clan bloodline was not of pure origin, and at his age he could no longer improve it. So even if he was a rare master in the 3,000 worlds, it was absolutely impossible for him to locate the Dragon Altar. Having said that, Baishi rubbed his hands together a little apologetically with an awkward smile on his face. Someday, this old master would like to ask you, little friend, to take me to Dragon Altar as well. Yang Kai looked at him curiously. Baishi explained, this old master is also Dragonborn after all. And Dragon Altar is a supreme existence in the hearts of all Dragonborn. This old master's greatest wish in life is to take a look at the origin of his own bloodline. If this wish can be fulfilled, I will die without regret. Yang Kai was stunned but nodded and promised. Don't worry, senior, although I don't know when it will happen, that day will come. Baishi lit up at his answer. The old man, Baishi, was very talkative. Yang Kai was grateful for his previous help. And in addition to both having dragon veins, they naturally had a sense of familiarity. However, although this old man was so powerful, he was extremely timid. He reminded Yang Kai countless times to avoid provoking the cave heavens and paradises. All of cave heavens and paradises were ancient monsters that must not be trifled with. Yang Kai naturally nodded and agreed, but felt helpless on the inside. After all, since when did he want to provoke them? It was all because they were anxious that he wanted to achieve the high-rank Open Heaven realm. That was why he became a target of the 100 Sect Alliance. But at this point, there was no room for turning back. Presumably, no one would be harassing Voidland again in the short term after the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out, unless the Cave Heavens and Paradises led the attack in person. However, none of the Cave Heavens and Paradises would be willing to forgo their dignity for this. Therefore, as long as Yang Kai remained sheltered in Voidland, he should be fine. Now that there were two divine spirits in Voidland, one of which was Baishi, who had lived for countless years. If the enemy did not send an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, there was no way they could do anything to him. After chatting with Baishi for a whole day and obtaining some guidance on how to improve his Dragon Clan bloodline, Yang Kai began to feel like he had spent too much time here, and finally excused himself. He had not recovered from his injuries completely, but because he wanted to get a feel for Baishi's attitude and background, he decided to prioritize this meeting. Now, Yang Kai naturally had to go back to continue his recovery. Before leaving, Baishi stopped him. Little friend, this old master has a presumptuous request. Yang Kai replied, Senior, please speak. Baishi answered, this old master won't be falling asleep again for a short while after waking up this time. Time does bring great changes to life after all. The people who used to serve me have all passed away now, So this old master wants to request for those two little ones to keep me company. Yang Kai smiled when he heard the words. Are Xiao He and Xiao Hong good choices to serve by senior's side? Bai Shi chuckled. And very good. Many thanks, little friend. Yang Kai responded. It is their blessing to be able to stay by senior's side since the two of them were only able to pass their human form tribulations after senior's enlightenment. After a pause, Yang Kai added, if senior is bored, feel free to go down the mountain more. We have many members of the Dragon Clan in Void Land. Chapter 43-37 Meeting. It was indeed Xiao Hong's and Xiao Hei's blessing that they could follow Bai Shi. Bai Shi had lived for many years and had knowledge to match. Any wisdom that he could pass to them would benefit them for life. Yang Kai also wanted to get closer to Bai Shi, so he took this opportunity to do him a favor. After returning to his own room, Yang Kai continued to heal while in retreat. 10 days later, in the main conference hall of Earth Spirit Land, Yang Kai sat at the head seat, with the left and right protectors, Yu He and Mo Mei, to his left and right. Further below were the members of the Elder Council. Yu He and Mo Mei were 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, while among the members of the Elder Council, other than Chen Tianfei being a 4th Order, the rest were all 5th Order. Voidland had now become a place full of upcoming talents, and not many places in the entire 3,000 worlds could compare with them. Furthermore, Voidland was founded just a few years ago. Compared to it, how many generations had those top-tier second-class great forces inherited to become where they were today? Of course, Voidland had the upper hand mostly thanks to the recruitment of the Abundant City cultivators, but this was also due to Yang Kai's capabilities. It was the first time that the leaders of Voidland had gathered for such a meeting to discuss its future direction. However, before that, they talked to each other about all the gains and losses of the previous battle. Although it was a landslide victory for Voidland, it did not mean that they did not make any mistakes. Any great force that rose would have to go through all kinds of hardships. Such a battle was the nutrient and catalyst for the growth of Voidland, and it only did good to Voidland but no harm. The scene of everyone's bustling discussion was rather lively. When the crowd calmed down a little, Yang Kai started. Although our Voidland has won a complete victory in this battle, we shouldn't take things lightly. Don't ever think that the great forces of 3,000 worlds are easy to bully. This time, we had the upper hand because the enemy had extremely limited or outright inaccurate information about us and the power of our grand array, which is why we could have such outstanding results. If Kong Feng had known the heritage of our Voidland in advance, it would have been a far, far more difficult battle. Everyone should strive to cultivate and strengthen yourselves going forward. Everyone naturally agreed with him. After all, they were already aware of this without Yang Kai needing to say it. Although there were a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, 99% of them had only just broken through. They were insufficient in terms of heritage, and their foundations weren't even stable yet. When fighting alone with the cultivators in the same realm, they would obviously be put at a disadvantage. Regarding this, Yu He and Mo Mei clearly experienced it. Especially Mo Mei. When she was fighting against Luan Baifeng, she was being suppressed almost the whole time, and could only keep defending herself. However, they would need a lot of resources if everyone started cultivating, especially open heaven pills and cultivation materials of all orders would be in high demand. If they did not recently experience such a battle, the finances in Voidland would be tight again. Fortunately, they had killed almost 10,000 enemies in the recent battle, and gained many spoils of war, which was sufficient to meet the needs of Voidland for a short time. Second Manager Bian Yuqing immediately stood up and briefly reported the amount seized. After listening for a while, Yang Kai nodded lightly and ordered, Second Manager, please take care of the matter of cultivation resources. We must make sure we meet the needs of all cultivators in the sect. Bian Yuqing replied respectfully, yes. A contribution points system had been implemented in Voidland now. All the cultivators who participated in the previous battle had earned a large number of contribution points, and could exchange them for the resources they needed. As for how to keep supply and demand in balance, Yang Kai did not need to worry about it, for Bian Yuqing and the Elder Council would come up with a solution. Yang Kai looked around as his fingers gently clasped the armrest of his chair as he added, "But we can't just sit idly and consume our resources. Any great force that wishes to prosper needs a variety of income sources, which our void land currently lacks. Although we earned a great deal this time, sooner or later, there will come a day when those spoils will be depleted. If we want to grow and flourish in the future, we need to start earning as well." Yin Xinghua immediately cupped his fist. "Sir, please allow this subordinate to return to the Star City. I will definitely take care of it well for Sir." Yang Kai responded, "Naturally, we can't lose the Star City as it is our greatest source of income, and will likely continue to be so in the future. However, with the current scale of the Star City, I'm afraid it won't be sufficient to supply Void Land in the long run. In the past, the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land was small, so the income of the Star City could still balance the budget, and even run a small surplus. But the situation was different now. With the addition of more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters all at once, the daily consumption of Open Heaven pills alone became a massive number, so the revenue of the Star City was falling far short." Yang Kai looked around and asked, "Does anyone have any good ideas?" The group from Abundance City looked around at each other, but did not know what to do. After all, they just entered the outer universe, and knew nothing about the outside world. Since now the topic was about the continuous development of Voidland, what good suggestions could they give? Yin Xinghua pondered a little and then cupped his fist. "Sir, perhaps we could find a way to procure more resources in Void territory." Yang Kai turned to look at him. "Tell me more." Yin Xinghua explained, "In any great territory, there are many great forces and universe worlds. The periphery of these great forces and the various universe worlds should have been developed long ago. If there were resources anywhere, they would have been pocketed by others by now. However, this does not mean that there is no value in searching the rest of the great territory. Perhaps there are some unknown places that contain undiscovered resources, especially the existence of universe cave heavens and universe paradises. A universe paradise was found 3,000 years ago in our Shocking Swan territory, inside Shocking Swan Pavilion's domain. It was precisely because of the development of that universe paradise that Shocking Swan Pavilion became the overlord of Shocking Swan territory." Yang Kai raised his brow. "A universe paradise?" Universe paradises and universe cave heavens were the small universes left behind after the death of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially no different from true universe worlds. Therefore, after such a master's death, there was a chance that the small universes in their body would not collapse but instead maintain its structure and merge with the void. The remnant of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe paradise, while the remnant of an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master's death would be a universe cave heaven. Blood Monster Cave Heaven was a universe cave heaven. Yin Xinghua continued, "Since ancient times, how many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have been born in the 3,000 worlds? After the death of those high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the small universes in their bodies will sometimes be left behind. Although most high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters will return to their native territories before death, there are always exceptions. It could be said that almost every great territory of the 3,000 worlds has universe paradises and universe cave heavens. However, the entrances of these places are always closed and ordinary people can't enter them at all. So it's natural to not be able to find them." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yin Xinghua added, "Therefore, as long as we can find such an entrance, we can inherit all the legacies of that fallen high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master." All high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had extremely abundant heritages. One could infer by the example of the situation in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. To the side, Qin Tianfei frowned. "I'm afraid it will not be that easy." Yin Xinghua cupped his fist as he replied, "If we don't even try, we will never know. There may be some opportunities. This subordinate should bear the burden of this search for Sir, but regarding this matter, it would be better to have someone with higher cultivation handle it." Pang Duo immediately got up and offered himself. "I'll go." Yin Xinghua quickly proclaimed, "Elder Pang is a 5th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. so it would be appropriate for him to carry out this task. Moreover, even if we can't find a universe cave heaven or universe paradise, it would still be worth it if we found some undiscovered universe world or spirit province. Yang Kai pondered for a while and announced, "Let's discuss this again next time." Although the legacies of high-rank open heaven realm masters were truly attractive, and it would be of great help to Voidland if such a legacy could be found, there was no trace of such things appearing in Void territory for so many years. If they looked for it now, they might not be able to find anything. The open heaven realm masters in Voidland needed time to consolidate their cultivations, so there was no time to waste for the time being. It would not be too late to look for such buried treasure when Voidland had completely stabilized in the future. Yuhi proposed, "It seems that we can only expand the scale of the Star City for now. If the scale of the Star City expands, we could increase our income." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "I think so too." But Yuhi was still a little worried. "But young master, given that Voidland has just encountered a great battle, and with the rumors surrounding the Star City from before, the fame and reputation that was gained has almost all been used up. Although we don't know what the situation in the Star City is now, it certainly will not be good." Before, Voidland attracted a large number of great forces by marketing complete sets of fifth-order materials, which brought the Star City its short-lived prosperity. However, with the invasion of the 100 Sect Alliance, and with Yun Xinghua and the others, who were guarding the Star City, captured alive, it must be in a mess now. The news of this battle would definitely spread too. Of course it would make Voidland famous, but it would not sweep away the many negative effects either. If someone was afraid of Heavenly Sword Union or the other sects in the 100 Sect Alliance, they may not have the courage to trade in Void Star City again. Furthermore, there were some cave heavens and paradises backing Heavenly Sword Union. No one dared to offend the cave heavens and paradises by visiting Void Star City. If no one came, the Star City would naturally be deserted. Therefore, being able to maintain the Star City was already good enough, while expanding it seemed hopeless. Yang Kai smiled faintly. Since fame can be depleted, it can naturally be regained too. As long as Voidland offers up something attractive enough, why would we worry about customers not coming? Yuhi looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully. "What young master means is..." Yang Kai answered, "If we sell Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills, I believe the Star City will soon become famous." The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill could greatly improve the chance of a cultivator successfully breaking through to the open heaven realm. Such a good thing would be coveted by everyone, leading to a huge demand for it. Even the cave heavens and paradises would want these pills too. It could be imagined that once this news was spread, perhaps the entire 3,000 worlds would go crazy about it. By then, countless people would flock to Void Star City. "But young master, if we do this, all of Voidland's open heaven realm masters would be needed to guard the Star City." Yuhi frowned. The Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was an enviable treasure. Without enough power to keep watch over the Star City, it would be difficult to guarantee that it would not lead to riots. Thus, even if all the Voidland open heaven realm masters were dispatched, they may not be able to prevent such riots from occurring either. This was tantamount to playing with fire. Chapter 4338, Big Movement. But if all the open heaven realm masters in Voidland were dispatched at the same time, what would happen to the headquarters? It took a huge amount of resources to construct the 9 heavenly layers grand array, so how could they just give it up? Not to mention the more than 600,000 disciples Yang Kai brought over from the star boundary to Voidland. It was impossible for him to abandon them. In short, with Voidland's current situation, they had to choose between the headquarters or the Star City to care for. It was obvious to everyone, and worry filled their faces as soon as they heard Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "I have a plan, don't worry." If it was before, Yang Kai may not have come up with this idea. Voidland was his roots, the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds. Hundreds of thousands of disciples lived here, so he would be reluctant to give it up no matter what. He would rather allow the Star City to slowly deteriorate. Doing so would likely lead to Void Star City existing in name only within a few years. But after learning about Baishi, A very bold idea crept into Yang Kai's mind. Of course, if this idea was to be realized, Old Man Bai Shi would need to cooperate with them. Yang Kai felt that this wouldn't be much of an issue though. Developing the Star City, expanding its scale, and re-establishing its popularity was a necessity to ensure Voidland's continued growth. For one, without the stable income provided by the Star City, the cultivation resources in Voidland would become a problem sooner rather than later. For another, the high-rank element material that Yang Kai needed might be found in this Star City if it expanded enough. The ambush by the 100 Sect Alliance made Yang Kai realize that there were some cave heavens and paradises that were already getting anxious to bring him down, and were prepared to suffocate him, a potential future threat, while he was still in the cradle. In this case, it was impossible for him to search for the cultivation resources he needed outside. Otherwise, he would be creating chances for others to kill him. The proprietress told him before that she would help him look for a high-rank element treasure, but even as a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, the proprietress would need to be extremely lucky to obtain such a rare and valuable resource. It was not that Yang Kai did not trust the proprietress, but the current situation gave him a new sense of urgency. He needed to improve his strength, and fast. If he could get what he needed himself, he would not need to trouble the proprietress. Yang Kai still did not know that the proprietress had already stormed into a forbidden zone with the 3 shop hands from First In, just to look for a high-rank element material for him inside. With the presence of the proprietress, there was a high chance of success. It was precisely because of this news that Kong Feng had rushed the ambush with the 100 Sect Alliance. Otherwise, it would be too late once the proprietress returned and Yang Kai managed to condense a high-order element power. In the current situation, if Yang Kai could not search for resources outside, he could only wait for others to deliver what he needed to his door. But if he had nothing to offer them, how was he going to attract others to trade here? Therefore, the reputation of Void Star City needed to be raised, and all he could use now was the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill. Yang Kai was aware of the various risks that selling the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pill could bring, but he had no choice. Compared to the risks involved, the possible gains were far greater. High-rank materials were hard to find, but Yang Kai was sure that the major cave heavens and paradises would have some. So, to get his hands on a high-rank element treasure, he would need to start with the cave heavens and paradises. There were 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises. While he was an eyesore to some, and they wanted to clip his wings before he could fly, some just stood by and watched idly, while a few even wanted to win him over. There were differing opinions about him. However, regardless of which cave heaven or paradise it was, none of them would be willing to watch him achieve the high-rank Open Heaven realm directly. As proof, Chu Huashang from Yinyang Cave Heaven proposed he marry into their sect, but even that came with the prerequisite that he only break through to the 6th-order Open Heaven realm. It could be said that Yinyang Cave Heaven had given him the warmest attitude, but could Yang Kai accept such a condition? His foundation was so solid that if he did not achieve the high-rank Open Heaven realm directly, he would regret it for the rest of his life. So, even though he had a close personal relationship with Chu Huashang, Yang Kai did not hesitate to reject Yinyang Cave Heaven's proposal. He was well aware that all troubles would be gone as long as he joined Yinyang Cave Heaven, but the stability that came at the cost of his own future might not last forever, for he feared that his regrets would overwhelm him in the future and hinder his martial Dao. No cave heaven or paradise would allow him to break through to the 7th-order Open Heaven realm. But that was only while Yang Kai was not qualified to speak and trade with them on even terms. However, with the Heavenly Yuan Seal Stabilizing Pills in his possession, Yang Kai was sure they would be moved. As long as they were tempted, there would be a possibility for an exchange. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, there just might be a cultivator out in the vast 3,000 worlds who possessed a high-rank element material. However, due to its exceedingly high value, even if someone did obtain such a treasure, they may not have the courage to take it out. There would probably be some who possessed such treasures but kept them hidden. People like this probably would not be very strong, but they may have descendants or disciples who could possibly advance to the Open Heaven realm. Regardless of the circumstances, the high-ranking element treasure that Yang Kai needed had to fall into the Star City, and using the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was the best bait. With all these considerations, the expansion of the Star City became inevitable. Regarding the matter of Void Land and Void Star City, Yang Kai had made a decision. Since he said that he would take care of everything, even if others were still feeling doubtful, they dared not say anything more. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai ordered a number of Open Heaven Realm cultivators to head to the subordinate sects under Void Land in order to ask them to contribute some territory to expand the Star City. Void Land was not the only great force in Void territory. There were also 7 third-class great forces such as Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, but even the strongest among these third-class great forces were still just third-order Open Heaven Realm masters. They used to serve Seven Wonders Land, so after Seven Wonders Land was replaced by Void Land, they naturally followed the lead of Void Land. In the 3,000 worlds, the structure of these great forces had always been a hierarchical one. Each of these third-class great forces watched over a few universe worlds. Now that Yang Kai had requested to expand the scale of the Star City, they agreed, as it was not a big deal, nor did they dare to refuse to contribute some spirit peaks from their universe worlds to the process. After the discussion was over, the crowd dispersed, and Yang Kai made another trip to Dragon Sun's Peak. Now that Baishi lived on that spirit peak, there had to be a name for it, and Yang Kai took it upon himself to name it Dragon Sun's Peak. They met and talked, and Yang Kai left after less than a stick of incense. Yang Kai came for a favor this time, and since it was just a small effort for old man Baishi, he did not refuse. After a few days, everything was prepared. Yang Kai stood in the air above Void Land, while a group of Open Heaven Realm masters looked up from below. Waiting silently below were not just the many Open Heaven Realm masters, but also many other cultivators who had received the news. Everyone in Void Land, regardless of who, had received the same instructions. Do not enter seclusion that cannot be interrupted, because there would be a lot of movement in Void Land today. If one was disturbed at a critical moment, they may be injured. Yang Kai personally sent someone to pass down this order, and everyone naturally attached great importance to it. The several great emperors gathered together, and Zhan Wuhen looked at the sky in confusion, muttering, "What is that brat doing?" Mo Huang urged, "Why not just go and ask if you want to know?" Zhan Wuhen turned to look at him. "Why don't you ask?" Mo Huang shrugged. "I'll know in a moment anyway, why bother asking?" After speaking, Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen looked at each other for a moment before they turned away from each other. How noble were the two great emperors back in the star boundary. When faced with this situation, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation to demand, "Brat, what are you doing?" And that brat would probably not dare to hide anything. But now they did not think of asking at all. It was not that they had no courage, rather it was because Yang Kai was now dealing with all kinds of Open Heaven Realm masters, and they were not capable enough to interfere. They were not able to help in the battle against foreign enemies just recently, which really made them, the great emperors, very uneasy. Mo Huang took a breath and declared, "We have to advance to the Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible." All the great emperors nodded like chickens pecking rice. Elsewhere, Yu He and Mo Mei came together. "Big sister Yu He, what is Sect Master doing?" Mo Mei asked curiously. Yu He shook her head slowly. "I don't know. Young Master just said that there may be a large movement today, but that everyone doesn't need to panic." Mo Mei was surprised. "You don't know either?" In Voidland, the closest person to Yang Kai outside his wives was definitely Yu He, so Mo Mei naturally thought Yu He would know something about this, but even she had no clue. Yu He smiled slightly. "Since young master has given such an order, he must have his own plans. We just need to wait and watch." Mo Mei nodded and agreed, still puzzled. The meeting before was regarding the Star City's expansion and raising its popularity. In fact, Yang Kai had also immediately sent representatives to their subordinate forces to get them to contribute land to expand the size of the Star City. The various signs showed that Yang Kai would be focusing on Void Star City, and manpower was needed to develop the Star City. So why were they all assembled here in the headquarters just waiting? As they were all wondering, they heard Yang Kai's booming voice from above. "It's time, senior." From the depths of Voidland came the voice of the turtle-shelled old man from that day. "It's just a minor matter, everyone stand firm." When the words fell, rumbling sounds suddenly came from all over Voidland, and the ground shook violently. Countless cultivators lost their balance, and many almost fell to the ground, forcing them to fly up into the sky. In an instant, the sky above Voidland was densely filled with human figures. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Voidland, as if a sleeping dragon was awakening. The aura was so powerful that it even terrified Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like Yuhi and Mo Mei. Fortunately, the aura was retracted a moment later. Otherwise, the hundreds of thousands of weak disciples in Voidland would not have been able to survive. With such a big movement, Voidland seemed like it was about to collapse, and everyone was naturally terrified. Mo Mei turned her head to look around, trying to figure out what was happening, but her eyes soon bulged as she pointed in a certain direction and exclaimed, "Big Sister Yuhi, look over there." Chapter 4339 Migration. Yuhi's gaze followed Mo Mei's finger, her hand flying to her red lips when she saw what her fellow protector was pointing at. In that direction, where the ground was shaking, a huge head had suddenly appeared. A gargantuan behemoth that appeared like the head of a turtle had emerged at the location of Yang Spirit Land, with the entire Yang Spirit Land planted on this head. Yuhi suddenly seemed to realize something, and she quickly soared into the air. When she turned around to look, thick and outrageously massive feet emerged beneath metal, wood, water and fire Spirit Land. When she looked down further beneath Yin Spirit Land, there was even a tail. A picture was drawn in her mind involuntarily. The entire Voidland seemed to be carried on the back of a giant turtle. Yuhi was stunned. She had lived here for years now, but she never once thought that such a huge secret was ever hidden under Voidland. In conjunction with the appearance of the turtle-shelled old man a few days ago, she vaguely had an idea of the situation. The Open Heaven Realm Masters were both horrified and shocked at the sight of Old Man Baishi's true form, but more than anything, they were excited. "Ayo!" Baishi raised his head and let out a long, earth-shaking howl that shook the world, then slowly turned his body, and moved his limbs in the direction that Yang Kai pointed, carrying the entire Voidland in the direction of the Star City. While his movements were not fast, his speed was anything but slow. Everyone in Voidland felt a rapid acceleration, and soon saw the outside world moving backwards as quickly as lightning. Realization dawned, and Mo Mei exclaimed, "So this is Sectmaster's plan." With the current strength of Voidland and the enemies it had made, they could only choose between their headquarters and the Star City, abandoning the other. However, if the entire Voidland was migrated next to the Star City, the problem would be solved. For others, relocating a headquarters was a near impossible task, but it was not a problem for Voidland. Looking at the entire 3,000 worlds, Voidland was probably the only sect which could so easily do something like this. It was impossible for any of the cave heavens or paradises to emulate. With the help of this giant divine spirit, Yang Kai did not need to worry about the rest. All he needed to do was to give Baishi a direction, and the latter would carry Voidland towards the Star City. The journey took only 7 days. During that time, Pang Duo received orders from Yang Kai to bring some subordinates to check out the situation in the Star City ahead of them. After Yun Xinghua and the others were captured by Heavenly Sword Union while on duty in the Star City, no one knew what the situation had become. Since they planned to remodel and reinvigorate the Star City, much more focus would be placed on operating it as well. On Dragon Sun's peak, Yang Kai and Old Man Baishi sat opposite each other, a chessboard planted between them, while Xiao Hong and Xiao He served tea. Baishi was a superb chess player, and Yang Kai was clearly not worthy to be his opponent. His soldiers were annihilated after 2 to 3 rounds, sending them flying pell-mell, while Yang Kai scratched his head and ears in embarrassment. Baishi was quickly bored. "Boy, your skills are quite lacking. It's quite boring to play with you." Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him, fighting the urge to simply flip the board. After getting along for a few days, the both of them became better acquainted. Yang Kai found that although this old man had extraordinary strength and knowledge, He was not the slightest bit pretentious. He was friendly and amiable, so Yang Kai naturally did not need to act overly polite. While cracking his neck to try to break the game plan, Yuhi suddenly stepped in. "Young master, we are approaching the Star City." "Oh, we're here already? That was fast." Yang Kai hurriedly got up, accidentally scattering the remaining chess pieces in his hand onto the board, completely messing up the arrangement. Patting his butt, he loudly declared, "Let's go and have a look." Old man Baishi naturally grabbed him. "Where are you going? Finish this game first." Yang Kai looked down at the chessboard and snickered. "This board is a mess now. How can we continue to play? I'll accompany Senior again when I have time." Baishi was relentless. "Smelly brat. Cheating and running away is not a good thing." Yang Kai retorted, "Important matters come first, and there will be plenty of chances to play again in the long run. Why are you in such a hurry?" Baishi shook his head. "I don't care, you are not allowed to leave until the game is over." Yang Kai had been humiliated by him on numerous occasions over the past few days. This old man had a bad habit of taunting Yang Kai verbally while crushing him at chess, and was thoroughly enjoying it. Perhaps he was just too bored after having been asleep for way too long. Yang Kai simply had enough. Now that he had an excuse to leave, why would he remain? But the old man continued holding on to him. Speechless, Yang Kai rolled his eyes before pointing at Yuhi. "Old man, if you want to play chess, just ask her. Yuhi's chess skills are far superior to mine. She will teach you how high the heavens are, and how thick the earth is." "Me." Yuhi blinked and pointed at her nose. Yang Kai shook off Baishi's hand in a moment of distraction, yanked Yuhi over and pushed her down on his seat, encouraging earnestly, "This old guy likes to play chess, you accompany him." "But young master, It's been decided." Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer, and immediately fled after he finished speaking. Yuhi and Baishi stared at each other. After a long time, Yuhi forced a smile. "Please show mercy, Senior." The Star City was right in front of them. Standing above Voidland, one could already make out the outline of the spirit province it was located on. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had never been to Void Star City, and he did not even know the scale of his own Star City until now. From the looks of it right now, this Star City did not seem to be impressive. Compared with an ordinary medium-sized Star City, it was even slightly inferior, not to mention comparing it to Thousand Birds Star City. However, Yang Kai believed that as soon as the news of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill got out, Void Star City would be crowded. A group of people approached, and Yang Kai reached out to open the Grand Array, allowing them to fly straight into Voidland. It was Pang Duo and the others. "Sect Master." Pang Duo cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How's the situation over there?" Pang Duo replied, "When this subordinate and the others arrived, the Star City was practically empty, with only a few people left." Yang Kai nodded. It was just as he expected. Voidland was invaded by the 100 Sect Alliance, and everyone would have agreed that Voidland was done for. Since this Void Star City was the Star City under Voidland's jurisdiction, who would dare to stay here? If the 100 Sect Alliance came to cause trouble after their victory, anyone left here would surely suffer a tragic fate. The merchants who originally entered the Star City had withdrawn one after another, so there would not be too many people left. However, no one would have thought that the 100 Sect Alliance would be completely crushed by Voidland, with almost their entire force being wiped out. Even the Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was beheaded by Yang Kai's sword and died. The current mess in Void Star City was due to the lack of hope for Voidland and the lack of order maintained. After Pang Duo and the others arrived, they immediately set about rectifying the situation. Although it had only been a few days, the order had been restored to the Star City, but nothing could be done about the ghostly stillness due to the extreme lack of population. If this situation continued, it would not be long before all the merchants in the Star City left, and Void Star City would only exist in name. But now that Yang Kai had relocated Voidland, and with the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill as his ace, It was only a matter of time before the popularity of the Star City was revived. Pang Duo added. Golden Light Dock, Soaring Crane Sect, and the other third-class forces all heeded the orders and brought some spirit land to expand the scale of the Star City. I believe it won't take long to complete. Yang Kai nodded. Offer them our sincere thanks. Second manager. Bian Yuqing stepped forward and reported, Sir. Go back and give them some compensation. Voidland does not take advantage of others. Although these third-class sects swore loyalty to Voidland, and dared not complain even if they were not compensated, the spirit lands they contributed were all taken out from their respective headquarters or subordinate universe worlds, which would naturally cause some damage to their respective heritages. It was understandable to compensate them with something. Bian Yuqing received the order and quickly moved to carry it out. While they were speaking, the Star City had come into full view. It was impossible for the cultivators in the Star City to miss the massive voidland charging at them through the void. Expressions of shock and confusion were etched on their faces. Some timid ones had even fled, for fear that voidland would crash into the Star City. They did not want to fall victim to such a tragedy. The remaining cultivators continued to watch, but they looked as though they were ready to run at any time. Fortunately, voidland was clearly decelerating, and it came to a stop just 100 kilometers away from the Star City. This situation relieved the anxious cultivators in the Star City who were about to escape. But the situation in front of them really puzzled them. What was going on? However, they were astonished again when they saw the giant turtle below Voidland. Since Baishi's true form had been revealed, he did not bother to conceal himself anymore. It would be known sooner or later, so it was meaningless to hide. However, it was still a true rarity to witness such a giant turtle shuttling through the void with a great spirit province carried on its back. Just as the cultivators in the Star City were whispering amongst themselves, a group of people suddenly flew out from void land and headed straight to them in a vigorous and imposing manner. The leader was naturally Yang Kai, followed by many Open Heaven Realm masters beside him. Yang Kai and the others soon stopped in the sky over the Star City before the eyes of everyone. With a quick scan, Yang Kai took in the situation below. The condition of the Star City was neither bad nor good, which was expected. However, regardless of its condition, it would develop slowly in the future. In the crowd, an elderly man bravely stepped out, cupped his fists and greeted. So it is Sir Yun. This old man greets Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua, who was standing not far behind Yang Kai, looked down and recognized the man. He had been taking care of the Star City for a while now, and was naturally familiar with these merchants. He glanced at Yang Kai, then nodded when Yang Kai remained indifferent. So it is Shopkeeper Tong. Shopkeeper Tong replied. I heard that Sir Yin was captured by wicked evildoers recently. This old man had been feeling uneasy and wanted to help, but was helpless due to his old age and failing strength. Now that Sir Yin has returned safely, this old man can finally breathe easily. Sir Yun is indeed a good person blessed with luck. Chapter 4340 Old Ginger is Spicier. Shopkeeper Tong appeared to be quite old, but he was only a second-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At first glance, he looked like a person from a humble background. There were countless cultivators in the outer universe, and most weren't as lucky as the disciples of Voidland who had a good cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. With limited aptitude and resources, even if many cultivators could reach the Open Heaven Realm, it would only be the trivial second order, and they would remain in that order until they passed away. Even among the more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters from Abundance City, 89 of them were second order, not to mention cultivators from other places. For people like Shopkeeper Tong, an Open Heaven Realm Master with no background and low strength, it was extremely difficult to survive in the 3,000 worlds. He worked hard all his life, spending most of his savings just to finally manage to open a shop in Void Star City and start a small business. He did not need to worry about food and shelter for now, but the sudden calamity in Void Star City had chased away most of the cultivators who came to shop or work here. Shopkeeper Tong was unable to sleep due to anxiety these days. What business could he do when the Star City was desolate? If he had no business, how could he survive in the future? He wanted to leave, but where could he go? He didn't have enough funds left to set up another store elsewhere, and he could not bear to let go of the one that he spent most of his life savings to purchase. It could be said that most of the cultivators still left in the Star City were in the same situation as shopkeeper Tong. It was hard to say if his intentions to help Yun Xinghua were real or not, but it was not false that he sincerely hoped that Yun Xinghua would return. The law and order of the Star City was managed quite well when Yun Xinghua was in charge, so at least no one came to cause trouble during that time. After Yun Xinghua was captured, shopkeeper Tong's business plummeted, and scoundrels were attracted to the unguarded Star City from time to time, causing him so much trouble that he had to keep his shop closed. Therefore, his words seemed very sincere. After speaking, shopkeeper Tong cupped his fist again. Sir Yun, the Star City is in chaos now. This old master pleads for Sir Yun to stand up and preside over the situation quickly. Behind shopkeeper Tong, a group of shopkeepers cupped their fists one after another. Please take charge of the situation, Sir Yun. Yun Xinghua heard the words and replied, Shopkeepers, please remain calm. Sir Yang, sect master of Voidland, has now arrived to rectify the situation in the Star City. This Yin is simply a subordinate of Sir Sect Master, and has only been obeying orders. Although many shopkeepers had noticed Yang Kai heading this group, they did not know him, so they could only address Yun Xinghua. Now listening to Yun Xinghua's introduction, they all cupped their fists to greet him in unison. Greetings, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai's Emperor Realm aura was obvious, but despite that, none of the many low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters present underestimated him. To be able to lead such a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters, Yang Kai's identity and status no longer had anything to do with his cultivation. Moreover, when even Yun Xinghua, a dignified Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, claimed to be a mere subordinate of this young man, how could they dare to regard him as an ordinary Emperor Realm Junior? Yang Kai nodded lightly. This king understands all of your concerns, but please rest assured. The reason Voidland has migrated here today is to revitalize this Star City. When everyone heard the words, they looked at each other and were overjoyed. They initially did not understand why Voidland had to migrate its headquarters, but now they heard that it was all to revive this Star City, so how could they not be happy? They could feel Voidland's determination from this act alone. After all, Voidland was a second-class great force with many Open Heaven Realm Masters. If they focused on resurrecting the Star City, the situation should not be too bad in the future. Another person asked worriedly, Sect Master Yang, I heard that many great forces led by Heavenly Sword Union were causing trouble in Void Land. What is the situation now? If they were to make a living in Void Star City in the future, it was only reasonable that they paid close attention to the relationships Voidland had, so as not to be affected by their disputes. Yun Xinghua sneered. That group of pitiful weaklings? What could have they done? The Union Master of Heavenly Sword Union, Kong Feng, was beheaded by Sect Master Yang, and the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out. Exclaims and gasps resounded loudly as everyone was stunned. Although the Star City did receive similar rumors that the 100 Sect Alliance was eliminated, and even Kong Feng was killed, no one had confirmed them yet. The incident happened not long ago, so the news has not fully spread out. As such, no one knew the full details of what happened. But since Yun Xinghua had said so, it must not be wrong. How powerful was Voidland that even the 100 Sect Alliance was annihilated, while Kong Feng, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was executed. If this was all true, Voidland was definitely a top-tier second-class great force. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there probably was not a more powerful existence than Voidland in the 3,000 worlds. The strength of Voidland naturally gave these people a sense of security. Shopkeeper Tong and the others were instantly overjoyed, secretly feeling affirmed that their decision to not abandon their businesses was the right one. Yang Kai's voice echoed loudly. The Star City now lies in ruins, and we, Voidland, have the intention to remodel it completely. We of course won't disappoint. This king is gratified that you chose to stay and weather through this period of difficulty with Voidland. To thank you all, this king has decided that after 3 days, an auction will be held by Voidland, and all are invited to attend. Shopkeeper Tong was puzzled. Auction? May I ask what sect Master Yang is planning to auction? Yang Kai smiled slightly and replied lightly, a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. Heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill? Some were puzzled. Obviously, they had never heard of this spirit pill before, which was not odd seeing how it had essentially been extinct for thousands of years. Unless one was extremely knowledgeable in spirit pills, rarely would anyone have heard about it. However, although the number of people present was not large, there were still some who knew about the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, so audible gasps were heard coming from around the crowd. Yang Kai did not explain too much, and simply replied, after 3 days if you are free, please join in the fun. There might even be a pleasant surprise for some of you. After saying so, he left, leading the group of people to continue to survey the situation in the Star City. After everyone from Voidland left, the cultivators left behind burst into excited whispers. Since some people knew about the amazing effects of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, the information naturally spread quickly, and for a time, all the cultivators wore faces of disbelief. Most of these cultivators in the Star City were only in the Emperor realm, and did not have an excellent aptitude. If they wanted to break through to the open heaven realm, they were bound to face huge risks. One careless mistake could cost them their life. However, with the help of a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, their chances for success would improve greatly. Who would not be moved by such an opportunity? Not to mention the Emperor realm cultivators. Even Shopkeeper Tong and the other open heaven merchants were extremely excited. They may have already advanced to the open heaven realm, but who among them did not have a disciple or descendants? However, at the thought of the preciousness and rarity of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, these people became a little disheartened. Without millions of open heaven pills, it would only be a dream to get their hands on such a treasure. In the crowd, Shopkeeper Tong fell silent for a long time before he suddenly smacked his cheeks with both hands and summoned a young man. Here, quickly liquidate everything in the store, even if we need to take a bit of a loss. It's important that we convert everything we have into open heaven pills as soon as possible. Tong, he asked haltingly after hearing the order. Grandpa, are you going to participate in the auction of the spirit pill? Don't tell me you've gone senile. Didn't you hear Shopkeeper Chun and the others? They said that this thing is extremely valuable and could cost tens of millions of open heaven pills. How can we collect so many pills? Idiot! Shopkeeper Tong raised his hand and knuckled the boy's head. This spirit pill is indeed very valuable, but in an auction it still requires someone to raise its price. The only ones left in this Star City are desperate and destitute people. So, how rich can they be? If we want to bid for that spirit pill, we don't need tens of millions, we just need to be richer than everyone else. Tong He's eyes lit up. What Grandpa says makes sense. You really are an old fox ga. Shopkeeper Tong knuckled his head again before he could finish, so he quickly rephrased. As expected, old ginger is spicier. Grandpa, I'll get going right now. After saying that, he turned around and ran towards their store, but turned back after just a few steps. Shopkeeper Tong frowned. Why are you back? Grandpa, I suddenly realized that this doesn't feel right. Since the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is so precious, how could Voidland let it fall into the hands of outsiders? Someone will definitely drive up the price at the auction. This grandson thinks that the spirit pill will eventually return to Voidland. Shopkeeper Tong looked at his grandson gratifyingly with a smile. Your worries are not without reason. Tong, he questioned. Then are we still going to gather money? We might just end up going for wool and coming back shorn. Shopkeeper Tong smiled and replied. If it were normal times, your grandpa might not even dare to covet this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but things are different now. Now the popularity of Void Star City is at an all-time low. Since Sect Master Yang wants to reinvigorate this place, he will need something big to begin attracting people back. Auctioning this heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill is his way of gathering fame for Void Star City, so naturally, he has to take the circumstances into consideration. Think about it, if word of the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill spreads out from the Star City, the 3,000 worlds will definitely be shaken, and many will come over to investigate. So what? Tong he was puzzled. Shopkeeper Tong continued. If Sect Master Yang wants to revive the popularity of the Star City, his first act cannot be to rig an auction. This is his public debut, so he cannot show duplicity or underhanded behavior. Otherwise, who would dare come here in the future? Tong he contemplated for a while, and agreed that what his grandpa said was reasonable, but he still felt insecure. But Grandpa, we're just running a small business. We can't afford a single mishap. A shrewd light flashed across Shopkeeper Tong's eyes, and he smiled slightly. With such a great opportunity sitting in front of you, how can you hope to be successful if you don't even dare to take a gamble on it? Here, your aptitude is pretty good, and if you have enough resources, you should be able to refine fourth-order materials to achieve the fourth-order open heaven realm in the future. With Grandpa's ability, there's no way I can satisfy your cultivation needs. If we do this right though, not to mention fourth-order, even fifth-order materials won't be out of your reach. Chapter 43-41, Rebuilding the Star City. The words fourth order and fifth order slightly accelerated Tong He's breathing. Clenching his fists, he replied decisively, "Good, grandson will listen to Grandpa." After saying so, he disappeared without a trace. Shopkeeper Tong turned to look in the direction of Tong He's departure, and turned again to look in the direction the numerous open heaven realm masters in Voidland were gazing. Stroking his gray beard, his eyes flashed wildly while he considered his current situation. Despite what he said to his grandson, he was actually a little worried, for fear that, as his grandson said, Voidland would arrange for someone to raise the price to eventually win the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill back into its own hands. But as he said, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they succeeded, then the grandfather-grandson pair would soar in the future, and they would no longer have to struggle at the bottom of the world. If one did not grasp the opportunities right in front of them, one could only remain poor. A large number of open heaven realm masters followed behind Yang Kai as he surveyed the Star City, allowing his identity to quickly spread, drawing the attention of all remaining cultivators in the Star City. People gathered together and whispered from time to time, pointing in his direction. At this point, many youths cast their eyes at him, admiration rising in their hearts. This was what a real man should be like. They were Emperor Realm cultivators too, but while they were toiling away for a few trivial open heaven pills, Yang Kai was already sitting high above, commanding many open heaven realm masters. The difference was simply overwhelming. Sect Master, are you really going to auction that heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill just to boost momentum? Lu Shui, who was next to Yang Kai, asked softly. Yang Kai nodded. Right now, we can only rely on the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, so naturally we will need to raise some popularity. He mentioned this plan before, so no one was surprised, but there were advantages as well as disadvantages to taking out the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills. The advantages included a large and rapid boost to the popularity of the Star City, while the biggest disadvantage was provoking greed from other great forces. However, whenever potential gains appeared, risks would as well. If Shopkeeper Tong had the courage to gamble his life savings, how could Yang Kai not have the same courage? Moreover, Voidland had now even migrated its headquarters, and with the protection of two mature divine spirits, it more or less had some ability to defend itself. But with just 3 days, there will be no time to publicize the event. I'm afraid that only the cultivators who are still in this Star City will participate in the auction when the time comes. Lu Shui was worried. We won't be able to fetch a high price. To auction an extinct treasure such as the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it was necessary to start an advertising campaign a long time in advance to give the major forces time to gather funds, so as to obtain the maximum profit. Even the pill auction back in Thousand Birds Star City was advertised a year or two in advance, and with the addition of the opening of Blood Monster Cave Heaven, many masters gathered in Thousand Birds the Star City, to profit from that. It was really hasty for Yang Kai to announce an auction just 3 days before it took place. Yang Kai, however, just smiled. The price doesn't matter. A heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill may be quite precious to others, but to Voidland, it's nothing rare. Yang Kai had given each of the more than 300 cultivators from Abundance City a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill to assist their advancement to the open heaven realm, including those who would only break through to the second-order open heaven realm. What did it matter if one was auctioned now? It was not necessarily a bad thing to lose profit sometimes. It could be imagined that after this auction was over, Voidland would no longer need to deliberately promote itself, because the news of this auction would spread like wildfire throughout every great territory in the outer universe. By then there was no need to worry about the popularity of Void Star City. Lu Shuai pondered about it for a while, and it seemed to make sense, so she did not say anything more. The Star City was not too large, so the inspection was soon completed. The representatives of the 7 third-class great forces, including Golden Light Dock and Soaring Crane Sect, had also heard of Yang Kai's arrival and quickly came to greet him. Yang Kai naturally showed them a welcoming attitude and appropriate respect, allowing them to let out a sigh of relief. As subordinate sects of Voidland, and being located in the same great territory, they lived and died at Voidland's whim. Logically speaking, when Voidland encountered a crisis, they should have mobilized to help, but they did nothing at the time. This was also human nature. The strongest cultivators in these 7 great forces were just third-order open heaven realm masters. Given the situation at the time, trying to intervene would be akin to trying to break a stone with an egg. If they were unlucky, their entire sect could be annihilated. The 100 Sect Alliance was hundreds of times more powerful than them, so how could they possibly stick their necks out? Yang Kai knew their difficulties and naturally would not hold them accountable. Still, they were afraid that Voidland would settle accounts after the incident was resolved, so after receiving the order from Yang Kai, they all contributed large pieces of spirit land from their headquarters and busied themselves with the expansion of the scale of the Star City. Yang Kai surveyed the work and soon calculated that the Star City's landmass had now expanded to more than 5 times its original size. Although it was still not as good as Thousand Bird Star City, it was not far off. With such a vast area, the scarce population in the Star City became even more apparent. However, this was not a big deal. As long as Yang Kai's plans for the Star City came to fruition, it would not be long before every inch of Void Star City would become priceless. Yang Kai had stayed in Thousand Bird Star City for a while, so he had a deep understanding that even in such a large star city, the annual rent for a store located in a good location was extremely high. So the current vacancy of Void Star City was not to be underestimated, because every bit of land here would soon bring enormous benefits to Voidland. This place would surely become a treasure trove that continued to churn out open heaven pills for Voidland, providing long-term funding for its development. Elder Chun, Yang Kai called out. Fatty Chun immediately stepped forward and replied respectfully, "Subordinate is here. What are your orders, sir?" Yang Kai pointed ahead and gave his command. "Take some people with you to record all the shopkeepers who own stores in the Star City. Contact them, and tell them that Void Star City will undergo a complete reconstruction, so all the original buildings will be leveled. Reassure them that Voidland will compensate them with a new store in the same location as their previous one, and they will not suffer any financial losses." "Yes." Chun Tian Fatty responded quickly and brought some people with him to carry out this task. In order for Void Star City to develop properly, it needed better planning. Even if there was no compensation, these shopkeepers wouldn't dare to complain, not to mention that they would be compensated with a new store in the original site. "Yin Xinghua," Yang Kai called out again. Yin Xinghua straightened his back, took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai tapped his foot. "Build a grand auction house in this spot. You will be solely responsible for this matter." This was the very center of the entire Star City, the best location in the land. As this auction house would be directly affiliated with Voidland, it naturally had to occupy this spot. Yin Xinghua was taken aback, but he accepted the order sonorously. "Rest assured, sir. This subordinate will not fail." After a pause he added, "Sir, what are the requirements for this auction house?" Yang Kai thought for a while before speaking. It needs to be large enough to accommodate 10,000 comfortably. And you can go back to the headquarters to ask Yuhi for her input. Yinxing Hua had only broken through to the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm recently. As his strength was somewhat low, his knowledge and experience were obviously not comparable to Yuhi's. It would be much better if Yuhi could give him some advice. Yinxing Hua immediately accepted the order and led a group of his subordinates straight to Void Land. Yuhi was currently stuck with Baishi playing chess, unable to extricate herself, so she was in need of rescue. Elder Emo. Yang Kai called again. Emome responded, "Subordinate is here." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her with a smile. "The blueprint of the Star City's construction is your duty now. I want this completed in the shortest possible time. Once plans are finalized, begin construction immediately." Emome laughed lightly. "This is a big project." Yang Kai assured her, "All 600,000 disciples in Voidland are at your disposal. If you need anyone's help, you may transfer them as you wish. If you need materials, consult with second manager." Emome saluted elegantly. "I have received the order, and will definitely live up to the sect master's expectations." As soon as everything was given their assignments, Yang Kai headed back to Voidland, allowing the resurrection of the Star City to begin. The representatives of the 7 subordinate sects led the disciples of their respective forces to expand the scale of the Star City with great enthusiasm, so it would not be long before the project was completed. At the same time, Chen Tianfei led a group of people to convene the remaining shopkeepers still in the Star City, and explain to them the plans made by Voidland. All the shopkeepers agreed without a single refusal. For one, who had the courage to object. Voidland's strength was overwhelming, and Chen Tianfei, who was right in front of them, had a Fourth Order Open Heaven realm cultivation. For another, this was a good deal for them. They were getting new shops without needing to pay for them. All they had to do was to sit back and wait. Naturally, there was no need to object. For those reasons, Chen Tianfei's duties were progressing very smoothly. Yinxing Hua and his subordinates found Yuhi, and together they began brainstorming various matters regarding the auction house, which was going to be built in the very center of the Star City. Yuhi had been to many places over the years, and participated in numerous auctions, so she had no trouble providing some ideas and references. Mo Mei, after convening with Bian Yuqing, brought 30,000 disciples from Voidland to carry out large-scale construction work across the Star City. Neat rows of houses were quickly assembled, and streets wide enough to accommodate 20 people walking side by side were paved. Golden Light Dock and the other subordinate sects also took the initiative to contribute to the construction process once they were done expanding the Spirit Province. Although the number of people was not large, it was the intention that mattered. The entire Star City was filled with activity. Shopkeeper Tong and the others had been living without a fixed place for the past 2 days, as there really was nowhere for them to stay after their shops were leveled. As such, these shopkeepers gathered either in groups of 3 or 5 to spectate the rapidly rising buildings in the Star City, excitement filling their hearts. At this moment, they no longer had any doubt about their decision to remain. They initially had only stayed because they had nowhere else to go, but no one knew that it would turn out to be such a huge blessing in disguise. Void Star City was not thriving yet because it was not built up, and its reputation has yet to be established. However, when the time came, this place would definitely prosper. Chapter 43-42 Void Auction. Shopkeeper Tong. A voice reached Shopkeeper Tong, who turned his head to look. He smiled slightly and cupped his fist in return when he recognized it was an acquaintance. Shopkeeper Jean. Shopkeeper Jean was also an elderly man. Both he and Shopkeeper Tong were second-order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and were both unfortunate cultivators. They had always been at the bottom of the 3,000 worlds, struggling and striving for every small profit, exerting themselves for a mere dozen Open Heaven pills. But now both of them looked radiant, beaming and buoyant in spirits. If Shopkeeper Tong could see the bright future of Void Star City, how could Shopkeeper Jean not see it too? Now all they needed to do was wait for the popularity of Void Star City to rise before getting back to work. "What is it, Shopkeeper Jean?" Shopkeeper Tong asked while wondering. This old fox always only appears when there is something that could benefit him. Both of them had been doing business in the Star City, and were fond of each other's character after having dealt with each other on numerous occasions. Shopkeeper Jean chuckled. This Jean is here to congratulate Shopkeeper Tong. Shopkeeper Tong snickered in response. What is there to congratulate? Shopkeeper Jean replied. Voidland's doing something big, and the Star City is going to be promising in the future. As part of the group who stayed behind, we will naturally be the first to reap the benefits. Isn't this something worth congratulating? Congratulations to you too then. Didn't Shopkeeper Jean stay behind as well? Shopkeeper Jean sighed. And I was forced to stay, but I didn't expect it to be a blessing in disguise. When Shopkeeper Sun and the others find out, they will probably rot in regret. The mentioned Shopkeeper Sun was one of the shopkeepers who escaped from the Star City as soon as the situation in Voidland deteriorated. It was truly expected that such a drastic change in circumstances would happen in Void territory. What's meant to be will be. It can't be forced if it's not. Shopkeeper Tong chuckled. Shopkeeper Jean pointed to the bustling construction activity in the Star City in front of them. Shopkeeper Tong, this Jean probed Senior Chen earlier. The remaining shopkeepers like you and I can get a new shop lot at our original site. On top of that, we're not required to pay rent. In other words, the shops will be yours and mine in the future, and no one can take them away. Shopkeeper Tong was overjoyed when he heard this. Is this really true? Shopkeeper Jean nodded. It's absolutely true. This is what Sir Chen Tianfei said. That's really great. Shopkeeper Tong clenched his fists tightly. Although he managed to open a shop here before, he was only renting the space and didn't own it. Now that Voidland had rewarded them all with new stores that belonged to them, it was indeed great news. Whether they would operate the shops themselves or simply rent out the space, it was guaranteed to make a profit. After pondering for a while, Shopkeeper Tong asked, What about Shopkeeper Sun and the others? Shopkeeper Jean sneered. Shopkeeper Sun and the others left the moment the Star City fell into troubled times. Do you think they'll have a share of the shops even if they come back? Shopkeeper Tong nodded when he heard the words. Void True Monarch is indeed fair with rewards and punishments. Regardless of whether they stayed back intentionally or were simply forced to, they stayed in the Star City and maintained its remaining population. That was why Voidland was willing to give them a new store. As for those who abandoned them, why would Voidland care about their interests? Shopkeeper Jean added. Now Void Star City has expanded to more than 5 times its original size, with plentiful shops and grand architecture, as well as immaculate organization. It can be imagined that the Star City will definitely be very popular in the future, and every inch of this place will definitely be worth a fortune. Shopkeeper Jean is right. Shopkeeper Tong nodded in agreement. Shopkeeper Jean turned his head to look at him. Shopkeeper Tong, you and I are both people without any backing. Back then, all I could do was some small business. It's rare to have an opportunity like this, so doesn't Shopkeeper Tong want to do something big? Shopkeeper Tong frowned slightly. Both of us have no connections nor any backing. How do we do something big? Shopkeeper Jean balled up his fist. As long as we have capital, we can naturally do something big. Just with the funds you and I have on hand. Even if we occupy a store, it's hard to be too ambitious. We'll probably just continue dealing in small trades. Shopkeeper Tong frowned and sighed. What Brother Jean said is exactly what this old man has been worried about these days. Whatever plan it is, capital is still the problem. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes blazed. It's easy to get the capital. It just depends if Brother Tong is willing to take a gamble with me. Shopkeeper Tong's eyes lit up. Does Brother Jean mean? Tomorrow will be the first auction of Void Star City. Void True Monarch said it himself that they will be auctioning a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. This is our chance. After Shopkeeper Jean finished speaking, he gave Shopkeeper Tong a meaningful look. Brother Tong, I know you've been selling your entire inventory over the past 2 days at any cost. Don't tell me that you have no plans for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill? Shopkeeper Tong silently cursed the cunning old fox. He was able to catch a clue as soon as a move was made. It was pointless to deny it now, so shopkeeper Tong simply nodded and admitted, "Yes, this Tong does have some plans for the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but this pill is precious, and this Tong is low on funds, so I'm just doing my best and leaving the rest to destiny." Shopkeeper Jean smiled slightly. "How about we work together?" Shopkeeper Tong was moved when he heard the words. "How shall we cooperate? Neither of us has a lot of funds, at least not enough to compete with the few big shopkeepers still remaining in the Star City. If they participate in the auction, you and I may not be able to succeed. Since that's the case, why don't we pool all of our funds together and give it our all? It would be excellent if we succeeded, and we'll just accept fate if we don't. We'll resell the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill at the right time when the price is right, then split the profit equally between the two of us." Shopkeeper Tong frowned deeply, struggling with his thoughts. Shopkeeper Jean stood by and waited quietly without interrupting. He knew that Shopkeeper Tong would not reject his proposal. After all, it was a decision that was beneficial to both parties, unless Shopkeeper Tong had enough money to triumph over other competitors without his aid. Sure enough, after a while, Shopkeeper Tong looked up decisively. "Good, let's do it together." After saying that, he raised his palm forward, and Shopkeeper Jean raised his own palm to meet his. After 3 shakes, the 2 old foxes grinned knowingly. The auction was held as scheduled without any publicity or marketing campaign, the only participants being the few cultivators who were still stranded in the Star City. There were not many people, a few thousand at most, of which some 40 to 50 were low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, with only a handful being Third Order, and the rest all weaker. The Void Auction House was still under construction, and Yang Kai's requirements were not low. Yin Xinghua was naturally not able to finish the construction within 3 days. Therefore, the auction was held in the original auction house of the Star City. Although Void Star City did have its own auction house, that didn't mean other great forces didn't have one. No one knew which great force owned this particular auction house, but it was already empty now, so Voidland did not need the consent of others to requisition it. Although the number of people who attended the auction was small, it was extremely lively. Void True Monarch had previously said that the auction item was a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, but no one had seen such a rare spirit pill before, so they all worried whether Voidland really had such a precious treasure. And now was time to verify their doubts. Whether what Void True Monarch said was true or false would be revealed today. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong sat together, their heads leaning in together from time to time, while looking around silently observing potential opponents. It did not take long before the auction stage lit up, the lights converging on a beautiful silhouette that was slowly making its way onto the platform. The commotion in the audience suddenly died down as everyone turned their eyes to the stage, to see that the person who stepped on the platform was a slender woman with a beautiful face, looking no more than 30 years old, dressed in a light blue dress. Many in the audience stiffened at the sight of this woman, not because of her beauty, but because of her shocking identity. Over the past few days, they had also come to be more familiar with the masters of Voidland. So this woman was readily recognized as soon as she appeared. She was an elder of Voidland named Lu Shui, with a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation. Those who participated in the auction were at best 3rd Order Masters. In normal times, how would they dare stare at a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master so recklessly? However, now they were given a chance to look at one all they wished. Lu Shui felt a little lightheaded, and her chest suddenly became tight. She was forced to take up this task. Although she was a former manager of Sword Pavilion, she had never hosted an auction before. Among all the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, the cultivators of Abundance City had never participated in an auction ever, and had no clue on the auctioning procedure at all. Chen Tianfei, Yin Xinghua, and the others who were good at administrative and public works were all swamped with their own tasks, so Lu Shui was the only suitable candidate to be the auctioneer. Fortunately, although she had never hosted an auction before, she had participated in many. Besides, there was no need to raise enthusiasm or rile up the crowd for this auction, so it was not a difficult task. She took a deep breath and thought about how she could crush everyone in front of her with a snort, allowing her nerves to quickly calm down. Lu Shui had a somewhat aloof personality, so she did not say much and just immediately started the auction. Since it was an auction, they could not possibly be auctioning off just a single Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Voidland had also prepared some other items suitable for the cultivators in the audience. Voidland had harvested plenty of loot when the 100 Sect Alliance was wiped out, so it was just right to take some small things out to meet some of the auctioning demands. This was a unique auction because all the items, regardless of their value, had a reserve price of one open heaven pill. Many cultivators were ecstatic when they found this out, and did not hesitate to increase the price. However, the financial resources of the people here were limited, and no matter how much they increased the price, no item exceeded 1,000 open heaven pills so far, with most selling for around 100 or so. No matter how one looked at it, this auction was a big loss for Voidland, because the market value of every auctioned item was far more than it was auctioned off for. However, everyone knew that Voidland was willing to take a temporary loss to reap a long-term gain. The objective today was to raise the Star City's popularity, therefore, it was understandable to take a small financial loss. Fortunately, since all the items were essentially a steal, even if Lu Shui did not say much, the crowd was incredibly fired up and the bidding audience was not mellow at all. For these people, no matter what they bid for, they were guaranteed to make a profit. All they needed to do was wait a little while before reselling these items. Chapter 43-43, Simply Astonishing. Auction items were quickly displayed and sold under the hammer. An hour later, Lu Shui announced, "The next item is our finale for today's auction. I hope you won't be disappointed." Silence fell as everyone in the auction house immediately straightened their backs. It was so silent that needles could be heard falling on the ground. As they all knew, the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was coming. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean met each other's eyes, and sat up involuntarily, staring at the platform unblinkingly. On the auction stage, a woman who appeared to be a maid walked up with a tray in her hand and a smile on her face, and stopped beside Lu Shui. The tray was covered with a red cloth, obscuring what lay beneath from the prying eyes below. Lu Shui raised her hand to remove the red cloth, revealing to everyone a jade bottle. Lu Shui's crisp voice resounded throughout the entire auction house. A Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. It can help one to comprehend the essence of splitting heaven and earth apart when a cultivator is attempting to break through to the open heaven realm, thereby greatly improving the chances of one completing the process successfully. With the complement of this spirit pill, as long as one's aptitude is not terrible, they can definitely advance to the open heaven realm. The reserve price is one open heaven pill, and there is no limit on the increase in price. Please. After saying that, Lu Shui stood on the auction platform and said no more. Contrary to the previous scene where all kinds of items were auctioned and everyone responded heatedly, vying to increase the price, the appearance of this final item drew no bids. Everyone just stared at Lu Shui blankly, unable to believe their own ears. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean too looked at each other, almost thinking that they had heard it wrong. The starting bid of a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is one open heaven pill. Although all the previous items started from one open heaven pill with no exception, this was the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill that had long since vanished from the 3,000 worlds. Was its reserve price really just one open heaven pill? The information was so shocking that no one could open their mouth to start bidding, lest they desecrate the precious spirit pill with their lowly bids. The auction house fell into a quaint silence for a while before the sound of rapid breathing began filling the air. Lu Shui, who was standing on the stage, was a little stunned, thinking that she might have not explained clearly. How had the atmosphere, which was so heated earlier, suddenly turned so quiet? Suddenly, a voice asked weakly, "Elder Lu, may I ask if the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill of your noble sect really has an opening price of one open heaven pill?" Lu Shui said lightly, "Yes." The man hesitated, then asked again, "But the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill is such an extremely precious thing. How could it only start from one open heaven pill?" "Elder Lu, please don't kid with us. We have low cultivation, and our knowledge is very limited, so none of us have ever seen such a spirit pill before." If one had seen it before, there was essentially no way to distinguish its authenticity. And just how many were there in the 3,000 worlds who had actually seen a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill before? Although this man did not finish what he wanted to say, many quick-witted cultivators present understood what he meant. This guy was speculating if Voidland had fabricated a counterfeit spirit pill to pass it off as a heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill. However, he did not dare to say so outright, and was just beating around the bush. Shopkeeper Tong sneered in his heart when he heard this. The person who said this really was stupid. The reason Voidland was willing to take such a massive loss in this auction was to create publicity for their star city. Were not all of the previous auction items sold at a loss too? Although it was a bit bizarre that the starting price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was only one open heaven pill, Voidland had the capacity and daring to do so. On top of that, this was the first time Voidland held an auction. If they really did auction a counterfeit item, their reputation would be forever ruined. Who would come to support them in the future if they did such a despicable deed? Therefore, regardless of the oddity of the situation, the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill should not be fake. On the auction stage, Lu Shui looked in the direction of the man and replied, "This queen is here to preside over the auction under Sect Master's direct order. This heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was bestowed to me by the Sect Master, who refined it personally. Many open heaven realm masters in Voidland have also benefited from such spirit pills. If anyone thinks this pill is inappropriate in any way, they don't have to participate in the auction. Please begin bidding." Shopkeeper Jean cleared his throat and shouted, "This old master offers 1,000 open heaven pills. Not to mention 1,000 open heaven pills. This heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill was possibly worth 10 million open heaven pills." Shopkeeper Jean naturally did not expect to get the spirit pill with this bid, but he took the initiative to start the process. For one, he wanted to test the waters. For another, it was to show favor to Voidland. It was up to Voidland, however, if they saw through his intentions. In the previous auctions, the highest price an item was sold for was just over 1,000 open heaven pills. The price Shopkeeper Jean offered was just a fraction of the true value of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill, but it was still reasonable in this strange situation. Just as he finished speaking though, voices exploded from all directions in the auction house, filled with cultivators shouting their bids for the item. In just 3 breaths, the price had already exceeded 10,000 open heaven pills, and was continuing to rise at an extremely rapid rate. Shopkeeper Jean and Shopkeeper Tong turned their heads from time to time to look in the direction of the other bidders, observing the reactions and expressions of these potential opponents, inferring their limits. The 2 old foxes were waiting for everyone to exhaust themselves before jumping out to make the final call. The atmosphere of the auction house suddenly became scorching hot. People were shouting their prices over each other because their previous bids were quickly outdone. 20 breaths later, the price of the heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pill had exceeded 100,000 open heaven pills. At this point, there were only 3 people left in the competition. These 3 people were undoubtedly shopkeepers in the Star City. When it reached 120,000, there were only 2 people left. However, these 2 were obviously approaching their limits. Each increase in price was not high, and they were gnashing their teeth each time they offered a new bid, as if they had a deep hatred for the other party. Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jean looked at each other and nodded lightly. They had been holding back for the right timing to make a move, and it had finally arrived. The 2 had been observing from the sidelines, so they had a very detailed grasp and judgment of the situation. This was a good opportunity to make a move. 130,000. Shopkeeper Jean called out decisively. This time he added 10,000 open heaven pills all at once, which for the people present was not a small number. In the crowd, a cultivator turned his head angrily at him with his eyes red. "Shopkeeper Jean, you." Shopkeeper Jean cupped his fist towards him with a smile. "Shopkeeper Zhou, please excuse me." Shopkeeper Zhou ground his teeth for a while before shouting decisively, 133,000. 140,000. Shopkeeper Jean remained calm and relaxed. Shopkeeper Zhou's initially straight back slumped and he released a deep sigh as he shook his head. On the auction stage, Lu Shui waited for a moment, but seeing that no one raised the price after 3 breaths, the hammer finalized the deal. Shopkeeper Jin's and Shopkeeper Tong's tightly clenched fists finally loosened as they both grinned wildly. We did it. We really did it. At this moment, Shopkeeper Tong felt extremely fortunate that he chose to partner with Shopkeeper Jin. Otherwise, he would not have been able to win the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill with his limited financial resources. At the very least, Shopkeeper Zhou was much wealthier than he was. A spirit pill that was worth tens of millions of open heaven pills was now actually won by 2 old foxes for a mere 140,000 open heaven pills. Such a lucrative trade was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The reason was that the cultivators remaining in the Star City were all from humble backgrounds and had limited financial resources. The people who really had the means and resources had already escaped, otherwise they would not have the chance to grab such a great deal. Now, although both of them have sold most of their belongings for cheap and could not do any business in the near future, as long as they waited for the right opportunity, they could resell this spirit pill for millions. Lu Shui's voice once again rang out. Many thanks to all of you for your support this time. Though this auction has ended for today, in 3 months' time, Voidland will be holding another auction, where another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill will be auctioned. It will be like this every 3 months thereafter. After saying that, Lu Shui turned around and walked down. In the auction house, many cultivators were stunned for a while, followed by a loud commotion. There would be another auction in Void Star City in 3 months, and there would also be another Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill sold every 3 months from now on. In other words, every 3 months, Voidland would be auctioning off a Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Simply astonishing. Many had made a large profit today, but they still could not help feeling moved at the news of another auction in 3 months. There were not many opportunities like this for them to take advantage of a great force. If one missed it this time, one still may have another chance, but if one did not grasp the chance, it would be impossible when Void Star City truly flourished. Shopkeeper Jin and Shopkeeper Tong stood there, the smiles on their faces suddenly stiffened. After a while, Shopkeeper Tong took in a deep breath. Just how many Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills does Voidland have? If they were willing to take one out for auction every 3 months, it meant that they had enough to spare. But wasn't this spirit pill said to already be extinct? It was precisely because of this that the value was high. If it was available everywhere, it would not be worth much. Shopkeeper Jin's eyes flashed and speculated. Elder Lu just said that this spirit pill was refined by Void True Monarch himself. It seems that Voidland does have a lot in stock. Then our spirit pill. Shopkeeper Tong's initial joy turned into worry. Shopkeeper Jin chuckled. What are you worried about? As long as this kind of spirit pill is not released in massive quantities, its value will never decrease. Voidland is clearly planning to use these Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pills to draw in people to their Star City, so they will naturally only release a limited supply. In other words, we made a lot of money this time. Shopkeeper Tong thought for a while after hearing the words, then cracked into a smile. You're right, Voidland will never let the value of the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill fall, unless they want to sabotage themselves. Let's go. Shopkeeper Jin stood up. Let's collect our spirit pill. I've never seen such a precious thing before in my life after all. Chapter 43-44, Assigning New Tasks. As they walked out of the auction house, both Shopkeeper Tong and Shopkeeper Jin trembled, unable to contain their excitement. A jade bottle was held in Shopkeeper Jin's hand, containing the rare Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill. Recalling what Elder Lu just said, Shopkeeper Jin praised admirably. Voidland really is efficient and upright. Shopkeeper Tong stroked his beard and nodded. There's no more need for you and I to worry. We just need to wait for the right opportunity. When the two went to Elder Lu to retrieve the spirit pill, she assured them that before the two resold the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill, their safety and that of their families would be guaranteed by Voidland. In addition, if they found a buyer in the future, if necessary, they could request Voidland to act as an intermediary to ensure impartiality, and that the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill was sold at a reasonable price. The two shopkeepers were ecstatic to hear the news. Earlier, they were a little worried that after obtaining the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pill, it would be hard to fend off greedy masters who intended to bully or outright rob them with their meager abilities. Now, with Elder Lu's assurance, what else did they need to worry about? Who in Void Star City would dare to cross Voidland? Voidland obviously took their concerns into account, so they took the initiative, and Voidland also knew that even if they won the spirit pill, they would not use it themselves. They surely would be selling off such a precious item for a good price. Logically speaking, after the two won the spirit pill, Voidland bore no responsibilities to them, but Voidland's initiative to give them such a guarantee truly bought their trust and respect. Shopkeeper Jean handed the jade bottle in his hand to Shopkeeper Tong and said, "Brother Tong, according to the agreement, you will be in charge of guarding it for the first month." Shopkeeper Tong smiled when he heard the words. "There's no need, Brother Jean can keep the spirit pill by his side." If there was no guarantee from Voidland, Shopkeeper Tong would have to be a little wary of whether Shopkeeper Jean would pocket all the profits himself. But now he no longer needed to worry about this at all, unless Shopkeeper Jean was willing to take the risk of offending Voidland. Safeguarding the spirit pill also meant that he had to bear the risk of losing it. So why would Shopkeeper Tong take up such an arduous but fruitless task? That was the reason for his forthrightness. They were both cunning old foxes, so how could Shopkeeper Jean not know what Shopkeeper Tong was thinking? Still, he just laughed and nodded. "Brother Tong, you really are too lazy. Fine, I'll keep the spirit pill. It'll probably be sold off after a few months, and this old master is not going anywhere during this time." Shopkeeper Tong smiled and cupped his fists. "Many thanks for your hard work, Brother Jean." After the first auction of Void Star City, many cultivators left one after another in a hurry, especially the shopkeepers. It was unknown where they went. The already deserted Star City was left with even fewer occupants now, but the 30,000 Voidland disciples continued the reconstruction projects without pause. Construction done by cultivators was indeed different from mortals. There were obvious changes in the Star City every day, and in less than a month, the rebuilding of the entire Star City was completed. Even the huge auction house ordered by Yang Kai was completed through the joint efforts of Yin Xinghua and Yu He. According to Yang Kai's request, the size of this auction house should be no less than that of Red Cloud's auction house back in Thousand Bird Star City, which meant it could comfortably accommodate 10,000 people. The huge auction house located in the very center of the Star City would soon become one of its most important landmarks. Yang Kai personally inscribed Void Auction House onto a giant plaque that hung proudly above the main entrance of the auction house. Nanmen Dejun had been working nonstop recently. The newly expanded and reconstructed Star City naturally needed a new grand array. That said, his accomplishments in the Tao of Arrays could not match that of Grandmaster Wu Liang's, and Voidland was no longer as resource-rich as before, so it was impossible to create another 9 Heavenly Layers grand array. However, Nanmen Dejun had been shadowing Grandmaster Wu Liang for a few months, so with his exceptional talent in Tao of Spirit arrays, it was not difficult to arrange some decent arrays in the Star City. Of course, limited by his own cultivation and many other factors, the strength of the spirit arrays Nanmen Dejun arranged was not high, and they would be unable to resist powerful attacks. But Voidland was just 100 kilometers away from the Star City, which to Open Heaven Realm Masters was essentially within arm's reach. Who would dare to attack the Star City under Voidland's watch? If so, the 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would not mind teaching the intruders a harsh lesson again. The Star City was now completed, and compared with the original, its scale was several times bigger. Also, because of the strict planning, the buildings in the Star City were also well organized, no longer chaotic like before. The Star City had been built, but a governor had yet to be chosen. Yang Kai imitated the management system of the Thousand Birds Star City of Great Battle Heaven, establishing a governor's mansion in the Star City, and charging Mo Mei, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as the first governor of the Star City. There was no other option really. In the entire Voidland, Yuhi and Mo Mei were the strongest. Yuhi did not want to take up the responsibility and just wanted to stay by Yang Kai. So Mo Mei had no choice but to take up this task. Although she was born in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, she had been City Lord of Abundance City for many years, giving her plenty of experience in management. She only needed some time to get familiar with the new environment, and things would proceed smoothly. Under the jurisdiction of the governor's mansion, the Star City was divided into 4 major districts: North, South, East, and West, each district having its own supervisor in charge. The East City District was overseen by Pang Duo, West City District by Gong Yangxi, South City District by Fan Wu Xian, and North City District by Chen Tianfei. These 4 reported directly to Mo Mei. With the 4 of them assisting her, managing the Star City would not be a problem for her. This arrangement disappointed Yun Xinghua a little. After all, he had been in charge of the Star City before this. As an official from Voidland, he had a high position and authority, and countless people attempted to curry favor with him every day. However, he was not even a commander in this new Star City. He did not dare to complain though. After all, the Star City was lost right under his nose. Furthermore, he was only a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He understood that it was impossible to entrust him with such an important task. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not disregard his hard work and handed over management of Void Auction House to him. The Void Auction House was located in the very center of the Star City, not belonging to any of the 4 districts. It was directly under the control of the governor's mansion, and everyone understood that auctions would play a pivotal role in the future of the Star City, so being its head manager was not worse than being in charge of a district. Yun Xinghua was naturally grateful for this arrangement. Yang Kai originally wanted Lu Shui, a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, to serve as a commander, but she refused. Her personality was not suitable for works that involved public relations, and she did not like communicating with strangers, so she decided to remain in Voidland as the Hall Master of the Martial Hall, while also serving as a member of the Elder Council. Yang Kai took into account that the cultivators in Voidland would need a master to guide and pass down their experiences, so Lu Shui deciding to assume command of the Martial Hall was also a boon. With this arrangement, everyone in the Star City was assigned their own duties, and the general framework of the Star City was established. In the entire Star City, apart from Void Auction House, which was directly owned by Voidland, there were more than 8 blocks of shops reserved for Voidland, while the other shops would be leased out. Yang Kai had been relatively free recently, so after heating up his furnace and refining some heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills, he went into retreat. His current situation was a little awkward. He could not leave because he was under close watch by a few cave heavens and paradises, so he could only stay hidden in Voidland, waiting for a 7th Order Een Element treasure to arrive at his doorstep. He had a lot of free time now. His wives were all cultivating in retreat, so he could not bother them, which meant he could only cultivate by himself. Whenever he was bored, he would play chess with Baishi to kill some time. At the Void Dock, a group of Voidland disciples had nothing to do but did not dare to slack off and decided to patrol in every direction in groups of 3 to 5. There was always at least one Void Dock in each Star City, which served as the gateway in and out of the Star City. It made managing the entries a lot more convenient. Otherwise, anyone could enter the Star City from any location. Unrestricted and unregulated access could lead to unnecessary chaos and even unrest, allowing those with ill intentions to easily slip in and stir up trouble. There was a Void Dock in Thousand Birds Star City. When the proprietress first brought Yang Kai there, she was stopped by a master on duty from Great Battle Heaven, and had to undergo certain entry procedures. Void Star City aimed to become a top-tier Star City, so it was naturally essential to have a functioning Void Dock. However, Void Star City only had a single Void Dock. Of course, the current Grand Array set up by Nanman Dejun was not very strong, but no one would break the Grand Array unless they wanted to offend Voidland. The one overseeing the Void Dock was Jin Yuanlang. The Void Dock was the face of the Star City, so the one guarding it could not have low cultivation. Otherwise, the Star City would inevitably be underestimated. Jin Yuanlang, who was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, was the perfect choice. This was also a small means by Voidland to display their authority. It was believed that anyone who came here would not dare to look down on Voidland after knowing Jin Yuan Lang, a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was guarding the entrance. No matter how big Thousand Bird Star City was, the one guarding its Void Dock was also a Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It had been almost 2 months since Voidland migrated here, and during this time, the Void Dock remained quite idle. Since no one came to the Star City, naturally no one passed through the Void Dock. On this day, however, a disciple was observing the void when he suddenly rubbed his eyes and stared carefully at a certain spot. A shudder ran through him as he shouted, "Someone is approaching!" As soon as the shout resounded, the surrounding cultivators moved simultaneously towards the Void Dock. Some disciples immediately went to report to Jin Yuan Lang, who was cultivating.